Arrogant Lu Xing now appeared transformed, pleading desperately with Li Rue. With a resounding slap, Li Yi, seeing that Li Rue remained silent with his eyes closed, seized Lu Sheng and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon his still handsome face. After delivering a dozen blows, Li Yi tossed the now swollen-faced Lu Sheng back onto the ground. He then repeated the process with Zhou Liang, administering another 10 slaps. The two, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain in their cheeks, emitted muffled cries. Call your parents, or you're suffering 1 in with mere slaps. Li Yi threatened menacingly, eyeing the two crumpled on the ground. Trembling under Li Yi's fearsome gaze, Lu Sheng and Zhou Liang gritted their teeth, enduring the agony as they stood up and each dialed their respective phones. My dad wants to talk to you. At that moment, Meng Jinghao, who had been standing aside, turned back with a face of grievance, tears glistening in his eyes as he addressed Li Rue. Hand it over, Li Rue instructed softly. Hastily, Meng Jinghao stepped forward and handed the phone to Li Rue. Who are you? Why are you hitting my son? I urge you to release my son promptly, otherwise the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Do you know who I am? Upon seizing the phone, Li Rue was met with a calm, yet commanding male voice on the other end. Meng Xiaolong, do not address me in such a tone. I am not your subordinate. Why did you strike your son? Perhaps you should first inquire what your son has done. Surely, you are well aware of your son's character, are you not? Hearing Li Rue utter his name, Meng Xiaolong momentarily paused, realizing he had not disclosed his name to this individual. However, it soon dawned on him that his name must have been revealed by his son. What exactly do you want? If it is money you seek, feel free to state your demands. A father knows his child well. Meng Xiaolong was acutely aware of his son's nature, having cleaned up after him on numerous occasions. Though his son had merely claimed he was assaulted and urged to call his parents without providing specifics, Meng Xiaolong understood that his son had likely stirred trouble with a woman. Thus, he intended to let the other party name their price, prioritizing his son's safety. While contemplating how to deal with the person who dared to harm his son and extort him, what do I want? Meng Jinghao has harassed my sister and coerced her. And you still ask what I desire? Are you not wealthy? 10 billion, present 10 billion, and I shall let bygones be bygones. What? Are you insane? Do you comprehend the value of 10 billion? What is your sister worth? She is certainly not worth 10 billion. With that sum, I could indulge my son 1,000 times over. I will offer you 10 million to release my son. As he listened to the voice emanating from the phone, Li Rue's previously placid demeanor gradually darkened, his eyes suffused with an ominous intent. Come to the deep-sea fishing port hotel, or send someone you deem respectable. 1 hour. And if you fail to comply, I shall sever your son's leg. Having no desire for further conversation, Li Rue ended the call abruptly. After disconnecting, he raised his gaze to Meng Jinghao. At that moment, Meng Jinghao clearly heard Li Rue's menacing words, realizing that this individual was indeed capable of carrying out such a threat. After all, he had engaged in similar actions before, and he did not underestimate someone who appeared far more formidable than himself. Recognizing this, he trembled involuntarily as Li Rue's gaze fell upon him. Tossing the phone to Meng Jinghao, Li Rue resumed his meditation. In Yang City, within a luxurious villa. Bang! Damn it, who is this person? Meng Xiaolong slammed his palm on the tea table, sending the tea within the cups splattering everywhere. Darling, what is the matter with you? At that moment, a middle-aged woman, adorned with a facial mask and clad in a silk nightgown, emerged from the adjacent room and curiously inquired of Meng Xiaolong. What is the matter? What else could it be? Your son has caused yet another ruckus. Meng Xiaolong replied, casting a glance at the woman, his voice tinged with exasperation. What exactly has happened? What troubles has Jinghao encountered? The woman, who had been leisurely applying her mask, suddenly became frantic upon hearing Meng Xiaolong's words. She hurriedly approached him, her urgency palpable as she pressed for answers. Humph, he has been assaulted and taken captive. The captors demand that we either go ourselves or send someone to negotiate. They threaten that if we do not arrive within an hour, they will amputate one of our son's legs. Chapter 343. Is the world really so small? Has our son been kidnapped? My dear, we must think of a solution quickly. Yes, we will pay whatever they demand, as long as they do not harm our child. Upon hearing Meng Xiaolong mention that the captor intended to amputate their son's leg, the middle-aged woman was immediately engulfed in panic. Pay? They are asking for 10 billion. Can I possibly afford that? Meng Xiaolong scoffed. 10 billion? The middle-aged woman was rendered speechless, for although their family was quite wealthy, procuring such an astronomical sum of cash on short notice was utterly impossible. My dear, We must report this to the authorities and have them rescue our son. Report it? This matter is not as simple as you think. The fact that this individual dares to say he will wait for me at deep-sea Fish Harbor suggests he possesses some form of leverage. Moreover, his ability to conduct business at the deep-sea Fish Harbor Grand Hotel indicates he is not an ordinary person. I suspect that reporting this will yield little benefit. To resolve this issue completely, I must confront him personally. However, at this moment, I cannot go myself. I need to find someone influential to discuss this with him. Who should we find? Do you have any formidable friends in Star City? Similar to Meng Jinghao earlier, Li Rui took the phones of Lu Sheng and Zhou Yang, instructing their parents to come to the deep-sea Fish Harbor Grand Hotel, or to send someone in their stead before hanging up. He had Lu Sheng and his companions once again stand against the wall as Li Rui took a sip of the hot tea brought by the hotel as lobby manager. Seated behind him, Li Ru, Ai Xiaotong, and Yu Chua also received the warm tea, sipping it delicately. The three exchanged glances filled with unspoken communication. In contrast to the fear and anxiety reflected in Ai Xiaotong and Yu Chua's eyes, Li Ru's gaze, tinged with a hint of trepidation, was predominantly filled with profound pride. The once fearsome trio of Lu Sheng, now faced with their brother Rui, no longer appeared as terrifying wolves, but rather like helpless lambs, knowing that as long as brother Rui was present, no one could dare to bully them. Chairmanly, may I prepare some fruit for you? The lobby manager, clasping his hands together and rubbing them, approached with a sycophantic smile directed at Li Rui. Hearing this, Li Rui glanced at Li Ru and her companions before nodding in agreement to the lobby manager. With Li Rui's approval, the lobby manager signaled to the staff and several security personnel to swiftly clear away the solid wooden dining table that Li Rui had just shattered with a single slap. As the security personnel and staff bent down to pick up the remnants of the broken table, they could not help but spit in disbelief. They knew that their hotel was a grand establishment, utilizing only the finest quality tables. In their estimation, even with a heavy hammer, it would be difficult to break such a table in one blow. How could a single slap have reduced it to splinters? Was this person even human? Within a mere 2 or 3 minutes, the previously chaotic ground was tidied up impeccably. Subsequently, 2 security guards carried in a pristine dining table and placed it before Li Rui. Shortly after, several waitstaff entered, presenting an array of assorted cut fruits, elegantly arranged on the table before Li Rui and the 3 women accompanying him. In a luxurious private room of the Monster Beast Bar, a bald middle-aged man erupted into laughter as he hung up the phone. He then rose and addressed a lean man in his 30s standing behind him. Monkey, has my Bentley Bentayga been repaired? Indeed, Master Hu. Due to the necessity of importing parts from overseas, the repairs took a bit longer, but it was completed and delivered just a couple of days ago. Go fetch it. I need it for some errands shortly. Oh, and gather 100 brothers. Master Hu, seeing you in such high spirits and requiring so many brothers, have you landed another major deal? Huh, not just 1, but 3, each worth 30 million, totaling 90 million. Such a staggering sum. Are you preparing for a confrontation? Wouldn't 100 men be a tad insufficient? It's not about confrontation, it's merely a negotiation. The presence of some brothers is to lend an air of grandeur. If such business came daily, I wouldn't need to toil away managing a bar. Very well, I shall summon them. We depart in half an hour. As time progressed, the late autumn sun sank completely, and the once bright space was gradually enveloped in darkness. 55 minutes had elapsed. In 5 minutes, if no one arrives, you 3 will each lose a leg, Li Rui declared, his eyes now open, rhythmically tapping his fingertips on the table, addressing the 3 men leaning precariously against the wall. Upon hearing his words, the trio displayed expressions of sheer terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Li Rui's acute hearing detected the sound of numerous vehicles entering the parking lot of the deep-sea fishing hotel. Through the glass windows of the hotel entrance, the gathered individuals inside could see the beams of headlights illuminating the interior. You are fortunate. It seems 1 leg is temporarily spared, Li Rui remarked, a chilling smile gracing his face as he observed the scene. He surmised that these individuals were likely sent by the parents of Lu Sheng and his companions. He was intrigued to see what sort of people their parents could summon. Today, he intended to demonstrate to Li Ru that the trio she feared was merely insignificant insects before him, easily crushed beneath the heel of the Li family. Regardless of who their parents had summoned, Master Black Tiger has arrived. A booming voice suddenly echoed from outside the hotel doors. Upon hearing this resounding announcement, the previously smug expression on Li Rui's face shifted to one of surprise. Black Tiger? He muttered, his demeanor becoming peculiar. What a small world this is. Li Rue murmured softly to himself before rising and making his way toward the hotel entrance. Black Tiger, it's been a while. He called out loudly as he approached the hotel door. Outside the hotel, Black Tiger, surrounded by hundreds of his subordinates, was on the verge of entering when he heard a somewhat familiar voice that momentarily stunned him. Black Tiger thought to himself, surely this can't be happening. What terrible luck. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and as the revolving glass door of the hotel was pushed open from the inside, a familiar figure came into view. In that brief moment, Black Tiger felt his legs weaken and he stumbled backward in shock. Chapter 344. The bewildered Meng, Xiaolong Master Tiger, what troubles you? Monkey, who walked closely behind the Black Tiger, swiftly supported him as he noticed the terror etched on Black Tiger's face. Li, Chairman Li, with Monkey's assistance, Black Tiger managed to stand upright, swallowing hard as he quietly called out to Li Rue, who approached him with a smile. Seeing his distressed demeanor, Monkey instinctively looked ahead and trembled, realizing the source of Black Tiger's unease, the very individual who had kicked him forcefully during their last visit to Li family village. Black Tiger, long time no see, you still exude your charisma. Li Rue stepped forward and, after coming to a halt, greeted him with a smile. Chairman Li, please, just call me Xiao Hei. I. Slap. Mid-sentence, Black Tiger unexpectedly struck himself across the face. Chairman Li, I was wrong, he confessed. What do you mean by that? Li Rue inquired, feigning ignorance while observing Black Tiger's distressed expression. Today, I received calls from 3 individuals, each offering 30 million, urging me to come to the deep-sea fishing port hotel to negotiate with you. Chairman Li, had I known it was you, I wouldn't have come for anything less than 3 billion. Even 30 billion, Black Tiger fervently explained. You understand. Well, plans often encounter unforeseen changes. Let us proceed inside and have a seat, Li Rue replied, smiling at Black Tiger before sighing softly to himself. Originally, he had intended to call the parents of Lu Sheng and the others to assert his authority for Li Rue's sake, thereby bolstering her confidence. However, with Black Tiger, a familiar face, arriving, that strategy seemed futile, prompting him to contemplate alternative approaches. Though Black Tiger was unaware of the full extent of the situation, he sensed he had inadvertently disrupted Li Rue's plans. Anxiously, he followed Li Rue into the hotel. As the car headlights illuminated the interior, Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao could not suppress their joy, thinking that their parents had arrived to rescue them. However, their elation quickly transformed into shock as they witnessed Li Rue rising to greet someone at the hotel entrance, exclaiming, Black Tiger, long time no see. It became apparent to anyone with a semblance of understanding that Li Rue was familiar with the newcomer. Consequently, the fleeting hope that had blossomed within Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao plummeted into despair. Brother. As Li Rue returned to the hotel, Li Rue hurried toward him, her eyes filled with concern. It's nothing, just an acquaintance. Li Rue reassured her with a smile. Greetings, I am a friend of your brother. The amiable Black Tiger, following behind Li Rue, greeted Li Rue with a warm smile. As he spoke, he glanced up at Li Rue, and upon seeing Li Rue's unperturbed expression, he continued, hello. Despite his instinctual wariness of the bald man adorned with a hefty gold chain, Li Rue, out of courtesy, smiled and nodded in return. Xiao Ru, please take a seat. Li Rue beckoned to Li Rue before he made his way back to the previously occupied chair. Once seated, Li Rue unconsciously began to tap his fingers rhythmically on the table, lost in thought with a vacant gaze. He had meticulously calculated every possibility, yet he had not anticipated the arrival of an acquaintance like Black Tiger, which had completely disrupted his original plan. Chairman Li, have I disrupted your affairs? Black Tiger, who dared not sit down, followed Li Rue to the dining table. Upon seeing Li Rue take his seat, he wore a stoic expression and fell into contemplation. After a moment of anxious deliberation, he cautiously inquired, You called those 3 individuals? At Black Tiger's question, Li Rue lifted his gaze and, without addressing the inquiry directly, responded evasively. Oh, I will call them right away, Black Tiger replied, momentarily taken aback by Li Rue's sudden statement. He nodded repeatedly while retrieving his phone. Has my son been brought out? Who are they? As Black Tiger dialed, he activated the speakerphone. The call connected, and an urgent voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated from the other end. Listening to the voice on the line, Black Tiger glanced at Li Rue, finding him silent and giving no other signs. He then returned his focus to the phone. You bastard, Meng Xiaolong, do you wish to bring about my demise? A torrent of expletives followed, spanning several hundred words. Initially, Black Tiger, mindful of Li Rui's presence, intended to temper his words. However, recalling that this scoundrel nearly caused him to offend Li Rui, his anger surged uncontrollably, prompting him to unleash a barrage of curses into the phone. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Yangcheng, Meng Xiaolong, anxiously awaiting news, stood frozen in disbelief. He racked his brain, unable to comprehend why Black Tiger was berating him, especially considering he had invested 30 million Dragon Kingdom dollars into this endeavor. Were it not for his strong connections in Yangcheng and the lack of significant figures in Xingqing, he would never have paid such a hefty sum to enlist the underground emperor of Xingqing. Having spent 30 million, to be cursed at like a fool was unbearable. Had the person on the other end been an ordinary individual, Meng Xiaolong would have retaliated long ago. Yet, aware of Black Tiger's formidable reputation, he swallowed his wrath, took a deep breath, and cautiously asked, Black Tiger, what is the meaning of this? I have invested 30 million Dragon Kingdom dollars. If you find the sum insufficient, I can certainly increase it. With a torrent of invective, I found myself at a loss for words, observing the bewildered expressions of those present, including the speechless Li Rui. If one were to argue that Lord Black Tiger possessed a certain level of education, his incessant stream of profanity belied that notion. Conversely, to claim he lacked intellect would be equally misleading, as his ability to craft unique insults was a skill few could master. Very well, let him come to the school tomorrow to address the matters concerning his son, should he fail to arrive. As Black Tiger's vitriol seemed to know no bounds, Li Rui, wishing to spare his ears further torment, raised his hand to interrupt. Meng Xiaolong, did you hear that? Chairman Li has summoned you to the school to handle your son's affairs. If you cannot make it tomorrow, I shall cast your son into the river to feed the fish, Black Tiger declared menacingly. Chairman Li, do you have anything to add? Black Tiger inquired, covering his phone with his hand and craning his neck toward Li Rui. No, I do not, Li Rui replied, shaking his head. With that, Black Tiger abruptly ended the call. He then proceeded to contact Lu Sheng and Zhou Liang, employing the same intimidating rhetoric, demanding their presence in Star City the following day, lest their sons meet a similar fate. After hanging up before they could respond, he turned to Xiao Ru. It is getting late. Allow me to escort you home, Li Rui said as he rose from his seat, glancing back at Li Ru. All right, she replied, nodding after surveying the crowd. Chapter 345. The whole family is doomed upon seeing Li Ru nod in agreement. Li Rui stepped toward the hotel exit. After taking a few steps, he paused, glancing back at Lu Sheng and the others huddled in the corner. Moments later, he turned back and continued toward the hotel's grand entrance. Wait, Chairman Li. Please hold on, came the urgent call from behind. Li Rui halted at the sound, turning to observe the hotel lobby manager rushing toward him, breathless. Chairman Li, this is a token of appreciation from my boss. I kindly ask you to accept it, the manager said, presenting a shimmering golden card with both hands. What is this? Li Rui inquired, hesitating to take the card, his curiosity piqued as he examined it. Chairman Li, this is the Emperor Gold card from our deep-sea fishing port hotel. With this card, you can enjoy a 90% discount on your expenditures at our establishment. Emperor Gold card? Li Rui murmured, finally reaching out to accept the resplendent card. 90 off? How does that differ from being free? He asked, gazing down at the exquisitely crafted card, seemingly made of gold, before raising his eyes to the lobby manager. Although this card is indeed crafted from gold, when compared to the exceptional discount it offers, its material value pales in significance, the manager replied with a smile. Our boss believes that someone of your stature, Chairman Li, dining at our hotel is an honor for us. We would never presume to profit from you. Offering it at cost is more than sufficient. Listening to the manager's words, Li Rui chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. While it was true that the hotel operated on high margins, claiming that the cost was merely 10 was simply implausible. Yet, he found no reason to dwell on such trivial matters. Since the other party wished to cultivate a connection with him, he saw no justification for refusal. Although such connections might not serve him directly, he held the belief that having more friends opened more avenues. Therefore, he resolved to accept the golden card, considering that while it may not benefit him, it could be of use to Li Ru. Xiao Ru, this is for you. It might come in handy when you dine with friends or classmates in the future, Li Rui said as he handed the gleaming card to Li Ru. Brother, this is meant for you. Is it really appropriate for me to take it? Li Ru hesitated, her gaze fixed on the dazzling card. Li Rui remained silent, merely smiling as he turned to the lobby manager. You are Chairman Li's sister, and naturally, you are one of our hotel's most esteemed clients. You and your friends will similarly enjoy the 90 discount when dining here, the manager stated respectfully, understanding the implication in Li Rue's eyes. Take it. You know I have no use for such things, Li Rue encouraged, noticing Li Rue's lingering hesitation after hearing the manager's words. All right, she finally conceded, nodding as she reached out to accept the golden card. Standing behind Li Rue, Ai Xiaodong and Chu Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing the unfolding events. With this turn of affairs, they realized that accompanying Li Rue could grant them the opportunity to indulge in the luxuries of this hotel. As Li Rue accepted the golden card, Li Rue turned to smile at the hotel manager before striding towards the entrance. The others followed suit, trailing behind him, while Lu Sheng and his companions remained huddled in a corner, their expressions a mix of confusion and trepidation. At that moment, both Lu Sheng and Zhou Yang comprehended the truth. The man they believed to be Li Rue's benefactor was, in fact, her brother. Furthermore, the stature of Li Rue's brother was evidently formidable, as evidenced by the deference shown by their parents, who treated him with a respect akin to that of a subordinate. As Li Rue and his companions exited the hotel, a thunderous call echoed in their ears. Black Tiger. Upon glancing up, they were met with the sight of hundreds of men clad in black. Li Rue and her friends, startled by the sudden outcry, instinctively shuddered and drew closer to Li Rue in fear. Noticing Li Rutinizanchiti, Li Ruiz bro furubas legally. What is all this ruckus? It's late at night, disturbing the neighbor's slumber. Some of us have work tomorrow. Do you not possess any sense of civic duty? Black Tiger, ever attentive to Li Rue's demeanor, immediately sensed his displeasure and reprimanded his subordinates sternly. The men, bewildered by Black Tiger's scolding, exchanged glances, wondering among themselves if this was not the very spectacle they had been instructed to create. Why are you still standing here? Step aside and do not obstruct Chairman Li, they thought. Following this command, the throng of black-clad men promptly parted to clear a path. It's all right, don't be afraid. Let us go. Li Rue reassured Li Rue before moving forward. Black Tiger, observing the situation, followed closely behind him. Li Rue, standing just behind Li Rue, watched as Black Tiger chastised the man, akin to a father scolding his sons, while Black Tiger himself appeared as fearful of his cousin as a child. The initial look of fear on her face transformed into one of pride. Come on, let us go, she called out to the still-stunned Ai Xiaodong and Chu Yi with a smile. Xiaoru, what exactly does your brother do? My goodness, why is such a powerful figure so afraid of him? Ai Xiaotong, jolted from a reverie by Li Rue's voice, grasped her arm and whispered, Indeed, Xiaoru, your brother is remarkable. You should have brought him along sooner to support you. This matter would have been resolved already. If I had a brother like that, I would strut through school with confidence, Chu Yi remarked enviously. Haha, let us hurry. My brother is about to get in the car, Li Rue chuckled, evading her friend's inquiries as she urged them onward. Hello, here is Black Tiger's business card. Should you need assistance in the future, feel free to call him. A polite male voice called out from behind as Li Rue and her friends took a few steps forward. Soon, a lean man with a sycophantic expression approached, presenting a business card to me. This individual had been closely following the bald man, known as Black Tiger, and I naturally understood that he was one of Black Tiger's subordinates. It was evident that he offered the card to curry favor with my cousin. Just as I was about to decline, I suddenly recalled that this Black Tiger seemed to have a rather familiar relationship with my cousin. It would be rather impolite to refuse. I thought that merely accepting the card without making a call would not bear any consequences. So I ultimately reached out and took it. Xiaoru, I'll have Li take you back to school. I'll head home first and visit you at school tomorrow, Li Rue said to me as the three girls walked to the car. All right, brother, I replied sweetly with a smile. In a luxurious villa in Yang City, a middle-aged woman clad in silk pajamas anxiously questioned Meng Xielong, who had been silent for several minutes after hanging up the phone. Meng Xielong, speak to me. What's going on? Is my son in trouble? If you don't talk, I'll report this to the authorities. Seeing that Meng Xielong remained unresponsive, the woman, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, What good will reporting do? How could someone like the underground emperor of Xing City, who commands respect from Chairman Li, fear your report? This is all your fault. You spoiled our son. It's no longer just a matter of your son being in trouble. Our entire family could be doomed. With that, Meng Xielong slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet as he shouted angrily at the woman. Chapter 346, Everyone is astonished you. You shouted at me? The middle-aged woman gazed incredulously at Meng Xielong and demanded, What is the matter with you yelling at me? Your son has been utterly wasted because of you. In a fit of rage, Meng Xielong abruptly rose from the sofa, glaring at the woman as he shouted back. Meng Xielong, You incompetent fool. Your son is being bullied, and yet you can do nothing but vent your frustrations on your wife. Are you even a man? The middle-aged woman, fuming with anger, pointed a finger at Meng Xiaolong's nose, hurling insults. Not a man? Am I not a man? Slap. Slap. Am I not a man? Slap. As he seethed with rage, Meng Xiaolong delivered a series of sharp slaps to the woman's face. No more. Please stop. Meanwhile, Xiao Ru was in disbelief. Today feels like a dream. Oh my, I truly envy you for having such a brother. How I wish I had a brother like that. As Li Ru and the other two girls exited the car, carrying bags filled with food, AI Xiaodong, filled with admiration, turned to Li Ru. Xiao Ru, we are good friends, and you know I have a penchant for delicious food. Next time you visit the Deep Sea Fish Harbor Hotel, you must invite me. With just 200 yuan, I can enjoy a feast worth 2,000. If I save a little each month, I could dine there splendidly. This has always been my ultimate dream. Just imagine if it could come true, how blissful that would be. Now, whether this dream can be realized depends on you. Xiao Ru. As soon as AI Xiaotong finished speaking, Yu Qiyu eagerly chimed in. Xiaotong, your wish for such a brother cannot be fulfilled by me. But as for you, Qiyu, your desire is certainly manageable. Just let me know whenever you wish to go. Li Ru smiled at her two friends. Yay, Xiao Ru for the win. Yu Qiyu, like a playful puppy, excitedly leaned against Li Ru, nuzzling her shoulder. All right, with so many bags, aren't you tired? Let's hurry back to the dormitory. Seeing her friend in such high spirits, Li Ru lifted the plastic bags and suggested to Yu Qiyu. Yes, let's hurry back. My arms are sore. Yu Qiyu finally noticed the slight ache in her arm, prompted by Li Ru's reminder. Li Ru nodded and began walking forward. I'm back, Yu Qiyu exclaimed, nudging open the slightly ajar dormitory door. As the door swung open, she joyfully called out, Yu Qiyu, AI, shout on Li Ru. Where have you been? We couldn't find you after class. A girl, seated at her desk with glasses perched on her nose, seemingly engrossed in her studies, looked up curiously at the sound. Adjusting her glasses, she inquired, Xiao Huang, you are quite diligent. It's Friday, and you're not out having fun? Yu Qiyu replied cheerfully, her expression brimming with joy. Diligence can indeed compensate for lack of talent, and the foolish bird takes flight early. With the example of Li Ru, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Who is so dedicated? How can I justify indulging in leisure? A girl named Xiao Huang sighed, expressing her resignation. Didn't Xiao Ru just go out to have fun today? The bespectacled girl remarked, involuntarily shifting her gaze to Li Ru, who was standing behind Yu Qiyu. His classmate and roommate, though not particularly close, was somewhat familiar to her. Since Li Ru enrolled in this school, she had scarcely stepped outside the campus, and the reasons for this were well known. Hence, the revelation that Li Ru had ventured out surprised and intrigued her. Had those three wealthy suitors finally given up their pursuit of her? Carrot, Yang, it's time to eat, Yu Qiyu announced as she placed the plastic bag she was carrying on the desk beside her. She then called out to the two girls lounging on their beds, seemingly asleep. Yu Qiyu, when did you come back? One of the girls, awakened by the call, rubbed her eyes and, upon recognizing the visitor, inquired. I just returned. Hurry down. Look at the delicious treats we brought for you. Yu Qiyu exclaimed, pointing to the plastic bag on the desk, as though presenting treasures. Food? Did you just dine out? The other girl responded. We just finished our meal not long ago, so we're not hungry right now. Not hungry? Wait until you see this dish, giant abalone, and this blue lobster coconut crab. Yu Qiyu said as she opened the plastic bag and began to unveil the takeout boxes, placing them on the desk while introducing each item. What? Where did you eat? The girl who had just claimed she was hungry suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment, straightening up on her bed in disbelief as she listened to Yu Qiyu's list of names. With all this seafood, where else could it be? The Deep Sea Fishing Port Grand Hotel. At that moment, AI Xiaotong, having set down the takeout boxes, retorted almost boastfully. Wow, you actually went to the Deep Sea Fishing Port Grand Hotel? Goodness, how much did that cost? Did someone win the lottery? Today it was Xiao Ru's cousin treating us. The meal totaled 48,000. Li Ru's cousin treated you? 48,000. The two girls on the bed sprang up, staring incredulously at Li Ru. To spend 48,000 on a single meal, what kind of person possesses such spending power? Especially considering that this person was Li Ru's cousin, who was usually more frugal than anyone else. How could they not be astonished? Li Ru, you went to the Deep Sea Fishing Port Grand Hotel today? Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao often go there too. Weren't you afraid of running into them? The bespectacled girl, now standing at her desk, approached Li Ru with curiosity. Though she had her suspicions, she dared not confirm them, as they seemed far too incredible. With my brother around, I fear nothing, Li Ru replied, her eyes narrowing with a blissful expression. Your brother? Who is he? Isn't he afraid of Lu Sheng and the others? He. You all have no idea how today Xiao Ru's brother dealt with Lu Sheng and his two companions. It's a pity you didn't witness it. It was quite satisfying, I assure you. Yu Chiyue excitedly recounted the events that transpired this evening at the Tian Tian Fishing Port Hotel. Oh my goodness. Lu Sheng and his friends had their parents call for assistance, bringing along over 100 subordinates, and even had the audacity to apologize to Xiao Ru's brother. The owner of the deep-sea fishing port hotel presented Xiao Ru's brother with a gold card at a discounted rate. Xiao Ru, is your brother a figure of influence? Just as Yu Chiyue paused her narration, a female student gasped, her eyes wide, cautiously inquiring of Xiao Ru. Not all. My brother runs a company. Xiao Ru replied proudly. He runs a company? What kind of company is it? What is it called? Tungfei Group. Xiao Ru opened her mouth slightly, speaking with a hint of pride. Chapter 347. What a grand background. Tungfei Group? In the dormitory, apart from Li Ru, the other girls gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide open as they exclaimed in unison. Even Yu Chiyue and AI Xiaotong displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. They had previously heard the lobby manager refer to Li Ru's cousin as Chairman Li, but they were unaware of the nature of his enterprise. Upon hearing the name Tongfei Group, they instantly recalled their earlier discussions about this very company in their dormitory. They had once mused that securing a position in such a promising conglomerate after graduation would be an extraordinary opportunity. To their utter amazement, this seemingly boundless potential company was, in fact, run by Li Ru's cousin, akin to witnessing a celestial being in broad daylight. Li Ru, is your brother truly the owner of Tungfei Group? Yu Chiyue asked, swallowing hard as she cautiously inquired. Indeed, my brother is the chairman of Tungfei Group, Li Ru replied proudly. Is your brother's name Li Rue? The bespectacled girl from earlier raised her head in astonishment after glancing at her phone screen, directing her question at Li Ru. Yes, how did you know? Li Ru asked. Intrigued. I looked it up on my phone, the girl replied, displaying the screen to the others. Oh my goodness, the chairman of Tungfei Group is indeed Li Ru's brother? This is unbelievable. Li Ru, are your legs tired? Let me give you a massage. Li Ru, are your shoulders sore? I can help relieve some tension. Upon merely glancing at the information on the phone, Yu Chiyue and AI Xiaotong donned sycophantic smiles as they addressed Li Ru. Enough. If you wish to work for my brother's company after graduation, you must rely on your own efforts. I lack the influence to secure your positions, Li Ru said, rolling her eyes as she swiftly blocked the outstretched hands of her friends, fully aware of their intentions. Although these dishes are packaged in high-end containers, they have been sitting for quite some time. If we don't eat soon, they'll go cold. Do you have any friends who would like to join us? Hurry and invite them over. Noticing the forlorn expressions on the faces of Yu Chiyue and AI Xiaotong, Li Ru attempted to shift the topic. Upon hearing this, the girls momentarily set aside their astonishment regarding Li Ru's brother and each took out their phones to contact their close friends. An hour later, a dozen girls emerged from the dormitory. Their expressions varied. 2 hours later, the discussions about Li Ru on the school forum had significantly diminished. In the class group chat, the few girls who had previously been teasing Li Ru had also fallen silent. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Rue took Li Yi and 3 others to Li Ru's school, parking in a lot across the street before walking into the school. Brother, Li Ru called out, waving her hand towards Li Rue. Have you had breakfast? Li Rue smiled as he inquired of Li Ru, who was jogging toward him. After finishing her meal, Li Ru narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a smile as radiant as the sun. Well, hello. Li Rue greeted Li Ru with a nod, then turned to her 2 companions, Yu Chiyue and AI Xiaotong, who were following closely behind her. Why you? Hello, they stammered nervously. Although this was not their first encounter, they had only perceived Li Rue as a somewhat wealthy individual the day before. However, after discovering his true identity last night, they realized he was far more than just affluent, which made their second meeting with him even more daunting than the first. Brother, I arranged with Director Wu last night to meet with the parents of Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao today at 9 o'clock. We have 15 minutes left. Should we head over now? Li Ru suggested. All right, lead the way, Li Rue replied with a nod. Li Ru responded, leading her 2 friends ahead. After 5 or 6 minutes, Li Rue guided Li Rue into a teaching building. Director Wu, Li Ru mentioned to you last night that her cousin would be coming to school today to meet with the parents of Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao. In a spacious conference room, Teacher Lu, panting heavily, inquired of Director Wu. Teacher Lu, please don't rush. Have a sip of water, Director Wu said, picking up a bottle of mineral water from the conference table and offering it to Teacher Lu. How can I think about drinking water? Li Ru's brother is about to meet with the parents of Lu Sheng and the others, and they are not to be trifled with. Teacher Lu exclaimed, pushing the water bottle aside with a look of urgency. Teacher Lu, the situation may not be as you imagine, Director Wu said, calmly drinking a sip of water before continuing. Not as I imagine? Director Wu, what do you mean by that? Teacher Lu asked, furrowing her brow in confusion. The parents of Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao live several hundred kilometers away. Do you really think Li Ru could have them come to the school to meet her brother? Director Wu asked with a subtle smile. Oh no, I suppose not. Teacher Lu initially hesitated, then replied affirmatively. Under normal circumstances, they indeed wouldn't come. Yet they have all arrived. Not only have they come, but they arrived quite early. In fact, they called me last night, Director Wu said with a smile directed at Teacher Lu. What? They all came? How is that possible? Several hundred kilometers, and they truly all made the trip? Teacher Lu asked incredulously. After Li Ru spoke to me, I hadn't even called them. Yet they reached out to inform me they were coming to the school. They arrived at 7 o'clock this morning and are currently waiting in the next room. They have been here for 2 hours already, Director Wu said, gesturing towards the wall on his right. Upon hearing Director Wu's words, Teacher Lu's eyes widened. Her expression one of utter disbelief. Are you shocked? You have not witnessed the humility displayed today by the parents of Lu Sheng, Zhou Yang, and Meng Jinghao. Their previous arrogance has vanished entirely, remarked Director Wu with a cold smile. Director Wu, what could be the reason for this? Inquired Teacher Lu. Li Ru, the student, likely possesses significant connections. Her cousin's influence may surpass our imagination. The parents of Lu Sheng and his companions appear to be intimidated. Exclaimed Teacher Lu, astonished. Is Li Ru's cousin truly that influential? Teacher Lu, Li Ru mentioned that her cousin is involved in the new energy sector. Are you aware of the recently emerged colossal conglomerate in Longhua, which is also engaged in the new energy industry? Director Wu asked enigmatically. I am not aware, Teacher Lu replied, shaking her head. Have you heard of the Tengfei Group? It is a corporation valued at over $1 trillion. A supergroup with immense potential. It is highly probable that Li Ru's cousin is none other than Li Rue, the chairman of Tengfei Group, Director Wu revealed, having almost confirmed his suspicions upon seeing Teacher Lu's bewilderment. Ah, exclaimed Teacher Lu, her mind echoing with the words trillion-dollar conglomerate, trillion-dollar conglomerate. Chapter 348. The Gathering of People. Director Wu, this is Li Ru. My brother has arrived. May we enter? Just then, within the confines of the meeting room, Director Wu and Teacher Lu were startled by a knock on the wooden door, followed by Li Ru's melodious voice calling out. Please come in, Director Wu exclaimed, rising to his feet and striding toward the entrance of the meeting room. Teacher Lu, momentarily jolted back to reality by Li Ru's voice, also reacted. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to glance at the door. She was eager to see what kind of person Li Ru's cousin, the owner of the Yuan Group, truly was. With Director Wu's approval, Li Ru pushed open the wooden door of the office, instructing Li Yi and the others to wait by the entrance while Li Rue followed closely behind her into the office. Li Ru, is this your cousin? Upon entering the office, Director Wu caught his first glimpse of Li Rue, and, in an instant, his pupils constricted, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he turned to Li Ru and inquired. The previous night, in order to confirm his suspicions, he had conducted an online search regarding the identity and background of the chairman of the Tengfei Group. He discovered that the chairman was named Li Rue, hailing from Chuxin County, and this year's top scorer in the art stream of the Xiangnan Province College entrance examination. Li Ru also originated from Chuxin County. Thus, he had already established a 99% certainty regarding his assumptions. The moment he laid eyes on Li Rue, the image of the chairman he had found online instantly merged with the young man before him, leading even the most prepared of individuals to be taken aback. This was a person capable of earning hundreds of billions a year. Yes, Director Wu, this is my cousin, Li Rue, Li Ru said, gesturing towards him. Teacher Lu, you are here too? After introducing her cousin to Director Wu, Li Ru finally noticed Teacher Lu standing behind him and instinctively asked, before offering her greetings. Well, I heard your cousin was coming to meet the parents of Lu Sheng and the others. I came to ensure you wouldn't be taken advantage of, Teacher Lu replied. Though her gaze remained fixed on Li Rue, intrigued. Is this young man truly the owner of $1 trillion group? He seems far too young. Teacher Lu pondered silently. Teacher Lu, you are so kind, Li Ru exclaimed, dashing forward to wrap her arms around one of Teacher Lu's, resting her cheek on her shoulder with a look of gratitude. You are a remarkable student, destined to become a pillar of the nation. I do not wish to see Lu Sheng and his ilk ruin you, Teacher Lu said, redirecting her attention from Li Rue to gently pat Li Ru's small hand. Rest assured, Teacher Lu, with my brother here, those ruffians cannot bully me, Li Ru replied confidently, looking up at Li Rue. Hearing Li Ru's self-assured words, Teacher Lu nodded, once again shifting her gaze back to Li Rue. As the conversation between Bailey Ru and Teacher Lu concluded, Li Rue stepped forward with a smile, extending his hand toward Director Wu. Hello, I am Li Rue, the cousin of Li Ru. Greetings, I am Wu Yinfeng. It is a pleasure to meet you, Director Wu replied, momentarily taken aback by the handshake, before hastily reciprocating while introducing himself. Hello, Teacher Lu. After concluding his handshake with Director Wu, Li Rue approached Teacher Lu and extended his hand to greet her. Teacher Lu, somewhat stunned, extended her hand in return. Director Wu, as one of the teachers responsible for student discipline, how do you believe we should address the situation regarding my cousin, who has been bullied and threatened at school? Upon finishing his handshake with Teacher Lu, Li Rue turned back to Director Wu, his expression serious. Although he understood the school's challenges in managing wealthy students, he could not suppress his anger at their inaction. Faced with Li Rue's sudden inquiry, Director Wu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Everyone was acutely aware that, despite the lack of substantial misconduct from students like Lu Sheng, Zhou Liang, and Meng Jinghao, even the director of student discipline had limited means to intervene. However, this reality could not be openly acknowledged. One could not state that the wealth of these students, or their parents' connections to certain officials, prevented them from being treated as ordinary students. Although this was the truth, it was a sentiment that could not be articulated. Thus, Director Wu found himself momentarily speechless in the presence of this intimidating young man. Director Wu, I greatly appreciate your assistance in helping Li Ru previously. I understand the difficulties you face, which is why I have come personally to address this matter. Have the parents of those involved arrived? Seeing Director Wu at a loss for words, Li Rue recognized that he could not place blame on him. Moreover, he knew that Director Wu was protective of Li Ru, so he softened his serious demeanor and inquired calmly. They have arrived. They're in the conference room next door. Should I call them now? Director Wu, relieved that Li Rue was no longer pressing him regarding the school's inaction, responded quickly. Please have them come in. Very well. I will call them now, Director Wu said, taking out his phone to make the call. Meanwhile, Li Ru observed her two friends who had accompanied her standing curiously at the door, glancing into the conference room. Noticing Director Wu on the phone, and that Li Rue's attention was elsewhere, Li Ru discreetly waved her hand toward the door. Ai Xiaotong and Yu Qiuyue, upon seeing this, quickly trotted inside. Noticing the subtle movements of the young ladies, Li Rue merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his attention, promptly pulling a chair from beneath the conference table and settling himself down. I have summoned them, Director Wu whispered as he set aside his phone and approached Li Rue. At that moment, even Director Wu was unaware that his voice had unconsciously softened in the presence of Li Rue. Thank you for your trouble, Director Wu. Li Rue responded courteously. It's no trouble at all. It is my duty. Here, have some water, he said, handing Li Rue a bottle of mineral water from the table. Thank you, Li Rue replied as he accepted it gratefully. Director Wu called me. The brother of that female student has arrived. What shall we do next? Meng Xielong inquired, glancing at the two men and two women opposite him, all appearing to be in their 40s or 50s, their brows furrowed in concern. Chapter 349. Discussing strategies, what can we do? What else is there to do? We must apologize where necessary. The identity and background of that individual are undoubtedly formidable, beyond our capacity to confront. A corpulent, balding middle-aged man, after taking a deep drag from a cigarette, remarked with a furrowed brow. The Black Tiger himself fears this person, and we certainly cannot provoke him. Alas. It seems we are in for a turbulent time, likely facing substantial losses. In stark contrast to the portly man, a lean figure lamented with visible distress. That individual called me yesterday, stating that if we provide him with 10 billion, he would let bygones be bygones. 10 billion in cash. If we were to extract 10 billion, our company's cash flow would be irrevocably disrupted, and we might not be able to operate at all. Meng Xielong declared, his fists clenched tightly, delivering a forceful blow on the conference table before him. What? 10 billion? The two men and four women across the table, including the middle-aged woman beside Meng Xielong, whose cheeks were noticeably swollen, exclaimed in unison. It is no surprise they appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Although each of their companies boasted a market valuation of 50 to 60 billion, valuation remains merely a reference and does not equate to actual liquidity. In truth, they were acutely aware of their financial realities. Producing 10 billion in cash would nearly cripple their cash flow, necessitating the liquidation of assets to even come close. Why are you screaming? Do you think 10 billion is a trivial sum? Whether the underground emperor of Xing City would even consider such an amount remains debatable. Meng Xiaolong, growing increasingly agitated by their outbursts, directed a scolding toward the swollen-cheeked woman beside him. His words, while ostensibly aimed at his wife, were intentionally crafted for the ears of Zhou Shan and Lu Mingxu, seated across from him. He understood that the three of them were now intertwined in a singular predicament. Unity of thought was essential to navigate this crisis effectively. Thus, he subtly endeavored to persuade the other two. Upon hearing Meng Xiaolong's exclamation of 10 billion, Lu Mingxu and Zhou Shan were momentarily taken aback. After a heartbeat, they grasped the intent behind Meng Xiaolong's reprimand toward his wife, their seasoned acumen in business allowing them to connect the dots. Perhaps, as Meng Xiaolong suggested, if the opposing party were indeed as intimidating as they seemed, they might not regard this 10 billion as a significant sum. Therefore, the issue transcended merely whether they could muster 10 billion. Meng Xiaolong, we are all in this together, like grasshoppers on the same string. If this matter remains unresolved, we may find ourselves in dire straits. If you have any viable solutions, please share them candidly, urged the stout Lu Mingxu, now fully grasping the crux of the situation and Meng Xiaolong's underlying intentions. Indeed, Meng Xiaolong, we find ourselves in this predicament due to the child. We are all in the same boat now. If you have any viable solutions, please share them directly. Once we reach an agreement, let us hasten to resolve this before we provoke that lean individual, Zhou Shan, who appeared somewhat anxious. Very well, I have been awaiting your input. Regrettably, I do not possess any particularly effective strategies at the moment. We shall have to observe the situation before making a decision. However, I do have a suggestion. I will negotiate with that person as a representative, and you need only nod in agreement. As for the specific compensation amount, we can ascertain that after assessing his background. What do you think? Agreed. Zhou Shan and Lu Mingxu exchanged glances and nodded in affirmation. I have one more question. What is the maximum amount of cash you can gather at this moment? Upon receiving their agreement, Meng Xiaolong inquired again. The cash I can mobilize immediately amounts to a maximum of 800 million, Lu Mingxu replied with a pained expression. He understood that this sum would likely soon no longer belong to him, a fortune amassed over the greater part of his life. How could he not feel sorrow? I can manage approximately 900 million as well. Zhou Shan sighed deeply before continuing. I too can provide up to 900 million. Any more would completely disrupt the company's cash flow. Thus, we can collectively assemble 2,600 million. 2,600 million? Meng Xiaolong, do you truly intend to hand over all that money to him? Lu Mingxu asked with a grimace on his round face. I am uncertain. Meng Xiaolong paused momentarily before continuing. You must understand that while we possess wealth that ordinary individuals might earn over their lifetimes, in the eyes of those truly powerful figures, we are merely robust grasshoppers, easily extinguished. As long as we can navigate through this crisis, we still have our company and the potential for resurgence. Therefore, let us not be overly attached to this money. If it can resolve this matter, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. You are right. They both sighed deeply in unison after hearing his words. Let us proceed. We have already squandered too much time. Meng Xiaolong declared as he rose to his feet and made his way toward the door. The others followed suit, standing and moving toward the exit. What are you still doing there? Come with me. If we cannot earn that person's forgiveness, I shall take drastic measures against you. You troublesome brat. Meng Xiaolong turned back toward Meng Jinghao, who was kneeling in the corner, and scolded fiercely. With a bruised face, Meng Jinghao hurriedly stood up and approached Meng Xiaolong. His head bowed. Lu Shang, you two rise. Had I known you would cause such havoc, I should have dealt with you years ago. Lu Mingxu similarly turned to his kneeling son, his corpulent body trembling with agitation. Son, get up and join me. Once we weather this storm, I shall ensure you receive a proper education. I have been too lenient with you over the years, Zhou Shan admonished, gazing at Zhou Liang, who was kneeling with his head down. Director Wu, may I enter? Sitting in a chair with his back to the conference room door, Li Rue heard the call. His fingers, which had been rhythmically drumming on the table, instinctively ceased their motion. Come in, Director Wu replied, glancing towards the entrance of the conference room. Upon recognizing that the visitors were the parents of Lu Sheng and his companions, he instinctively looked down at Li Rue, who wore an expressionless face. Only then did Director Wu speak. Receiving a nod from Director Wu, Meng Xiaolong and the others cautiously entered the conference room one by one. Their wariness stemmed from the fact that they had just exited another meeting room, where they had encountered four robust men, towering at nearly 2 meters tall. Stationed at the entrance of the room they intended to enter. They understood that these individuals were likely subordinates of a certain influential figure, thus reinforcing their initial suspicions regarding that person's formidable identity. You finally arrived. I am eager to see if you possess the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of raising a child bold enough to threaten my Li family. Li Rui scoffed, rising to his feet without turning back. Chapter 350. A humble request for forgiveness. Are you the brother of Li Ru? Meng Xiaolong inquired, feigning ignorance. We have come today specifically to extend our apologies to Li Ru and yourself. We are prepared to offer compensation to Li Ru, and we sincerely hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. Seeing that Li Rui remained unresponsive, Meng Xiaolong lowered his head and continued. I humbly plead for your understanding. The group behind Meng Xiaolong followed suit, bowing deeply towards Li Rui's back. Hearing the commotion, Li Rui slowly turned to assess Meng Xiaolong and his companions. Meng Xiaolong? He queried, his tone devoid of emotion. Yes, indeed, that is I, Meng Xiaolong replied. Apologies? Compensation? If I recall correctly, I mentioned that providing 10 billion would absolve you of any wrongdoing. Do you remember how you dismissed my sister's worth, asserting she was not worth that sum? And now you wish to compensate? How do you intend to do so? Li Rui's voice remained calm as he spoke. Smack! A sudden sound echoed as Meng Xiaolong struck his own face, exclaiming, Forgive me for my imprudent words. I am willing to offer 500 million dragon currency as compensation for Li Ru. This unexpected, self-inflicted blow and the mention of such a substantial amount caused Director Wu, Teacher Liu, and the others in the conference room to raise their eyebrows in astonishment. The naive students, Yu Qiuyue and Ai Xiaotong, gasped in disbelief, their wide eyes quickly covering their mouths in shock. 500 million? Such a grand gesture. However, the Li family does not lack for such funds. I merely seek justice for my sister. We are not a family to be trifled with. Li Rui scoffed, his demeanor resolute as his gaze shifted to Meng Xiaolong's companions, who stood silently with their heads bowed. Feeling the weight of Li Rui's confidence, Meng Xiaolong's heart sank, realizing that this matter would not be easily resolved. Meng Jinghao lifted his head, eager to speak further, but as he opened his mouth, he noticed Li Rui's gaze directed behind him. Instinctively turning to look, he immediately understood Li Rui's intention. Get over here and kneel. Meng Xiaolong commanded Meng Jinghao sharply. Dad, Meng Jinghao stammered, trembling with shock at his father's unexpected ferocity. He had never witnessed such anger before. Do not call me Dad. I am not your father. Come here. Meng Xiaolong scolded in a furious tone, stepping forward to grasp Meng Jinghao's arm and dragging him closer to Li Rui. Kneel, he ordered, pointing to the ground. Dad. Meng Jinghao's voice quivered, desperate to articulate his thoughts, but the fierce glare from Meng Xiaolong silenced him, forcing the words back down his throat. Under his father's wrathful gaze, Meng Jinghao knelt before Li Rui. Mr. Li, it is my failure in parenting that has led my son to kneel here, ready to face any punishment you deem fit. Meng Xiaolong, suppressing his anger, shifted his expression to one of feigned kindness as he addressed Li Rui. You two should kneel. Lu Mingshu shot a fierce glare at Lu Shang before speaking. Zhou Shan simultaneously cast a menacing look at Zhou Liang. Observing this, Lu Shang and Zhou Liang hurriedly lowered their heads and scurried to kneel beside Meng Jinghao, bowing before Li Rui. With an air of indifference, Li Rui, hands in his pockets, regarded Meng Xiaolong with a faint smile, choosing silence. This was a university, and Meng Xiaolong was aware that he could not harm his son here, which emboldened him to utter such threats. As he finished speaking, noticing Li Rui's prolonged silence, he realized that Li Rui had seen through his petty intentions. Unfazed by the awkwardness, he furrowed his brow, clenched his teeth, and reiterated, I can offer 600 million as compensation for classmate Li Ru. Li Rui remained unresponsive. Just as Meng Xiaolong was about to speak again, Li Rui abruptly produced a business card from his pocket and tossed it to Meng Xiaolong. I have no desire for further discourse. If you believe you, Meng Xiaolong, can contend with me, then by all means try. Hastily catching the card, Meng Xiaolong steadied himself, and upon closer inspection, his mouth fell agape, and his pupils constricted. Zhou Shan and Lu Mingshu, who had been observing the exchange, quickly gathered around to examine the card in Meng Xiaolong's hand. After a brief moment of mutual recognition, the three of them approached their respective sons. Slap! Slap! What followed was a flurry of blows directed at their sons' faces. Tungfei Group, a name well known in the business realm, raking in hundreds of billions annually, was beyond the reach of men who had labored for decades, yet could scarcely amass 10 billion in cash. The realization of having provoked such a colossal entity filled them not with thoughts of how to save their sons, but rather how to secure their own safety and that of their companies. Father, please stop. Mother, help. It hurts. It's unbearable. Slap, slap. 2 minutes later, Lu Sheng, Meng Jinghao, and Zhou Liang lay sprawled on the ground. Their already bruised faces now swollen further, each bearing an array of red handprints, with crimson streaks of blood at the corners of their mouths. Enough. 10 billion. 10 billion each as compensation, and we shall consider this matter settled. Amidst the anguished cries reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, Li Rue casually cleared his ear with his pinky. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaolong, Zhou Shan, and Lu Mingshu immediately halted their raised arms and stood, exchanging glances once more. Chairman Li, a sum of 10 billion for each of us is excessively burdensome. We simply cannot produce such a vast amount of cash at once. The three of us can manage to gather 6 billion in cash to compensate for Li Rue's loss. We earnestly implore you, Chairman Li, to show mercy and grant us leniency. Meng Xiaolong articulated with a tone of desperation. Not a single cent less. Today, we can initially provide 6 billion. As for the remaining 400 million, I shall grant you 3 days to settle it. Do not attempt to negotiate further. I am not in the business of selling cabbages. This amount need not be compensated. Chairman Li responded firmly. Chairman Li, may we discuss this matter briefly? Realizing that there was no room for further negotiation regarding the compensation amount, Meng Xiaolong cast a glance at Lu Mingshu and Zhou Shan beside him. With a determined expression, he pointed at Lu Mingshu as he spoke to Zhou Shan. Very well, Li Rue nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaolong and the others nodded in agreement and promptly exited the conference room. The trio hastily made their way to the adjacent meeting room, closing the wooden door behind them. Is it truly the chairman of the Tungfei Group? If it is him, what should we do? What course of action should we take? As soon as he entered, Lu Mingshu appeared lost in thought, murmuring to himself. Chapter 351. Li Rue Scholarship Foundation. Alas, we have been excessively indulgent towards our son. In the past, whenever he made mistakes, we simply resolved them with money. Now we find ourselves in the same predicament, albeit this time, the negotiations are not in our favor. After a deep sigh, Zhou Shan expressed his frustration, stating, we still need an additional 400 million. Do you have any solutions? Upon entering the room, Meng Xiaolong furrowed his brow. Once Lu Mingshu and Zhou Shan finished speaking, he turned to them and said, don't look at me. I've already mentioned that I can only muster 800 million in cash at most. Any more is beyond my means. I share the same sentiment. Anything beyond 900 million is beyond my capabilities as well. We could consider mortgaging the company, seeking a bank loan, or selling off some assets. But the funds must be gathered within 3 days, Lu Mingshu replied, hands raised in resignation. Hearing their responses, Meng Xiaolong lowered his head in contemplation before stating, what? Mortgaging the company? Selling assets? Meng Xiaolong, 3 days is hardly sufficient time for bank approval on mortgage. If we resort to selling assets, we would have to accept a significant loss to complete the transactions in such a short time frame. Are you truly willing to do that? Lu Mingshu exclaimed, his face reflecting the pain of such a decision. Do you possess a more viable solution? Meng Xiaolong retorted with a cold smile. I. If not, then, are you suggesting that we forego compensation? That is the chairman of Tungfei Group we are discussing. Their company's super batteries and supercharging stations are already bestsellers nationwide. Numerous companies, both domestic and international, are waiting with cash in hand at Tungfei Group's doorstep, eager to purchase their products, yet they cannot secure any orders. Surely, you are aware of the many who wish to curry favor with Tungfei Group? The moment news spreads that we have offended the chairman of Tungfei Group, countless companies will conspire against us. Before long, our company will find itself in dire straits, facing bankruptcy. Moreover, have you considered why the Black Tiger fears Li Rue so profoundly? Is it merely because Li Rue is wealthy? It is likely far more complex than that. Just as Lu Mingshu began to elaborate, Meng Xiaolong interrupted him, unleashing a torrent of words. If you seek self-destruction, then make your own decision. Let's each tend to our own affairs. Seeing the grim expressions on the faces of the two men opposite him, Meng Xiaolong felt no desire to elaborate further. With a disdainful snort, he opened the conference room door and strode out. Zhou Shan and Lu Mingshu exchanged glances before hastening to follow him. In truth, even without Meng Xiaolong's admonitions, the seasoned businessman Lu Mingshu understood the dire consequences of offending a formidable giant like Tongfei Group. However, the sum of 1 billion was simply beyond his capacity to bear, prompting him to voice such imprudent remarks. Chairman Li, I kindly ask you to provide me with a card number. Today, I will transfer 900 million long Guo currency to that account. The remaining 100 million will be deposited within 3 days. Reassuredly returning to his seat, Li Rui closed his eyes to rest, only to open them upon hearing Meng Xiaolong's words behind him. Xiaoru, please hand your card. Li Rui smiled at Li Ru, who stood beside him. Brother, you want to use my card? Li Ru exclaimed, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief as she pointed to herself. Is this truly for me? This is a sum of 1 billion. This money is compensation for you, so it will indeed be transferred to your card. But this amount is far too great. I cannot accept it, Li Ru replied anxiously. Chairman Li, I can compensate 900 million today, and the remaining funds will be transferred within 3 days. I can ensure 800 million is available now, and the rest will also be settled within 3 days. Zhou Shan and Lu Mingshu, who entered behind Meng Xiaolong, stated sequentially. Now it amounts to 3 billion. It's perfectly fine. Just give in your card. After a moment's hesitation, Li Ru acquiesced to Li Rui's insistence. Here you go, she said, retrieving a delicate wallet from her pocket and extracting a bank card, extending it towards Meng Xiaolong. Thank you. Meng Xiaolong replied gratefully, swiftly bending down to accept the card with both hands. A minute later, he passed the bank card to Zhou Shan, who in turn gave it to Lu Mingshu a minute later. As the notifications of the successive deposits arrived, Li Ru covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide. Standing behind her, Yu Yue and AI Xiaodong mirrored her reaction, equally shocked. Chairman Li, I sincerely apologize. I will strictly discipline my son from now on and ensure he never engages in wrongdoing again. Is there anything else you wish to instruct? Meng Xiaolong, returning the bank card from Lu Mingshu to Li Ru, addressed Li Rui with lowered eyes. Hearing this, Li Rui stood once more and turned to look at Meng Jinghao and his companions sprawled on the floor. How you choose to discipline your son is your own affair. However, I have a suggestion. Please go ahead, Chairman Li. They are no longer suited to study at this school. Perhaps it would be prudent to transfer them to another institution? Li Rui suggested with a gentle smile. Chairman Li, you are right. My son is indeed not cut out for academia. I will follow your advice and arrange for a transfer. Meng Xiaolong responded after a moment's contemplation. We feel the same. Zhou Shan and Lu Mingshu chimed in unison as Li Rui glanced in their direction. Well then, take them away. Li Rui nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the trio on the ground. Yes, we shall leave at once. Meng Xiaolong replied hastily, stepping over to his son, bending down to lift Meng Jinghao, and turning toward the conference room door. The other two followed suit, escorting their sons out of the meeting room. Once Meng Xiaolong and his party had exited, Director Wu, who had been propped against the conference table, finally sank back into his chair. Brother, is this money truly meant for me? However, these funds are truly excessive. I cannot accept them. Once Meng Xiaolong and the others had departed, Li Ru finally withdrew her gaze from the notification on her phone and looked up at Li Rui, speaking urgently. Little Ru, did you not once proclaim that upon your graduation, you would strive to benefit society and aid the populace? Here lies an opportunity before you. One that does not require waiting until your graduation to fulfill your aspirations. Would you embrace it? Li Rui gently ruffled Li Ru's hair, smiling as he spoke. Brother, what do you mean? You could establish a scholarship fund with this money, creating scholarships to assist those impoverished yet diligent students. What do you think? But this money, I understand your concerns. Fear not. They lack the courage and will not have the opportunity to act. It is decided. The scholarship fund shall be named the Li Ru Scholarship Foundation. As he spoke, Li Rui playfully tousled Li Ru's hair, laughing heartily. Everyone believed that Li Rui's strength lay in the Tongfei Group. Only he knew that his true trump card was the system. Possessing this system rendered him, in a certain sense, omnipotent in the realm of reality. Thus, Li Ru's apprehension regarding Meng Xiaolong as potential retaliation was unfounded. Li Rui would ensure such events never transpired. They would not dare, and even if they did, they would find no opportunity. To threaten his cousin was a matter far beyond mere monetary solutions. Had he not acquired the system, Li Ru would have remained an ordinary peasant girl. What fate would she have faced in such circumstances? Li Rue shuddered at the thought. Contemplating that hypothetical outcome ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Only blood could quell the rage in his heart. He needed a more opportune moment to address this issue. For now, it was merely a matter of collecting interest. Chapter 352. Boundless Wealth. Director Wu, I intend to assist my sister in establishing a scholarship foundation. I will arrange for personnel to aid her, while the school will require handover. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, Li Ru nodded slowly. It was then that Li Rue lifted his gaze to meet the astonished expression of Director Wu, who was seated at the conference table. Establishing a scholarship foundation with a sum of 3 billion Dragon Country coins? Such a significant undertaking is unparalleled across the entire nation. And here it unfolds before his very eyes. Mr. Li, rest assured, your willingness to aid impoverished students alongside Li Ru is a remarkable endeavor. I shall exert every effort to facilitate the handover between the Scholarship Foundation and the school, Director Wu proclaimed, rising with palpable excitement and sincerity etched across his face. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Director Wu. Not at all. It is my duty, Director Wu responded, waving his hands dismissively in response to Li Rue's courteous remarks. After nodding once more at Director Wu, Li Rue turned his attention towards the dazed Teacher Lu, who stood in a state of shock. Teacher Lu, I have heard numerous praises from Xiao Ru regarding your generous care for her. I cannot thank you enough, Li Rue said, his smile radiating warmth. As Li Ru's counselor, it is merely my responsibility, Teacher Lu replied, her heart gradually swelling with admiration for Li Rue as she responded nervously. Nonetheless, Teacher Lu, your care for Li Ru is indisputable. I, Li Rue, am someone who understands the value of gratitude. I now present you with a choice. You may join Li Ru Scholarship Foundation, assisting my sister in managing it. I shall offer you compensation equivalent to that of Tongfei Group employees. Join the Scholarship Foundation? Teacher Lu echoed instinctively, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, you have worked at the school for many years and are well acquainted with its workings. The Scholarship Foundation requires talents, such as yourself. However, Teacher Lu hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. She harbored her own reservations. As a university counselor, her salary was quite respectable, ranging between 150,000 to 200,000 Dragon Country coins annually, inclusive of benefits. Furthermore, she enjoyed 3 to 4 additional months of vacation compared to other professions, a coveted position for many. Now, upon hearing Li Rue propose that she join a foundation that was still merely a verbal concept, she found herself unable to make a decision. According to our structure at Tongfei Group, Li Ru Scholarship Foundation is akin to a branch office, with Li Ru acting as the branch manager. Should you assist her, you would be stepping into the role of assistant to the general manager, with a salary approximating 500,000 annually, coupled with various allowances and bonuses. Your total income could range between 700,000 to 800,000. Should you possess the capability, opportunities to aspire towards the positions of deputy general manager or even general manager are within reach, Li Rue said, observing Teacher Lu's indecisiveness with an encouraging smile. Listening to the generous treatment described by Li Rue, Teacher Lu could not help but exclaim in astonishment, quickly covering her mouth with her hands when she realized it was inappropriate. After graduation, Xiaoru would no longer be involved in the management of the foundation. And at that time, someone would need to take over. Teacher Lu, if your abilities prove satisfactory by then, I believe you would be quite suitable to take charge of the Scholarship Foundation. Please take some time to consider it and respond to me by noon tomorrow. Li Rue added as he noticed Teacher Lu covering her mouth, wide-eyed and speechless in shock. What is there to consider, Lu Ping? This is an extraordinary opportunity. You must accept it. Director Wu, who had been listening to the conversation between Li Rue and Teacher Lu, hurried towards her, exclaiming anxiously, startled by Director Wu's loud voice. Teacher Lu came back to her senses. Could such a tremendous opportunity truly fall into her lap? Can I really do this? She asked Li Rue, her self-doubt evident. She was well aware that this Scholarship Foundation was no small-scale organization. It boasted a staggering fund of 3 billion. I will assign someone to assist you. You can learn at your own pace. Well, then, I will work at the Scholarship Foundation, Teacher Lu stammered, whether from nerves or excitement. She could hardly speak clearly. Upon hearing her words, Li Rue smiled and nodded in approval. He would not let anyone who offended his family go unpunished, nor would he forget those who had helped them. Congratulations, Lu Ping. You have encountered a benefactor today, Director Wu exclaimed, clapping in admiration. Thank you, Director Wu. Teacher Liu, who had already agreed to work at the Scholarship Foundation, could hardly contain her excitement, struggling to express her gratitude as she listened to Director Wu's congratulations. Mr. Li, do you think the Scholarship Foundation needs anyone else? I am capable too, Director Wu said, casting an envious glance at Teacher Liu before suddenly recommending himself to Li Rui. Huh, Director Wu, if I am not mistaken, as long as you communicate the Foundation's matters to the higher-ups, you will certainly have great prospects as an intermediary in the near future. Are you truly considering joining the Foundation? Li Rui replied with a smile. Upon hearing Li Rui's suggestion, Director Wu was momentarily stunned, but soon his eyes lit up. Indeed, as the intermediary between the Li Ru Foundation and the school, ensuring the success of this endeavor would yield significant achievements, and his prospect for promotion would undoubtedly soar like a rocket. Director Wu, I appreciate your help today. I had initially hoped to treat you and Teacher Liu to a meal, but it seems it is not yet time for dinner. I shall have to invite you both another time, Li Rui said politely, noticing that Director Wu had likely come to terms with the situation and would no longer pursue a position at the Scholarship Foundation. Very well. Next time I have the opportunity, it should be I who treats you to a meal, Mr. Li. Thank you, Director Wu responded, his expression filled with gratitude. Li Rui chuckled softly and refrained from further conversation. Xiaoru, you haven't attended classes these past few days. How about spending some time at my villa? Li Hui inquired, tilting his head towards Li Ru. Absolutely, Li Ru replied with enthusiasm. Can I bring Qiu Yue and Xiao Tong along? The excitement in Li Ru's voice was palpable, but she suddenly became aware of the envious glances from her two friends, prompting her to quickly ask Li Rui. Of course. Haven't I already mentioned that you can go out and bring friends whenever you wish? You are truly the best, brother. Li Ru beamed, her eyes narrowing into a radiant smile. Come on, Li Rui beckoned, striding toward the door. By the way, Director Wu, I heard several students claiming that my sister is being kept by someone. Just as Li Rui reached the doorway of the conference room, he abruptly halted and turned back to address Director Wu. Chapter 353. Serious action. Is there such a thing? Mr. Li, rest assured. Any student who dares to spread rumors will be dealt with severely by the school, Director Wu said with a solemn expression. From today onward, I do not wish to hear any more rumors about my sister. I have already collected evidence against those who have slandered her. What awaits them is a lawyer's letter. I understand, Mr. Li. You can be assured that I will handle this matter diligently. I will contact the principal shortly. That would be best. With that, Li Rui turned and exited the conference room. Phew, Mr. Li is quite intimidating. Teacher Liu exhaled deeply after Li Rui had left. Although he had not shown a stern face nor expressed displeasure, maintaining his usual demeanor and speaking without particular severity, she still felt an indescribable pressure bearing down on her, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Individuals of Mr. Li's stature naturally exude an aura that commands fear, which is entirely understandable. However, he is your benefactor. What is there to fear? Liu Ping, the wheels of fate have begun to turn from today. Your destiny will now hold new possibilities, Director Wu remarked, unable to suppress his envy. Though he had also gained considerable advantages from Mr. Li, and his future appeared promising, it paled in comparison to the prospect of Teacher Liu potentially becoming the helm of a multi-billion-dollar scholarship foundation. Nonetheless, he found solace in his stable and leisurely position within the school. Yes, he's my benefactor. Well then, I need to make a call to the principal. You should also attend to your resignation matters. All right, Teacher Liu replied, turning to leave the conference room. Once Liu had stepped out, Director Wu took out his phone and dialed. Principal Run, I have something to report, he said eagerly as soon as the call connected. What is it? Came a strong voice from the other end. It is regarding. Over the next few minutes, Director Wu succinctly recounted part of the events that had transpired that day, including how Liu Sheng and his companions had harassed Li Ru. Is there really such a situation? How can such students remain in our school? They are nothing but a blot on the institution, Principal Ren angrily exclaimed. Director Wu, why didn't you inform Vice Principal Yang about this? Principal Run, Vice Principal Yang is aware of the situation, Director Wu replied in a hushed tone. What? Yang Guofu knows about this? Then, Principal Ren said in surprise, before falling silent mid-sentence. His abrupt silence was due to the realization that he had deduced something. Being over 60, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. By the way, Director Wu, did you just mention that Li Ru's brother is the chairman of the Tengfei Group? What kind of company is this Tengfei Group? Handling a vice principal is not a simple task, even if he bears the title of principal himself. With the intention of setting this matter aside for the moment, He first inquired about the Tongfei group, which Director Wu had mentioned earlier. Principal Ren learned that the Tongfei group had risen to prominence in the past 6 months. Producing after 2 minutes of further elaboration from Principal Ren, Director Wu finally ceased his discourse. A $1 trillion group? A scholarship fund of 3 billion Longwu coins? Principal Ren's voice was tinged with disbelief and astonishment. Indeed, Principal Ren, how do you propose we handle this situation? Expel all 3 of them. Any students who have spread rumors, provided there is evidence, should be penalized according to the severity of their misconduct. As for Yang Guofu, I will report to the higher authorities. After hanging up on Principal Ren, Director Wu finally displayed a relieved expression. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Vice Principal Yang and could already foresee Yang's downfall. How could he not feel elated? What's going on with Wu Qing and Lu Sheng? Just as Director Wu was reveling in his thoughts, a man in his 50s entered the conference room and loudly inquired, Vice Principal Yang? Director Wu instinctively called out upon recognizing the newcomer as Yang Guofu. I am asking you a question. Are you deaf? I just encountered Lu Sheng, Zhou Liang, Meng Jinghao, and their parents downstairs. They claim they want to withdraw from school. What is going on? Yang Guofu questioned Director Wu without a trace of politeness. Vice Principal Yang, students decide to withdraw for their own reasons. How would I know? Understanding that Yang Guofu's condescending demeanor signified his impending misfortune, Director Wu, too, responded without courtesy. Wu Qing, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you not recognize my authority as the principal? Yang Guofu glared at Director Wu, reprimanding him. Principal? Yang Guofu, have you forgotten to prefix that with vice? Director Wu retorted with sarcasm. Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard today? How dare you speak to me like this? I am your superior, Yang Guofu exclaimed, pointing at Director Wu in disbelief. That may be true today, but tomorrow is uncertain. Yang Guofu, you receive over 10 million Longwu coins annually from Lu Sheng as a tribute. Such money is not easily acquired. It is time for you to repay your debts, Director Wu said with a chilling smile. You, what nonsense are you spouting? You are completely out of line. I will call Principal Ren right now to ensure that you, a scoundrel who disrespects authority, is expelled from the school. As Yang Guofu spoke, he reached for his phone to make the call. I'm sorry, but I have already spoken to Principal Ren, and I have informed him about your situation. You cannot escape this, Director Wu said disdainfully. Yang Guofu's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless by anger. Huh, do you think this will be enough to bring me down? If Yang Guofu were so easily toppled, he would not occupy his current position. Moments later, Yang Guofu regained his composure, and after a sudden cold chuckle, he spoke. I am aware that there are individuals behind you. If the person involved were of ordinary stature, perhaps they would intervene on your behalf. However, we are entangled with the chairman of the Tongfei group, and you, Yang Guofu, stand no chance. Your connections will not intervene in this matter. Prepare yourself for a lengthy imprisonment. The following noon, after indulging in a sumptuous feast at the villa of Xiangshuala, and amidst the reluctant gazes of Li Ru, Yuchu, and Ai Xiaotong, Li Rue instructed the bodyguards to drive the 3 young women back to their school. Subsequently, Li Rue took the wheel of his Viper GT, steering himself and Li Yi towards Li family village in Chunning County. In contrast to the opulence and comfort of the villa, complete with a grand swimming pool, Li Rue found greater solace in Li family village, where his beloved and kin resided. Chapter 354. The arrival of Uncle Time swiftly passed, and, after a fortnight, Li Rue returned to Lijia village in Chunning County from Xing City. Aside from a solitary visit to observe the progress of the semiconductor industrial park, he had not ventured beyond the confines of his village. In the days when Li Rue was just an ordinary individual, he often fantasized about the carefree life he would lead if he were wealthy. Yet, upon finding himself in possession of over 470 billion in cash, he discovered an unexpected disinterest in the material pleasures that money could procure. Even the extravagant supercars, once objects of fervent desire, began to lose their allure. Each day at home was spent in the tender embrace of Yunling, sharing whispers and affections, or indulging in television and live streams to pass the time. The remainder of his hours was consumed by slumber. One day, awakening at 9:30 a.m., he joined Yunling for breakfast. Just as he was preparing to ascend the stairs with her to lounge and watch television, he noticed his mother engaged in casual conversation with Aunt Ba at the entrance of their villa, her gaze fixed on the distance before she stood up. Observing his mother-esque demeanor, Li Rue surmised that a familiar, albeit infrequent, visitor had arrived at the villa. Driven by curiosity, he took Yunling's hand and strolled toward the entrance. Elder brother, sister-in-law. Before he could reach his mother, Her voice rang out toward the approaching figures. Su-mei, came a voice that resonated with familiarity, responding to Wang Su-mei. Elder brother, sister-in-law, what brings you here with so many chickens and ducks? I cannot accept them. You brought several last time. Please take them back and enjoy them yourselves, Wang Su-mei said, hastening toward a couple in their 50s, each carrying several fowl. Su-mei, these chickens and ducks are from our own farm. If we don't eat them now, they won't grow any larger. Continuing to feed them would only waste resources. And since they cost us little, I thought I'd bring a few for you to taste. One elder, with sun-kissed skin and a lean frame, approximately 60 years of age, said with a smile, lifting the birds he carried. Indeed, Su-mei, these are merely trifles. We only hope you won't turn them away, added another individual, a woman of slight stature, not exceeding 1.55 meters, who also smiled warmly at Wang Su-mei. Hearing her sister-in-law's words, Wang Su-mei found herself at a loss for how to respond. At this point, to refuse would imply disdain for the gifts offered by her brother and sister-in-law. Especially now, with her son having achieved such remarkable success, continued refusal would surely wound their pride, a scenario she wished to avoid. Yet, she was acutely aware of her brother's modest means. He had already bestowed several ducks upon her during his last visit, and now he was offering more. Mother, I would like to taste the farm-raised native chicken, interjected Li Rui, whose voice suddenly broke the tension as Wang Su-mei grappled with the decision of whether to accept the chickens and ducks from her brother. Uncle Aunt, what brings you here? As Wang Su-mei turned around, Li Rui's astonished voice echoed once more. Xiao Rui, your great-aunt and I are merely here for a visit, the frail elder stated, his demeanor somewhat unnatural. The honest farmer, when lying, inadvertently revealed a few telltale signs of discomfort, which did not escape Li Rui's keen observation. Son, do you wish to have some free-range chicken? Wang Su-mei glanced at her son, then turned her gaze towards the chickens and ducks held by her elder brother and sister-in-law, her eyes reflecting an unusual inquiry towards Li Rui. She understood that her son's words implied he was signaling his acceptance of the poultry brought by his uncle and aunt. However, she harbored her own reservations, which caused her, despite having participated in countless charitable endeavors worth millions, to hesitate over something valued at merely a few hundred yuan. Indeed, Mom, it's not just me who desires it. Your daughter-in-law wishes for it as well. Li Rui approached Wang Su-mei with a beaming smile. Very well, Wang Su-mei said, glancing at Yun Lingxian, who followed Li Rui, before nodding in agreement. Although she suspected her son was likely jesting, she thought, better safe than sorry. What if it truly is what my daughter-in-law wishes for? Thus, despite her concerns, she acquiesced. Sister-in-law, please hand me the chickens and ducks, she said, extending her hand to accept the poultry from the frail woman. With a slight frown, as if lost in thought, she turned and walked towards the villa. The wiry elder, observing this, followed closely behind her, also making his way towards Li Rui's residence. Mom, hold on. I need to speak with you, Li Rui exclaimed, grasping Wang Su-mei's arm as she passed by him. The slender elder paused momentarily, then, without lingering, called to the frail woman before continuing towards the villa. Watching his uncle and aunt enter the family home, Li Rui smiled and turned to the furrowed-browed Wang Su-mei, inquiring, Mother, are you feeling guilty about accepting your uncle's gifts? Why would you ask that? Wang Su-mei momentarily froze at his question, then, regaining her composure, curiously responded, seeing your furrowed brow, looking so burdened, it's clear you feel uneasy about accepting your uncle's generosity. Rest assured, whatever we take today, I will repay your uncle 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold in the near future. So do not feel embarrassed. It's merely a few chickens and ducks. What your uncle will gain in the future will far exceed this. After saying this, Li Rui gestured to a bodyguard standing nearby, requesting him to take the chickens and ducks from Wang Su-mei and deliver them to the kitchen at the back of the villa. He then turned back to Wang Su-mei, his expression still cheerful. Son, what do you mean by that? Wang Su-mei asked, her eyes glimmering with interest. In truth, I have long been contemplating how to provide a path for your uncle and his family. Many of my father's relatives have embarked on business ventures, and naturally, I wouldn't neglect my mother's side of the family. I previously struggled to ascertain what my uncle might be suited for, but now I have conceived an idea that will undoubtedly ensure a life of comfort for him in his later years. Really? What is this idea? What do you plan to have your uncle do? Wang Su-mei eagerly inquired after Li Rui had spoken. For some time, Wang Su-mei felt a lingering sense of unease when contemplating her relatives on her side of the family. The reason for this discomfort stemmed from the fact that her kin had not reaped the same benefits as those of the Li family or even the villagers of Li village. following her son's rise to prominence. She harbored a sense of guilt towards her family, particularly towards her elder brother, who had always treated her kindly since childhood. Given her disposition, she was not inclined to directly express to her son her desire to secure a future for her brother, and thus she had buried this guilt deep within her heart over the past few months. Now, upon hearing her son mention an idea that could alleviate her brother's worries for the rest of his life, the weight that had pressed upon her heart was suddenly lifted, filling her with excitement. Chapter 355. Large commercial complex. A few days ago, I visited the Semiconductor Industrial Park, did I not? The main structure of the Semiconductor Industrial Park has been completed, and it is anticipated that everything will be finished and operational before the year's end. Son, what does this have to do with your uncle? Wang Sumei inquired eagerly after Li Rui finished speaking. The Semiconductor Industrial Park is unrelated to your uncle, but the new Energy Technology Industrial Park, along with the supporting facilities of the Semiconductor Industrial Park, does have some connection to him, Li Rui replied enigmatically. You rascal, speak plainly. Don't keep us in suspense, Wang Sumei exclaimed, slightly tapping Li Rui's arm and rolling her eyes at him. Ah, mother, do not rush me. I shall explain. Li Rui continued. The company plans to double the size of the new Energy Technology Industrial Park. In about 3 to 4 months, it will be completed, resulting in over 50,000 staff members in the new Energy Technology Industrial Park alone. When combined with the employees and students from the Semiconductor Industrial Park and the Semiconductor Academy, the total is expected to reach around 100,000. This necessitates a vast amount of supporting infrastructure. Thus, the group has constructed a large commercial complex covering over 400 acres, with a building area of 900,000 square feet, along with 2 commercial pedestrian streets situated between the new Energy Technology Industrial Park and the Semiconductor Industrial Park. At this point, Li Rui paused. A commercial complex of over 400 acres? How large is that? Wang Sumei, lacking any concept of the size, instinctively asked upon hearing her son's mention of the expansive commercial complex. It is approximately 500 meters long and 500 meters wide. Ah, that's enormous, Wang Sumei exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. For someone who typically only visits the local supermarket, the scale of a commercial complex of over 500 meters in length and width was beyond her comprehension. She understood that it must be a colossal establishment, especially when she considered that the largest supermarket in town was merely a few dozen meters wide and long. Son, what are you implying? After recovering from her shock at the immense commercial complex, Wang Sumei suddenly realized that her son had a purpose in sharing this information. It must relate to her elder brother, and so she eagerly pressed him for more details. I intend for this large commercial complex to be managed by your uncle and his team. You can decide who will be in charge, and the profits will be split, with half going to the group and the rest distributed among your uncle and his associates. What? You want your uncle to manage such a vast commercial complex? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Sumei exclaimed, reaching out to check Li Rui's forehead. Mother, this large commercial complex is situated between the new Energy Technology Industrial Park and the Semiconductor Industrial Park, which means it is on our own territory. Any outsiders wishing to conduct business must obtain the group's consent. This is a unique opportunity, as long as they are not utterly incompetent. It will be impossible to incur a loss. Moreover, the group will send personnel to assist your uncle. Besides, even if your uncle falters, there is still your cousin to rely on. Despite his introverted nature and lack of communication skills, he is a graduate student and has the support of company representatives, so there should be no issues. Listening to Li Rui's analysis, Wang Sumei's eyes gradually brightened. Mom, consider this. Such a vast commercial complex is undoubtedly unique in Chunning County, and the local residents will certainly flock to shop there. Furthermore, with 100,000 employees and students, the revenue will surely be substantial. As Wang Sumei absorbed her son's analysis, a smile spread across her face, prompting Li Rui to continue. Son, can you calculate how much this commercial complex could earn in a year? Wang Sumei asked eagerly. With 100,000 employees and students, they are guaranteed consumers, and we shall not even factor in the county residents for now. If each of the 100,000 spends an average of 20 yuan daily, that amounts to 2 million per day, 60 million per month, and over 700 million annually. Even with a conservative profit margin of 15, the profit would exceed 100 million a year. If we allocate 50 of that to the group, Uncle and the others would receive at least 50 million annually. This is the most conservative estimate. I suspect the actual profit could be double, or even 2 or 3 times that amount. It is important to note that the employees of the Tengfei group earn a decent income, so they are unlikely to spend merely 20 yuan daily. Thus, The real revenue may very well be 2 or 3 times my initial projection. 2 or 3 times. That means we could earn at least 200 million a year, or even more, 5 or 600 million. Wang Sume inquired with evident delight. While she was not particularly astonished by her son's assertion that the commercial complex could generate 200 million annually. After all, she knew her son could earn trillions a year. She could not help but feel immense joy at the thought of half of that sum, amounting to 100 million, being allocated to her family. Yes, at least 200 million, Mom. Uncle, aunt, and little aunt can all get involved. You can decide the proportions. Come on, Mom. Uncle and the others have been waiting inside for a while. I suspect they have something important to discuss, Li Rue said, pointing towards the villa where his uncle and aunt were seated, urging Wang Sume along. Son, this is a business that could earn several hundred million in a year. Are you truly willing to give it away to your uncle and the others? Wang Sume asked, glancing at her elder brother before turning her gaze back to Li Rue. Mom, don't you often say that when you were younger, Uncle would frequently share delicious food with you? You are my mother, and Uncle's kindness towards you is kindness towards me. Isn't it all about the money? You know, your son has no shortage of it, Li Rue chuckled, taking Wang Sume's arm and leading her toward their villa. Son, thank you. Stop. Mother, I am your son. If you say thank you to me, it would be too formal, for I am indeed flesh of your flesh, Li Rue interjected as Wang Sume's words left her lips. Haha, yes. You are indeed flesh of my flesh, Wang Sume replied, her face beaming with pride. Let us inquire what brings Uncle here today, if we do not ask. Knowing his character, he is unlikely to volunteer the information. Observing the proud expression on his mother's face, Li Rue chuckled softly and, taking her arm, they made their way once more toward the villa. Uncle, do you have something to discuss today? We are family, so please feel free to share anything. I promise I will not decline any request, Li Rue called out to the gaunt elder from several meters away. Chapter 356. Disrupting the couple as Li Rue's blunt inquiry pierced the air, the emaciated elder stiffened, his expression morphing into one of discomfort. Uncle, if I may call you that, it signifies I'm not an outsider. What is there that cannot be shared with your nephew? Please, do speak, Li Rue urged. Noticing the elder's hesitation, Wang Chunlai, if you find it difficult to articulate, allow me to take the lead, interjected a frail woman standing nearby, her anxious demeanor betraying her urgency. Upon hearing her husband's hesitation, she could no longer contain herself. Tianxiang. Wang Chunlai began to utter his wife's name, attempting to quell her outburst, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, he faltered and fell silent. This concerns your son's significant future. What is it that renders your aged visage so precious? Xiao Rue is not a stranger. If you are unwilling to speak, then I shall. The woman named Tianxiang declared indignantly, pointing a finger at Wang Chunlai. Sighing heavily, Wang Chunlai lowered his head, opting for silence. Aunt, then please, the floor is yours, Li Rue said with a gentle smile directed at her. Well, Xiao Rue, today your uncle and I indeed have a matter to discuss with you, primarily concerning your elder cousin, she began. Elder cousin? Aunt, please continue, Li Rue responded, observing her shift from her earlier reprimanding tone to one of awkwardness. You know your elder cousin, the one who is rather reticent. He hardly speaks a word in a day. At the age of 33, he still remains without a girlfriend, which has caused both your uncle and me great concern. Just yesterday, he returned home with a girl, and we were elated. Yet, upon their arrival, we noticed both their eyes were red, clearly a sign of recent tears. Upon inquiry, we learned that this girl is his girlfriend from work, and they have been together for over 6 months. However, just a few days ago, her family discovered their relationship and deemed us unsuitable due to our financial status, seeking to separate them. Yet, the girl, fond of your elder cousin for his sincerity and reliability, confronted her parents. Leading to a compromise, they agreed to allow the relationship to continue, but with a stipulation, an immediate engagement. Moreover, the demands were steep, a dowry of 500,000 yuan, and a mediator of social standing equal to or exceeding that of her family. Xiao Rue, 500,000 yuan as a dowry. Isn't that an unreasonable burden? And to find someone of such stature as a mediator is an even greater challenge. According to your elder cousin, the girl's family is in business, earning millions annually. Where would I find someone of such prominence? The only person I could think of who meets the criteria is you, despite my uncle and I possessing no remarkable abilities. However, your uncle believes you to be a person of considerable talent, and feels that asking you to act as a matchmaker would be beneath your dignity, which is why he hesitates to broach the subject. Today, your aunt, casting aside her pride, earnestly implored you to assist your cousin, a frail woman who, in one breath, conveyed her intentions and the background of the situation to Li Rue. Listening to your aunt's words, Li Rue's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he instinctively glanced at Yun Lingxian, who followed closely behind him. He had encountered the issue of exorbitant betrothal gifts himself, yet this situation with his cousin was evidently different. Initially, Yin Lingxuan's mother had explicitly demanded money, whereas the family of his cousin's girlfriend appeared intent on employing an alternative strategy to separate them. The sum of 500,000 yuan in betrothal gifts is an insurmountable hurdle for an average rural family, even if they resorted to borrowing or selling possessions. Finding someone who earns millions a year is a daunting task, let alone persuading such a person to willingly act as a matchmaker. To satisfy both conditions in a rural setting is virtually impossible, revealing a blatant intention to thwart the union of the couple. Uncle and aunt. I recall fondly the times I spent with you during my childhood, when my cousin often took me out to play and even crafted toys for me. Given the bond one share with him, you need not hesitate to approach me about this matter. I cannot turn a blind eye. Uncle, aunt, why didn't my cousin accompany you today? Xiao Rue. You know your cousin is quite introverted. He felt embarrassed to join, so I suggested he stay home with Su Lin, his girlfriend. Wang Chunlai, who had been looking downcast, brightened at Li Rue's words and quickly raised his head to explain in rapid succession. Yes, Li Rue acknowledged, nodding. Uncle, I will cover the 500,000 yuan for the betrothal. Where's that girl's family from? Is the engagement date confirmed? You will cover it. Wang Chunlai murmured, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Xiao Rue, your uncle knows you have wealth, but this money is earned through your own efforts, and I cannot accept it without due consideration. However, your cousin is already 33 years old and cannot afford to wait any longer. Even if I must borrow the money, rest assured, I will repay you, even if it costs me dearly. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chunlai clenched his teeth and spoke to Li Rue. He realized that without his nephew's assistance, gathering the 500,000 yuan on his own would be an insurmountable task, and if the funds could not be secured, there was a high likelihood that his son's relationship would come to an end. If my son were to miss this girl, there is a significant likelihood that he would struggle to find a wife for the rest of his life. At that point, Wang Chunlai would face the prospect of leaving no descendants, a fate he wishes to avoid. Consequently, he no longer hesitates to consider the implications for his pride. All right, uncle, consider this money as a loan from me. You can repay me later. It's merely 500,000 after all. I doubt it will cost you your life. Li Rue remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Once uncle and the others take charge of the comprehensive commercial entity, the four of them, uncle, aunt, and little aunt, will likely generate a minimum of 30 to 40 million per year. 500,000 is but a half-day's earnings. The thought of uncle proclaiming that he is willing to risk everything for mere half-day profits struck Li Rue as amusing. Moreover, based on his estimates, considering the relationship between his mother and uncle, it is highly probable that uncle would receive the largest share. Thus, 500,000 could merely represent a few hours of income for uncle's family. Uncle, you haven't mentioned where that girl is from. Have they set a date for their engagement? Seeing uncle gazing at him with gratitude, Li Rue inquired again. Ah, how forgetful of me. The girl is from Yinshan City, which is about 400 kilometers away from here. As for the engagement, no date has been set yet. They plan to have a matchmaker discuss it, Wang Chunlai replied, smacking his forehead in realization. Oh, Li Rue nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 357, Disparity in Status Uncle. Shall we go find my cousin now and discuss the matter of matchmaking with that girl? Yes, indeed. Shall we depart at once? Upon hearing Li Rue's intention to visit his home, Wang Chunlai eagerly responded. Must we go right now? Brother, why not wait until after dinner? Wang Sume, realizing that her brother had arrived without even tasting a morsel, inquired of Wang Chunlai. Sume, we can eat at any time. The journey is short. Until the issue of He Sheng's marriage is resolved, nothing will taste good to me. Very well, son. You may go with your uncle, Wang Sume conceded, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and then turned to Li Rue to express her agreement. Li Rue nodded in acknowledgement. Lingxian, would you like to join us? Li Rue asked as he turned to Yun Lingxian. Perhaps not. You're going to negotiate. My presence would be inappropriate. I shall stay home and watch television. Yun Lingxian replied after a moment of contemplation. All right then. Rest at home, Li Rue said, gently taking her delicate hand and brushing his lips against it. Watching Yun Lingxian ascend the stairs, Li Rue then turned back to his uncle. Uncle, shall we ride in my car? No need, I arrived on my motorcycle. Very well. Let's be on our way then. Several kilometers from Leaf Family Village, a modest three-story red brick house stood in the midst of the fields. Unadorned and stark, before the house, a somewhat aged white sedan was parked. Beside the vehicle, a man and woman sat on wooden chairs, their faces etched with concern, enveloped in silence. Hisheng, where have your parents gone? The woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s and wearing a sorrowful expression, suddenly looked up and gently inquired of the man, who was around 30. My parents have gone to my second aunt's house, Wang Hisheng replied, momentarily lifting his gaze and forcing a faint smile in response to his girlfriend's question. To your second aunt's? Is she wealthy? Su Lin asked, her curiosity piqued, mingled with a sense of anticipation. Well, it's a bit complicated. 6 months ago, my second aunt's family was just an ordinary rural household, but now they're quite prosperous. Whether they can meet your parents' expectations rests solely on them, Wang Hisheng explained after a brief pause for thought. As Su Lin absorbed Wang Hisheng's response, the flicker of hope that had momentarily ignited within her vanished without a trace. She was acutely aware of her own family's circumstances. Her father ran a company with an annual income of at least 10 million, and in prosperous years, they could even earn 20 million. Listening to her father's insistence on finding a suitor of equal standing, Su Lin understood that he was clearly trying to create difficulties for her boyfriend, with the ultimate aim of tearing them apart. Despite her awareness of her father's intentions, she felt powerless. Her father, having been dominant for decades, would certainly not heed her wishes. The mere possibility of negotiating such seemingly insurmountable conditions was already an extreme effort on her part. Lin, if my cousin from my second aunt's side is truly willing to assist us, then your father's 2 stipulations shouldn't pose too much of a challenge. What I fear is, Wang Hushing's voice trailed off as he lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the ground. What are you afraid of? Su Lin inquired, her curiosity piqued by Wang Hushing's sudden mention of his cousin and his confidence. However, she noticed that he had abruptly stopped speaking, prompting her to press him for more. My cousin is no ordinary person. His current status is quite elevated. I worry he may be reluctant to travel several hundred kilometers to serve as a matchmaker, as it could tarnish his reputation. Wang Hushing articulated his concerns after glancing at Su Lin. He recalled that he had enjoyed a good relationship with his cousin, Li Rui, during their childhood. Being 7 or 8 years older, he often played with him when he visited. However, times had changed. Ever since he learned of Li Rui's remarkable achievements, he had hesitated to conflate the present-day version of his cousin with the boy he once knew. The disparity in their statuses was monumental. Li Rui was now a billionaire. Regardless of their past camaraderie, he feared that the vast gulf in their current standings might alter Li Rui's attitude towards him. This was the source of his uncertainty about whether his cousin would be willing to journey hundreds of kilometers to act as a matchmaker. What does your cousin do? Su Lin inquired with a spark of curiosity upon hearing Wang Hushing describe his cousin's elevated status. Wang Hushing, aware of his own family's circumstances, felt it was intriguing that, despite his father's annual earnings in the millions, he could still express concern over his cousin's status. My cousin runs a company. What kind of company? Flying Group. Flying Group? I feel like I've heard of it before. Su Lin furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Don't dwell on it. Didn't our company hold a meeting a couple of months ago? They mentioned the necessity of acquiring super batteries, or else the company would not survive the year. Have you forgotten about that? Oh right, Flying Group is the one that manufactures super batteries and supercharging stations. ISNT it? Su Lin's expression brightened as she clapped her hands. You mean to say your cousin is the owner of Flying Group? Su Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Wang Hushing. Yes, my cousin Li Rui is indeed the owner of Flying Group. Wang Hushing confirmed with a nod. Is that for real? No. Wang Hushing, why didn't you mention that you have such an impressive cousin sooner? If I had known about your cousin's remarkable achievements, I wouldn't have worried so much, Su Lin exclaimed, rising to her feet and glaring at Wang Hushing in frustration. Lin, I shared a close bond with my cousin Li Rui during our childhood. However, as we grew older, we only met during the New Year celebrations, and in recent years, we haven't crossed paths at all. Given his extraordinary accomplishments and current stature, could I possibly expect him to travel hundreds of kilometers just to act as a matchmaker for me? It's beyond my assurance, Wang Hushing explained, looking up at the irate Su Lin with a sense of injustice. Listening to Wang Hushing's explanation, Su Lin, who had been seething with anger, suddenly paused, realizing the validity of his point. For a billionaire magnate to venture such a distance to facilitate a matchmaking endeavor, unless he were an immediate family member, Who could guarantee that such an esteemed individual would consent? Lin, my parents have returned, Wang Husheng stated abruptly as he stood up, pointing towards the village road in the distance. Are those two vehicles behind us occupied by your cousin? Su Lin inquired softly, turning her head to gaze at the two cars behind the motorcycle, her expression one of astonishment. Chapter 358. It's all on me it should be, right? With Su Lin's reminder, Wang Husheng shifted his gaze from the motorcycle that his parents were riding to the two cars trailing behind. Doesn't your cousin's presence with your parents imply he has agreed to act as a matchmaker for you? Su Lin asked with a gleeful expression, turning her head to Wang Husheng. It should be, Wang Husheng replied, his eyes involuntarily brightening. Oh my, the chairman of Tongfei Group is going to be your matchmaker, Wang Husheng. This, can we possibly fail? Who would dare to disregard the chairman of Tongfei Group? My father certainly wouldn't, Su Lin exclaimed, her excitement causing her to stutter as she held her head in her hands. Listening to his girlfriend, Wang Husheng nodded in a daze. He had long understood that as long as this cousin could step into his system, his relationship with his girlfriend was bound to succeed. To the ordinary eye, his girlfriend's father appeared to be a millionaire or even a billionaire. Yet, in his cousin's perspective, he was merely an ordinary person with a bit of money. If his future father-in-law were to discover that the person matchmaking for him was the chairman of Tongfei Group, and that this chairman happened to be his cousin, Wang Husheng believed that even if he were reluctant to marry Su Lin, his father-in-law would likely insist on the union. Wang Husheng, what should I do? I haven't done my makeup today, what now? As the cars drew nearer, Su Lin suddenly remembered that she had not put on any makeup. The thought of meeting a business magnate, someone she could only dream of encountering, without any adornment made her heart race with anxiety. Lin, this isn't at the office. There's no need for makeup, Wang Husheng reminded her, somewhat speechless at her distressed appearance. Su Lin was responsible for sales at the company, frequently introducing products to various business owners. Each time she met clients, there were regulations requiring her to dress appropriately and appear presentable. In the business realm, this was a sign of respect toward the other party. Thus, the prospect of meeting the chairman of Tongfei Group, while being barefaced, left her feeling flustered. Upon receiving her boyfriend's reminder, Su Lin slowly calmed down, realizing that she was merely meeting her boyfriend's cousin, even if he was the chairman of Tongfei Group. They're here, Wang Husheng quietly alerted her. Su Lin instinctively looked up at his cue and saw that a few meters ahead, her boyfriend's parents had halted the motorcycle, subsequently dismounting. The two cars trailing behind also came to a stop, and from the first vehicle, a man clad in a black suit, towering nearly 2 meters tall and as robust as a bull, emerged from the passenger seat. The imposing figure approached the rear door of the vehicle and reached out to open it. Sir, please step out of the vehicle, Su Lin respectfully called out to the robust man clad in black. Shortly thereafter, a young man of unremarkable height and appearance emerged from the car. Su Lin surmised that this individual must be the chairman of Tongfei Group. Although he did not possess striking looks or stature, his demeanor undeniably set him apart from the average person, Su Lin mused. Were Li Rue privy to his cousin's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. He himself was of average height and appearance, scoring no more than 70 out of 100, devoid of any noteworthy charm. Ultimately, it was his status that lent him an aura. Even an unattractive person with billions would appear extraordinary to the common eye. A person with a mere 70 in looks, if they possessed a fortune in the billions, would likely be perceived by 99 of people as having a score of at least 99. Much like my Yun, cousin, long time no see, Li Rue called out to the dazed Wang Husheng, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear your cousin greeting you? Wang Chunlai, noticing his son's slack-jawed silence in response to Li Rue, stepped forward in frustration and gave Wang Husheng a hearty pat on the shoulder, exclaiming loudly, "Ah, cousin." Wang Husheng involuntarily yelped as he felt the sting of his father's hand on his shoulder. It took him a moment to regain his composure, raising his hand to smile and greet Li Rue, although he was already aware of his cousin's remarkable achievements. Seeing this once ordinary relative transformed into a billionaire left him momentarily incredulous. "Cousin, is this your wife?" Li Rue inquired, stepping closer to Wang Husheng and gesturing towards Su Lin, who stood nearby. "Oh, her name is Su Lin. She is my girlfriend," Wang Husheng replied, nervously before introducing Su Lin. Impressiva, cousin." Li Rue laughed heartily, giving Wang Husheng a thumbs up. "Observing the ris playful gestures." Wang Husheng chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. "Hello, I am Li Rue," he said to Su Lin, smiling and waving. Hello, I am Su Lin," she stammered. swallowing hard before responding nervously. Come on, Xiao Rui, let's go inside and sit down. I'll have your aunt prepare some food. Wang Chunlai suddenly interjected, addressing Li Rui. All right, I appreciate it, Annie. Cousin, let us head inside. Li Rui expressed his gratitude to Wang Chunlai before turning to Wang Husheng. Okay, Wang Husheng nodded blankly, then followed his father and Li Rui, leading his girlfriend into their home. Lacking any perceptiveness, as I was about to fetch a cup of tea for my cousin, I stepped into my uncle's residence. Upon reaching a red-lacquered wooden table, I settled onto a long wooden bench just as I overheard my uncle addressing my cousin, who was about to take a seat. All right, heeded father's words. At that moment, Wang Husheng's posterior sprang up from the chair, and he promptly replied, You chat with your cousin here. I shall go prepare the tea. Su Lin, standing behind Wang Husheng, reached out to halt his advance towards the tea and said, There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Wang Husheng instinctively glanced at Wang Chunlai, who nodded in acknowledgement, prompting him to smile back at Su Lin before returning to the long wooden bench. Cousin, there is no need for such fuss, he remarked. It's nothing really, not a bother at all, Su Lin replied, turning to pour tea for me. Cousin, your affairs have been conveyed to me by my uncle as well. Rest assured, I shall take care of everything. If I fail to help you win the heart of a fair maiden, I, Li Rui, shall procure 10 beauties for you. He added with a chuckle. Observing Su Lin depart, I refrained from further comments, turning my attention back to my cousin Wang Husheng, whose demeanor still appeared somewhat tense and awkward. Thus, I attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Chapter 359. Unchanged then. I suppose I should thank you. Cousin, Wang Husheng said, scratching his head with a smile. Are you serious, cousin? I was merely jesting. You needn't thank me. I wouldn't dare find you 10 beauties. If your wife were to discover this, I would surely face her wrath. Li Rui feigned panic, glancing at Su Lin's retreating figure before turning back to Wang Husheng, his tone anxious. Not, I. Haha, cousin, no need to be so tense. I was just kidding. With your introverted nature, I truly cannot fathom how you managed to win over your wife. Li Rui chuckled, observing Wang Husheng's flustered gesturing as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Do you remember the toys you made for me when we were children? Li Rui continued, noticing Wang Husheng's dazed smile and the subsequent silence. He then collected his thoughts, as if reminiscing, before again smiling at Wang Husheng. Wang Husheng nodded absently. And those marbles of yours, you won so many. I truly admired you back then. Later, I took them all in one go. Tell me honestly, did it not hurt you at that time? Not at all. I had already stopped playing. Wang Husheng replied, lost in memories of his childhood, and an involuntary smile broke across his face. Cousin, I have not changed. I am still the same Li Rui, your childhood cousin. Li Rui laughed heartily, patting Wang Husheng on the shoulder with a warm smile. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Wang Husheng, Li Rui sensed his cousin's anxiety and surmised the reasons behind it. Thus, he guided Wang Husheng through their shared memories to reassure him that he remained the same Li Rui and would not look down upon him just because of newfound wealth. Seeing Wang Husheng's earlier tension dissipate, even bringing forth laughter, Li Rui understood that his approach was proving effective. Wang Husheng's eyes glimmered with a hint of emotion as he nodded in response. Cousin, have some tea. At that moment, Su Lin approached Li Rui, delicately placing a paper cup on the red lacquered wooden table before addressing him. Thank you, Li Rui murmured, taking the cup, blowing gently on the hot tea before savoring a sip. Cousin-in-law, please take a seat. I wish to discuss your engagement with you and Wang Husheng, he said, gesturing toward the long wooden bench where Wang Husheng sat. All right, Su Lin promptly replied, nodding enthusiastically before moving to sit beside Wang Husheng. Xiao Rui, why don't you chat with your cousin and cousin-in-law? I will assist your aunt in the kitchen, Wang Chunlai said, his face lighting up at the thought of his nephew discussing his son's engagement. Realizing that his daughter-in-law was undoubtedly destined to remain, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Okay, cousin-in-law, should the 500,000 be transferred or in cash? As uncle stood up and walked towards the kitchen, Li Rui turned to Wang Husheng and Su Lin, inquiring about cash. Wang Husheng and Su Lin exchanged glances, already aware that their cousin would not look down on them simply because of wealth. With the previous tension towards Li Rui dissipated, Wang Husheng spoke without hesitation. All right, I have 500,000 in cash at home, and I can also act as your intermediary. Given my status, that should suffice, wouldn't you agree? Li Rui nodded in acknowledgement, then glanced at Su Lin. That is indeed sufficient, Su Lin replied promptly, noticing Li Rui's gaze upon her. In terms of business, the chairman of Tongfei Group carries weight. If that isn't enough, few would be. She realized that the pressing matter was not whether Li Rui's identity would satisfy her father, who might intentionally complicate matters for her boyfriend, but rather how to approach her father without alarming him. All right, sister-in-law, why don't you call your family and see if they have any further requirements? Let's clarify the situation, and tomorrow we can go directly to your parents' home to meet them. What do you think? Li Rui proposed. Sure, Su Lin nodded eagerly. Shall I call now? Seeing Li Rui nod in agreement, she took out her phone and, with her fair fingers, pointed it towards Li Rui. Yes, Li Rui nodded once more. With his approval, Su Lin stood up and walked toward the front door. Wang Husheng, noticing this, bid farewell to Li Rui and followed her. Lin, how do you plan to explain about my cousin to your father? Wang Husheng asked as they stepped outside. How do you want me to say it? Su Lin turned back to face Wang Husheng, her eyes glinting with curiosity. I'm not sure. If I speak the truth, your father probably won't believe it. Who would think a young man from a rural family could have a billionaire cousin? I certainly wouldn't, Wang Husheng shrugged. I was just considering that if I stated it directly, it might frighten my father. But now that you mention it, it makes sense. My father is quite arrogant. He already looks down on you, and even if we were honest, he wouldn't accept it, Su Lin said, resting her phone against her chin. Her brow furrowed in thought. So what do you plan to say? Wang Husheng pressed for an answer. Let me think, Su Lin replied. Her brow furrowed as she fell deep into contemplation once again. If he doesn't believe it, then we simply won't mention it. Moments later, Shulinas fron relaxa. And she spoke to Wang Husheng. Let us not say anything. Not say anything? He echoed, surprised. Yes, my father doesn't believe it. So we'll act as if we are unaware of your cousin's true identity. Let him look down on you. Perhaps that will teach him a lesson. Su Lin concluded with a cold snort. Ah, that doesn't seem right. Wang Husheng hesitated, contemplating her words. Although he felt a sense of dissatisfaction towards his father-in-law, who intentionally made things difficult for him, he recognized that this was, after all, the father of his girlfriend. If he deliberately concealed his cousin's identity, it could lead to embarrassment for his future father-in-law and might sow seeds of resentment. Rest assured, I am well aware of what kind of person my father is. Once he learns of your cousin's identity, not only will he harbor no ill feelings towards you, but he will also go out of his way to win your favor. Su Yilin remarked with a smile, having instantly grasped Wang Husheng's concerns. Well, in that case, Wang Husheng replied with a nod, to be honest. I am quite eager to witness the expressions on the faces of my pretentious future in-laws when they discover that I have such an impressive cousin. Then I shall make the call. With that, Su Yilin dialed the number. Father, have both conditions you propose been accepted by Husheng as parents? Do you have any other conditions to discuss at this time? What? His parents have agreed? I must have misheard. A betrothal gift of 500,000. And you want me to find someone of similar status to act as a mediator for the proposal? Are you certain you conveyed this clearly? A voice filled with disbelief echoed from the other end of the line, particularly emphasizing the phrase regarding social standing. Yes, I confirmed everything clearly, Su Yilin replied, unable to suppress a smile as she noted her father's insistence on social status. She thought to herself, in the presence of the chairman of the Tongfei Group, what significance does your so-called esteemed status hold? Chapter 360. The Dark Side of the World, Shaolin. What on earth are you up to? After a silence of several seconds, a middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. Listening to her father's words, Su Lin realized that he clearly harbored doubts about her boyfriend's ability to meet the conditions he had set, especially since he was well aware of her boyfriend's family circumstances. Dad, I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. You can verify it yourself when the time comes. That person's identity will undoubtedly satisfy your requirements. Very well. Since you assert that, I shall place my trust in you. However, should he fail to pass my scrutiny, do not hold me accountable. Rest assured, Dad, if he does not meet your expectations, I will end things with Hisheng. Do you have any other demands? Please express them all at once. I truly cannot fathom who has instilled such confidence in you. What is that person's relation to Wang Hisheng? I'm not entirely sure. You can inquire tomorrow, and you'll find out. All right, then. Since you are uncertain, I shall refrain from probing further. As long as he meets the two conditions I have stipulated, I have no other requests. Shaolin, you both should come over tomorrow. Understood, Dad. Su Lin replied, exchanging a few more words before ending the call. In Yunqing City, within a two-story villa that sprawled over 400 to 500 square meters. Shaolin's phone call. A plump woman, around 50 years of age and elegantly dressed, placed a large bowl of cherries on the coffee table before the sofa. She then looked up at Su Fang's Han, who had just hung up the phone. Su Fangzhan glanced at the woman, nodded slightly, and resumed his contemplation. What did Xiaolin have to say? Noticing her husband's perfunctory response, the woman stepped closer, her displeasure evident as she questioned him. What else could she say? It's about her relationship with Wang Hisheng. Wang Hisheng. Su Lin mentioned that Wang Hisheng's parents had agreed to their conditions. What? What? Two astonished voices echoed simultaneously. Dad, are you saying that my sister's boyfriend can afford a bride price of 500,000, and he can find someone of your standing to act as a mediator? A young man in his 20s with short hair sat on the sofa, engrossed in a game while munching on the cherries, his face a picture of shock as he inquired. Su Fangzhan, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at his son, who seemed to indulge solely in leisure, and though dissatisfaction brewed within him, he still nodded in acknowledgement. Dad, do you believe it? Seeing his father nod, the young man tossed his phone onto the coffee table and stood, his expression one of bewilderment as he addressed Su Fangzhan. I do not believe it, but whether your sister's assertions are genuine will be revealed when they arrive tomorrow. Father, our family savings are nearing 200 million. We are well aware of the situation with my sister's boyfriend. Gathering 500,000 through various means might be feasible, but you insist on her finding someone of similar status to yours and expect him to travel hundreds of kilometers to propose. Isn't that an unreasonable demand? If our family isn't lacking in wealth, and since my sister has feelings for him, why not support their union instead of driving them apart? Who told you that we have nearly 200 million in savings? Hearing his son's words, Su Fangzhan suddenly sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely at him. Realizing his blunder, the short-haired youth quickly covered his mouth and lowered his head. Su Fangzhan, understanding the implication, shot a glance at his standing wife. When he noticed her awkward smile, he slowly returned to the sofa. Do you think I enjoy breaking up couples? The reason your mother and I are making things difficult for your sister, trying to separate her from Wang Hisheng, is for your sake. Su Fangzhan scoffed before addressing the short-haired youth. For me? What do you mean, Dad? The young man, perplexed by Su Fangzhan's statement, turned to his mother with a confused expression. Son, this, the affluent woman stammered, momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing her son's inquiry. Even now, you still care about his feelings? This rascal is already 20, has abandoned his studies, and spends his days indulging in pleasure. While we are around, we can protect him, but once we are gone, with his current demeanor, he will be left with nothing. Su Fangzhan expressed his dissatisfaction with a cold huff when he noticed his wife's reluctance to explain the matter to their son. Dad, so, this world is far more brutal than you realize. To rise above others, not only must you contribute more than your peers, but you must also possess the capability to guard against them at all times. Do not be deceived by the facade of your father living in a grand villa, driving luxury cars, and possessing nearly 200 million in savings. I never allow myself to be complacent and tread cautiously every day. I am acutely aware of the dark underbelly of this world, harboring terrors unknown to ordinary people, terrors that constantly seek the vulnerabilities of individuals like us. Once they detect our weaknesses, they will strike, seizing our decades of hard-earned wealth, while you squander your days on indulgence. I shudder to think how you will inherit the family business and evade the attention of those lurking shadows after I am gone. Su Fangzhan concluded with a deep sigh. Dad, what are you saying? I don't understand, the short-haired youth said, wincing as he scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Indeed, some individuals are irretrievably lost. There was once a businessman in Xing City, worth billions, who ultimately fell into a trap, accumulating a staggering debt and meeting a tragic end. Should you continue to remain so unlearned, your fate will scarcely surpass his, Su Fangzhan remarked with a grim expression directed at the young man with short hair. Enough, do not scold our son. He is still young. In a few years, it will be better, the lady of high society interjected, displeased by her husband's harshness towards their son. Still young? We do not have many years left to live. Su Fangzhan retorted. You little rascal. The reason I have intervened in your sister's relationship with Wang, he is to ensure that she finds a brother-in-law who is either exceptionally capable or possesses a profound background. Only then, after my time has passed, might you avoid being utterly devoured by others. Do you understand? Su Fangzhan initially chastised the lady before turning his ire towards the young man. Upon hearing Su Fangzhan's explanation, the young man with short hair stood there in stunned silence. Chapter 361. Preference for sons over daughters. Cousin Lin has already contacted her father, who mentioned that there are no further requests. We can simply go over tomorrow. With a firm grip on Su Lin's hand, Wang Hisheng addressed Li Rue. who was sipping hot tea from a distance of a few meters. All right, let us set off early tomorrow to finalize the marriage arrangements. The sooner you tie the knot, the sooner I can partake in the joyous celebration, Li Rui replied with a hearty laugh, putting down his tea. Wang Husheng glanced at Su Lin beside him, a blissful smile illuminating his face. An hour later, the red lacquered wooden table was laden with an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Xiao Rui, please indulge. These are home-raised chickens and ducks. They hold little value, so don't be shy. Here, have a chicken leg. Xiao Rui, this is chicken gizzard. I remember it was your favorite when you were younger. Come enjoy this. Xiao Rui, have a chicken wing. Under the relentless onslaught of his uncle and aunt, who eagerly offered him dishes, Li Rui's stomach began to swell slightly within 20 minutes. Uncle, aunt, I am full, Li Rui declared, releasing a satisfied burp as he set down his chopsticks and addressed Wang Chunlai and Tian Xiang. Did you finish so quickly? Is the food not to your liking? No, the dishes are delightful. I've had 2 bowls of rice. I truly cannot eat another bite, Li Rui insisted, patting his stomach to affirm his honesty. Very well then, he said. Uncle, aunt, cousin, sister-in-law, I am full. I shall take a stroll outside to digest. Please continue eating. All right, the 4 nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Li Rui prepared to step outside. Chunlai still dining? Just then, a man in his 50s, with a weathered face and an anxious expression, cautiously peered through the doorway. Wang Shoshan. Wang Chunlai looked up toward the entrance and instinctively called out softly. Shoshan, have you eaten? Come and join us. Wang Chunlai invited the weary-looking man. No, I've already had my meal. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Please, come in. Wang Chunlai beckoned, gesturing for Wang Shoshan to enter. Wang Shoshan glanced at Li Rui before stepping inside with some hesitation. What brings you here, Shoshan? Wang Chunlai inquired after finishing the last morsel of his meal and rising to stand beside the weary man. Wang Shoshan surveyed the gathering around the red lacquered table, and Wang Chunlai instantly grasped his unspoken intent. He waved to Wang Shoshan and proceeded toward a small room in the back. As Li Rui observed his uncle leading the man he had encountered a few times in his childhood into the small room, he withdrew his gaze and exchanged greetings with his aunt and older cousin before stepping outside once more. A few minutes later, after taking a brief stroll, Li Rui re-entered his uncle's home. At this moment, Wang Chunlai, accompanied by Wang Shoshan, emerged from small room. Observing Wang Shoshan's dejected demeanor as he walked ahead of his uncle, Li Rui felt a flicker of curiosity. What business could this man have with his uncle? As Wang Shoshan passed by Li Rui, he abruptly halted. Raising his gaze briefly to Li Rui, he quickly lowered his head again. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and took another step towards the door. Chunlai, what is the matter? Why has Wang Shoshan come to see you? Ding Xiang inquired curiously, setting down her bowl and chopsticks as she noticed Wang Shoshan had walked far away. He came to borrow money from me. Borrow money? What does Wang Shoshan need money for? I'm not quite sure. He wouldn't say when I asked him, Wang Chunlai replied, shrugging his shoulders. Borrow money? Where are we supposed to get any? I was hoping to borrow money from him. Tian Xiang exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. I've already lent him money, so why are you getting worked up? After all, he is from the same village and shares our surname. Keep your voice down, Wang Chunlai said, gesturing for silence toward his wife. Xiao Rui, do you want me to go with you tomorrow? To divert his wife's attention from further discussion, Wang Chunlai hastily addressed Li Rui, who had just entered the room. No need. It's several hundred kilometers away. Uncle, aren't you prone to motion sickness? It's better if you don't go. My cousin and I can manage. All right, then I appreciate your help. Xiao Rui, Wang Chunlai replied politely. Uncle, we're family, so there is no need for such formality. I've finished my meal, so I'll head back now. Tomorrow morning, cousin, you should go to Li family village and we'll set off together. Li Rui responded to Wang Chunlai and then addressed Wang Husheng. Returning so soon? Don't you want to stay and play a bit longer? No. I'll come back to visit when I have the time. Very well then. Cousin, shall I come to find you at 9 tomorrow morning? I don't want to wake you too early, Wang Husheng said after the conversation between his father and Li Rui concluded. Sure, we'll meet at 9 tomorrow morning. Li Rui replied. After bidding farewell to his aunt and exchanging greetings with Su Lin, he finally stepped out of the doorway. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Rui, along with Li Yi and the others, drove 2 Range Rovers. They met up with Wang Husheng and headed directly towards Yunshan City, which lay 400 kilometers away. Following the navigation system, Fang Shan, soon Xiaolin, and Wang Husheng will be arriving with a matchmaker. What are your plans? The noblewoman inquired, placing her bird's nest soup aside as she turned to Su Fang's Han. What else can I do? If they can truly fulfill my requirements, I would oppose Xiaolin marrying that young man Wang Husheng. Despite his quiet nature, he seems quite reliable. Xiaolin would not suffer in marrying him. If it weren't for your precious son and my desire to find him a strong backing, I would rather not take on this role of the villain. After all, Xiaolin is my daughter, Su Fangzhan said, his brow furrowing slightly. Who do you think Wang Husheng can find? Aren't they all farmers? After a prolonged silence of several seconds, the noblewoman lifted her head once more to address Su Fangzhan. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is someone from the Wang clan. The Wang surname is quite prominent, and it is conceivable that there exists a remarkable individual within their lineage. Ah, indeed, that seems the only plausible explanation. Despite our meticulous calculations, we failed to foresee this possibility. Even if we meet our conditions, it may not significantly benefit my son's future. It would be ideal if that person were a relative of Wang Husheng, for who can truly rely on relatives from a clan of exceptional talents? The noblewoman sighed before continuing. Well, that is sufficient. Our preference for sons over daughters has already cast a shadow on Xiaolin. We cannot constantly prioritize our son. After all, our daughter is also a part of us. We have done enough for our son. Let the rest unfold naturally. Upon finishing, Su Fangzhan rose and, without waiting for his wife's response, retreated to their chamber. 3.5 hours later, the front yard of their two-story villa echoed with Su Lin's jubilant exclamation. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Chapter 362. Let us discuss serious matters. Hearing the sound, Su Fangzhan and the noblewoman stepped out of the villa. Dad, Mom. Su Lin greeted with a smile and waved. Su Fangzhan nodded in response, then shifted his gaze from Su Lin to the group of individuals who had just disembarked from the car behind her, particularly the 4 imposing men in black who accompanied Li Rui, causing a chill to run down his spine and his pupils to involuntarily constrict. Once he regained his composure, Su Fangshan's attention returned to Li Rui. It was evident that only 6 individuals had come back with his daughter, aside from Wang Husheng. There were the 4 men and that young man. Thus, without further speculation, Su Fangzhan concluded that this young man must be the one Wang Husheng had brought to propose. The shock in Su Fangshan's heart deepened at this realization, for the young man appeared to be even younger than his daughter. Xiaolin, why not introduce us? Su Fangzhan inquired with a smile as he approached Su Lin, though his gaze remained fixated on Li Rui. Dad, this is Husheng's cousin. Su Lin cheerfully pointed at Li Rui as she introduced him. Cousin, Su Fangzhan muttered under his breath, exchanging a glance of surprise with the noblewoman beside him. Clearly, their earlier assumptions have been entirely erroneous. Hello, my name is Li Rui, and Wang Husheng is my cousin, Li Rui said, raising his hand in a casual wave, smiling as he introduced himself. In truth, when his uncle had informed him that his cousin was being deliberately challenged by Su Lin's parents, he had felt a tinge of discontent towards them. Although his uncle had mentioned that Su Lin's parents earned millions yearly, it was merely a number he had received from his uncle, and it did not resonate deeply with him. However, upon entering the sprawling 2-story villa that covered several hundred square meters and reflecting on his uncle's situation, he began to comprehend Su Lin's parents' actions. After all, for his cousin to marry Su Lin, without his unexpected presence, it would indeed be seen as an overreach. It was only logical for her parents to disapprove. Thus, any lingering dissatisfaction Li Rui had harbored towards Su Fangzhan dissipated, as he now fully understood him. Much like the Li family, there were certain expectations for those who aspired to marry into the family. Hello, I am Su Fangzhan, Su Lin's father, introduced himself, then glanced at the noblewoman beside him, signaling her subtly. Hello, I am Qian Yin. The noblewoman swiftly grasped Su Fangshan's intention and introduced herself. She too recognized that the young man before her was far from ordinary. Anyone who could command the allegiance of 4 such imposing bodyguards undoubtedly held a remarkable status. Even she, who had frequented high-profile events and encountered numerous tycoons worth billions, had never seen such a display of protectors, let alone 4 appearing simultaneously. All right, Mom and Dad, let us step inside and converse, Su Lin declared, gently guiding her cousin Wang Husheng, who was averting his gaze from Su Fangzhan and Qian Yin toward the villa. Upon hearing her words, Li Rui nodded to Su Fangzhan and Qian Yin before following Su Lin into the villa. Su Fangzhan, your cousin Wang Husheng appears quite youthful. How is it that he can afford 4 such bodyguards? What could his true identity be? Qian Yin inquired, observing as Li Rui entered the villa accompanied by the bodyguards. Turning to the contemplative Wang Shoshan for answers. If you ask me, who should I ask? Wang Shoshan replied, shrugging off the question. Enough of this speculation. Please instruct Annie to purchase more groceries, including some fresh seafood, and tell your son to come downstairs promptly. With that, Su Fang's turned and briskly walked toward the villa. Young Wang, would you prefer tea or a soft drink? Wang Husheng, having just settled onto the sofa in the living room under Su Lin's guidance, heard his future father-in-law's voice calling out. Instinctively, Wang Husheng sat up straight. Uncle, no, that's not necessary, he said, glancing at Su Fang's before lowering his head slightly, feeling anxious. How can that be unnecessary? After traveling for 3 to 4 hours, you must be parched. Allow me to fetch you a can of cola, Su Fang's replied with a warm smile directed at Wang Husheng. Wang Husheng reflected on the stark contrast between his future father-in-law's demeanor now and during his previous visit. It struck him that in this world, nothing is more paramount than wealth. His cousin had not yet revealed his identity, yet it had already transformed Su Fengshan's attitude towards him. He could hardly imagine how his future father-in-law would react if he were to discover that his cousin was the chairman of Tung Fei Group. So, would you prefer tea or a soft drink? Su Fang's asked, turning back to Wang Husheng before beaming at Li Rui, uncertain of how to address him. Calling him by name felt inappropriate, and he hesitated to use the same informal title as he did with Wang Husheng. Please give me a can of cola as well. Li Rui replied with a smile. Certainly, I shall retrieve it at once, Su Fang's said, moving to the nearby refrigerator, opening it, and extracting several cans of chilled cola. Here you go, enjoy your drinks, Su Fang's said as he returned to the sofa, handing the cans to Li Rui and Wang Husheng. Nothing quite compares to a refreshing cola, Li Rui exclaimed, taking a hearty swig from his can before placing it on the table before the sofa, offering a compliment. In my youth, I too was quite fond of cola, but as I have aged, I indulge in it less frequently. These cans are actually for my son, and his mother purchased them, Su Fang's elaborated, striving to keep the conversation flowing. By the way, Dad, where's my brother? Su Lin interjected, recalling her sibling as Su Fang's spoke. He is upstairs. Really? It's already past midnight. He wouldn't still be upstairs, would he? Indeed. I have asked your mother to summon him, Su Fang's replied, shifting his attention back to Li Rui and then to Wang Husheng. Young Wang, do you and your cousin have any particular dishes in mind that you would like to have prepared? I am open to any dish, cousin. Do you have any particular delicacies in mind? I have no preferences. I am content with whatever is available. Very well. Should you wish for something specific, do not hesitate to let me know. Li Rui nodded in acknowledgement. Sister. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated, followed by a short-haired young man and Xian Yin descending the staircase from the second floor. Brother, Su Lin joyfully exclaimed. The short-haired young man swiftly approached Su Lin, casting a glance at her, then at Wang Husheng, his expression somewhat complex, before finally directing his gaze towards Li Rui and the four behind him, including Li Yi. Perhaps we should address the matter at hand first? We have brought the 500,000. Would you like to review it now? As Su Lin's mother and her brother entered the living room, Li Rui cleared his throat and spoke. Chapter 363. The pig playing the tiger. Su Fang's and Xian Yin were momentarily taken aback. Since their first encounter with Li Rui, they had completely forgotten the so-called requests. And now, being suddenly reminded by Li Rui, they were momentarily at a loss for words. Li Yi, noticing their dazed expressions, softly called out, "Boss." Li Yi, he responded, stepping forward to place a black briefcase on the tea table in front of the sofa. Inside this case lay 1 million yuan, 500,000 designated as a bride price for my cousin, and the remaining 500,000 as a token of respect to both of you. Li Rui pressed his hands on the briefcase's latch, opening it to reveal stacks of red banknotes. He then turned the case towards Su Fang's. I was merely joking with Xiao Wang. I never imagined he would take it seriously, Su Fang's said, casting a glance at the 1 million in cash, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile. My cousin is honest and not adept at humor. There may have been some misunderstanding. However, since I have brought this money, please accept it. Well, very well then. When they marry, I shall take none of it. Consider this as a dowry for Shaolin, and return it all. Su Fang's pondered for a moment before replying. At his words, Li Rui merely nodded in acknowledgement. Sitting beside Li Rui, Su Lin and Wang Husheng exchanged incredulous glances. Su Lin had initially believed her father was solely motivated by greed in obstructing her relationship with Wang Husheng, but it now appeared there was more to the story. Wang Husheng, on the other hand, reflected on how he had failed to sway his future father-in-law with mere words, while his cousin, simply sitting there, had managed to sway him without effort, gaining his consent for Su Lin's hand in marriage. Now that you find the bride price acceptable, shall we discuss the other condition? Li Rui said, reaching into his clothing to retrieve a wallet. From it, he produced a business card and extended it to Su Fang's. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Su Fengshan's spirits lifted. He had speculated countless times about Li Rui's identity, and now it seemed he was about to reveal it. As Su Fangzhan received the business card eagerly, Su Lin and Wang Husheng couldn't help but smile, anticipating Su Fengshan's reaction upon viewing the card. Qian Yin and the short-haired young man also approached Su Fangzhan from behind, peering intently at the card in his hand. Chairman of Tungfei Group, Li Rui. Su Fangzhan read each word on the card aloud. Tungfei Group? Tungfei Group? Su Fangzhan murmured, puzzled. The name was familiar, yet he couldn't immediately recall where he had heard it before. Chairman of Tungfei Group? Just as Su Fangzhan was lost in confusion, a youthful voice exclaimed from behind. Su Ning, what are you shouting about? Interrupted in his thoughts by his son, Su Fangzhan turned around and glared at him with displeasure. Dad, it's Tungfei Group. Su Ning exclaimed, pointing at the business card in his father's hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. You know about Tungfei Group? Realizing his son was indeed aware of the illustrious company, Su Fengshan's suspicions were confirmed. Dad, I mentioned it to you before. The latest high-end electric supercars use batteries produced by Tungfei Group. Upon hearing his son's words, Su Fangzhan recalled that his son had indeed mentioned wanting to purchase an electric supercar a couple of months ago, during which he had brought up Tungfei Group. This recollection transported him back in time, where he remembered his son speaking highly of the company, noting its impressive portfolio of hundreds of world-class patents, its batteries and charging stations being in high demand, and its annual profits soaring into the trillions. Furthermore, the establishment of a semiconductor industrial park was underway, with projections indicating profits could reach astronomical figures upon completion. Trillions each year? Su Fangzhan mumbled softly, his eyes widening in disbelief, and, as he loosened his grip, the business card slipped from his fingers and landed on the tea table. Fangzhan, what's wrong? Qian Yin, noticing her husband's dazed expression, asked with concern. Tungfei Group? Could it really be Tungfei Group? That means your cousin is truly the chairman of Tungfei Group? Su Ning stammered, pointing at Li Rui while addressing Wang Husheng. Indeed, Wang Husheng replied quietly, nodding. Su Ning, have some decorum and put your hand down. Su Lin scolded as she stood up. What are you doing, shouting like that? You scared your brother. Qian Yin admonished Su Lin in dissatisfaction. Though frustrated by her mother's favoritism towards her younger brother, Su Lin begrudgingly returned to her seat on the sofa. She had grown accustomed to her mother's bias over the years. Oh my heavens, I am actually meeting the chairman of Tungfei Group, a real person, Kuning exclaimed, exhilarated by Wang Husheng's confirmation as he danced about in a frenzy of excitement. Son, what has come over you? Qian Yin asked, her eyes wide with astonishment at her son's exuberance. Mom, Tungfei Group, they are a titan making trillions each year, Su Ning declared, pulling out his phone to search for information. Unbelievable. It's true. He really is the chairman of Tungfei Group. Ning Soltet. His face flushed as he glanced between his phone and Li Rui repeatedly. Mom, look, you have to see this, Su Ning exclaimed excitedly, thrusting his phone towards Qian Yin's gaze. As Qian Yin examined the information displayed on her son's phone, her eyes widened in disbelief. And after several exchanges of glances between the screen and Li Rui, she finally crumpled to the ground in shock, her legs giving way. Mother, are you all right? Su Lin exclaimed, rising to assist Wang Husheng in helping Qian Yin onto the sofa. Father, look, my brother-in-law's cousin is actually the chairman of Tungfei Group. Seeing his mother being supported by his sister and brother-in-law, Su Ning excitedly thrust his phone before Su Fengshan's eyes. Initially in a daze, Su Fangzhan seized the phone from Su Ning's grasp, fixating on the photographs and information displayed for over 10 seconds. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and he slid off the sofa onto the floor. Father, what is the matter with you? Su Lin, having just adjusted the seemingly lifeless Qian Yin on the sofa, turned to see Su Fengshan's eyes roll back as he fell. In the final moments before losing consciousness, Su Fangzhan inwardly cursed Wang Husheng. How dare you play the fool while I am unaware? I loathe you. Chapter 364. The son-in-law? Dad, Su Lin called out anxiously once more, straightening her posture and swiftly approaching Su Fangzhan. Dad, please wake up. She crouched down and gently shook Su Fengshan's shoulder, her face etched with worry. At that moment, a flicker of regret stirred within her. If her father were to suffer any misfortune due to her fright, the weight of her guilt would be unbearable. Su Ning, can't you see Dad has fainted? Why are you just standing there like a fool? Quickly help him to the sofa. Su Lin et Gelim, her voice tinged with urgency as she noticed her younger brother still frozen in place. Oh. Su Ning instinctively responded to Su Lin's frantic cries, then bent down to grasp Su Fengshan's arm, preparing to assist in lifting him to the sofa alongside Su Lin. Ling Ling, let me help. Wang Husheng immediately rose to his feet and moved to Su Lin's side, taking over her position. What should we do? Should we call a doctor? As Su Ning and Wang Husheng managed to get Su Fangshan onto the sofa, Su Lin cast another anxious glance at her father, who remained with his eyes tightly shut and showed no signs of awakening. She felt as lost as a headless fly. Try some water, Li Rui suggested, suppressing a chuckle at the scene despite the gravity of the situation. Yes, water. Where can we find water? Su Lin exclaimed, raising her head and scanning the surroundings. Right here, Su Ning pointed to the tea table in front of the sofa, indicating a bottle of soda that was still cold to the touch. Isn't that soda? Su Lin asked, taken aback and puzzled. It's just as effective, Su Ning replied, picking up the soda and splashing it directly onto Su Fangshan's face. Don't. That's what I drank. Both Su Lin and Li Rui shouted in unison. Ah, is it raining? At the moment the icy soda splashed onto his face, Su Fangshan, who had been tightly shut-eyed, sprang up like a coiled spring, instinctively wiping the remnants of soda from his face. Bewilderment etched across his features. See? It works like a charm, Su Ning declared with a proud smile. Soda? Su Fangshan glanced at the residue on his hands, then at the empty soda, kin in Su Ning's grasp, and finally turned his gaze to the bare tea table in front of Li Rui. Realizing that his foolish son had doused him with soda that Li Rui had previously consumed, he felt a surge of indignation. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of reprimands upon his son, he recalled the words spoken by Su Ning before he fainted. The young man, Li Rui, standing before him was none other than the chairman of the Tungfei Group, a magnate who earned billions annually. In the presence of such a distinguished figure, how could he dare to lose his temper? I believe a little water to wash your face should suffice, Li Rui suggested, stifling his amusement. Huh? Wash my face? Isn't that just splashing it on? Su Ning scratched his head, perplexed. He chuckled nonchalantly, expressing that even if the cola consumed by Chairman Li were to be splashed upon his face, it would still be regarded as a stroke of fortune. In his view, it was akin to basking in the financial luck of Chairman Li, a rare opportunity indeed, as Zhu Fengshan heartily laughed. Listening to his words, Li Rui, Su Lin, Wang Husheng, and even Su Ning exchanged silent glances, with only Qian Yin remaining unfazed. She had long grown accustomed to such sycophantic behavior, having witnessed even more nauseating flattery in the pursuit of business deals. Moreover, facing the chairman of the Tungfei Group, she recognized how many aspired to curry favor but found no avenue. Thus she held no disdain for Zefengtian as flattery. She believed she could perform even better in such a role. Well, I wonder if I'm qualified to act as a matchmaker for my cousin, Li Rui mused, touching his nose in contemplation. Not wishing to dwell on the topic, he again broached the subject of proposing on behalf of his cousin. You are more than qualified, Zefengtian replied, his face beaming with delight. Young Wang, you've been quite secretive. Zefengtian suddenly stood, turning to Wang Husheng with a grave expression. Ah, uncle. Wang Husheng stammered, having only just settled back onto the sofa. He instinctively looked up at Zhu Fengshan, sensing the seriousness in his demeanor. Interpreting this as a rebuke for not informing him of his cousin's background, Wang Husheng faltered, unsure of how to explain. Dad, if anyone should be blamed, it should be me. It was my idea. Su Lin, noticing her father's stern gaze upon Wang Husheng, rose to stand protectively in front of him, much like a hen shielding her chick. Your idea? I know what kind of person you are, my daughter. This must surely be the brainchild of my son-in-law. With your limited intellect, you are far from capable. Step aside and allow me to converse with my son-in-law, Zefengtian coldly huffed, gently pushing Su Lin aside. Son-in-law, Su Lin echoed, her mouth agape and eyes wide in shock, utterly astonished by her father's affectionate reference to her boyfriend. Young Wang, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were no ordinary individual. Not only are you intelligent, but your character is commendable, and you possess remarkable depth. I am completely at ease marrying my daughter to you. The two conditions I previously mentioned were merely tests. In truth, you have long been my designated son-in-law. If Su Lin dares to refuse you, I shall be the first to object. Young Wang, you understand that your brother is rather frivolous, indulging in mere pleasures, while Su Lin, being a girl, has all my hopes resting upon you. In a few years, when I retire, the family business will inevitably fall into your capable hands. Hence, I have conferred with your mother-in-law to establish a couple of stipulations as a means to test your mettle. I trust you won't harbor any resentment towards your father-in-law and mother-in-law, will you? Su Fangshan's visage radiated a benevolent warmth. Ah, Observing the gentle smile upon Su Fengshan's face, Wang Husheng found himself utterly bewildered. Was this truly the stern-faced man who once deemed him worthless, his prospective father-in-law? Now, this same father-in-law not only extolled his virtues, but also intended to entrust the family business to him? Yes, yes, my esteemed son-in-law. This was indeed how your father-in-law and I reached an understanding. Please, do not misconstrue our intentions, added Qian Yin, stepping forward to lend her support. Oh, Wang Husheng nodded in a daze. However, at that moment, an unexpected voice interjected, asserting that it might not be feasible. Su Fengshan, who had been wholly focused on Wang Husheng, instinctively believed the words to be uttered by his son, enraged by the audacity of his seemingly inept offspring to defy him at such a critical juncture. He swiftly turned to chastise Su Ning, who stood behind him. Chapter 365. The Ultimate Dream, Why Is It Impossible? Do you expect me to hand over the family business to you? Have you even glanced in the mirror? Are you truly suited for this? He suggested managing the business through your brother-in-law. You certainly won't starve in the future, so just take pleasure in that. Dad, what? What are you talking about? Su Ning stood there, bewildered, glancing back and forth between Su Fengshan and Qian Yin. He had just heard Su Fengshan mention transferring the business to Wang Husheng, which momentarily relieved him. He knew he was not cut out for managing a business. Although his father's words the previous day had significantly impacted him, it was unrealistic to expect a mere couple of sentences to alter the character and habits formed over 2 decades. Such transformations only occur in television dramas. Regardless, apart from feeling a bit guilty last night, today he remained the same Su Ning who was preoccupied with leisure. My cousin has other plans. The family business should remain with your son. Su Fengshan pointed at Su Ning, intending to say more, but as soon as he began to speak, another voice interrupted. This time, Su Fengshan clearly recognized it was Li Rui. Chairman Li, what do you mean? Su Fengshan momentarily froze, then his eyes brightened with anticipation. Wang Husheng and Su Lin exchanged glances, and a smile of expectation gradually appeared on Su Lin's face, while Wang Husheng looked utterly stunned. Our group is developing a large-scale commercial complex, and I would like to entrust its management to my cousin. Although Li Rui was responding to Su Fengshan's inquiry, his gaze was directed at Wang Husheng. A large-scale commercial complex? Su Fengshan repeated excitedly. The mere mention of a large-scale commercial complex by the chairman of Tongfei Group indicated it would be substantial. How could he not be thrilled at the prospect of his future son-in-law managing such an enterprise? Chairman Li, if I may ask, just how vast is this commercial complex? Qian Yin, equally exhilarated, could not restrain herself from posing the question to Li Rui. Upon hearing Qian Yan's inquiry, Su Fengshan was taken aback and inwardly scolded her. You know what it means to be presumptuous? Was this the question she should be asking? After his silent reprimand, Su Fengshan lifted his gaze, casting a fierce glare at Qian Yin. Noticing that she was completely oblivious to him, he begrudgingly shifted his attention back to Li Rui. He was also eager to learn just how large this commercial complex was, how much profit it could generate annually. After all, it pertained to his son-in-law, and by extension, to his daughter. How could he not show interest? Occupying an area of over 400 acres, with a construction area of 900,000 square feet, complemented by 2 commercial streets, Li Rui replied calmly and unhurriedly. That's enormous. It must require a great many people to manage it, right? Cousin, I cannot handle this. I'm not capable. Before Su Fengshan and Qian Yin could respond, Wang Husheng, who had been itching to interject but was constrained by his in-law's conversation with his cousin, could no longer hold back. He repeatedly waved his hands in refusal towards Li Rui. Just moments ago, I overheard my cousin expressing his desire for me to manage a large commercial complex, and in that instant, I was taken aback. It is worth noting that I am a graduate student. While my alma mater may not be particularly prestigious, I am nonetheless a postgraduate. Logically speaking, with my level of education and 4 to 5 years of experience in a relatively modest company, I should have attained a middle management position by now. However, the reality is that I remain a mere entry-level employee. The reason for this lies in my introverted nature, which renders me ill-suited for management roles. Aware of my limitations, I swiftly gestured to Li Rui in refusal, fully cognizant that I could not possibly oversee the large commercial complex my cousin mentioned. Upon hearing this, Su Lin opened her mouth to say something, but quickly fell silent. No woman wishes for her husband to lack ambition. Yet she understands her boyfriend and recognizes that he is simply not cut out for such responsibilities. A large commercial complex, as articulated by the chairman of Tongfei Group, entails investments in the hundreds of millions. If entrusted to Wang Husheng, it is highly likely to incur losses. With our elder relatives already advanced in age, could I bear to see them toil further? Noting Wang Husheng's refusal, Li Rui shifted the conversation away from the commercial complex and instead spoke of uncle. As I listened to Li Rui, my expression stiffened, and memories of my parents' frail, aged figures surfaced in my mind. My hand, which had been raised in protest, fell limply to my side. Cousin, I have already discussed this with my mother. This large commercial complex is to be managed by you, with 50 of the annual profits remitted to the group. The remaining portion will be divided among uncle, aunt, and little aunt. The specifics of the division will be determined by my mother at that time. You need not worry, as I will arrange for personnel from the group to assist you, allowing you to learn at a comfortable pace. Furthermore, this complex is situated between the two major industrial parks of Tongfei Group, and we have no competitors. As long as we do not undermine ourselves, the risk of loss is negligible, Li Rui patiently elucidated, sensing my wavering resolve. Son-in-law, Chairman Li has arranged everything for you. If you refuse again, you will be squandering his goodwill, urged Su Fang's-han, who was growing increasingly anxious nearby. Though he referred to me as son-in-law, internally he berated me for my indecisiveness, thinking that I should seize the opportunity presented to me. If it were not for my connection to Chairman Li, he would have kicked me out long ago. Well, very well then, I finally conceded, recalling the image of my elderly parents, who had labored tirelessly over the years without enjoying a moment of comfort. After a brief moment of hesitation, I nodded in agreement. Cousin, based on my calculations, if we allocate 50 of the profits to the group, would that not leave us with over 20 million? Divided among 4 families. Each would receive 5 to 6 million. Does that not seem excessive? Should we consider remitting 80 of the profits to the group instead? Should we allocate the remaining 20? Wang Husheng, still harboring some reservations, inquired of Li Rui. Cousin, you may not fully grasp the situation yet. After my preliminary calculations, conservatively speaking, the annual returns should exceed 100 million. In reality, the most likely figure hovers around 300 million. As the scale of Tongfei Group continues to expand, an increasing number of employees and their families are relocating to the vicinity of the two major industrial parks. It is conceivable that these returns could soar to 700 million, 800 million, or even 1 billion. In other words, even the near term. Once the commercial complex is operational, a rough estimate suggests that each family, including uncle, aunt, and their spouses, could receive at least 30 to 40 million. As for your suggestion of contributing an additional 30 to the group, I believe it is unnecessary. Tongfei Group is not in need of a mere few tens of millions. What it truly requires is several hundred billion, or even several trillion, Li Rui replied with a faint smile. To assert this is not mere bravado. He possesses over 470 billion in cash. While he is uncertain of the exact amount in Tongfei Group's accounts, it is likely in the hundreds of billions. Thus, a few tens of millions hold little significance for him. What he lacks are several hundred billion, trillions. With such wealth, he could transform the Li family army into the most formidable force across the entire Blue Star, capable of easily suppressing the might of the Eagle Sauce Nation. At that point, no one would dare to threaten the Li family. This is his ultimate dream, and he firmly believes that one day he will realize this aspiration. And that day is not far off. Chapter 366, Exceeding Expectations. Wow. Exclaimed Li Hui. Although Su Fang's-han and Qian Yin might not have caught every word he spoke, they were keenly aware of his assertion that each family could receive a minimum of 30 to 40 million annually. Moreover, based on their calculations, it was highly probable that this amount would only increase in the future. The thought that their prospective son-in-law could amass wealth exceeding their decades of hard work in merely a few years left them gasping in disbelief. 30 to 40 million. 30 to 40 million. Wang Husheng muttered in a daze, repeatedly echoing the staggering figure that had caused his mind to wander. Since you both find these conditions acceptable, regarding my cousin's engagement. Noticing Wang Husheng lost in his thoughts, Li Rui shifted his gaze to Su Fang's-han and inquired. Yes, engagement. Let us proceed with the engagement immediately. Su Fang's-han exclaimed, clapping his hands in a flurry of excitement. I propose we set the wedding for 7 days from now. Allowing them to tie the knot, he suggested after a moment of contemplation. So soon? Into 7 days? Li Rui responded, but before he could finish, Su Lin, startled by Su Fang's-han's words, stood up with a look of astonishment. How is that too soon? Look at your age. Others your age are already raising children. And look at you. If it weren't for Xiao Wang's interest, who knows if you'd even find a partner? Furthermore, how old is Xiao Wang? Can you wait? And Can he? Can his parents afford to wait? One must not be so selfish. It is settled. You will marry in 7 days. And then you should have children while your mother is still young. The more, the merrier. If the in-laws cannot manage, your mother can help with the children, Su Fangzhan declared, casting an admonishing glance at Su Lin. But Dad, you said we were just arranging an engagement, and that marriage would take at least 6 months. Su Lin protested. You're mistaken. I never said that. Enough with the nonsense. It's decided. Don't you wish to marry Xiao Wang? Su Fangzhan retorted, his gaze shifting towards Wang Husheng, signaling him with subtle gestures. Ah, Uncle, what did you just say? Wang Husheng, snapping out of his stupor, blinked rapidly at Su Fangzhan, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Cousin, would you be willing to marry your fiancée in 7 days? Li Rue inquired, observing Su Fangzhan's incredulous expression with a smile. Wait, marry in just 7 days? Wang Husheng asked, looking at Su Fangzhan with disbelief. Upon seeing Wang Husheng's astonishment, Su Fangzhan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and nodded with a friendly smile. With Su Fangzhan's affirmation, Wang Husheng became instantly exhilarated, and after a brief moment, he turned to Su Lin, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin, though reluctant, finally nodded in agreement. In truth, she had long been prepared to marry Wang Husheng. However, the suddenness of the 7-day timeline took her by surprise, leaving her momentarily unable to accept it. Yet, gazing at Wang Husheng's expectant expression, Su Lin found herself unable to utter a refusal. Oh, how wonderful! We're to be wed, exclaimed Wang Husheng, nodding at Su Lin. In that instant, his previously eager eyes sparkled with joy. He then leapt to his feet and, in a fit of excitement, embraced Su Lin tightly, shouting with exuberance. All right, your parents are still here. Su Lin blushed and gently reminded him, lowering her gaze. Ah, right? Wang Husheng, upon receiving Su Lin's cue, realized his folly and cast an embarrassed glance at Su Fangzhan and Qian Yin, offering a sheepish smile. It seems, cousin, that you're quite pleased with the decision to marry in 7 days. Let us settle on that. Indeed, let be so. Wife, please go to my room and fetch the card from the nightstand. Of course, I shall retrieve it at once. Understanding Su Fangzhan's intent, Qian Yin responded promptly and hurried off. A minute later, Qian Yin returned, presenting a bank card to Su Fangzhan. Little Wang, I have but 1 daughter and 1 son. This will be my only opportunity to marry off my daughter in this lifetime. Therefore, you and Su Lin's wedding must be handled with utmost care. However, I am aware that you may not have much money at present. Here, take this bank card. It contains 2 million, which should suffice for a splendid wedding for you and Su Lin. Su Fangzhan smiled as he handed the card to Wang Husheng. 2 million? Wang Husheng murmured instinctively, staring at the card. He then glanced at Su Lin, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and accepting the card. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, aunt. Wang Husheng bowed his head in gratitude to Su Fangzhan and Qian Yin. Still calling me uncle? In just 7 days, you shall be wed to Su Lin. Su Fangzhan paused, feigning displeasure as he looked at Wang Husheng. Indeed, little Wang, since you will soon need to change your address, you might as well start adapting now. Qian Yin said with a warm smile. Father, mother. Ha, a fine son-in-law, a fine son-in-law. The following day, upon awakening at the hotel, Li Rue awaited Wang Husheng's arrival so they could return to Chunning County together. Father, mother, Ling Xian, I am back. At precisely noon, Li Rue entered his family's villa in Lijia village, calling out exuberantly as he stepped through the door. Son, you're back. How did your cousin's matters go? Wang Sume, hearing his voice, emerged from the villa to inquire. Rest assured, I have completed the task, and not only that, I have exceeded expectations, Li Rue replied, a proud smile gracing his lips. Exceeded expectations? Yin Lingxian excitedly sprinted from the villa, rushing to Li Rue's side and clutching his arm with curiosity. Just then, Li Yong also emerged, wearing an expression of intrigue as he regarded Li Rue. I initially went to discuss my cousin's engagement, thinking that he wouldn't be marrying for at least another 6 months. Little did I know. Li Rue paused at this point, a beaming smile gracing his face as he gazed at Wang Sume. What is the matter? You rascal, leaving us hanging like that? Playing games with your mother? Wang Sume exclaimed, her face a picture of anxious, feigned anger as she lightly tapped Li Rue's shoulder. Well, my cousin is engaged, and the wedding is just 7 days away. Oh, wait, it's actually 6 days now. Mom, don't you think I've exceeded my mission? 6 days? Wang Sume murmured to herself, her face lighting up with joy. The son of her elder brother, who was now in his 30s, had yet to marry, and she had witnessed her brother's furrowed brow over the years, which had weighed heavily on her heart as well. Now, hearing this news, the burden that had been troubling her was finally lifted, and how could she not feel elated? Son, you must be hungry. I just finished cooking your favorite dish. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, using those free-range chickens your uncle sent over. Be sure to eat plenty, Wang Sumei said with a beaming smile, waving at Li Rui as she trotted towards the villa. 10 minutes later, Li Rui sat at the dining table, happily savoring the meal prepared by his mother's own hands. Chapter 367. I will not spare you even in death, while Li Rui indulged in a hearty feast several kilometers away, within a modest red brick house. A scene of despair unfolded. A weathered wooden table bore a few simple home-cooked dishes, around which 2 men and 2 women sat, each displaying a range of emotions. Some bowed in tears, others with faces contorted in anger, and a few consumed by hopelessness. Mom, Dad, it's been 3 days. You haven't eaten a single morsel. If this continues, your health will surely deteriorate. I implore you to eat something, pleaded a young woman in her mid-20s, momentarily suppressing her despair to address the middle-aged couple before her. Oh, I cannot eat. The middle-aged woman, nearing 50, shook her head at the young woman. Then, turning to the weathered-faced man beside her, she added, Shoshan, you are the pillar of our family. You must not collapse. Please, eat something. Dear, you must eat. Your health is not as robust as mine. If anyone is to falter, it will surely be you first. Please consume something, Wang Shoshan urged, lifting the bowl before the woman, serving her a few dishes, and placing it back in front of her. I cannot eat. Oh, my poor daughter, the middle-aged woman, overwhelmed with grief, buried her face in her hands and wept. Mom, please do not cry. We have gathered the 600,000 and given it to those people, right? My sister will return soon. The young woman grasped the middle-aged woman's hand, her eyes brimming with tears, attempting to comfort her. But we initially provided them with 100,000, and now they demand another 600,000. Do you truly believe they will return your sister? The woman, wiping her tears with her sleeve, questioned with a trembling voice. The young woman fell silent, momentarily taken aback by her mother's inquiry, uncertain of how to respond. Deep down, she understood that even after paying the 600,000, the likelihood of her sister's return remained slim. After all, the people on the other side possessed no sense of honor. Yet, in such dire circumstances, even a one chance compelled them to pay. If they refrained from sending the money, the prospect of recovering their loved one would be rendered even more elusive. Child, that was your down payment for the house. Is it truly worth it? Wang Shoshan gazed at the young woman, his eyes filled with remorse. Father, what does it matter if it is worth it? That is my sister. If I do not find a way to rescue her, she may never return, the young woman replied, dabbing at her uncontrollable tears. Xiao Lu, I know those funds were hard-earned. Consider it a loan from me. I will do everything in my power to repay you in the future, Wang Shoshan said, clenching his jaw as he glanced at the young woman before shifting his gaze to the young man beside her. Father, what are you saying? I'm her son-in-law. Yue Ying is Yue Yun's sister, which makes her my sister-in-law. If anything happens to her, how could I possibly not help? Lu Weijia declared. Ah, how I lament that I, Lu Weijia, lack the capability to provide more than 500,000. The remaining funds must be borrowed from my father-in-law. With a sigh, Lu Weijia expressed his remorse. Xiao Lu, Wang Shoshan called out, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he fixed his gaze intently upon Lu Weijia. After a moment, he lowered his head, succumbing once more to silence. Thus, the 4 of them gathered around the wooden table, enveloped in a profound stillness. The phone of the master is ringing. The master's phone is ringing. Time seemed to stretch, whether it was a minute or 5. Wang Yueyin heard a familiar ringtone, one she had set for her father. Instantly, she looked up anxiously at Wang Shoshan, acutely aware that this call could potentially determine her sister's fate. Father, quickly check if that person is calling, Wang Yueyin implored, her face etched with concern. Oh, all right, I will check right away, Wang Shoshan, momentarily stiffened by the sound of the phone, snapped back to reality at his eldest daughter's urging, responding with urgency. As he echoed his daughter's plea, Wang Shoshan reached into his pocket for his phone. However, his hands trembled uncontrollably from anxiety and fear. What should have been a simple action took several attempts before he could successfully find the pocket's opening. Father, don't rush, take a deep breath and proceed slowly, Wang Yueyun encouraged, standing and extending her arms downward, her gaze fixed intently on her father's eyes. With a few deep breaths, Wang Shoshan felt his trembling begin to subside, allowing him to finally retrieve the phone that vibrated insistently, ringing loudly. Yes, it is indeed his call, Wang Shoshan announced, holding the phone before his eyes for a couple of seconds before pointing to the screen, his eyes wide with urgency as he addressed Wang Yueyan. Answer it, Shoshan. Quickly answer the call, urged a middle-aged woman, tears still unclean from her face, as she stood up, craning her neck to see the phone in Wang Shoshan's hand. Father, please take the call. All right. Wang Shoshan glanced at his wife and eldest daughter, steeling himself before he finally pressed the green answer button. I have already transferred the money. When will you return my daughter? He asked anxiously, not waiting for the other party to speak. I never expected you could gather 600,000. You truly surprised me, came a man's voice from the other end, responding with a disconcerting laughter. When will you release my daughter? Wang Shoshan pressed, his eyes reddening with desperation. Rest assured, as long as you can settle the payment for your daughter, we will naturally release her. I have already made the payment. When will you return my daughter? The word from the other end stirred a sense of foreboding within Wang Shoshan, causing his previously frantic tone to shift to one of cautious trepidation. There could be no more misfortunes. The sum of 600,000, combined with the previous 100,000, is indeed sufficient to cover your daughter's compensation. However, her boyfriend borrowed 100,000 from us last night. He is unable to repay it, claiming he intends to use his girlfriend as collateral. Therefore, if you wish for your daughter to return safely, you must provide me with another 100,000. The man's languid voice echoed from the other end of the phone. How dare you? You wretched scoundrel. You are in league with Pang Xiao. You deceived my daughter, and may your entire family suffer dire consequences. Wang Shoshan screamed into the phone, his eyes ablaze with fury. Go ahead, curse all you want. I can empathize with your feelings, but it will not resolve the issue. I am giving you 1 day. If I do not see the money by noon tomorrow, I will have no choice but to let your daughter repay the debt in other ways. Though she may not be a beauty, her youth, at just over 20, allows for many years of earning potential. She can certainly make back the 100,000. As Wang Shoshan ceased his tirade, the phone revealed an unabashed threat accompanied by mocking laughter. Please do not harm my daughter. Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death. You'll haunt me? Huh. If there were spirits in this world, I would have long since met my demise countless times. Your time is running out. Before noon tomorrow, no one will lay a finger on your daughter. After that, I cannot guarantee her safety. My subordinates are restless and cannot wait much longer. Haha. Please no. Wang Shoshan shouted desperately at his phone as it indicated the call had ended. Chapter 368. The Final Hope. Shoshan. Did he really say he would release my daughter? The middle-aged woman, her eyes betraying profound fear, wore an exceedingly grim smile as she eagerly inquired of Wang Shoshan. In truth, Wang Shoshan's phone had been on speaker, allowing the woman to overhear the entire conversation he had with the person on the other end. Yet, in moments of despair, individuals often deceive themselves, clinging to the faintest glimmers of hope for miracles that are unlikely to materialize. Father, after Wang Shoshan's frantic shouts, Wang Yueyun fell into a daze, tears streaming down her cheeks, plopping onto the ground as she cried out in a voice choked with emotion. That scoundrel, Pang Xiao. I have long warned you. He is no good. If I ever encounter him, I shall break his legs, Lu Weijie declared, slamming his palm against the wooden table. His voice laced with icy resolve. Wang Shoshan, speak to me. Will they return my daughter? Please tell me, please, the woman implored, a manic laughter escaping her lips as she stood beside Wang Shoshan, shaking him from his stupor. My dear Yueying, she will surely return. She will come back. Mom, please calm down. Wang Yueyun, covering her mouth with one hand, desperately stifled her sobs while her eyes, red and swollen, pleaded with the middle-aged woman. Enough. I must rescue Yueying. Is it not merely 1 million? I could sell a kidney. I could sell my heart. I will do whatever it takes to bring my daughter back. Wang Shoshan shouted passionately, biting his lip. Father, do you not understand? Even if you offer that man 1 million, they would not return my sister. Then will you propose? Shall we allow your sister to be defiled by others? Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, I must try. Listening to Wang Shoshan, Wang Yueyan lifted her head, fighting against the tears that threatened to spill over. After a moment, she closed her eyes and bowed her head in silence. On one hand lay the stark reality that no amount of money could save her sister, and on the other, the tormenting thought of her sister's degradation twisted her heart in anguish. She felt utterly lost. Let me sell a kidney, sell my heart. Wang Shoshan, you must save my little Yueying. Yueyan, help me find a buyer. Whoever can provide me with 1 million, my life is theirs. The middle-aged woman grasped Wang Shoshan's arm, urgently addressing both him and Wang Yueyan. Mother, I beg you to remain calm. We are in Longhua. This 1 million can only be borrowed. Borrow? Where can we possibly borrow such a sum? The woman's face turned ashen at the first part of Wang Yueyun's statement, her gaze falling to the ground, dimming with despair. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, her eyes flickered with renewed hope as she looked up at Wang Yueyun with expectation. Li Rue, to borrow this 1 million. We can only turn to Wang Chunlai's nephew, Li Rue from Lijia village, Wang Shoshan asserted, his fist striking the wooden table with determination. Li Rue? Shoshan. It is true that Li Rue is exceedingly wealthy. For him, 1 million is merely a drop in the ocean. But what reason does he have to lend us such a sum? Even Wang Chunlai, his own uncle, has not reaped any benefits in recent days. What connection do we share with him? We are hardly better than strangers, having only crossed paths a few times during his childhood. Why would he consider lending us 1 million? If we were to seek him out, we might not even gain entry. The flicker of hope ignited in the middle-aged woman's heart was extinguished in an instant upon hearing Wang Shoshan's words. Li Rue? Who is Li Rue? Lu Weijie leaned closer to Wang Yueyun and whispered. Listening to the conversation between his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he found himself quite curious about the enigmatic Li Rue. 1 million as just a drop in the ocean. What manner of individual could inspire such words from his mother-in-law? Weijie, who is Li Rue? I cannot provide a clear explanation at this moment. I can only tell you that he is immensely wealthy. The Tungfei group in our county is his enterprise, and he is our last hope. Oh my, so it's this big shot. No wonder Mom said that 1 million is but a drop in the ocean for him, Lu Weijie exclaimed, his eyes widening in admiration as he nodded vigorously. I will seek out Chunlai. By virtue of our relationship, I shall address him as brother. I will kneel and implore him to assist me in reaching Li Rue. This is my daughter's only chance to return. No matter how difficult it may be, I must take action. With that, Wang Shoshan turned to stride towards the door. Father, wait. As Wang Shoshan was about to step outside, Wang Yueyun called out, waving her hand. Yueyun, do you have something to say? Wang Shoshan turned back, puzzled. Father, I believe it would be more prudent to approach Yueka. The chances of securing a loan would be greater. What do you mean? Father, our family's relationship with Uncle Chunlai is only average, and you are well aware of his character. Even if you beseech him, he may not be inclined to ask his nephew for such a favor. Therefore, it would be wiser to reach out to Yueka. She is Li Rue's cousin, and their relationship has always been amicable. Currently, she works at the Tungfei group. Moreover, she was a childhood companion of my sister. Knowing that my sister is in distress, she would surely be willing to assist, Wang Yueyun analyzed, stepping closer to Wang Shoshan. Indeed, you have a point. Do you have Yueka's contact information? After contemplating for a moment, Wang Shoshan acknowledged the validity of his daughter's reasoning and asked Wang Yueyun with a hint of anticipation. Yes, the village girls have formed a group chat, and she is a member. I will add her now, Wang Yueyun replied, pulling out her phone and opening the messaging app. Searching for a chat group she had not checked in quite some time. Father, I have added Yueka. Once she accepts, I can send her a voice message or video. Yueka, you really have it easy. The manager assigns you no tasks at all. I truly envy you. Oui. I actually wish the manager would give me some tasks. It's terribly dull. Come on, Yueka, don't be unaware of your good fortune. Why don't you come help me with this PPT? You, this is your responsibility. I wouldn't dare to compete with you. The manager would scold me if he found out. Wang Yu waved her hand dismissively. After all, you are the chairman's cousin. Who would dare to reprimand you? Once we finish work, you must treat us to dinner to soothe our wounded hearts. All right. I shall comply with your wishes. The manager is approaching. We should hurry back, Wang Yu said, straightening her posture as she spoke. A few minutes later, feeling rather bored, Wang Yu took out her phone, intending to open a shopping app to purchase some clothing. At that moment, she noticed a conspicuous red number on the chat application's icon. With a hint of compulsiveness, she couldn't resist tapping on the app, only to discover a friend request awaiting her acceptance. Curiously, she opened the friend request page and found the name and profile picture somewhat familiar. Upon clicking the avatar, she realized it was an older sister from her village. Wang Yueyun, what did you want from me? Wang Yu pondered aloud, her curiosity piqued, before ultimately deciding to accept the request. Chapter 369. Borrowing money to save a life, Sister Yueyun. Is there something you need when you added me? As soon as the request was accepted, Wang Yueka inquired. Dad, Yueka has added me. Wang Yueyun exclaimed excitedly to Wang Shoshan as she sat back on the long wooden bench. Hurry, talk to her, Wang Shoshan urged, his eyes lighting up at her words. All right, I will call Yueka now, Wang Yueyun said, initiating a voice call to Wang Yueka on the messaging app. Sister Yueyun, what do you need? Yueka, Are you available to talk? Yes, what is on your mind, Sister Yueyin? Yueying is in trouble. What? Sister Yueyin, could you please repeat that? Wang Yueka asked, stunned. Yueying recently started dating a man who took her to the Jadestone country for a trip a few days ago. He is a fraud, and now she is being held there. They called us demanding a ransom, and we cannot come up with that amount of money. I need your assistance to find your cousin, Wang Yueyun said, pausing momentarily. Although Wang Yueyun did not explicitly mention whom she needed to find or for what purpose. Wang Yueka immediately thought of her cousin, Li Rue. Sister Yueyun, how much do they want? Hearing that her childhood companion had fallen victim to a scam in the Jadestone country, and recalling the numerous perilous news reports she had seen online, Wang Yueka felt a wave of urgency. 1 million. So much. Sister Yueyun, wait for me at the entrance of Li Village. I'll be there shortly, Wang Yueka said after a significant silence, contemplating for several moments. Thank you, Yueka, Wang Yueyun sighed in relief, expressing her gratitude. Sister Yueyun, Yueying is my childhood friend. I want to save her too. All right, I will go request a leave now. Let us meet at the entrance of Li Village, Wang Yueka concluded before hanging up. Let us go. We need to head to the entrance of Li Village immediately, Wang Shoshan said, beckoning Wang Yueyun as she ended the call. Without waiting for her response, he hurriedly made his way outside. Wait for me, the middle-aged woman called out anxiously, quickly following him. Seeing this, Lu Weijie stood up, preparing to follow suit. Just as he began to step forward, Wang Yueyun grasped his arm firmly. Darling, we have already lost the down payment for the house, and now I need to borrow 1 million. If Mom and Dad cannot pay it back, we'll have to help them. Are you truly willing to do this? If not, maybe we should get a divorce. I don't want to burden you. Wang Yueyun said, looking up with reddened eyes. How dare you say that? The down payment for the house was saved by both of us, not just me. I have nothing, yet you are willing to marry me. Now that you're in trouble, you want me to divorce you? What do you take me for? It's just 1 million. We can work hard to earn it. As long as we stand together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Lu Weijie, initially filled with anger, confronted Wang Yueyun. However, upon seeing her tear-filled eyes, his heart softened, and he gently offered her words of comfort. To claim that borrowing the 1 million lacked pressure would be sheer nonsense. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. In matters of life and death, he could not refuse, nor could he consider divorce, for his love for his wife was unwavering. Thank you. Thank you for what? Let us hurry. Our parents are waiting, Lu Weijie said, taking Wang Yueyun's hand and heading out the door. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Lijia Village. She's here. Yueka has arrived, Wang Yueyun exclaimed, spotting Wang Yueka stepping out of a taxi and joyfully addressing those inside the SUV parked at the village entrance. The occupants of the vehicle turned their gazes toward the direction Wang Yueyun pointed. Before their eyes stood a charming young girl, radiating youthful exuberance in her simple attire. Yueka, over here, Wang Yueyun called, stretching her head out of the car window and waving. Upon hearing this, Wang Yueka swiftly made her way toward the SUV. Sister Yueyun, Uncle Shoshan, she greeted everyone present one by one. Wang Shoshan and the others, suppressing their own anxiety, responded to her greetings. Yueka, take the front seat. We must hurry to find your cousin, Wang Yueyun instructed, gesturing toward the empty passenger seat. All right, Wang Yueka replied, promptly opening the door and settling into the front seat. The vehicle then started, cruising down the village road. Shall we just park by the roadside? After driving for over a minute, Lu Weijie braked and turned to Wang Yueyun with a question. He understood they were heading to a distant relative's home, and without a formal invitation, he was hesitant to drive into the village. It's fine, my cousin isn't that petty. Let us drive into the villa compound, Wang Yueka interjected before Wang Yueyun could respond. Upon hearing this, Lu Weijie instinctively glanced at Wang Yueka before shifting his gaze back to Wang Yueyun. She immediately grasped Lu Weijie's unspoken concern and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. Relieved, Lu Weijie released the brake and continued driving into Lijia Village. Let us park here, we can get out now, Wang Yueka declared, opening her door and stepping out first. Under the watchful eyes of several imposing men, each standing at least 2 meters tall, Lu Weijie cautiously followed Wang Yueka south, lead to park the car. Now that Yueka is out, everyone else can exit as well, Wang Yueka instructed, and they all carefully got out of the vehicle. Let us go to my cousin's house. Wang Yueka beckoned the others who had just disembarked, leading the way toward a villa. The group, upon hearing her, immediately followed suit, their heads lowered in deference as they dared not glance around under the scrutiny of the formidable bodyguards. Cousin, are you home? Wang Yueka called out loudly as they entered the grand hall of the villa. Not long after finishing dinner, Li Rui, who was lounging on the sofa alongside Wang Yueka while engrossed in his phone, suddenly detected a familiar voice calling out, thanks to his keen hearing. Yueka's cousin? Li Rui exclaimed as he abruptly sat up, murmuring to himself. Yun Lingxian, who was watching television, noticed Li Rui's sudden movement and his muttering, leading her to voice her own confusion. I didn't hear anything about Yueka's cousin. We are different. Just ask if you want to go down. Otherwise, you can stay here and watch TV while I check what's going on. Logically, Yueka should be at work today. Why would she come to my house? Li Rui said to Yun Lingxian, then continued to ponder aloud. Anyway, I'm tired of watching TV. I'll go down too, Yun Lingxian remarked, putting down her potato chips and grabbing the remote to turn off the television. The two then took each other's hands and made their way out of the living room. Descending the stairs. Brother, sister-in-law, Wang Yueka called out excitedly upon seeing Li Rui and Yun Lingxian coming downstairs. Yueka, shouldn't you be at work today? What's brought you here? Is something the matter? Li Rui asked with a smile, realizing he had not misheard the voice calling from below. It was indeed his cousin, Wang Yueka. Cousin, I came to see you today because I have a bit of a situation and need to borrow some money urgently, Wang Yueka said, glancing at Wang Shoushan and the others before turning back to Li Rui. Chapter 370. I wish to converse with that individual following Wang Yueka's gaze. Li Rui finally noticed Wang Shoushan and his companions. Observing Wang Shoushan, whom he had encountered merely 2 days prior at his uncle's residence, Li Rui silently affirmed his suspicions. This man was indeed in grave trouble. Otherwise, he would not have sought a loan from his uncle. What surprised Li Rui was that this individual ultimately found him through Wang Yueka, a twist he had not anticipated. Listening to Wang Yueka, Li Rui remained silent. He took Yun Jingxian's hand and approached Wang Yueka and her companions, casually surveying the 4 individuals. Please, take a seat. Li Rui gestured towards a nearby sofa, and after speaking, he led Yun Jingxian towards it. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yueka promptly walked to the sofa, turned, and sat down. It was then she noticed that Wang Shoushan and the others were moving with the hesitance of ants, their steps slow and their expressions remarkably tense and constrained. Uncle Shoushan, Sister Yueyin, please come and sit, Wang Yueka urged, aware of their anxiety. Yet, she anticipated that if they continued at this pace, it would take them a minute or two to traverse the short distance, prompting her to beckon him forward. Upon hearing Wang Yueka's encouragement, Wang Yueyin bit her lip and gently nudged Wang Shoushan. Instantly understanding, Wang Shoushan, thinking of his little daughter who awaited his assistance, gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward, turning to sit on the sofa. Meanwhile, Wang Yueyin and the others remained standing behind him. Now, please explain the situation, Li Rui said as Wang Shoushan settled in. He poured himself a glass of water, drank it, and then directed his inquiry at Wang Shoushan. I. Wang Shoushan stammered, suddenly at a loss for words under Li Rui's unexpected query. His nervousness rendered him incapable of articulating his thoughts, and what he intended to express came out as a jumble of hesitations. It was well known that in the past 6 months, Li Rui's reputation had soared to unparalleled heights within a radius of dozens of miles. Anyone who spoke of him would inevitably give a thumbs up. In casual conversations with others, he often mentioned this prominent figure who resided not far away. Yet each time he uttered Li Rui's name, his heart would tremble involuntarily. As a person of humble standing, he felt an instinctive fear when confronted with such an eminent individual. Now, in this opulent villa, the very person whose name instilled fear in him stood before him, questioning him, causing Wang Shoushan to momentarily lose his composure. Father, don't panic. If it's too difficult, let me handle it, Wang Yueyin said. Though she too felt a surge of anxiety, she managed to suppress her trepidation and addressed Wang Shoushan. Sister Yueyin, allow me to take the lead, Wang Yueka interjected, noticing the anxious expressions on their faces. Cousin, hear us what happened. After receiving a nod from Wang Yueyin, Wang Yueka began to relay the details Wang Yueyin had previously shared, recounting everything to Li Rui. The Jade Stone Kingdom? Once again, the Jade Stone Kingdom. Li Rui furrowed his brow and murmured softly. This land of jade and stone was rife with warlords and had become a veritable paradise for crime, where countless victims suffered, the majority of whom were from the Dragon Nation. Previously, his university dormitory brothers had also fallen prey to persecution, although he had managed to rescue them and save tens of thousands of his compatriots. Many others remained trapped in the clutches of deceit and various fraudulent organizations within this realm. Li Rui did not consider himself a savior. For those who were unrelated to him, he harbored no intent to exhaust all means to rescue them. He lacked such enlightenment. However, when it came to his cousin's childhood friend, who had personally sought him out, he could no longer remain indifferent. 1 million? As everyone watched Li Rue frown in silence, their hearts fluttered with uncertainty about whether he would agree to help. Li Rue's voice broke the tension. That person is asking for 1 million. Are you certain that if the money is provided, you will release her? He scanned the faces of Wang Shoushan and Wang Yueyun, inquiring. I cannot be certain, but this is our only chance. He said if we do not present 1 million by noon tomorrow, they will. Wang Shoushan's voice trailed off, his eyes reddening once more. Uncle Shoushan, what will they do to Yueying? Wang Yueka asked nervously, although her heart already harbored a dreadful suspicion. They want my daughter to become a prostitute, Wang Shoushan uttered in despair, biting his lip until it bled, oblivious to his own injury. Wang Yueka gasped, her eyes widening in horror as she struggled to fathom her childhood friend alone in a foreign land, facing such peril. Oh, my poor daughter. At that moment, a middle-aged woman who had been standing behind Wang Shoushan could no longer contain her tears. Mom, please stop crying. We are trying to find a solution. Wang Yueyun, noticing her mother weeping uncontrollably in Li Rue's home, feared that the sound might displease him and quickly spoke to the woman. Upon hearing her daughter's words and noticing the reassuring glance Wang Yueyun gave her, the middle-aged woman stifled her sorrow and ceased her tears. Cousin, Wang Yueka called out to Li Rue, her eyes slightly reddened. Li Rue, Yun Lingxian also implored with a face full of empathy. Please provide me with a bank card, Li Rue said, casting a reassuring glance at Wang Yueka and Yun Lingxian. He then turned to Wang Shoushan. Thank you. Wang Shoushan expressed his gratitude, visibly moved. The three of them, upon hearing Li Rue's words, wore expressions of joy. Taking the bank card handed to him by Wang Shoushan, Li Rue retrieved his phone and accessed online banking, proceeding with the transaction. 1 minute later, after transferring the money, he returned the bank card to Wang Shoushan. As Li Rue spoke, Wang Shoushan felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. After expressing his gratitude once more, he pulled out his phone and, upon focusing on the screen, discovered the notification indicating the arrival of 1 million dragon national currency. Now make the call to them, Li Rue remarked abruptly, observing Wang Shoushan's face light up with joy as he gazed at his phone. You want to call them now? Wang Shoushan inquired, pointing at the device with a look of confusion. He was not yet prepared to reach out, as his mind was clouded with significant apprehensions. Although the funds had been secured, the haunting memories of previous encounters made it exceedingly difficult for him to trust that the counterpart would release his daughter upon receiving the 1 million. Thus, he found himself in a state of profound inner conflict, requiring time to deliberate on the choices before him. Yes, I wish to converse with that individual, Li Rui replied in a nonchalant tone. Chapter 371. Are you that impressive? Do your parents know? Very well, I shall call that individual now, Wang Shoushan declared after a moment's contemplation, gritting his teeth. Dad, Wang Yueyun called out, her face etched with concern. Casting a glance back at Wang Yueyun, Wang Shoushan chose silence, instead opening his phone's call log and promptly dialing the number. Old man, you had better have some good news for me. Otherwise, the phone rang for a few seconds before being answered, and a weary male voice echoed from the other end. Upon hearing this, Wang Shoushan turned his gaze towards Li Rue. Li Rue raised a hand in a gesture of invitation, indicating that Wang Shoushan should converse with the individual first. Understanding immediately, Wang Shoushan nodded in agreement. I have the money ready. I wish to speak with my daughter, he stated, taking a deep breath after acknowledging Li Rue. What? Are you jesting with me? I require 1 million dragon kingdom dollars. If you dare play tricks on me, I, Sang Biao, will not take it lightly. The incredulous voice from the other end retorted. If you desire this million, you must allow me to speak with my daughter immediately. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not transfer the funds, Wang Shoushan asserted resolutely. Your daughter is in my possession. I trust you will not deceive me, for you know the consequences. The voice replied with a mocking tone. Wang Shoushan remained silent, merely snorting in disdain. At this juncture, he recognized that regardless of how meekly he might plead with the interlocutor, the outcome would remain unchanged. Thus, it seemed more prudent to adopt a firmer stance, perhaps yielding a more favorable result. Give me a few minutes, the individual on the other end concluded. And Wang Shoushan then heard the sound of the phone colliding with a wooden table, surmising that the person had placed the device down. Noticing the absence of further dialogue, Wang Shoushan raised his gaze towards Li Rue. This money he hesitated, looking at Li Rue for guidance. It was not yet time to pay. He had resolved to spare no expense to rescue his daughter. Yet as the moment to part with the funds approached, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Was it truly worth wagering $1,000,000 to secure a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of retrieving his daughter? He understood that should he fail to repay this sum, it could significantly burden his eldest daughter. Pay him first, Li Rue remarked, leaning back on the sofa and closing his eyes in repose. The others, witnessing Li Rue's closed eyes, exchanged glances before bowing their heads into a contemplative silence. Thus, in the stillness of the room, more than 4 minutes elapsed before Wang Shoushan's phone reverberated with sound once more. I have brought your daughter. Where's the money? I want to speak with my daughter. A resounding slap was heard, followed by a girl's anguished scream, piercing the ears of Wang Shoushan and Li Rue's group. Bastard! Do not harm my daughter! Though only a chilling scream resonated from the other end of the phone, Wang Shoushan immediately recognized the voice of his beloved daughter. The thought of her being struck filled him with rage, compelling him to rise, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, Li Rue opened his eyes, quietly observing Wang Shoushan. 50,000, and you can speak with your daughter immediately. Otherwise, I shall have 50 of my brothers take turns with her, he taunted. Do you wish to hear how your daughter? Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Wang Shoushan's free hand clenched into a fist, his unremarkable nails digging painfully into his coarse flesh. A resounding slap echoed, followed by another anguished cry. I'll do it, I'll do it. Please, don't harm my daughter, he uttered, turning to glance at Wang Yueyun. At that moment, Wang Yueyun, her mouth covered in tears welling in her eyes, understood immediately. After nodding at her father, she wiped her tears and began to operate her phone. If only you had said so earlier. My hand hurts from hitting. I truly do not wish to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary, he grimaced. I have transferred the 50,000. Now let me speak with my daughter. A moment later, seeing Wang Yueyun nod, he spoke into the phone, suppressing his wrath. I underestimated you. How have you come by your wealth? The voice on the other end evaded the question. If you desire the remaining 50,000, allow me to speak with my daughter. Naturally, I, Sang Biao, am a man of my word. Dad came a sobbing voice. Are you okay, Yueying? Upon hearing that familiar voice call out to him, Wang Shoushan, a grown man, felt his eyes well with tears, his resolve to remain stoic wavering as he fought back the urge to weep. Don't be afraid. I promise I will rescue you. Do not worry. I will bring you home. Dad, enough with the tears. You're nearly deafening me. Someone, take her away. Just as Wang Shoushan sought to offer more comfort, he was interrupted by the voice of Sang Biao once again. Let me speak with my daughter again, just once more. Whatever you have to say, you can wait until your daughter returns to the Dragon Country. Your primary task now is to transfer the remaining 50,000 with utmost urgency. My men are beginning to look at your daughter with questionable intent. If we delay any further, I cannot guarantee her safety. Fine, I will send the money. You must release my daughter. Hurry, no more delays. The sooner you transfer the funds, the sooner you will see your daughter. Dad, the money has been sent, Wang Yueyun said, lifting her head after a few moments. The remaining 500,000 has already been transferred to you. Please escort my daughter to the nearest port of the Dragon Nation. Of course, absolutely no problem. I never would have imagined that a rural elder like you could procure such a considerable sum for me. As a token of my gratitude, I have decided to allow your daughter to entertain fewer clients. Bang! The middle-aged woman behind Wang Shoushan suddenly collapsed, her vision darkening as she fell to the ground. My goodness! Wang Shoushan himself also felt a wave of darkness engulf him, swaying left and right before he collapsed onto the sofa. Hand me the phone. I wish to speak with him, Li Rue said, extending his hand towards Wang Shoushan. At that moment, Wang Shoushan seemed to have lost consciousness, oblivious to Li Rue's words, his eyes vacant and staring blankly at the floor. Cousin, here, Wang Yu observed the situation with growing anxiety, stepping forward to bend down and retrieve the phone from Wang Shoushan's hand, handing it to Li Rue. What is your name? Li Rue inquired in a calm tone as he took the phone. And who might you be? I asked you your name, Li Rue repeated, his expression devoid of emotion. Who the hell are you? Are you that impressive? Do your parents know? Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll tell you my name. I am Sang Biao. Sang Biao, you say? Immediately release the person. Chapter 372. Payment in hand. Exchange in hand. Hee hee. You've made me laugh to the point of tears. As soon as Li Rue finished his words, uproarious laughter echoed from the other end of the line. Is it truly that amusing? After a minute, the laughter subsided, and Li Rue, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired. Amusing? Indeed, it is exceedingly hilarious. I am quite curious about your standing, to dare speak to me in such a commanding tone. Do you have any idea where I, Sang Biao, come from? Even if you possess some status in the Dragon Kingdom, what can you possibly do to me? I could easily turn you into a corpse. Li Rui remained unperturbed by the derision from the other end, his tone steady and devoid of any fluctuation. Young man, could you kindly enlighten me as to your profession? Let me guess, you wouldn't happen to be a comedian, would you? Hee. As the raucous laughter erupted once more from the phone, Li Rui narrowed his eyes and quietly instructed Yun Lingxian beside him, please summon Li Yi. Upon hearing Li Rui's request, Yun Lingxian nodded and promptly exited towards the villa. After a mere 20 seconds, Li Yi strode in with purpose. Boss, what is the matter? Investigate this individual's location. Li Rui opened the call log on his phone and briefly displayed it to Li Yi before covering the device with his hand and whispering his command. Understood, boss. With that, Li Yi stepped aside, grasped his phone, and initiated a call. All right, young man, I do not have the luxury of time to squander with you. My earnings per minute amount to thousands. Wasting 2 minutes of my time is a tremendous honor for you. Hearing the implication that the caller was about to terminate the conversation, Li Rui seized the moment to prevent the call from ending prematurely. Were you not eager to learn what I do? What is your profession? Sang Biao, initially inclined to hang up, paused at Li Rui's words. Momentarily taken aback, and instinctively inquired with curiosity. I'm a business owner. A business owner? So you are quite wealthy? Sang Biao's tone was laced with unmistakable delight. Indeed, I am quite affluent. Hee, young brother, your voice sounds quite youthful. May I address you as such without offense? Upon hearing that the individual on the other end was wealthy, Sang Biao's demeanor shifted to one of courtesy, for wealth commands respect. Now tell me, how much do you require for the release of the person? Li Rui responded with an answer that sidestepped the question entirely. Young brother, may I boldly inquire, what is your relation to her? Sang Biao's voice noticeably softened as he asked. He was eager to learn if this young man, who claimed to be wealthy, was a relative of the girl, hoping for a closer connection that would allow him to extort even more money. However, his subordinates had previously interrogated the girl, and she had not mentioned any affluent relatives, which left him perplexed. Listening to Sang Biao's inquiries, Li Rui glanced at the chaotic scene involving Wang Yueyun and her 3 companions. After a fleeting look at Wang Yueka beside him, and in response to her hopeful gaze, he finally spoke into his phone. I am her friend. A friend? Sang Biao's tone was tinged with palpable disappointment. Just a friend? No matter how affluent he appeared, how much could he possibly extract from him? 500,000. Give me 500,000, and I will release her. No, we cannot give him any more money. He is nothing but a deceitful fraud. We have already handed him 160,000. He is a swindler. As Wang Yueyun and Lu Weijia worked together to help the unconscious middle-aged woman onto the sofa, they heard Li Rui's voice resonating through the phone. Wang Yu immediately turned around, her hand pointing frantically at the phone in Li Rui's grasp, tears streaming down her face as she shouted in a fit of desperation. Having spent 160,000, plunging her family into monumental debt without the ability to save her sister. Thoughts of her sister's grim future and the burden of debts that would take decades to repay overwhelmed Wang Yueyun, leading to an uncontrollable emotional breakdown. She felt utterly hopeless. This high-stakes gamble, devoid of any chance of victory, had predictably resulted in her family's loss. 160,000? Wang Yueka gasped, covered her mouth in shock. Wang Yueyun had not mentioned that they had previously given away 60,000. Had she known, she would have certainly intervened in this gamble, where fortunes hung on the whims of others. Upon hearing the figure of 160,000, Li Rui realized that Wang Shoshan had indeed paid the ransom more than once. Yet, he did not consider Wang Shoshan and his family to be foolish. If he were in Wang Shoshan's position, he would likely make the same choice. After all, they were family. Even with a 99 chance of being deceived, one would still gamble on the non-existent odds when left with no other options. I can offer you 500,000, but how can I trust you? Li Rui merely glanced at Wang Yueyun before continuing to address the phone. Upon hearing Wang Yueyun's frantic outburst, Sang Biao internally concluded that his prospects of obtaining money were bleak. Just as he contemplated giving up, he heard Li Rui mention the sum of 500,000, which rekindled the spark of hope in his otherwise dim eyes. 500,000 Dragon Kingdom currency. If this individual could truly provide such an amount, releasing the girl would become a viable option. After all, even if the girl were to engage in prostitution, earning 500,000 would be impossible. So, what do you propose? Aware that these individuals would not simply transfer funds as they had in previous encounters, Sang Biao fixated on securing the 500,000. Directly questioned Li Rue. Exchange the girl for the money. Exchange the girl for the money? Fine, but I will choose the location. Sang Biao hesitated for a moment before responding. At that moment, Li Yi approached Li Rue and nodded at him. Li Rue, upon noticing, instantly understood. Certainly, you may choose the location, and I shall determine the time, which will be at noon tomorrow. Very well, I shall inform you of the location before evening. Having concluded the conversation, Li Rue abruptly hung up the phone and casually returned it to Wang Yueka. She took the phone and promptly handed it to the anxious Wang Yueyun, who had just wiped away her tears and was visibly distressed. Are you still going to give him 5 million? Such people have no integrity. No matter how much money you offer, they will not release him. We should report it to the authorities. There may still be a glimmer of hope, Wang Yueyun said, her heart heavy with despair. I understand that acquiring this 5 million won't be easy for him. You should take your parents home for now. I will handle this matter, Li Rue assured her. Upon hearing this, Wang Yueyun, who had felt utterly hopeless, felt a flicker of hope reignite within her. After all, Li Rue was a person of great stature. His willingness to intervene in this situation undoubtedly offered a far greater chance of success than her own efforts to rescue her sister. Contemplating Li Rue's selfless intent to aid her sister, despite their lack of familial ties, Wang Yueyun was filled with profound gratitude, even though she recognized that his actions were motivated by his regard for Wang Yueka. Chapter 373. Borrowing their hundredfold courage. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Yueyun expressed her gratitude, bowing respectfully to Li Rue, Wang Yukik, and Yun Lingxian in succession. Let us head back with our parents, she said to Lu Weijie. The two then assisted Wang Shoushan and the middle-aged woman, making their way towards the villa's entrance. Boss, the target has been located. He is in the Jadestone Nation, Jinghua County. As Wang Yueyun was about to step out of the villa, a voice from behind caught her attention. She turned to see a towering man, approximately 2 meters tall, reporting something to Li Rue. A tumult of emotions surged within her, and she yearned to eavesdrop further on their conversation when she noticed Li Rue glancing her way. Startled, she quickly turned her head, feigning indifference, and continued towards the exit. In the Jadestone Nation, Jinghua County, within a lavishly decorated hall, a burly man in his 40s, sporting a stubbled face, lounged on a sofa, casually tossing his phone aside. Leaning forward, he opened a drawer in the redwood table before him, retrieving a cigar. After lighting it, he propped his legs on the table, leisurely exhaling plumes of smoke. Who exactly is this man? 5 million? The stubbled man muttered to himself, sinking into contemplation. Regardless of the details, money that presents itself should not be refused. After finishing the cigar, he extinguished it in the ashtray and spoke to himself with a smile. Peng Xiu, come here. I have an important task for you. He picked up his phone and dialed a number, grinning as he spoke. A few minutes later, a handsome man, approximately 1.8 meters tall and around 25 years old, hurried into the opulent hall. Brother Sang Biao, what do you need from me? The handsome man asked, slightly bowing with a fawning expression. Peng Xiu, have a seat. Sang Biao gestured toward the sofa opposite him, addressing the young man. All right, Peng Xiu replied, quickly approaching the sofa and sitting down cautiously. Peng Xiu, I have a significant opportunity for you, Sang Biao began. Your performance has been commendable in recent months, especially with the girl you brought this time. Her family has already sent me 1.6 million. Besides giving you a 10 commission, I want to acknowledge your contribution. What good news do you have? Peng Xiu inquired, his face lighting up with curiosity. There is someone who claims to be a friend of Wang Yueying, willing to offer 5 million to redeem her. He insists on a simultaneous exchange of person and payment, so I intend to send you with someone. Once the 5 million is secured, I'll give you a 5 commission, amounting to 250,000. ISNT, that's splendid? Song Biao shuked. What? A friend of Wang Yueying? Offering 5 million for her redemption? That's impossible. Brother Sang Biao, have you been deceived? I have been chatting online with Wang Yueying for several months, and we have met offline for over 2 months. She has never mentioned having such a wealthy friend. Peng Xiu expressed with disbelief. You converse with hundreds of girls daily. It is only natural that you might not know certain things, or perhaps she simply did not disclose it to you. Moreover, we have Wang Yueying in our grasp. Money will be exchanged for her. What is there to fear? If you're unwilling to go, I will find someone else. There are plenty of people eager to earn that money, Sang Biao retorted coldly, clearly displeased. That's not what I meant, brother Sang Biao. Peng Xiu hurriedly waved his hands in an attempt to clarify. Tomorrow, you will take someone with you to the territory of General Bando. What is there to worry about? The tributes we offer annually are not given freely. It is settled. You may leave now. Understood, Peng Xiu said. hesitating for a moment to glance at Sang Biao before rising and walking toward the door. He truly could not fathom how a girl from a rural background could have a friend capable of offering 5 million for her release. Li Jiang, weren't you lamenting the failure of your last assignment? When the clan leader had a new task, you were the first person who came to mind. Are you willing to accept this task? On a vast open ground, Li Wu approached the 100 soldiers who were training and called out to a young soldier. Absolutely, responded Li Jiang, rushing toward Li Wu. You don't even know what the task is, and you're already eager to go? Li Wu inquired with a smile. I am willing. As long as it is the clan leader's command, I would charge forth even through mountains of knives and seas of flames. Haha, splendid. Truly, a soldier of the Li family. Though there are no mountains of knives or seas of flames, tomorrow you will take 5 million to pick someone up? Li Wu laughed. Addressing Li Jiayan. 5 million? To pick someone up? Hearing Li Wu's words, Li Jiang felt slightly disheartened. This task seemed to lack any challenge. Clan leader, are we essentially using money to redeem someone? Li Jiang curiously asked. Indeed, you guessed correctly. No way, clan leader. Who in the Jade and Stone realm would have the audacity to make the Li family pay for someone's release? Upon receiving Li Wu's confirmation, Li Jiang asked in astonishment. Just go when you're told. There's no need for so much chatter, Li Wu teased, giving Li Jiang a light kick. Understood, clan leader. Despite the kick, Li Jiang was not angry. Instead, he stood at attention and saluted Li Wu. Ensure the person's safety. I will inform you of the location shortly. The time is set for tomorrow at noon. Understood, clan leader. The following day, at 11:30 a.m., Li Jiang, accompanied by 100 soldiers, arrived early at the designated location provided by Li Wu. After instructing 90 soldiers to find suitable hiding spots, he stood in place under the scorching sun with 10 soldiers, awaiting further instructions. Captain, we are quite distant from our Li family's territory. If a confrontation occurs, aside from our 100 brothers, there will be no reinforcements. Perhaps you should conceal yourself until we ascertain the number of our adversaries, expressed a soldier standing behind Li Jiang, his concern palpable. You are merely being overly cautious. These individuals are nothing but a rabble of swindlers and rogues. With our 100 brothers here, even if they were to come with 1,000 or 2,000 men, what do we have to fear? Li Jiang declared with unwavering confidence. Captain, are those individuals truly as inept as you suggest? Regardless, this is the domain of another warlord. And should they discover our presence, they might very well act against us, the soldier replied. Even with 100-fold courage, who would dare to challenge the Li family army? We shall ensure their utter annihilation, Li Jiang retorted. Now, it appears they are approaching, he said, lifting his gaze towards the distance. The other soldiers followed Li Jiang's line of sight, and what greeted their eyes were 7 or 8 vans, stirring up dust as they advanced towards them. Chapter 374. Has the money arrived? What? They actually came with 11 people? In a convoy of 7 or 8 vans. The foremost vehicle housed a middle-aged man with a scar running down his brow, who, gripping the steering wheel, gazed ahead in astonishment and murmured to himself. Sitting in the passenger seat, Peng Xiu, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze forward and indeed confirmed that, not far ahead, stood 11 men dressed in casual attire, exuding a vigorous spirit and an extraordinary demeanor. Observing their vitality, Peng Xiu felt an increasing sense of bewilderment. These individuals did not appear to be ordinary at all. Although clad in seemingly commonplace clothing, he couldn't shake the impression that they resembled soldiers. Moreover, they were not just any soldiers. They were distinctly different from the troops he had encountered before, akin to hawks in contrast to the domestic fowl represented by the soldiers under General Bandu. Peng Xiu, take the opportunity to act when the moment arises. These individuals seem to carry significant weight, the scarred middle-aged man remarked, furrowing his brow as he addressed Peng Xiu. Upon hearing this, Peng Xiu silently nodded, cursing in his heart that scoundrel Sang Biao, unwilling to take even the slightest risk. He had not anticipated that this time he would indeed hit the mark. These people appear to be anything but benign. Now he could only pray that this transaction would proceed without incident. He had accumulated quite a fortune over the years, but had yet to truly enjoy it. Let us go. Get out of the car. The middle-aged man called to Peng Xiu as he opened the door and stepped out. At this, Peng Xiu ceased his wandering thoughts and followed suit, exiting the vehicle. Bring her down, the scarred man commanded as he approached the rear door of the van and opened it, addressing a man seated inside. Understood, the man replied, reaching for a girl sitting beside him, whose hands were bound behind her back, her mouth taped shut, and her eyes covered with a cloth. Damn it, someone is willing to pay 5 million to ransom you, and you still refuse to come down? Do you wish to be ravaged by the brothers? As the man grasped the girl's arm, she panicked and thrashed violently, which incensed him. With a fierce expression, he cursed vehemently. Initially terrified and resisting, Wang Yueying froze at the man's words. She had thought these captors intended to sell her, but now realized that someone was indeed willing to pay for her release, an astounding sum of 5 million. This left her utterly perplexed. She was aware that her father and sister were exerting every effort to rescue her. Yet she understood her family's circumstances all too well. Such a colossal amount was beyond their reach, even if they were to sell everything they owned. "Damn it, you filthy whore. If you don't come down now, I swear I'll kill you," the man growled, seeing that Wang Yueying had ceased her struggles. He reached out once more to seize her arm and tore away the cloth covering her eyes, cursing her fiercely. This time, Wang Yueying did not struggle, but was obediently pulled down from the van by the man. As soon as she stepped out, she beheld a strikingly handsome man standing before her, her boyfriend, the one who had claimed he would love her for a lifetime. "Pang Xiao, you scoundrel! Why have you deceived me?" Wang Yueying cried out, her eyes red with fury. "Ah, my dear woman, you are truly naive and endearing. To be frank, do you truly believe you are worthy of me? In terms of height, I stand at 1.82 meters, while you are merely a petite 1.56. As for looks, I am undeniably handsome, and you can at best be considered passably attractive. Among the more than 100 girls I've spoken to, you wouldn't even rank in the top 50. How could you so foolishly think I would ever be interested in you?" Pang Xiao coldly berated her, for he deemed her no longer of any use to him. After pretending for several months, he felt entitled to derive a sense of superiority from her, given the efforts he had expended. "You," Wang Yueying stammered, tears streaming down her face in frustration. If only her hands weren't bound, she would have lunged at this scoundrel. Yet perhaps he was right. She was indeed too young, blinded by the illusion of love. His handsome appearance and sweet words, which she had never encountered before, led her to believe him wholeheartedly. It was this delusion that drove her to disregard her family's objections, to be with him, and even to travel to the Jadestone country. All of this was a testament to her own foolishness. "What's wrong? Silly woman. Do you also believe I speak the truth? Consider this a lesson. Being deceived by me is better than being deceived by others. At least I haven't touched you. I only want your money." Pang Xiao laughed heartily. Although Wang Yueying was not particularly beautiful, her youth was appealing. It would be disingenuous to claim that Pang Xiao had no thoughts about her. However, due to Brother Sang Biao's orders not to lay a hand on her, stating that only original merchandise could fetch a good price, he refrained from taking any action against her. His intentions were certainly not as noble as he pretended. "All right, Pang Xiao, don't forget our purpose here," a middle-aged man with a scar on his brow, who had advanced ahead, admonished, unable to suppress a frown at Pang Xiao's raucous laughter. Although Pang Xiao was nominally the leader of the group, this man held no respect for such a pretty boy who relied on deceiving women for profit. Despite being somewhat dependent on such individuals for his own livelihood, he had no qualms about looking down on them. Unlike Pang Xiao and his ilk, he believed in hard work as the true mark of a man. "Understood, Brother Dao," Pang Xiao replied, quickly stifling his laughter, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. Despite being one of Brother Sang Biao's subordinates, Brother Dao was among the most valued of his lieutenants, while Pang Xiao was merely a bait in Sang Biao's scheme. He was acutely aware of his inferior status in this hierarchy. As you approached them to negotiate a deal, nearly 50 men armed with machetes, clubs, and even a dozen AKs descended from 7 or 8 vans, gathering behind a middle-aged man known as Brother Dao. He then addressed Pang Xiao. "Very well," Pang Xiao replied hesitantly in a low voice after a brief moment of contemplation. Once he acquiesced, he raised his gaze to the 11 formidable figures standing across from him, feeling an involuntary shiver within. The sheer intensity emanating from these 11 was utterly terrifying. Despite being outnumbered nearly 5 to 1, their stances remained unwavering, and it was as if he discerned a lethal aura, one that seemed to exist solely in legends. Do you have a money?" Pang Xiao inquired, his heart racing at the sight of the 11 men, emulating the dialogue from a scene in a television drama, addressing them from a distance of over 10 meters. Chapter 375, Who Doesn't Tea? Li Jiang raised his head and addressed Pang Xiao, signaling with a wave of his hand. Instantly, 5 soldiers stepped forward, each grasping a black briefcase, forming an orderly line at his sides. Upon Li Jiang's command, the soldiers pressed the buttons on the briefcases, which sprang open in response. 5 million Dragon Kingdom coins are right here, Li Jiang stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke to Pang Xiao. 5 million. Pang Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the 5 black briefcases, exclaiming joyfully. A sum of 250,000 belonged to him, fueling his exhilaration. Brother Dao, Pang Xiu called out to the middle-aged man behind him. The man nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Pang Xiu, whose gaze was fixed solely on the red banknotes, felt a surge of confidence, dismissing any fear he had towards the 11 individuals before him. Laughing heartily, he strode towards them. "Give it to me," he demanded, approaching one of the soldiers and reaching for the black briefcase in his hands. "Oomph, you lack manners," Li Jiang scoffed coldly. Suddenly, a soldier raised his hand and struck Pang Xiu sharply across the face. Following that, he kicked Pang Xiu hard in the abdomen, sending him flying to the ground, where he clutched his stomach, howling in pain. As Pang Xiu was sent sprawling, Brother Dao's group of armed men, brandishing AKs, aimed their weapons at Li Jiang and his companions. "Money for the person. I have brought the cash. Where is the individual?" Li Jiang did not glance at the writhing Pang Xiu on the ground, maintaining his gaze forward, unflinching as he addressed Brother Dao. He was already aware of who the true leader was. "Lower your weapons and bring the person up," Brother Dao instructed after exchanging glances with Li Jiang. At his command, the armed men immediately lowered their weapons, while two unarmed individuals seized Wang Yueying by the arms and began to advance. Brother Dao followed closely behind. "She is here. How do you wish to proceed with the exchange?" Brother Dao inquired as they stood 2 meters apart. "I will give you the money. I will take the person," Li Jiang stated bluntly, assessing Wang Yueying and confirming that she was indeed the target of his rescue. "Very well, brother. You are straightforward. Let this lady go." Brother Dao slightly turned his head and instructed his subordinates. The 2 men complied, swiftly untying the ropes that bound Wang Yueying. As she felt the restraints loosen, Wang Yueying ceased her sobbing, lifting her head to scrutinize Li Jiang. She racked her brain, recalling the unfamiliar face, and, after a few moments of contemplation, she confirmed that she did not recognize him. Yet, why would a stranger come to her rescue? "Give him the money." 5 soldiers, upon receiving Li Jiang's command, stepped forward and placed the black briefcase before Brother Dao. "Pardon my audacity, but may I inquire if you are one of the subordinates of that esteemed brother?" Brother Dao asked with a hearty laugh, testing the waters. The 11 individuals before him increasingly struck him as extraordinary. Not only did they possess an uncommon bravery, but they also displayed no hint of fear in the face of a dozen AKs. The aura they exuded sent a chill down his spine. Moreover, having been instructed by Brother Sang Biao to investigate their origins, he could not resist the urge to probe further. "Take the money and leave. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you," Li Jiang replied coldly. Brother Dao's previously jovial demeanor faltered at Li Jiang's dismissive tone, igniting a flicker of anger within him. He contemplated expressing his wrath, but quickly remembered the extraordinary nature of these individuals. They might very well be affiliated with a significant power or a warlord, and if his assumptions proved correct, he would be treading on perilous ground. Thus, he forced a genial smile. "My brother, Sang Biao, works for General Bandu. Perhaps he is acquainted with your esteemed brother," he said, ignoring Brother Dao. "Li Jiayang Bikunat Bang Iwaying." Upon hearing this, Wang Yueying glanced at Brother Dao, who was still smiling at Li Jiang, and with a determined bite of her lip, she slowly approached Li Jiang. After a few tentative steps, reassured by the absence of opposition, she quickened her pace and jogged to stand behind Li Jiang. "Let's go," Li Jiang remarked, uninterested in further engagement with Brother Dao, as he gestured for the 10 soldiers to follow him and turned to retrace his steps. "Halt, brother. Are you not being rather disrespectful to me, Brother Dao?" Brother Dao exclaimed in a rising tone, sensing Li Jiang's complete disregard for him as he attempted to depart. Even a clay figure possesses a semblance of anger, let alone someone like him, who commanded nearly 50 men and several firearms. Not having gleaned any information about this individual, he was acutely aware that a return without proper knowledge would earn him Brother Sang Biao's ire. Thus, he was eager to ascertain whether this person's reputation was genuine or mere pretense. "Disrespectful? What will you do about it?" Li Jiang raturta, turning back to face Brother Dao, were it not for the absence of a direct order from his master to refrain from using force, and the imperative to ensure the safety of the person they were rescuing, he would have drawn his pistol and dispatched this inconsequential rabble without a second thought. "How dare you speak to me like that when I am armed?" Brother Dao, incensed by Li Jiang's words, lost his composure and, disregarding the consequences, gestured to his men behind him. The group of armed men, seeing the signal, swiftly raised their AKs, aiming them at Li Jiang and his companions. "Guns? I possess one as well," Li Jiang declared as he turned, simultaneously reaching behind him. In an instant, Brother Dao witnessed Li Jiang's arm transform into a blur, positioned threateningly before his forehead. Feeling the icy touch on his forehead, Brother Dao's hair stood on end, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his brow. Brothers, you must remain calm. Do not let your hands tremble. If a shot is fired, you and your 10 comrades will perish here. We possess more than a dozen rifles. While you wield merely a handgun, Brother Dao urged Li Jiang, swallowing hard as cold sweat streamed down his face. Who says we only have one handgun? At that moment, a soldier behind Li Jiang suddenly spoke up. As soon as the soldier's words fell, he and 9 others promptly tore open their civilian clothing, revealing deep black bulletproof vests adorned with several grenades and black handguns strapped to their waists. Goodness, I muttered instinctively, taken aback by the sight of the soldiers' vests and grenades. We have AKs, a single volley, and you all will be doomed, Brother Dao said, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear as he eyed the grenades on the soldiers. Swallowing hard once more and adopting a threatening tone towards Li Jiang. Who doesn't? A voice emerged from the nearby grass, and soon the surrounding foliage began to shake violently. Moments later, dozens of men clad in camouflage uniforms and armed with rifles slowly stepped into view. Chapter 376. Offending anyone. But never a woman. Dao Gu stood in stunned silence, his expression one of disbelief. Originally writhing on the ground in agony, Pang Xiu suddenly forgot his pain, his eyes widening at the sight of 90 fully armed soldiers who had unexpectedly appeared. Lower your weapons, commanded a soldier as the group of 90, clad in camouflage combat uniforms and wielding rifles, advanced with precision towards Dao Ji's men, encircling nearly 50 of them. The once arrogant group, brandishing sticks, machetes, and AK rifles, showed no hesitation upon hearing the soldier's booming voice. They immediately relinquished their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. A soldier, rifle in hand, gestured towards a vacant space, instructing the 50 men to squat over there. The men complied without resistance, moving obediently to the side. Haven't you been investigating our background? Is this enough for you? Do you still wish to know more? Li Jiang, observing that Dao Ji's subordinates were now under his soldiers' control, casually tucked his handgun into the small of his back before raising his gaze to the trembling Dao Gu, whose forehead was glistening with beads of sweat. No need, brother, I was wrong. Please spare me, Dao Gu pleaded, bowing his head and clasping his hands in supplication. Having navigated through the treacherous waters of the Jadestone country for nearly a decade, stained with much blood, he understood all too well the absence of law in many areas of this land. Here, the strongest could dictate the fate of others, and it was painfully clear that this man before him was far more formidable. His life hung precariously in the balance, making fear an inescapable companion. Dao Gu cried out in pain, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed onto the ground. If it weren't for the master's orders, I would have buried you today. Li Jiang scoffed, retracting his fist. You're all a bunch of useless scoundrels. Though I cannot kill you today, I will collect some interest. Li Jiang's expression turned cold as he regarded the huddled group of 50 men. With a subtle signal to his soldiers, dozens of them understood immediately, stepping forward to confront the crouching men. Bang! Bang! The soldiers struck the men in their midsections with their heavy military boots, or brought down their iron rifle butts upon the heads of the squatting figures. Even Dao Gu, who was seated on the ground, cradling his belly, was knocked down by 2 soldiers wielding rifle butts, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. The air was filled with the anguished cries and wails of the fallen. After 3 to 4 minutes, witnessing the group sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain, Li Jiang raised his hand to signal halt. The soldiers halted their actions upon hearing Li Jiang's command, quickly rearranging themselves into formation and standing beside him. As they prepared to return to the camp, Li Jiang gestured with a wave of his hand and began to stride in the direction from which they had come. Suddenly, Wang Yueying, standing a short distance away, called out to him. Do you need something? Li Jiang asked, bewildered by her interruption. Do you have a knife? Wang Yueying inquired, her question seemingly unrelated. Yes, Li Jiang replied, glancing at her before turning his gaze to the figure of Pang Xiu lying on the ground, a knowing smile forming on his lips. He recalled the brief conversation between Wang Yueying and Pang Xiu earlier. It was clear she sought vengeance for the deceitful young man. He harbored a deep disdain for Pang Xiu, the charming rogue who preyed upon innocent girls, and found himself intrigued by how this seemingly delicate girl intended to exact her revenge. May I borrow it? Wang Yueying stepped forward, extending her hand towards Li Jiang. With a chuckle, he drew his military knife from his waist and handed it to her. Thank you, she replied, taking the cold blade, approximately 25 centimeters in length. Li Jiang offered no further comment, merely smiling faintly. Seeing that he had nothing more to say, Wang Yueying, armed with a knife, turned and strode purposefully towards Pang Xiu, who lay on the ground, his eyes wide with terror. "What do you intend to do?" he asked, panic rising as he attempted to rise. But the searing pain in his abdomen rendered him immobile. As she approached, Wang Yueying's expression remained stoic. "Die, scumbag!" she shouted, raising the knife high above her head and plunging it forcefully toward his groin. Pang Xiu's eyes widened in horror as blood began to flow beneath him. It was only after the excruciating pain registered that he began to scream in agony. With a firm grip, Wang Yueying pulled the knife from the ground, wiping the blood from her face before standing to cast a glance at Pang Xiu, who writhed in pain, before turning expressionlessly back towards Li Jiang. It hurts, I'm dying." As the knife was withdrawn, the blood gushing from Pang Xiu increased exponentially, and the searing pain intensified, compelling him to roll around helplessly on the ground. "One should never offend a woman. She is quite ruthless," Li Jiang remarked, observing Pang Xiu's pitiful state. "Here," Wang Yueying offered the bloodied knife to Li Jiang, wiping it clean with her clothing. He chuckled, "Come on, brothers," and with a smile, he took hold of the military saber. Turning to face the 100 soldiers, he gestured, "What are you still standing there for? Do you wish to linger here?" As Li Jiang proceeded forward with the soldiers, he suddenly turned back after taking a few steps and called out to Wang Yueying, who stood frozen in place, silently shedding tears. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Yueying wiped her tears with her sleeve, remaining silent as she hurried towards him. "Who sent you to rescue me? And who are you? Why haven't you retrieved the 5 million? After following Li Jiang for a dozen paces, her eyes, now red and swollen, were filled with curiosity as she questioned his retreating figure. "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. The family head will arrange for your return home. In the future, refrain from wandering into such places. This is no realm for those of your youth," Li Jiang replied without turning his head. Chapter 377. Good news arrives in the village of Li in Chunning County. Longhua, Wang Yueka set her bowl and chopsticks down, her demeanor somber as she addressed Li Rui. "I can't eat this." "What do you mean you can't eat? This is a dish personally prepared for you by my mother, your second aunt. Are you certain you won't partake?" Li Rui inquired, cheerfully shoveling rice in his mouth while glancing at Wang Yueka. "But I truly can't," Wang Yueka replied, her expression troubled. Fine. When my mother returns, I shall inform her that her culinary skills have waned and that her cooking is barely palatable." Li Rui laughed heartily. "That's not what I meant." Wang Yueka interjected, hurriedly gesturing to clarify. "What do you mean by not what I meant? Once your second aunt finishes her business, I will certainly relay this to her," Li Rui cheerfully interrupted. "Enough teasing my cousin," interjected Yun Lingxian, seated beside Li Rui, as she gently nudged his shoulder in admonishment. All right. Since my dear wife has spoken, I shall heed her words. Rest assured, I will take charge of this matter and will undoubtedly ensure the safe return of your friend. Do you not trust me, little girl?" Li Rui chuckled at Yun Lingxian before turning back to Wang Yueka with an air of confidence. "No, it's just—" Wang Yueka hesitated, the words unspoken lingering in the air. In her heart, she believed that with her cousin's wealth and connections, rescuing her childhood friend should not pose a significant challenge. Yet, given that it was in the realm of Yushur, where money may not wield influence, her faith in her cousin's ability to bring her friend back was somewhat wavering. "Good news should be arriving shortly," Li Rui suddenly remarked, observing Wang Yueka, who had only partially expressed her thoughts. "Good news? What good news?" Wang Yueka inquired, her face reflecting confusion. Li Rui merely shook his head in silence, swiftly lifting the bowl and consuming the remaining rice before setting it down, swallowing the morsel and downing a glass of water in one gulp. Delightful. My mother's cooking is simply exquisite," Li Rui remarked, patting his slightly bulging belly after letting out a satisfied belch. Just as Wang Yueka was about to press for more information, Li Rui's phone on the table began to ring and vibrate vigorously. "Look, good news has arrived," he said, picking up the phone and glancing at the screen before smiling and shaking it in front of Wang Yueka. "Li Wu, is there indeed good news?" Li Rui asked, placing the phone to his ear with a calm demeanor. The clan leader truly has an uncanny intuition. "Indeed, there is good news. The person has been retrieved. I will send someone to escort her back to Longhua shortly," Li Wu responded with a smile. "Excellent. Well done. As expected of our Li family. Your efficiency in handling matters is commendable," Li Rui declared, rising from his seat and moving to a corner of the room. Patriarch, if I fail at such a trivial matter, then I might as well resign as the head of the Li family's branch. Haha, indeed, your capabilities, Li Wu, extend far beyond this. Once your airport is constructed, I shall arrange several aviation fleets for you, providing ample opportunities for you to showcase your talents. So there's no need to rush. Patriarch, I have heard these words several times, and I have etched them in my heart. The 2 airports are expected to be completed in about a month. You must not go back on your word then. Rest assured, when have I, Li Rue, ever reneged on my promises? As long as your airport can accommodate them, I will procure as many aircraft as you desire, whatever type of aircraft you wish for. Li Rue declared with unwavering confidence. He currently possessed over 470 billion, which, if entirely devoted to purchasing the most advanced 5th-generation fighter jets, could procure nearly 500 units, a quantity that even superpowers might not possess. Haha, with the Patriarch's assurance, I shall strive diligently to expedite the completion of the other airports. Li Wu said, brimming with excitement. All right, I shall await your progress. With that, Li Rue exchanged farewells with Li Wu and ended the call. Older cousin. Just after Li Rue received the call, he stepped aside, leaving Wang Yueka with little knowledge of the conversation. However, from the unceasing smile on Li Rue's face since he answered the phone, it was easy to deduce that there was good news. Thus, upon seeing Li Rue hang up, Wang Yueka stood up with eager anticipation and inquired, "Has he arrived?" "He will be back tonight," Li Rue replied with a slight smile. "Hooray! Long live older cousin! Long live older cousin!" Upon hearing Li Rue's words, Wang Yueka jumped with joy, exclaiming her praises for her cousin as she rushed toward him. Just as she was less than a meter away from Li Rue, she suddenly halted and turned back, hastening towards the dining table. "I must call Sister Yueyin to share this wonderful news. She has been so anxious." Wang Yueka exclaimed excitedly as she picked up her phone from the table and glanced back at Li Rue. Li Rue nodded with a smile in response. "Father, mother, I implore you to eat something. If you do not, you will surely perish." On a mattress lay Wang Shoshan and a middle-aged woman, seemingly devoid of spirit, motionless. Wang Yueying knelt beside them, holding a bowl of congee, pleading with them. "Father, mother, please eat something. If you do not, Yueyin refuses to eat as well. And if this continues, she too will not endure." Lu Weijia, standing beside Wang Yueyin, urged the 2 silent figures on the bed anxiously. Witnessing her parents remain unresponsive, Wang Yueyin's eyes brimmed with sorrow, and she gradually closed them. "Help me up," she implored after a moment, wiping away her tears with her sleeve before raising her gaze to Lu Weijia. Hearing her words, Lu Weijia promptly extended his hand to assist Wang Yueyin to her feet. "Dear parents, Li Rue has promised to assist in rescuing our sister. Given his status and influence, the likelihood of her safe return is significantly high. Perhaps we shall receive good news in a few days. You should eat something. We wouldn't want to collapse from exhaustion before she returns." Sighing deeply, Wang Yueyin turned to Lu Weijia, preparing to exit the room, noticing that her parents remained unresponsive. Just then, she felt her phone vibrate intensely in her pocket, followed by the familiar ringtone. "Dad, Mom, it's a call from Yueka." Upon glancing at her phone and seeing her sister's name, Wang Yueyin turned with excitement to her immobile father, Wang Shoshan, and the middle-aged woman beside him. "What? A call from Yueka? Quickly, answer it." Wang Shoshan, who had been staring blankly, suddenly mustered all his strength to prop himself up, lifting his head with a weak yet eager voice. "All right, I will answer it now," Wang Yueyin replied excitedly, promptly pressing the answer button. "Sister Yueyin, Yueying will be returning to the country tonight." In a luxurious hall in the country of Yushur, a furious voice echoed, "Damn it, you troublesome fool, you've brought me great misfortune." Chapter 378. A fate most unfortunate, ah? Pang Xiao, pallid and seated in his wheelchair, clutched his head and let out a wretched scream, collapsing onto the ground. The bandages beneath him once again seeping with vivid crimson blood. "Brother Sangbiao, he is on the brink of death," Dao Gu said, crouching down to check Pang Xiao's breath, then looked up at Sangbiao. This useless wretch cannot perish yet. Someone, take him to the nearest hospital," Sangbiao commanded, raising his voice towards the door. No sooner had he spoken than 2 men entered the hall, dragging the limp Pang Xiao out like a lifeless dog. "Xiao Dao, you have been with me for quite some time now. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Sangbiao queried, flipping through the bloodied ashtray in his hand. His gaze skewed towards Dao Gu, his tone icy. "Brother Sangbiao, I am wronged. I acted solely upon your instructions." Dao Ji's eyes reflected fear as he abruptly knelt before Sangbiao, pleading for mercy. "Damn you, I instructed you to investigate these people's backgrounds, not to offend them without knowing who they are. Do you not realize where we are? One might casually throw a brick and strike a general. 100 fully armed soldiers with unknown powers lurking behind them. Are these people we can afford to provoke? Sang Biao's voice crescendoed into a furious roar as he delivered a kick to Dao Ji's chest, sending him sprawling. Brother Sang Biao, I had no inkling they would have such numbers and weaponry. I. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his chest, Dao Gu crawled towards Sang Biao, grasping at his feet while weeping profusely. Get lost. Sang Biao kicked Dao Gu away with force. If they hadn't troubled me, I would not have sought you out. But if they come to settle scores after the harvest, do not blame me. Someone must extinguish their wrath on my behalf, Sang Biao declared coldly, glancing down at the now reeling Dao Gu, who was once again kneeling and pleading desperately. Guomin. Upon hearing his call, 2 men hurriedly entered, addressing Sang Biao. Take him to the basement, Sang Biao instructed expressionlessly, pointing at Dao Gu. Yes, the men replied in unison, reaching for Dao Gu's arms. Brother Sang Biao, no, please. After all these years of service, I have contributed my share, if not in accomplishments, then in efforts. You cannot treat me this way. Dao Gu cried out in terror. To him, the basement was no mere term. He understood all too well what it signified in this place. It was a realm unfit for humans. Even the most spirited woman, confined there, would emerge more obedient than a dog. Likewise, even the most resolute man would return utterly compliant. For those who defied orders would never have the chance to return. Rest assured, if they do not trouble me within a month, I will release you. No, Brother Sang Biao, staying in this basement for a month will drive me mad. Brother Dao struggled desperately, yet was firmly restrained on the ground by 2 men. Realizing there was no escape, he lifted his head, his expression filled with despair as he addressed Sang Biao. Take him away. Without sparing Brother Dao a glance, Sang Biao waved his hand dismissively. Sang Biao, may you meet a wretched end. You shall face retribution. As Brother Dao was dragged away, he vanished through a concealed door, faintly uttering his venomous curse. May I meet a wretched end? You shall suffer far worse than I. Yuko, we have arrived at the entrance of Li family village. All right, Sister Yuyun, you may come in. Excitedly, Wang Yuko called out to Wang Yuyun, who was stepping down from the vehicle. Sister, will my younger sister truly return to Long Kingdom tonight? Wang Yuyun stepped forward, grasping Wang Yuko's arm with fervor. Inquiring eagerly, Wang Zhaoshan and the others stood behind Wang Yuyun, their eyes filled with anticipation, awaiting the good news from her lips. Yes. My cousin said so personally, Wang Yuko replied proudly, nodding. To rescue a girl ensnared in the depths of the Jadestone Kingdom in such a short span of time is no small feat, in her opinion. Aside from her cousin, no one else in the entirety of Chuning County possessed such capability. As long as she returns, my little Yuing will finally be back. A middle-aged woman, her eyes brimming with tears, inhaled deeply upon hearing Wang Yuko's words, her voice tinged with emotion. All you do is cry. Our daughter is about to return, and you still weep. The immediate priority is to express our gratitude to our benefactor. Without them, our daughter might never come back. Wang Zhaoshan chastised his wife before turning to glance at the villa of Li Rue, his gaze reflecting trepidation. Indeed, you could lead us to meet your cousin. He is our savior, and I must extend my heartfelt thanks. Follow me. Wang Yuka beckoned, turning toward her cousin's villa. Cousin, Yu Yun and the others have arrived. Entering the villa, Wang Yuka headed straight for Li Rue, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in his phone. Approaching him, she called out, "What are you doing?" Walking without a sound. You startled me. Li Rue set down his phone and patted his chest, feigning a reproachful expression towards Wang Yuko. Cousin, with your hearing, I find it hard to believe you didn't hear me. You were just too engrossed in your phone to acknowledge me. Wang Yuko retorted, rolling her eyes. With a hearty laugh, Li Rue chose not to respond further, turning his gaze towards Wang Yuko's companions. Please, have a seat. He gestured casually towards Wang Zhaoshan and the others. Will my sister truly return tonight? Once they were seated, Wang Yuyun exchanged glances with her parents before summoning her courage to ask Li Rue. Indeed, if all goes as anticipated, we shall arrive in Star City tonight. Li Rue nodded affirmatively. Although Wang Yueka had confirmed this repeatedly, it was only upon hearing Li Rue's assurance that Wang Yuyun could finally relinquish her anxieties. Father, Mother, my sister will be arriving in Star City this evening, Wang Yuyun said, her eyes brimming with tears as she addressed Wang Shoshan and the middle-aged woman. Thank you. Wang Shoushan and the woman rose joyfully, bowing repeatedly in gratitude towards Li Ruwei. Very well, you may return and await further news. Tomorrow morning, I shall send someone to escort your daughter back from Star City. Li Ruwei interjected, raising his hand to halt their incessant bows of appreciation. Upon hearing this, Wang Shoushan lifted his head, ceasing his apologies. He exchanged a glance with the middle-aged woman, their faces lighting up with delight, and once again bowed deeply in thanks to Li Ruwei. Observing this, Li Ruwei shook his head in exasperation, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 379, Perhaps you might scold me once more? With that, Wang Yueyin, having witnessed her parents' incessant bowing in gratitude to Li Ruwei, noticed his reluctant shake of the head. Fearing to offend him, she quickly addressed Wang Shoushan and the middle-aged woman beside him. It dawned on Wang Shoushan and the others that their repeated bowing and apologies bore little significance and might even irk Li Ruwei, prompting them to cease their gestures of thanks. Thank you for saving my sister. Did you spend another 5 million to rescue her? With her parents finally halting their bows, Wang Yueyin let out a sigh of relief and, casting a complex gaze at Li Ruwei, posed her question. They had already borrowed 1 million from him. If he had indeed spent 5 million more for his sister's sake, it would amount to a staggering 6 million in total debt, a sum her family might struggle to repay for a lifetime. No, Li Ruwei simply replied, offering minimal explanation. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yueyin felt a wave of relief wash over her, albeit with lingering curiosity about how Li Ruwei had managed to save her sister without incurring expenses. Her intrigue towards this wealthy and enigmatic figure deepened, but recognizing his disinterest in elaborating, she wisely refrained from pressing further. We will repay the 1 million. But it will take some time, Wang Yueyin said, somewhat embarrassed. All right, Li Ruwei replied, intertwining his fingers comfortably as he reclined on the sofa, nodding slightly. Though 1 million was a trifling sum for him, he chose not to comment further. He felt no obligation to reclaim the money, as it was borrowed by Wang Shoushan. He had never considered himself a savior. He simply acted according to his own inclinations. The 5 million was willingly given, thus he felt entitled to waive any repayment. Conversely, the 1 million was a loan, and even if it were negligible to him, he had no right to deny repayment. Then we shall take our leave, Wang Yueyin said, sensing Li Ruwei's reluctance to continue the conversation. She stood up and bid farewell. Li Ruwei merely nodded in response. As Wang Yueyin completed her thanks to Li Ruwei and began to lead her parents out, her father's phone suddenly rang. Stopping in his tracks, Wang Shoushan checked the caller ID, his previously joyful expression swiftly morphing into one of fury. Father, what is wrong? Wang Yueyin asked, puzzled. It's that scoundrel Sang Biao. Wang Shoushan gritted his teeth. What? Why is he calling you? Wang Yueyin snatched the phone from her father's hand, her face contorting with rage as she gazed upon the lengthy string of numbers displayed on the screen. What more do you want? Haven't you already brought enough misery to our family? She seethed. Wang Yueyin answered the phone, and before the person on the other end could utter a word, she launched into a tirade of curses, though she harbored a desire to metaphorically devour the individual on the other end of the line. Being a young woman and in the presence of Li Ruwei, she exercised a modicum of restraint, refraining from uttering excessively harsh words. Let me handle this. Wang Shoushan eagerly interjected, pointing to himself as he spoke to Wang Yueyin. Looking up at Wang Shoushan, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fury, Wang Yueyin found herself at a loss for words and reluctantly returned the phone to him. You son of a bee, you doggo man, As soon as he took the phone, Wang Shoushan glared at it and unleashed a barrage of invectives for over 3 minutes, only pausing when his throat became dry and he was seized by a violent cough. His once happy home was now burdened with immense debt, all due to this scoundrel on the other end of the line, and if he had the means, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him. Bazavong, have you finished your tirade? Just as Wang Shoushan paused to catch his breath, a voice full of feigned politeness emanated from the phone. The familiar tone, yet strange demeanor, left Wang Shoushan momentarily stunned, even calming his heavy breathing. Since the phone was on speaker, Wang Yueyin and Lu Weijie also heard the overly courteous words, exchanging bewildered glances, as if they had encountered a ghost. What do you mean? What trickery are you up to? My daughter is no longer in your grasp, so I fear you not. After a few seconds of dazed silence, Wang Shoushan regained his composure and tentatively inquired. Remembering that his daughter had indeed been rescued by Li Ruwei, he felt a surge of confidence and scoffed. I have no ulterior motives, Brother Wang. I acknowledge my prior transgressions, and your anger is entirely justified. Perhaps you could unleash a few more curses, as long as it brings you peace. I am amenable to anything. Upon hearing the words of the scoundrel on the other end, Wang Shoshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is he out his mind? He whispered, glancing at his wife, daughter, and son-in-law. Wang Yueyun, Lu Weijia, and the middle-aged woman all shook their heads in confusion, equally astonished by the bizarre turn of events. Brother Wang, are you still there? What exactly do you intend to do? Hearing the voice again, Wang Shoshan raised the phone to his mouth, furrowing his brow as he asked, Brother Wang, I believe we had a misunderstanding earlier. First, I wish to apologize and hope for your forgiveness. Second, I forgive your mother. Before the scoundrel could finish, Wang Shoshan erupted in anger once more. Second, I want to return your money. Realizing Wang Shoshan was about to resume his tirade, the scoundrel hurriedly completed his earlier statement in one breath. What? Return my money? With a vehement outburst, Wang Shoshan suddenly realized something, his mouth agape in disbelief as he inquired. Yes, 6 million. I will return it to you, along with an additional 400,000 as compensation for emotional distress, totaling 2 million. Are you serious? At that moment, Wang Shoshan was more astonished than ever before. Previously, he had merely thought that Sang Biao was concocting yet another scheme. Although he was equally shocked by Sang Biao's transformed demeanor, he believed the man was simply acting for monetary gain. It was only upon hearing Sang Biao's intention to return all the money, plus an extra 400,000 for emotional damages, that he began to sense something was amiss. Yes, provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. All right, let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve, Wang Shoshan retorted, covering the phone with his hand as he turned to Wang Yueyan. Hand over your bank card. Dad, is he not just playing some sort of game again? Perhaps we should ignore him, Wang Yueyun said, her face filled with concern. What is there to fear? Do you still have any money in your account? Those who have nothing to lose are unafraid of those who do. We have nothing left for him to deceive us with. Listening to Wang Shoshan's words, Wang Yueyun was momentarily taken aback, but soon found merit in his reasoning. Just as she hesitated, reaching into her clothing for her wallet to retrieve the bank card, a male voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Give it to him. He genuinely intends to return the money to you, Li Rue remarked, glancing at Wang Shoshan and the others, his tone calm and assured. Chapter 380. The insignificant roll upon hearing the voice, Wang Yueyun, who had just taken out her bank card, froze with her hand suspended in midair, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes. The fact that Li Rue would utter such words signifies a substantial credibility regarding the person on the other end of the line intending to return money. After all, given Li Rue's stature, he would not speak without certainty, though curiosity swelled within her about the underlying reasons. She was well aware that Li Rue would not divulge any details. Thus, with a determined bite of her lip, she refrained from inquiring further and turned her gaze toward Wang Shoshan, promptly handing him her bank card. Wang Shoshan, initially anticipating a display of misfortune, was equally elated upon hearing Li Rue's words. If Sang Biao truly returned the money, his eldest daughter could proceed with her plans to purchase a home, alleviating the guilt he felt towards her. Reciting the car number, 46853, and the name, Wang Yueyun, he meticulously articulated each digit. All right, Brother Wang, I shall transfer the funds to you now, came the voice from the other end, followed by a sudden silence. A minute passed as Wang Shoshan and his family eagerly focused on the phone when the voice returned. Brother Wang, I have transferred the money, 2 million. Please check if it has arrived. Hearing this, Wang Shoshan turned to Wang Yueyun, brimming with excitement. Wang Yueyun hurriedly flipped her phone to check the screen. In an instant, her previously hopeful expression morphed into profound disappointment. She raised her head and, without uttering a word, simply shook it. The elation on Wang Shoshan and his family's faces swiftly transformed into despair. Just as Wang Shoshan was about to unleash a torrent of curses at the phone, Wang Yueyun's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Peering closely, she discovered a notification of the fund's arrival. Your bank card ending in 4568 has received 2,000,000 yuan. Remaining balance, 2,000,126 yuan. Dad, it's here. It's here. 2 million. 2 million. Wang Yueyun trembled with excitement, pointing at her phone, her voice quivering as she spoke to Wang Shoshan. What? It's here? Wang Shoshan's eyes widened in disbelief. But as he recognized that his eldest daughter would not deceive him, a broad smile broke across his face, and he erupted in a silent laughter. Lu Weijia, witnessing this scene, clenched his fists, exhilaratedly waving them in celebration. The debt he had thought would take a decade to repay had been resolved in an instant, leaving him utterly thrilled. Brother Wang, has the money arrived? As Wang Shoshan reveled in his silent laughter, the voice from the phone sounded once more. Indeed, it has arrived, Wang Shoshan replied, making an effort to temper his exuberant smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he responded softly. Although this individual returned the money to himself, even adding several 100,000 more, he is not foolish. Despite his ignorance of the exact circumstances, he can surmise that the underlying reason must undoubtedly involve Li Rue. It is inconceivable that this scoundrel, Sang Biao, would willingly return the funds. Thus, even with the money refunded, he harbors no intention of extending any kindness towards Sang Biao. Without this person, his precious daughter would not have endured such torment. Brother Wang, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter, and I have compensated you an additional 400,000. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we? Settle? Nonsense. You believe that a mere 400,000 can absolve you? The harm you and that scoundrel, Peng Xiao, inflicted upon my daughter cannot be compensated by any sum. I shall never forgive you, replied Wang Dege, his voice filled with indignation. Brother Wang, I understand that this amount is trivial and insufficient to ease your anger. Rest assured, Peng Xiao, who deceived your daughter, has already faced his retribution. From this day forth, he shall no longer be a man, and he will never have the chance to deceive another girl again. Please, temper your anger. What? Wang Shoshan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he processed the words on the phone. Peng Xiao is a cripple? A eunuch? Ha, who did this? He chuckled, his laughter echoing. Your daughter, came the reply. Wang Shoshan's laughter abruptly ceased. Impossible. My daughter would never have the audacity to do such a thing, he asserted in disbelief. The truth remains as it is. Well, Brother Wang, there's no need to dwell on the past. Peng Xiao has received his due punishment, and I have compensated you. I do not ask for your immediate forgiveness. I only request your assistance in introducing me to someone. An introduction? Wang Shoshan murmured, suddenly raising his gaze towards Li Rue. Even before Sang Biao had uttered the name, Wang Shoshan had already guessed who it might be. The young man from last time, Brother Wang. If you could facilitate an introduction, I would be willing to offer you an additional 500,000. Despite the prospect of receiving an additional 500,000, Wang Shoshan remained unmoved. Although he was merely a common farmer and understood that this sum could be unattainable in his lifetime, he held firm to his principles. Li Rue had effectively saved his family. Thus, regardless of the sum offered, he would never assist Sang Biao without Li Rue's consent. Moreover, he was acutely aware that not all money is worth pursuing. To offend Li Rue for the sake of this money would jeopardize his family's standing in Chushan County. Instinctively, he looked up at Li Rue, who, sensing the gaze, met his eyes, and with a gentle smile, shook his head slightly. Characters as insignificant as Sang Biao hardly warrant idle conversation. Had it not been for Li Wu's suggestion to utilize this individual as a means to expand their territory, he would have long since instructed Li Wu to dispatch elite commandos to eliminate him, thus precluding any possibility of his continued existence. Apologies, but that won't do. Receiving a subtle shake of the head from Li Rue, Wang Shoshan immediately comprehended the implication and turned to address the phone with an impassive expression. Just as Sang Biao was about to utter more, Wang Shoshan, with a solemn demeanor, abruptly terminated the call. After hanging up, Wang Shoshan maintained his serious fa for a few moments before allowing a smile to emerge. After exchanging a glance with his family, they collectively turned to bow once more to Li Rue. This time, however, they offered no words of gratitude, for they understood that no amount of thanks could ever repay the kindness Li Rue had bestowed upon them. This debt would remain etched in their hearts. I shall return the money to you now, Wang Yueyun said, lifting her head after the bow, her face illuminated by a smile as she looked at Li Rue. Li Rue remained silent, his expression unchanged as he nodded slightly. Yuku, please handle your bank card. Ah, cousin, you want me to give my bank card to Sister Yueyun? Wang Yuku asked incredulously, pointing at herself. Yes. Wait, cousin, this money was lent to Uncle Shoshan by you. It should be returned to you, not through my bank card. What is the purpose of this? Chapter 381. The malevolence of the wealthy generation. I can't be bothered to use my bank card. Consider this money as your pocket money, Li Rue said nonchalantly. What? Cousin, this is 1 million. You want to give it to me as pocket money? Just take it. Why so much nonsense? Li Hui replied impatiently. Cousin, perhaps this money should go to Sister Lingxian instead. It's too much for me to accept. Wang Yueka cautiously glanced at Yin Lingxian, who was seated beside Li Rue, and said, Give me the bank card. Yin Lingxian, understanding Wang Yueka's unvoiced thoughts, was about to speak when Li Rui addressed her directly. That money should go to my cousin. I have no need for it. Yin Lingxian mistakenly believed that Li Rui was heeding Wang Yueka's suggestion to transfer the 1 million to her, as she was the one with the bank card. Naturally, she declined, for it was evident that Li Rui initially intended to give the money to Wang Yueka. It would be inappropriate for him to suddenly redirect it to her. Hand me the bank card, Li Rui reiterated without further explanation, looking at Yin Lingxian once more. After contemplating his authoritative tone for a moment, she reluctantly retrieved her wallet and handed over the bank card to Li Rui. Despite Li Rui's usual affectionate treatment towards her and their playful banter, she still felt a tinge of trepidation towards him, especially considering his remarkable achievements. Accepting the bank card from Yin Lingxian, Li Rui's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He offered her a faint smile before pulling out his phone to access the banking app. Here, he said, returning the bank card to Yin Lingxian after a little over a minute. As she took back the card, Yin Lingxian, puzzled and about to inquire, suddenly felt her phone vibrate. Upon checking, she was astonished to find a notification of a substantial deposit. 100 million? Why are you transferring so much money to me? Yin Lingxian gasped, staring incredulously at Li Rui. Pocket money, Li Rui shrugged, appearing unfazed. I. Yin Lingxian stammered, at a loss for words. Is there any issue with you keeping that 1 million as pocket money? Noticing her speechlessness, Li Rui smiled slightly before turning to Wang Yueka. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yueka could not help but twitch her lips in disbelief. What could she possibly say? Her cousin, with his extravagant generosity, could afford to give his girlfriend 100 million as pocket money. What could she possibly add regarding the 1 million? Thus, she reluctantly retrieved her bank card and approached Wang Yueyun. Standing aside, Wang Yueyun and the others were left in a state of shock, hearing that Li Rui had given 100 million as pocket money to the silent girl. However, contemplating Li Rui's immense wealth, they soon found it somewhat unsurprising. Yueka, the money has been transferred. Take a look, Wang Yueyun said, having taken a bank card from Wang Yueka and performed a few actions on her phone before looking up at her. Sister Yueyun, the funds have arrived, Wang Yueka said sweetly to Wang Yueyun as she picked up her phone to take a glance. Yes, Yueka, thank you. Sometimes come to my house for dinner, and I will personally cook for you, Wang Yueyun responded, not quite understanding what Wang Yueka was saying. Sure, when Yueying returns, I will go find her to play. All right, then we shall head back first. Good. Watching Wang Yueyun's family depart, Wang Yueka turned to walk towards Li Rui. Cousin, you really gave me 1 million, didn't you? She asked, still in disbelief, as she approached Li Rui. A sum as substantial as 1 million could purchase 2 houses in the county. Could her cousin really be so generous? Can't you be a bit more ambitious? It's just 1 million, she scoffed, rolling her eyes at Li Rui. But to me, and in the future to you, it won't be, Li Rui replied with a mysterious smile. What do you mean? Wang Yueka tilted her head in confusion. You work in the group, so you must be aware of the large comprehensive commercial complex between the new energy technology industrial park and the semiconductor industrial park, right? Of course, I know about that, Li Rui asked with a smile. Once this large commercial complex opens, how much do you think it could earn? Wang Yueka pondered for a moment before replying, well, it should be over 1 billion, I suppose. What if the semiconductor industrial park starts production and the new energy industrial park expands by double? I don't know. Wang Yueka gasped, then shook her head. 3, 4, 5 billion, even 7, 8, or 9 billion, all are possibilities. Cousin, what exactly are you trying to say? I plan to have my eldest cousin manage this large commercial complex, and he will only need to pay 50 of the profits to the group each year. The rest. Cousin. Wang Yueka's eyes widened as she glared at Li Rui in frustration. The remaining 50 of the profits will be distributed by my mother and your second aunt to your uncle, aunt, younger aunt, and your family. Just calculate. Will you still be lacking this 1 million in the future? Li Rui said, smiling at Wang Yueka. Cousin, are you serious? Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Wang Yueka could hardly contain her excitement. Based on her earlier conservative estimate, their family could earn over 10 million in profits in a year. If Li Rui's claims held true, taking a mid-range figure, their family could at least receive 40 to 50 million in profits annually, which would make her a wealthy second-generation heir. How could she not be thrilled by such a prospect? Keep your voice down. You've nearly deafened me. Cousin Hushing already knew about this. If you don't believe me, ask him. Li Rui rolled his eyes at Wang Yueka. Cousin, am I about to become a detestable rich second generation? Wang Yueka's eyes sparkled with excitement, her hands dancing in the air. Well, you could also be a detestable first generation of wealth. Oh, my cousin, you are too kind. Who told you that my mother is your second aunt? What are you two talking about? Why are you shouting? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated at the entrance of the villa. Mom, you're back? Exclaimed Li Rui, rising to greet Wang Sumei with evident joy. Auntie, Yin Lingxian also stood up and politely called out in a soft voice. Second aunt, you've returned. Wang Yu chimed in with a beaming smile. What have you all been discussing? You seem so cheerful, Wang Sumei inquired as she approached the dining table, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it in one gulp. We were just talking about the integrated commercial complex with Yuku, Li Rui replied with a smile. Oh, the commercial complex. Son, how about we invite your uncle over tomorrow to finalize this matter? That works. Your word is sufficient, he responded. All right, Yuku. Have your mother come by tomorrow as well, and call your father to return home early. Sure, second aunt. By the way, why didn't T-Dad come back with you? Li Rui asked Wang Sumei, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. Your father was taken by your uncle to the ancestral hall. It seems they have some matters to discuss. Wang Sumei replied as she settled onto the sofa. Chapter 382. The family gathers in the kingdom of jade and stone in the luxurious hall. Bang! Damn it! Who dares to hang up on me? Sang Biao furiously. He smashed the teapot on the floor, his anger palpable. It appears I must consult General Bandu, though I am loath to part with my money once again. Sigh. It is better to be safe than sorry. If these individuals truly are warlords, I must rely on General Bandu for my safety. Therefore, I cannot spare this expenditure. Consider a price to avert disaster. Damn it. What a stroke of misfortune. Years of effort wasted. Sang Biao took a deep breath, then cursed vehemently. After a moment of silence, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Half an hour later, upon returning home, Li Yong learned from Li Rui that his uncle had summoned him to discuss the renovation of the ancestral grave. His uncle remarked that the current success of the Li family and the emergence of a prodigious talent like Li Rui could indeed be seen as a sign of the ancestors' blessings, warranting the restoration of the family tomb. As Li Rui understood, the tomb in question belonged to his great-grandfather. Though he was uncertain of the proper term to refer to him, calling him ancestor would suffice. The journey to this great-grandfather's tomb was long. Even Li Rui had only visited it once over a decade ago and had since lost track of its exact location. Listening to his father discuss the details of the renovation with his uncle, Li Rui nodded in agreement before his father could finish. Given the current financial standing of the Li family, this was not an especially burdensome task. Even if Li Rui contributed nothing, his cousins could easily gather several million each, amassing a sum in the range of 20 to 30 million, quite trivial indeed. With such resources, not only could they restore the ancestral grave, but they could also construct a wide road leading directly to it, more than sufficient for their needs. Thus, Li Rui intended to take a back seat in this matter, leaving everything to his father and uncle. He was willing to cover any expenses required. As the stars shifted, another day dawned. Early the next morning, Wang Sumei busied herself preparing meals. Shortly after 8 o'clock, a small car drove into Li family village, arriving at the Li family's villa. Wang Chunlai exited from the passenger seat, followed by two middle-aged women who stepped out from the back. Elder brother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, hearing the roar of the car engine. Wang Sumei emerged from the kitchen, her cooking apron still on. Upon seeing Wang Chunlai with his companions, she greeted them with a warm smile. Sumei, are you already cooking? What time did you wake up? I thought I told you not to bother with the meals. Wang Chunlai frowned and asked reproachfully. Elder brother, we siblings rarely have the chance to gather outside of the new year. Now that we are finally together, what harm is there in my preparing a meal? Come on, let us go inside and sit down, she replied, gesturing for the three to follow her into the villa. By the way, elder brother, whose car is that? It doesn't seem to belong to Hushing, she suddenly recalled, and turned back to Wang Chunlai with a curious question. He is the son-in-law of Wang Shoshan. Initially, I intended to ride over on my motorcycle, but Wang Shoshan insisted that his son-in-law drive us here, with a slight smile explaining the situation. After that, Wang Chunlai turned and smiled at the car. Upon seeing Wang Chunlai looking in his direction, Lu Weijie inside the car lowered the window and smiled at the group, then waved goodbye before closing the window and driving away from Lijia village. Oh, as the car departed, Wang Sumei responded with a nod. Her son had already informed her of the happenings at Wang Shoshan's family yesterday. Therefore, she found it unsurprising that Wang Shoshan, a childhood playmate from the same village, would have his son-in-law bring her elder brother to their home. Elder brother, where has Hushing gone? Why didn't he come today? Wang Sumei inquired curiously of Wang Chunlai. He said he went to resign from his job at the company. He won't be back until tomorrow. Can you believe it? P.S. Quitting for no apparent reason when everything was going well. Wang Chunlai replied with a shrug, expressing his bewilderment. Elder brother, Hushing is an exceptional student. Surely he has his reasons for resigning. Listening to Wang Chunlai, Wang Sumei thought to herself how her nephew was quite discreet, managing to keep the matters regarding the comprehensive business project from his parents. Moreover, it seemed that even his cousin, Yueka, had not disclosed this to her mother. All right, let us head inside. We can prepare a couple more dishes and wait for my elder sister and younger sister to arrive before we eat, Wang Sumei suggested as she noticed Wang Chunlai shaking his head in silence. She then turned and walked directly into the villa. Elder sister, brother-in-law here. At the entrance of Lijia village, a middle-aged woman, approximately 47 or 48 years old, waved and called out loudly to a couple in their 50s who had just exited a small car. Yakin, why aren't you coming in? Have you been here long? A woman in her 50s approached quickly to ask the younger woman. Elder sister, I just arrived. I was waiting for you, Yakin replied. Waiting for me? For what? Do you know why our second sister asked us to come? Wang Yakin asked eagerly. Well, I don't know. Once we get to Sumei's house, we'll find out. Elder sister, do you think there is something good happening? Wang Yakin raised her eyebrows and asked with a beaming smile. Come on, speculating here won't help. Let us see what our second sister has to say. I believe it must be something good. Perhaps Xiaorui has finally remembered us. Wang Yakin said, her eyes narrowing with excitement. After a few minutes, the three of them entered the villa courtyard. Hui Feng, Shouhua, and Yakin were seated at the entrance of Li Rui's villa. Just as Wang Shoushan, who had just finished smoking and was turning back to the villa, lifted his head, he noticed three people approaching. Upon closer inspection, he recognized his two sisters and his brother-in-law, and his face lit up with joy as he called out, Elder brother. The three of them waved in greeting. At this moment, everyone had gathered. Let's go. Sumei has already prepared the meal and is just waiting for your arrival, Wang Chun said, waving his hand and leading the way into the villa. Sister, brother-in-law, little sister. As she placed a steaming dish on the dining table and untied her apron, Wang Sumei looked up to see four figures entering from outside. Upon closer inspection, she recognized that aside from her elder brother, the other three were indeed her sister, brother-in-law, and younger sister, which brought her immense joy. Sumei, second sister. The three responded, smiling warmly at Wang Sumei. Come, take a seat. Yuko, please go and call your cousin and his wife down for dinner. Wang Sumei first urged the three to settle down and then addressed Wang Yuku, who had just come downstairs after washing up. Okay, second aunt. Wang Yuku replied, turning to ascend the staircase. 10 minutes later, Li Rui, appearing somewhat groggy, descended the stairs accompanied by Yun Lingxian. Chapter 383. This is unfair, son. Come over for dinner. Your uncle, aunt, and both your maternal uncles are here, Leon called out, waving at his son Li Rui as he spotted him entering the dining area, where several relatives were engaged in lively conversation around the table. Uncle Aunt Li Rui nodded respectfully to his father before greeting each elder in turn. Xiao Rui, you must be hungry. Come and eat. And you too, daughter-in-law. Come sit with us, Wang Yakin said with a warm smile, beckoning Li Rui and Yun Lingxian to join. Observing his aunt's cheerful demeanor, Li Rui merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Despite being only 30 kilometers away from his family, he did not feel particularly close to her, as visits were typically limited to festive occasions. Furthermore, prior to his recent success, his aunt had shown little enthusiasm towards him, certainly not to the extent of his elder relatives, leaving their emotional connection rather minimal. Nevertheless, as she was his mother's sister, he chose to respond politely, adhering to the adage of respecting one's elders. Come, let us eat. It's been years since we last dined together, perhaps since your eldest brother's birthday. Today, you must sample my culinary skills and see if I've lost my touch, Wang Sumei announced as she stood to serve. I remember well the dishes prepared by Sumei. My parents loved her cooking when they were alive. I can hardly wait, so I shan't hold back, Wang Chunlai declared, eagerly picking up his chopsticks and diving into the array of dishes laid out before him. Eldest brother, do take your time. No one is competing with you, someone advised. Sister, this dish is your favorite. Here for the next half hour, the family fervently indulged in the delectable spread, until at last they sat back, their bellies full and content. Burp, I am positively stuffed, Wang Chunlai exclaimed, patting his abdomen. Eldest brother, eldest sister, has everyone had enough? Wang Sumei inquired, wiping the grease from her lips with a napkin. Indeed, it has been ages since I enjoyed such exquisite food, one responded. Yes. The dishes prepared by our second sister rival, those of a five-star chef. Ha, you all are just flattering me, Wang Sume chuckled. Eldest brother, everyone is satisfied. So, shall we move to the sofa over there? Wang Sume suggested, pointing to a nearby seating area. All right, Wang Chunlai agreed, standing to lead the way to the sofa. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, eldest sister, younger sister, second sister, do you know why I've gathered you all here today? Once everyone settled onto the sofa and took a moment to relax, Wang Sume cleared her throat and suddenly posed a question. No, I don't know. Wang Chunlai and his wife exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads in confusion. I have no idea either, Wang Yakin replied, though her eyes sparkled with a joy that contrasted with Wang Chunlai's bewilderment. In this context, Xiao Rui's group has embarked on the construction of a large-scale commercial complex. Xiao Rui expressed his intentions, and subsequently, Wang Sume relayed everything that Li Rui had previously shared with her to her elder siblings in a single breath. However, instead of the expected exclamations of surprise, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Little sister, what are you saying? We are to manage such a vast commercial complex? This is simply out of the question. We cannot handle this. Wang Chunlai responded, finally coming to terms with the situation after a considerable pause, vehemently shaking his hands in refusal. Indeed, Sume, we are mere farmers. If you ask me to till the fields, I can comply, but managing a commercial complex? Surely, this is a jest. Wang Huifeng quickly echoed, shaking her head in disbelief. Eldest brother, eldest sister, let us be candid. This is merely Xiao Rui's goodwill. You would only be figureheads, while He Sheng would oversee the management, and Xiao Rui's company will dispatch personnel to assist. Please do not decline any further. Yes. Eldest brother, eldest sister, what the second sister says is true. This is a gesture of goodwill from Xiao Rui. If we refuse, would that not be rather ungracious? Wang Yakin interjected anxiously, noting her eldest brother Wang Chunlai and eldest sister Wang Huifeng's inclination to dismiss this unexpected fortune. Observing her aunt's clumsy performance, Li Rui furrowed his brow, feeling a flicker of displeasure towards this aunt with whom he shared little affection. Indeed, little sister speaks wisely. Xiao Rui has achieved success and wishes for an improved quality of life for us all. This is a sincere offering. Eldest brother, eldest sister, please do not turn it down, Wang Sume urged with a smile. Consider our cousin and cousin. Their lives have been quite challenging as well. Now that I have attained a modicum of success, I wish to make life a bit easier for everyone. This is among the few things I can offer. So please do not refuse, Li Rui added, seeking to persuade the hesitant relatives. As Wang Chunlai and Wang Huifeng remained silent, Wang Yakin, beaming with joy, was the first to respond. I must have accrued some fortune in my past life to encounter such a wonderful nephew like Xiao Rui in this one. It is indeed a tremendous blessing. Well, very well then, Xiao Rui. I shall not belabor my gratitude. It is noted in my heart, Wang Chunlai said after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Wang Chunlai thought of his son, who was about to marry. Even if he himself did not require financial assistance, his son certainly did. Furthermore, his son's abrupt resignation was undoubtedly linked to this matter. If he were to refuse again, what would happen when his son returned? With these thoughts clarified, he chose not to voice further objections. Seeing her eldest brother acquiesce, Wang Huifeng reflected on her two sons, who toiled tirelessly at the construction site, barely scraping by to support their families, and nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Now let us discuss the matter of shares, Wang Sume said with a smile, noting her eldest brother and sister's lack of opposition. Upon listening to Wang Sume's words, Wang Yakin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed expectantly at Wang Sume, eager for her subsequent remarks. Each year, 50 of the profits must be surrendered to the group, and of the remaining 50, the elder brother receives 10, the second brother 10, the eldest sister 10, and the youngest sister 10. But what about the remaining 10? Before Wang Sume could finish her sentence, Wang Yakin interjected with a question. Casting a glance at her aunt, Li Rui furrowed his brow deeply. As for the remaining 10, I intend to allocate it to Husheng, since he will be responsible for managing the comprehensive business entity in the future. Wang Sume, unfazed by Wang Yakin's interruption, smiled and explained. What? Second sister, this is unjust. The elder brother's family already has 10, and now if you grant another 10 to Husheng, that would amount to 20 for the elder brother's family. This distribution is exceedingly unfair. I cannot agree to it, Wang Yakin exclaimed, rising to her feet with her arms crossed, her voice filled with indignation. According to the previous assertion made by the second sister, That 10 represents a minimum of 10 million, perhaps even 50 million. How could she possibly acquiesce to such a substantial sum being entirely bestowed upon the elder brother's family? Chapter 384. The decision I made is unchangeable. Witnessing my younger sister rise in indignation, claiming that the distribution was unjust, Wang Sume momentarily faltered, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment as she found herself at a loss for words. Deep down, she recognized the inherent unfairness of the allocation, yet personal biases prevailed. Even among siblings, there exists a disparity in affection. Having been nurtured by her elder brother since childhood, she naturally gravitated towards him, thus subconsciously making a decision that favored him in this instance. Her heart was already burdened with complexity, dreading the discontent of her second brother, elder sister, and younger sister. Now, hearing her younger sister voice her grievances publicly unleashed a torrent of guilt that had long been suppressed. At that moment, she found herself utterly speechless in response to her sister's outburst. Observing Wang Sume's awkwardness, Li Rue could no longer contain his growing displeasure. The profit distribution was, in essence, a means of gifting money to these relatives, all in deference to their mother. Yet now, this younger aunt had the audacity to publicly challenge her, igniting Li Rue's fury. As Wang Yakin's words hung in the air, Wang Chunlai and Wang Huifang instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation, their expressions turning anxious as they glanced towards Li Rue. Noticing the furrow in Li Rue's brow and the coldness in his demeanor, Wang Chunlai hastily interjected after exchanging a quick glance with Wang Huifang. Now, younger sister, let's not be hasty. We are still in the midst of negotiation. If you find this unacceptable, we could deliberate further. I believe giving He Sheng just one will suffice. After all, I'm growing old, and this 10 will eventually be passed on to He Sheng and the others. 1? That seems more reasonable. As for the remaining 9, Wang Yakin pondered for a moment, her face brightening with a sly glimmer as she continued. Yakin, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Since earlier, Wang Huifang's gaze had been fixated on Li Rue. At that moment, as Wang Yakin concluded her statement, Wang Huifang observed Li Rue leaning forward, as if preparing to rise. Sensing impending trouble, she quickly addressed Wang Yakin. In this brief span of 6 months, my nephew has ascended to the status of a trillion-dollar conglomerate owner. I cannot help but feel apprehensive. Witnessing him frown, ready to unleash his ire, fills me with trepidation. What is the matter, elder sister? Is there something you cannot articulate? I am merely striving for your benefit. We are all siblings. Fairness is paramount. I propose that the remaining 9 be allocated to our children, who, like He Sheng, are also the offspring of our second sister. We cannot show favoritism, can we? Little sister. Seeing Wang Yakin ignore her silent plea, Wang Huifang could no longer contain herself, rising anxiously to exclaim, Elder sister, why are you raising your voice? Do you disagree? By this distribution, you could gain an additional 2. Just 2. That amounts to several million. You would not be at a loss. Such a distribution may not be a loss for the elder aunt, but dear younger aunt, aren't you capable of earning even more? At that moment, Li Rue rose from his seat, a cold smile gracing his lips as he calmly addressed Wang Yakin. Observing the precariousness of the situation, Li Yongzheng abruptly stood up, placing a hand on Li Rue's shoulder and whispering urgently, Dad, please sit down. Li Rue gently removed Li Yongzheng's arm from his shoulder without even turning his head, responding, Let be, Xiao Rue. Li Yongzheng called softly once more. Li Rue remained silent, his expression adorned with a faint smile as he gazed at Wang Yakin. Seeing Li Rue's demeanor, Li Yongzheng sighed, shook his head, and returned to the sofa. In the Li family, it was the son who now held the position of patriarch, and once a decision was made, even he, the father, could not alter it. As Li Yongzheng settled back into the sofa, he observed Li Rue's unabashed smirk. It was then that Wang Yakin finally grasped the extent of her recent words, realizing how foolish she had been. Under normal circumstances, she was not so naive. It was merely the allure of a long-desired benefit that had clouded her judgment. This benefit was staggering, amounting to tens of millions of Longwa currency each year, which had momentarily unmoored her thoughts, leading her to speak without consideration. Xiaorui, I was just joking, she stammered, a sheen of perspiration forming on her forehead as she awkwardly attempted to explain. No, Auntie, your suggestion is quite reasonable. My cousin should have a share too. After all, they call my mother second aunt, and she certainly cannot show favoritism. Wouldn't you agree, Auntie? Li Rue maintained a gentle smile, his expression unperturbed. Xiao Rui, do you agree with my distribution method? Wang Yakin asked, her surprise evident as her eyes brightened with hope. Yes, I wholeheartedly support Annie's proposal. Mom, Uncle, Andy, and second aunt, what do you all think? Li Rui inquired of those present. The assembled relatives were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement with Li Rui. Well, since everyone is in accord, I shall now announce the final distribution method, Li Rui declared, as Wang Yakin gazed at him with anticipation. Andy, while your method is commendable, I believe it could be further refined. Li Rui suddenly turned to Wang Yakin with a smile. Wang Yakin's eager smile faded, replaced by confusion as she looked at Li Rui. The allocation is set at 10 for Dagu and 10 for you. This is my decision, and once made, it cannot be altered. Therefore, Li Rui continued, why not take your 10 and distribute it among your cousins? What do you think? Oh no, absolutely not. That 10 is mine, and no one can take it from me. I want to share it. If the children can't have their share, then let that 10 follow your method, Xiao Rui, and give it to Hisheng. I have no objections, Wang Yakin said, her expression fraught with anxiety. An annual return of 10 amounts to several million. Upon hearing that Li Rui intended to distribute this wealth to others, Wang Yakin felt a deep despair. She no longer dared to covet Wang Husheng's 10 and merely wished to safeguard her own. Aunt, I have made my decision, and it cannot be altered. The allocation is merely a notification to you, not a request for your opinion, Li Rui stated, his expression growing increasingly frosty as he addressed Wang Yakin. So, you... Wang Sume, who had been closely observing her son's every word and deed, felt a pang of turmoil within as she witnessed him directly confront his sister. Unable to contain herself, she called out to Li Rui. Mother, I will handle this. Li Rui replied, slightly tilting his head in response to Wang Sume. As she opened her mouth to speak further, she felt a tug on her arm. Turning to the side, she discovered it was her husband, who was gently pulling her arm and shaking his head in disapproval. Realizing this, Wang Sume let out a soft sigh and refrained from continuing the conversation. Chapter 385. Disparate treatment. At that moment, Wang Yakin listened to Li Rui's frigid words, and her expression faltered, darkening instantly, her visage reflecting her inner turmoil. Aunt, your complexion appears rather poor. Are you feeling unwell? Would you like to visit the hospital in our Li family village? Our doctors are all experts, and I assure you, they can remedy any ailment. Should I arrange for someone to take you? No need. I merely indulged a bit too much earlier. My stomach feels slightly uncomfortable. I just need to digest a bit. Wang Yakin quickly responded, realizing that this nephew was no longer the one she once looked down upon. This nephew was now the owner of a trillion-dollar enterprise, no longer someone she could dismiss with disdain. Thus, despite her discomfort, she managed to smile. Lingxian, there's a box of digestive tablets in that cabinet over there. Please fetch it for my aunt. Okay, Yin Lingxian replied softly, rising to rummage through the nearby cabinet. Here you are, she said, returning to Li Rui's side with the box of digestive tablets, handing them over while stating, Aunt, this is for you. Thank you. Xiao Rui. Now, let us continue discussing the distribution matters. Uncle will receive 10, my elder cousin 10, my aunt and uncle each 10, and the remaining 10 will be shared among the 8 cousins, each receiving 1. 25. What does everyone think? Once Li Rui finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room. No one uttered a word. The absence of objections signified agreement. Thus the decision was made. Mom, Dad, Uncle, and Aunt, since matters have been settled, I shall not prolong my stay. I woke up early today and will return for a brief nap. Li Rui concluded with a slight smile, waving to Yun Lingxian as he ascended the stairs. Seeing this, Yun Lingxian stood and hurriedly followed him up the staircase. After Li Rui and Yun Lingxian departed, the remaining guests fell into an eerie silence. Mom, I'll take my leave now. I've taken several days off and need to return to work. Wang Yueka finally broke the stillness, addressing Shun Xiuzhen. Very well, you may go. I must return as well. I haven't yet released the chickens and ducks at home, nor have I fed them. When your father returns in a few days, do come back for a visit, Shun Xiuzhen replied, having been silent until now, eager to engage with her daughter. To be candid, her relationship with Li Rui's family was not particularly close. It was even less so than that of Wang Yakin, who was Wang Sume's biological sister. With her husband absent, she felt like an outsider. Nevertheless, she recognized her place, even if she too coveted that 10 belonging to Wang He. However, she restrained herself from speaking out. Now, witnessing Wang Yakin's predicament, she could hardly contain her delight, mentally chastising Wang Yakin for her foolishness. All right, let's depart together. All right, Susan, Yongzheng, elder brother, elder sister, younger sister, then Yueka, and I shall take our leave first. Very well, we shall come again when time permits. After Wang Yueka and Shun Xiuzhen departed, Wang Huifeng also rose and said, Susan, I, along with your sister-in-law, shall head back as well. In a few days, there will be a banquet at Husheng. You Yongzheng and Xiaorui must attend. Do not forget. Understood, elder brother, elder sister, Wang Susan replied, nodding at the two. Seeing this, Wang Chunlai and Wang Huifeng finally turned and exited the villa. Younger sister Yu. After Wang Chunlai had walked for 5 or 6 minutes, Wang Susan noticed that Wang Yakin's eyes were slowly reddening. She gently nudged Li Yongzheng, giving him a look that urged him to leave quickly. Once he departed, she softly called out, second sister. At that moment, Wang Yakin, who was 50 years old, suddenly broke into tears. Oh dear, what's the use of crying? Xiaorui's decision is one I cannot alter. You should return home. I will speak with Xiaorui later and see if I can persuade him to reconsider. Second sister, you must help me. Wang Yakin rose, wiping her tears, and pleaded with a pitiful expression. All right, I will speak on your behalf. But you should not be crying here, Wang Susan frowned. Very well, I shall return home now, second sister. Without waiting for Wang Yakin to finish, Wang Susan turned and headed towards the stairs. It would be impossible for Wang Susan to not feel some disdain towards her younger sister's recent avarice. Yet, she could not completely dismiss her, as they had grown up together. In their childhood, she had carried and taken care of her younger sister. Although their relationship had grown distant after marriage, the memories of their youth made it difficult for her to sever ties. Thus, Wang Susan found herself in a moral quandary. On one hand, she recalled her little sister sweetly calling her sister in their childhood. On the other, she was confronted with her sister's recent greedy demeanor, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Son, come out for a moment. Wang Susan called out as Li Ruwei had just ascended the stairs with Yin Lingxian and was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Mother, what is it? Li Ruwei inquired, feigning ignorance as he stood to walk outside. I have something to ask you. Son, regarding your aunt. Once Li Ruwei approached, Wang Susan cautiously broached the subject. What about my aunt? Li Ruwei pretended not to understand. Don't play coy with me, son. Do you have any grievances regarding your aunt? Wang Susan asked directly. Yes, I do. I've had these grievances for quite some time, Li Ruwei replied candidly, leaving Wang Susan momentarily speechless. So direct? Shouldn't you have feigned ignorance a bit? Mother, since I can remember, every year during the new year, my aunt has always treated us differently. She always wore a cold expression when addressing me and my sister. Yet she was exuberantly warm towards the relatives on her husband's side. I have refrained from discussing these matters with you, as I initially did not wish to dwell on her behavior. Out of respect for you, I would not mind bestowing her with a fortune, but have you observed her recent demeanor? That avaricious countenance. Surely you have noted it as well? Ah, is this truly happening? Wang Sume asked incredulously. How could her sister treat her children so differently without her knowledge? Mother, let us not dwell on my aunt's affairs. I have not taken extreme measures, for my cousins have done no wrong. Therefore, I have allocated a 1/25 share of the profits to each of them, which roughly translates to several million each year, ample to ensure their comfort. However, I must forewarn you, should they fail to express gratitude and instead turn into ungrateful wretches, what I bestow upon them can just as easily be reclaimed. Chapter 386. The photolithography machine manufacturing plant, as the stars shift and time swiftly passes. It has been over a month since the Wang siblings departed from Li family village. During this period, aside from attending his cousin's wedding, Li Ruwei has not encountered any extraordinary events. This day, he rose unusually early, and after breakfast, he took in Lingxian with him to Chuxin County. The reason for their early journey to Chuxin County was due to a phone call he received from Lu Yin the previous night. Lu Yin informed him that the semiconductor industrial park, particularly the photolithography machine factory, crucial for chip production, had been completed, and she wished to invite Li Ruwei for a visit. Although Li Ruwei had limited knowledge about this so-called industrial gem, he was aware of its significant value. Furthermore, this particular photolithography machine was not just any ordinary one. It was capable of producing 1-nanometer chips, surpassing several generations of the existing machines on Blue Star. Without hesitation, Li Ruwei agreed to the visit, and thus, early this morning, he arrived at the semiconductor industrial park of Tungfei Group with Yun Lingxian. Boss, you're here. As Li Ruwei stepped out of the car, holding Yun Lingxuan's hand, he heard Lu Yan's cheerful voice. Why are there so many people? Upon hearing her, Li Ruwei looked ahead to see Lu Yan standing with dozens of individuals in front of a massive gate, all quietly waiting. Boss, these are the heads and executives of our subsidiaries. Since you rarely visit, I wanted them to meet you. I was concerned they might not recognize their own boss. Lu Yin replied with a smile. ISNT their photograph? It's not as exaggerated as you say, Li Rue chuckled. This is our boss, Li Rue. Let us all get acquainted, Lu Yin announced to the group without addressing Li Rue's comment. Hello, boss. The executives of Tongfei Group's subsidiaries greeted in unison. Hello, everyone. Li Rue waved back with a smile. Come on, boss. Let me introduce you to our semiconductor industrial park, Lu Yin said, gesturing for Li Rue and Yun Lingxian to proceed. Li Rue, seeing this, did not hesitate and took Yun Lingxuan's hand, leading the way ahead of the group. Upon entering the main gate of the semiconductor industrial park, they were greeted by nearly 100 buildings, both large and small, which appear to be nearly completed. Although the presence of the new energy industrial park had set the stage, Li Rue remained astounded by the scale of the factory structures. Boss, this is Tongfei Group's photolithography resin subsidiary. Over there is the control systems software subsidiary, and there is the precision machinery subsidiary. Lu Yin continued to introduce various sections as they walked. What is this place? Li Rue inquired, stopping in front of a tall building and pointing at it, curious about its distinction from the others. Although the other buildings appeared to be completed from the outside, they were devoid of any personnel. Only this particular structure was bustling with workers transporting a variety of equipment and materials in and out. This is our lithography machine manufacturing plant. A lithography machine manufacturing plant? Li Rue murmured softly, his eyes lighting up a moment later. This was indeed the centerpiece of his visit today. He eagerly contemplated when the other subsidiaries' manufacturing plants would be completed, as the production of the lithography machine would enable his company to fabricate 1-nanometer chips, filling him with excitement. However, the production of chips necessitated complementary technologies, meaning that the entirety of the other subsidiaries' manufacturing facilities must be operational. None could be lacking. With this thought, Li Rue impatiently inquired of Lu Yin. The other subsidiaries and their manufacturing plants should be completed and operational in about a month. The lithography machine manufacturing plant, being the most critical equipment for chip production, has undergone expedited construction, allowing it to finish a month earlier than the other facilities. Oh, I see. Li Rue nodded in understanding. When can we expect the lithography machine to be produced? He asked, curiosity piqued once again. In approximately 2 months. We will be able to produce 1-nanometer chips by early next year, Lu Yin replied after thoughtful consideration. Splendid. Starting next year, in the chip sector, our nation will no longer be constrained by others. Li Rue chuckled heartily. Let us proceed inside, he declared, leading the way into the lithography machine manufacturing plant. After more than 20 minutes, Li Rue and his party emerged once again. Despite the tour, Li Rue was unable to grasp the intricacies of what he had seen. Much of it eluded his understanding, even with the explanations from professionals. Yet, he remained undeterred, knowing that in 2 months, Tongfei Group would embark on another remarkable ascent. All right, we have seen enough. Lu Yin, I appreciate your hard work. Once chip production commences, I shall grant you an extended vacation for some well-deserved rest. Standing once more at the entrance of the semiconductor industrial park over half an hour later, Li Rue smiled at Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin was a bioengineered individual purchased through the system, she bore no discernible difference from a true human and could certainly feel fatigue. To avoid being chastised as a miser, Li Rue decided to reward her with a long break after chip production began. Thank you, boss, Lu Yin replied expressionlessly. Observing her demeanor, Li Rue mused to himself that she truly embodied a formidable businesswoman. Even the prospect of a vacation failed to elicit a smile from her. A reaction that would have delighted an ordinary person. Very well, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Boss, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Yin's voice suddenly interrupted as Li Rue prepared to turn away. What is it? He asked, turning back in confusion. Please follow me, Lu Yin beckoned. Turning to walk aside. As Lu Yin walked toward the secluded area, Li Rue momentarily paused, quickly realizing that she must have something significant to discuss with him privately. After exchanging a brief greeting with Yun Lingxian, he hastened to follow her. Boss, there is someone who wishes to meet with you. Do you want to see them? Lu Yin inquired, having halted after a short distance to allow Li Rue to catch up. Someone wants to see me? Who is it? Li Rue asked, curiosity piqued by Lu Yin's words. An elder, responsible for overseeing technological development. An elder? Overseeing technology? Why does he wish to meet with me? Boss, with such substantial activity on our part, it is impossible not to attract attention. Following the introduction of our super batteries and supercharging stations, I was approached by someone. This led to the collaboration between our company and the combat department, resulting in 30% of our production capacity being allocated to them. Consequently, the company has been considering expanding the industrial park to increase production capacity. Later, upon learning of our significant investment in the semiconductor industrial park, another individual also reached out to me. At this point, Lu Yin paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle. Li Rui, while not considering himself particularly astute, did not regard himself as foolish either. Listening to Lu Yin, he had already begun to speculate about the reasons behind the elder's desire to meet with him, as well as the motivations for the elders seeking Lu Yin. Chapter 387. The young prodigy, have they discovered that our company is venturing into chip production? Li Rui inquired tentatively of Lu Yin. Indeed, in Longhua, such matters are difficult to conceal, nor is there a necessity to do so. Therefore, I truthfully informed that individual that our company is establishing a chip manufacturing facility. You mentioned the capability to produce 1-nanometer chips? I did not specify. I merely stated that we are significantly ahead in our endeavors. The exact figures are considered commercial secrets, and I refrain from disclosing further details. The individual did not pursue the matter. Oh, then why does that elder wish to meet with me? Boss, you are aware that chips represent a critical vulnerability for Longhua. One can easily surmise how much importance they place on this matter, even if they are unaware of our specific production data. Merely based on my assertion of being far ahead and the formidable strength of our Tungfei group, it would be challenging for them to overlook this. Thus, their desire to meet you, the boss, is quite understandable. Wouldn't you agree? I see. Let me ponder this, Li Rui replied, falling into contemplation. By the way, that elder also shares the surname Li. Lu Yin suddenly interjected after a moment of silence. Li. Never mind. I think I shall decline the meeting. I have little understanding of chips. You could represent me in this encounter, Li Rui stated, shaking his head after another brief period of reflection. Though he had yet to meet this Li elder, Li Rui felt an involuntary affinity towards him, partly due to their shared surname. Moreover, he found it intriguing that such a prominent figure sought to connect with him through Lu Yin rather than through official channels to impose their will. Despite this newfound appreciation for the elder, Li Rui remained hesitant to meet, as he had expressed to Lu Yin. He felt ill-equipped to engage in any meaningful dialogue, and conversing with someone of such stature would inevitably lead to bureaucratic formalities, which he abhorred. After deliberating for a while, he ultimately declined the invitation. Very well. Lu Yin nodded in understanding, not surprised by his response. All right, I shall return then. With that, Li Rui turned and walked towards Yun Lingxian. Let us head home. As he approached Yun Lingxian, he took her hand, and together they boarded the vehicle, setting off towards Li Family Village. Husband, earlier at the Semiconductor Industrial Park, I overheard you and Lu Yin discussing lithography machines and chips. Is your company? Yun Lingxian suddenly lifted her gaze, curiosity evident in her expression as she queried Li Rui from within the car. Yes, our group's next product is indeed a chip, specifically a 1-nanometer chip. It will be unveiled in 2 months. There is nothing to conceal, especially from you, my future wife, Li Rui replied candidly. A 1-nanometer chip? Yun Lingxian exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she murmured to herself. Although she was a girl with little interest in technological matters, she had heard of chips and possessed a vague understanding of what a 1-nanometer chip entailed. She recognized that it was something remarkable, though she could not fully grasp the extent of its significance. Is it true that your group can manufacture chips at a nanometer scale? It seems that even the world's most advanced chip production factories can only mass-produce 5-nanometer chips. Does this imply that the group stands to earn a substantial fortune? Yun Lingxian inquired with an innocent expression. Indeed, a considerable fortune awaits us. Though the exact amount eludes me, it should be in the range of several hundred billion annually. Li Rui replied with an air of calm, despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him at the mention of such a staggering figure. My goodness, several hundred billion in just 1 year? Darling, how on earth will you manage to spend all that? Yun Lingxian exclaimed wide-eyed. Well, if it were solely up to me, I surely wouldn't be able to exhaust it all. I would need your assistance. Li Rui chuckled heartily. Rely on me? When we had no money, I always felt there was so much to acquire. Now, I find that I need nothing. The bags you bought for me will last a lifetime. My expenses for food and clothing are minimal. Where else could I possibly spend money? Yun Lingxian pondered seriously, counting on her fingers. Why not have more children? If you were to bear a dozen or so, then there would be plenty of little ones to help spend the wealth. Li Rui teased with a mischievous grin. Bear a dozen or so. Do you think I'm a pig? Yin Lingxian rolled her eyes at Li Rui. You're a little pig, my sweet little white pig. He retorted playfully. You're the pig. You're the little black pig. I'll bite you. With that, the two engaged in a light-hearted scuffle, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. After more than 20 minutes, they exited the vehicle, casually adjusting their disheveled attire before walking hand in hand into their villa in Li family village. Ah, splendid, truly splendid. Upon entering the villa, Li Rui was greeted by his father's exuberant voice. Curious, he turned to see his father, Li Yongzheng, seated on the sofa, excitedly watching the television, where a news program was airing. Father, what has you so elated? Li Rui asked as he approached. So, weren't you supposed to be visiting the semiconductor industrial park? You've returned quite rapidly, Li Yongzheng responded, turning to Li Rui with a puzzled expression. It was merely a brief tour. I finished and came back. Are you watching the news? Indeed, son. You won't believe it. Our dragon country has produced a youthful prodigy. Ha ha ha. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Li Yongzheng exclaimed with enthusiasm. A youthful prodigy? Heroes emerge from youth. Are you talking about me, father? I hardly qualify as a youth anymore, Li Rui said, maintaining a serious facade. TSK, son, your audacity knows no bounds. Come and take a look at this breaking news. A young scholar from a National University of Defense Technology has published a paper on a new type of material. After verification by esteemed academicians, it has been confirmed that the properties of this new material surpass those of the finest on Blue Star. This innovation could elevate our aerospace and military capabilities by at least 2 decades. Would you not consider that a youthful hero? A genius? Li Yongzheng beckoned Li Rui over, pointing at the television screen without turning back. A new type of material? At the National University of Defense Technology of Long Country, young man. Li Rui approached and peered at the content displayed on the television screen, softly murmuring while an odd expression crept across his face. Son, just tell me, isn't it remarkable? A youth capable of authoring such a thesis has propelled the aerospace industry of Long Country forward by 2 decades. Truly, the heavens have favored our nation. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Li Rui responded with a peculiar smile. Why does your laughter sound so strange? Hearing his son's unusual chuckle, Li Yongzheng, while speaking, curiously turned his head. What is that expression on your face? Li Yongzheng inquired, observing Li Rui's odd demeanor, his brow furrowing slightly, tinged with displeasure. Father, if you were to discover the identity of the prodigious youth you speak of, you would understand why I bear such a countenance. Li Rui confessed before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 388. The airport completion. Do you know this person? Of course, I know him well, and not just me. You know him too. Oh, who is it? Li Yongzheng stood up in shock, gazing at Li Rui. Dad, you mentioned someone we know at the National University of Defense Technology in Longhua. Are you referring to? As he spoke, Li Yongzheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, it's that lad, Li Tai. What? How can this be? How could he possibly have such capability? This is impossible. Li Yongzheng initially addressed Li Rui, but then seemed to be speaking to himself, his expression filled with incredulity. Son, how did you know that the news is about Li Tai? After a brief pause of several seconds, Li Yongzheng looked up and questioned Li Rui again. Dad, that's not for you to worry about. I assure you. This paper was indeed written by Li Tai. Li Rui waved his hand and said with a bright smile. Good. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? I truly never expected that this youthful hero is one of our Li family. Thus, our family has produced yet another prodigy. With such accomplishments, it's not impossible for our Li family to have a general in the future. As he spoke, Li Yongzheng could not help but dance with excitement. Dad, in the future, our family will only produce more talents. The children of the Li family will become increasingly exceptional, and our clan will flourish even more. Yes, I must go speak with your uncle right away. This is a sign from our ancestors. Our family will prosper more and more. Therefore, we need to reevaluate the restoration of our ancestral tomb that we discussed last month. We must not only restore the tomb, but also undertake a grand renovation. Not only should we repair the ancestral tomb, but we should also construct a majestic highway leading to it. So, the journey to the tomb is quite distant and traverses high mountains. It may incur considerable expenses. Li Yongzheng said this while gazing at Li Rui with anticipation. Dad, I've already mentioned that no matter the cost, I can cover it. How about this? I'll transfer 10 billion to you shortly, and you and your uncle can decide how to proceed with the renovations, adhering to that 10 billion standard while ensuring the road is equipped with streetlights. All right, son, you truly honor me and the Li family. Haha, I shall go seek your uncle now and later visit your eighth uncle. MMM, Li Rui smiled and nodded. Honey, what are you and Dad discussing? Yin Lingxian, who had been standing behind Li Rui, inquired curiously after watching Li Yongzheng exit the villa. Ha, it's good news. Cool, mate. Let us head upstairs. I'll explain everything to you. As he spoke, Li Rui took Yin Lingxian's small hand again and leisurely ascended the stairs. New materials? Kosin Nelitai. After about 7 or 8 minutes, sitting on the sofa, Yin Lingxian murmured in astonishment. Li Tai serves in the military. Li Ru holds an official position. And with the commercial foundation I've established, their paths will be exceedingly smooth. The future of our Li family's descendants will undoubtedly be much easier than others. My dear, you are truly remarkable. With your development, the Li family is destined to become one of the world's most prestigious families. Yun Lingxian gazed at Li Rui with admiration. Hee, that goal is not too far-fetched, Li Rui confidently replied, pulling her into his embrace. Just as they were lost in their dreams of the Li family's future, Li Rui's phone suddenly rang. Whose call is that? Yun Lingxian inquired, looking up at him with curiosity. It's Xiao Tai's call. He must have some good news for me. Li Rui said with a smile as he glanced at his phone. I'll go to the room to take this call. You can watch TV here, he added, gently patting her head before heading into the adjacent room. Xiao Tai, let me guess you call me today because you have some exciting news? Li Rui asked knowingly as soon as the call connected. Ah, Brother Rui, how did you know? Li Tai responded, astonished. Your brother Rui is quite the oracle. He replied, Brother Rui, did you see the news? You clever lad. So what does the school say about your reward? Brother Rui, I've done something impressive. The military has already contacted me. They awarded me first-class merit and said that after I graduate, I will at least receive a lieutenant colonel rank. Moreover, the school has hired me as a lecturer, mainly to teach about new materials. How impressive is that, Brother Ray? Li Tai's voice quivered with excitement. First-class merit? That's truly remarkable. Li Rui laughed heartily. By the way, a lecturer? Are you sure you can handle it? And new materials are likely classified, right? I doubt you can discuss those even at school, he said, his laughter fading into curiosity. Brother Rui, what I can teach the students will be general theoretical knowledge. The core material is kept confidential. I can manage, Li Tai explained. Oh, I see. Well, do your best. You will be the one to carry the Li family's banner in the military. Keep it up. Yes, I will, Brother Rui. Li Rui chatted with Li Tai for several more minutes about mundane matters before hanging up. As Li Rui reached for the doorknob, intending to step outside, his phone, which he had just placed in his pocket, rang once more. With a puzzled expression, he retrieved it again. What is it? Boss, those 3 individuals have been dealt with. One is permanently disabled, another has become an idiot, and the last one has vanished without a trace. A hoarse, indifferent voice responded from the other end. Good, well done. Their companies will completely collapse within 6 months. Li Rui acknowledged before abruptly ending the call. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years, but alas, I am no gentleman. 10 years. Unable to endure even 100 days, Li Rui murmured to himself before turning once more towards the doorway. Just as his hand was about to grasp the doorknob, the phone in his hand rang again. What on earth is happening today? Why are there so many calls? Li Rui's hand froze midair, his lips twitching as he spoke. Oh, it is actually a call from Li Wu. Holding the phone before him, he gazed at the incoming call on the screen with astonishment. Could it be that the airport has been completed? With that thought, Li Rui swiftly pressed the answer button, eager to learn if the airport was indeed ready. Li Wu, what is the matter? Upon answering the call, Li Rui eagerly inquired. Yes, Chief, both airports have been completed. What about my plane? Haha, splendid. In such a brief span, 2 airports have been constructed. Rest assured, just tell me how many planes your airport can accommodate. There will be no shortage for you. Listening to Li Wu, Li Rui raised an eyebrow and burst into hearty laughter. With the airports operational, the Li family army would possess an official air force, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, which filled Li Rui with immense excitement. Let us squeeze in 100. Li Wu replied after a moment of contemplation. 100? 50 planes per airport? Are you certain they can accommodate that many? Li Rui harbored doubts regarding the capacity of these hastily constructed airports. No, Chief, I'm in 100 planes per airport. Chapter 389. Ominous foreboding what? This is a fighter jet, not an automobile. Although I lack expertise in this domain, I'm aware that accommodating 100 fighter jets requires a considerable expanse of land. Do not concern yourself with that, clan leader. The other 2 airfields will also be completed next month. At that time, we can certainly station 50 fighter jets at each airfield without issue. Well, since I have no other use for this money, I shall visit you in a few days. Whatever you desire, I will procure for you. Would you like a large destroyer? How about a cruiser? Are you interested in a Blade-class cruiser? Ultimately, Li Rue brazenly tempted Li Wu with these propositions. Yes, I want them all. The naval base will be operational in no time, clan leader. As long as you can secure them for me, I will have a place to store them. Upon hearing Li Rue's words, Li Wu spoke with a quiver in his voice, reflecting the fervor of a soldier enamored with weaponry. In his eyes, these top-tier arms were far more appealing than any woman. Very well, I shall visit you in Yusher country in 3 days. All right, clan leader, I shall await your arrival. After chatting with Li Wu for a few more minutes, Li Rue ended the call and stepped out of the room. This time, the phone remained silent. He returned to the sofa, where he leisurely watched television with Yun Lingxian. Son, come down. I need to discuss something with you. Half an hour later, while Li Rue was engrossed in his phone on the sofa, he suddenly heard his father's voice calling from downstairs. Okay, I'm coming down, he instinctively replied, immediately rising to his feet. Father's called me for something. I'll be right back, Li Rue informed Yun Lingxian, lowering his head. All right, go ahead. Li Rue nodded and turned towards the staircase. Father, uncle, eighth uncle, he greeted the 3 gentlemen seated on the sofa on the first floor. Come here, Xiaorui, sit down. Li Yongjin beckoned with a smile. Li Rue nodded and hastened toward the sofa. Father, uncle, eighth uncle, what do you need from me? Once seated, an air of curiosity enveloped him, as he pondered if perhaps it concerned the ancestral grave. Had he not promised to give his father 1 billion? Xiaorui, we sought you out primarily regarding Xiao Tai. He just called to inform me that he has achieved first-class merit. Indeed, my son is worthy of his lineage. A tiger begets no dogs. Your uncle stated that this is a significant matter for the Li family, a cause for great pride, thus necessitating an ancestral ceremony to inform our forebears. We wanted to consult you, the clan leader, on how to proceed. Li Yong, appearing somewhat inebriated with a flushed face, smiled at Li Rue. Oh, I see. Very well, I wholeheartedly support this initiative. Uncle, please discuss amongst yourself how to arrange it. Let us proceed with it tomorrow then. I will send a message in the group, Li Yongjin declared as he retrieved his phone, announcing the ancestral ceremony for the morrow within the Li family group chat. The once quiet Li family clan group erupted with fervor due to a message from Li Yongjin, particularly among the older, idle relatives. As the Li family members excitedly discussed the arrangements for the second ancestral worship the following day, far away in Long City, within an elegantly decorated bar. A strikingly handsome young man in his late 20s gently swirled a crystal-clear goblet filled with a vibrant red liquid using his slender fingers. Beside him sat 2 beautiful young women, adorned with light makeup, who would undoubtedly attract attention if they walked down the street. Yet, the handsome youth seemed oblivious to their presence, his brow furrowed, and his gaze vacant as he stared ahead. Z, what's wrong? A young man in his early 20s, seated opposite Tao Z, pushed the nearby beauty aside, set down his wine glass, and leaned forward with curiosity. Hearing the inquiry, Tao Z relaxed his furrowed brow, his previously unfocused eyes gradually regaining clarity as he glanced at the young man. However, after a brief moment, his brow tightened once again. My father hasn't contacted me for several months, he said in a low voice. Well, Uncle C enjoys traveling abroad. Perhaps he hasn't had enough fun yet. Didn't he often go on trips before? The young man, initially taken aback by Tao Z's words, suddenly showed a flicker of panic in his eyes before biting his lip and responding. My father does enjoy leisure, but he has never gone this long without contacting me. I've tried calling him, but I can't get through. I suspect something has happened to him. As Tao Z spoke, his frown deepened, an unsettling premonition creeping into his heart. In no way. Our Tao family is not to be trifled with. Who would dare harm Uncle C? The young man lowered his gaze to the ground, his voice unnaturally strained. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, his eyes darted anxiously. If we were in the country, very few would dare to touch a member of the Tao family, but abroad, it's a different story. The last time my father contacted me, he mentioned he was in the Jade Country at a family estate. Z, why not call your uncle? He should know something. At that moment, a young man in his 30s, seated diagonally across from Tao Z, gestured for all the women present to leave. Once they had vacated the area, he turned to Tao Z and spoke. Gee, what do you mean by this? Tao Z, he suddenly stood up, his brow furrowed into a deep crease as he demanded an explanation from the 30-something young man. What is it, Qi Shijiang? After all these years of friendship, is there something you cannot share with me? Seeing the young man hesitate to speak, Tao Z slammed his palm on the table in frustration, raising his voice. Dear Z, It is not that I refrain from speaking, but rather the weight of this news. Alas, had your father been at the Su family estate in Yusher country a few months ago, the prospects would have been dire. Qi Shijiang, initially hesitant, felt the intensity of Tao Zi's piercing gaze and, with a resigned sigh, divulged the information he possessed. What? How can this be? Tao Zi exclaimed, stepping forward in fury. Gripping Qi Shijiang's collar, his eyes ablaze with rage, though a foreboding sense had already begun to stir within him. The confirmation from Qi Shijiang that his father might be in grave peril was more than he could bear. Yet he understood that Qi Shijiang would not speak without reason. He surely possessed knowledge that warranted such a reaction. The Su family estate has been obliterated, reduced to ashes, with 90% of its inhabitants lost without a trace. Z, you may inquire with your uncle. He will undoubtedly have insight into this calamity, and the swift downfall of the Su family can also be verified online. Impossible. Are you saying my father is dead, and that he was annihilated, leaving no remains? Tao Zi shouted, his eyes crimson with anguish. Release me. I am not your enemy. Tao Zi, you must remain composed, Qi Shijiang implored. How can I remain calm? Regardless of his flaws, he is still my father. Tell me who is responsible. I do not know. To uncover the identity of your adversary and seek vengeance for your father, you must consult your uncle. Given his connections, it should not be difficult for him to ascertain the truth, Qi Shijiang replied, shaking off Tao Zi's grasp with a steady demeanor. Uncle, Tao Zi murmured softly, as the madness that had clouded his eyes began to dissipate, gradually replaced by clarity. Brother Zi, I have some knowledge regarding fourth uncle's situation. A young man who had been silent until now finally spoke, raising his head and, with clenched teeth, addressed Tao Zi. Chapter 390. If the Tao family does not take charge, then I shall do so myself. What are you talking about, Tao Zikuan? Tao Zi turned his head sharply upon hearing the voice, fixing his gaze intently on the young man. Brother Zi, please do not be angry. It is not that I do not wish to inform you, but rather, I only overheard a conversation between my father and my uncle, and I have been uncertain whether I misheard, which is why I have refrained from speaking out. Then tell me, what did you hear? Tao Zi stepped closer, gripping Tao Zikuan's shoulder, his eyes burning with intensity. I heard my father and uncle mention that the Xiang family was destroyed by some family named Li, and it seems that our fourth uncle was also caught in the crossfire. Beyond that, I do not know. Li family? Which Li family? Tao Zi whispered, his eyes reddening. He could not fathom which Li family could possibly extend its reach to the Jadestone Nation and possess the artillery to obliterate a grand estate. In his mind, no prominent figure with the surname Li had such capabilities. By the way, I believe I heard my father and uncle mention the Tengfei group. The Tengfei group? Both Tao Zi and Qi Shijiang exclaimed in astonishment. Is it the one that produces super batteries and supercharging piles? Qi Shijiang directed his question toward Tao Zikuan. That must be it. There are no other major groups by that name, right? Tao Zikuan replied, albeit with uncertainty. That is impossible. Although the Tengfei group has developed rapidly, they are relatively new. How could they have the ability to reach the Jadestone Nation and reduce an estate to ruins? Tao Zi, surprisingly calm, pondered deeply. His brow furrowed. Brother Zi, the owner of Tengfei Group, has the surname Li. At that moment, Tao Zikuan presented his phone to Tao Zi, pointing at the information displayed on the screen. Li Rui? Tao Zi grasped the phone, fixating on the striking name. Once Tao Zi spoke, Qi Shijiang and Tao Zikuan exchanged glances, both bowing their heads into contemplation. Perhaps they had paid someone off to enlist local warlords to strike against the Xiang family. And Uncle Qingxiong was unfortunate enough to be caught in the fray. After a silence of several seconds, Qi Shijiang suddenly looked up and addressed Tao Zi. Yes, Brother Zi, I suspect it may be as you say. Those warlords will do anything for money. Paying off warlords? The Li family, what a formidable family. Tao Zi muttered through gritted teeth, and with that, he turned and strode toward the door. Where are you going, Brother Zi? I'm going home to find my uncle. Tao Zi replied without looking back. Wait, I will go too, Tao Zikuan said hurriedly, following closely behind. Chiga, I will visit you another time. Tao Zikuan called out as he rushed past Qi Shijiang, hastily exiting the room. Qi Shijiang smiled and nodded at Tao Zikuan. Li family, Tengfei group, Tao family. How entertaining this will be. It is a pity that the incriminating evidence I have amassed over the years may go to waste. As Tao Zi and Tao Zikuan exited, Qi Shijiang poured himself half a glass of red wine, gently swirled it for a moment, and then consumed it in one gulp. He then casually placed the crystal glass on the table, squinting his eyes as he murmured to himself with a faint smile. In a Tao family manner. Within the reception hall, Tao Qianfeng, seated in an ancient and imposing armchair, furrowed his brows as he questioned a middle-aged man of about 50. Eldest brother, I'm afraid we cannot conceal the matter regarding the fourth brother for much longer. What is going on? The third brother, the middle-aged man replied, recently. Z has inquired several times about his father's whereabouts, and I have been vague in my responses. He has begun to harbor suspicions. Well, let us keep it under wraps for as long as we can. If he discovers the truth about the fourth brother, who knows what chaos may ensue? Tao Qianfeng sighed softly. At that moment, a loud shout resonated through the hall. Z. Tao Qianfeng lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice. Noticing Tao Z approaching with an unusual expression. Stop, Z. Do you have no sense of decorum? I am in discussion with your uncle. Who permitted you to enter? Third uncle, what has happened to my father? Tao Z replied, seemingly oblivious to the question at hand. The middle-aged man paused, blinking in surprise as he glanced at Tao Z, then shifted his gaze back to Tao Qianfeng. Uncle, has something happened to my father? Where did you hear this news? Tao Qianfeng asked, maintaining a neutral expression after a brief silence. Uncle, did my father die in an explosion in the Jadestone Kingdom? Why are you keeping this from me? Why aren't you avenging him? Is he not a member of the Tao family? Tao Z's eyes bore into Tao Qianfeng, pressing further. Impudent, are you questioning me? Tao Qianfeng's anger flared as he pounded the armrest of his chair, glaring fiercely at Tao Z. Though my father may not be of high status, he is still a member of the Tao family, with our blood running through his veins. How can he die so inexplicably? Are we, the Tao family, mere playthings? You reckless fool, what do you know? Do you think the Tao family can dominate the Dragon Kingdom at will? Your father's misfortune is just that, misfortune. Do not speak of this matter again. Tao Qianfeng trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Tao Z. Uncle, what are you truly afraid of? Is it just Tong Fei Group? What does their wealth matter? With our Tao family's connections, dealing with a private company should not be overly challenging, should it? You wish to challenge Tong Fei Group? What do you understand? If it were as simple as you think, would I not have avenged your father by now? You would do well to forget your father's grievance, or else. Tao Qianfeng warned, a cold snort escaping his lips. Listening to Tao Qianfeng's unwavering certainty, Tao Z's pupils constricted sharply. With such a declaration from his uncle, it was evident that his father had undoubtedly met with misfortune. Everything he had learned from his cousin was undeniably true. Uncle, the vendetta for my father's murder and the grievance of my wife being taken. How could these go unavenged? If the Tao family turns a blind eye, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Gritting his teeth, Tao Z declared this resolutely before turning to exit. Stop right there. If you cross that threshold today, you shall no longer be considered a member of the Tao family. His uncle shouted, unable to contain his frustration any longer as he warned. The Tong Fei Group has ties with the military. If you dare to act against it, you will meet a fate worse than death. As Tao Z reached for the door of the reception room, Tao Qianfeng's voice thundered in protest. Chapter 391. The Li family must not be provoked upon learning of the incident involving his fourth brother. He promptly dispatched his associates to meet with Xiang Yanlong, thereby gaining insight into the Li family and the powerful Tong Fei Group backing them. Initially, he contemplated avenging his younger brother. Yet subsequent inquiries revealed the close ties between the Tong Fei Group and the military. The moment he grasped this information, he resolutely abandoned the notion of retaliation. In Longhua, companies with military affiliations are strictly off-limits, a veritable forbidden zone. Any attempt to encroach upon them would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Even the Tao family would not be exempt from such repercussions. As Tao Z raised his hand to grasp the doorknob, he froze mid-motion, caught in a state of shock. Despite his frequent escapades in bars and his notorious infatuation with the fairer sex, he was not foolish. He understood that companies with military connections were beyond his reach. Yet, the desire for vengeance against his father's murderer gnawed at him. I understand, Uncle, Tao Z replied without turning back, swiftly opening the door and striding out. What a scoundrel! Tao Qianfeng muttered angrily as he returned to his seat in the grand armchair. Brother, do not be angry. Z has promised not to provoke the Tong Fei Group. Hasn't he? I know him well. With my warning, he will refrain from confronting Tong Fei Group. But who says he cannot trouble the Li family behind them? Surely not. Why not? His audacity knows no bounds. Ensure that someone keeps a close watch on him. He must not leave Long City. The Li family must not be touched. Understood. Ziga, are Dad and Uncle still inside? What did they say? Tao Zikuan inquired, approaching the door as Tao Zi emerged with a stern expression. Gather the brothers. The time to call upon them has come. Zigo, what are you planning to do? Tao Zikuan asked, a look of unease crossing his face. Take revenge. Zigo, perhaps we should discuss it further with Uncle? Humph. If you dare speak to Uncle about this, you shall no longer be my brother. Tao Zi retorted coldly before hastening away. Zigo, wait for me. Tao Zikuan, deep in thought for a moment, gritted his teeth as if arriving at a decision and called out to the retreating figure of Tao Zi. Father, mother, Ling Xian, there are matters at the company that require my attention. I must travel abroad for a few days. Take care of yourselves while I am away. He accepted the thermos his mother handed him, then turned to Li Yi, instructing him to place it carefully in the car. Finally, he addressed Li Yongzheng, Wang Sumei, and Yun Lingxian. 2 days had passed since the second ancestral ceremony was held, and today marked the day agreed upon with Li Wu. Hence, Li Rui arose early, planning to fly to Yushur country to meet with Li Wu. Be cautious while you are out, and remember to eat on time. I prepared your favorite dishes in the lunchbox. Make sure you eat, Wang Sumei said earnestly to Li Rui. Understood, Mom. Son, be careful in all matters. All right, Dad. Lingxian, won't you give me a hug? Li Rui said with a cheerful smile directed at Yun Lingxian. I don't want to hug you, humph. You went abroad to play without taking me. Yun Lingxian pouted, crossing her arms. Haha, I'm not going for leisure. I have matters to attend to, and it is inconvenient to bring you along, Li Rui chuckled. Humph, I don't believe you. When have you ever cared about the company's affairs? You're just going out to have fun. If you want to take me, I'll go play by myself. Yun Lingxian replied, her lips curling in displeasure. You're going to play? Where exactly do you plan to go? Li Rui asked curiously, intrigued by her words. My sister mentioned wanting to visit the Magic City yesterday. I didn't agree to it then, but now that you're going abroad, I'll go play with her for a few days. Oh, Li Rui nodded in understanding. That sounds good. You've been here for quite a while. A little outing would do you well. I'll come find you in the Magic City. All right, I'll wait for you there. Well then, I'm off. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, Yun Lingxian leaped forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Remember to come pick me up, she said sweetly, smiling at him after releasing her hold. Yes, I will come for you. After bidding farewell to the three, Li Rui climbed into the Land Rover and drove out of the Li family village. Finally arrived. My back feels like it's about to break. After a long journey, Li Rui opened the car door, stepped out, and stretched while murmuring to himself. Wow, the Li residence. What an impressive building. He marveled at the grand architecture and the enormous plaque before him. Ha ha, clan leader. This is the newly constructed Li family mansion. How do you find it? Li Wu, emerging from the tall entrance with a hearty laugh, asked Li Rui. Li Wu, you certainly know how to enjoy life. How much did this cost? Clan leader. Our Li family has gained prominence in the Jade Stone country, so our residence must reflect our status. Otherwise, we would be the subject of ridicule. It cost 10 billion. Li Wu replied with a broad smile, holding up 5 fingers to illustrate. All right, that makes sense. Let us go inside. After a day of planes and cars, I could devour an entire cow, Li Rui exaggeratedly stated. Clan leader, if you really could eat a whole cow, I'd send someone to prepare it for you right now. 10 cows, even. Li Wu laughed heartily in response. Enough. Just lead the way, Li Rui playfully scolded. Clan leader, I have already prepared a feast for you. Where's my plane? Li Wu eagerly inquired. Rest assured, there will be plenty for you. Once I've eaten and drunk my fill, I'll take a lovely nap. Tomorrow, whatever you desire, I shall provide, Li Rui declared as he strode through the magnificent entrance. Clan leader, do these delicacies suit your taste? These dishes are something only the wealthy in the Dragon Country could aspire to. A few minutes later, Li Wu and Li Rui found themselves seated at a dining table lavishly adorned with an array of delectable dishes. With a smile, Li Wu inquired of Li Rui, who was indulging heartily in his meal. How is it? Li Rui, without lifting his head, replied nonchalantly. Noticing Li Rui's evident disinterest in engaging with him, Li Wu cast a wistful glance before silently observing Li Rui relish his culinary delights. All right, I am full. Find me a room. I wish to take a nap, Li Rui finally declared, putting down his silver chopsticks and rising to address Li Wu after half an hour. Oh, Li Wu responded, turning to lead Li Rui in search of a room. Patience is a virtue. Tomorrow you shall see. I assure you it will meet your expectations. Bang. Third brother, I instructed you to have someone keep watch over him. Where are they? Tai Qianfeng thundered at a man in his 50s. Frustration etched across his face as he smashed a teapot onto the ground. Z and Ziquan have both vanished. Is this how you conduct your affairs? Chapter 392. He killed my father, so I'll take his wife, brother. I. What are you stammering about? Quickly send someone to Chunning County to intercept those two scoundrels. Yes, brother. What should we do? The defenses in Lee Family Village are formidable. There are not only walls and electric fences, but also over 100 robust bodyguards. Without employing that particular means, we might find ourselves at an impasse. Inside a lavishly adorned vehicle, Tao Ziquan set down the binoculars, retracting his gaze from the distant Lee Family Village. He turned to Tao Zi with a look of resignation. Have we identified the key figures in the Lee family? After a long silence, Tao Zi raised his head and asked Tao Ziquan in a calm voice. The Lee family has risen in prominence in just a few months, and the most pivotal figure among them is Li Rue. The others are merely inconsequential. Li Rue. What do his parents and his girlfriend look like? What are their names? Where do they reside? Have we gathered all the information? Li Rue's father is named Li Yongzheng, and his mother is Wang Sume. He is unmarried and has no children, but he does have a girlfriend named Yun Lingxian. Here are their photographs. As he spoke, Tao Ziquan retrieved several photographs from his pocket and handed them to Tao Zi. Tao Zi took the photos and casually flipped through them. Is this Li Rue's girlfriend? He pulled out one of the photographs and inquired of Tao Ziquan. Yes, that is indeed Yun Lingxian. Yun Lingxian? What a lovely name. She appears quite pure and charming. I wonder if her skills in bed are equally impressive? Tao Zi remarked coldly, a deep-seated hatred glimmering in his eyes. Zi, what are you contemplating? He killed my father, so I shall take his wife. I eagerly anticipate sending him the video of me with his woman. I am curious to see his reaction. Zi, I thought you only preferred maidens? When did you develop an interest in married women? Enough with the prattle. Ensure that someone keeps a close watch on the family village day and night. Once that Yun Lingxian steps out, have someone follow her and look for an opportunity. Understood. The clan leader, this is our airport. Early the next morning, Li Wu personally drove a specially armored SUV, followed by several armored vehicles and a dozen troop carriers, transporting Li Rue for over 20 kilometers. After traversing dense jungles, they halted at a smooth, paved area. Only after Li Rue opened the car door and stepped out did Li Wu smile and gesture toward the vast expanse of land that stretched infinitely before them, introducing it. Li Wu, how did you manage this? Such a vast airport, and all of it excavated from within the mountains. How many excavators must it have taken to level this area in such a short time, and to have it all paved with concrete? How did you accomplish this? Staring in astonishment at the enormous airport entirely covered in concrete, Li Rue questioned Li Wu. The chieftain pondered, recognizing that acquiring large-scale excavation equipment was not an immediate possibility. However, they had manpower. In this region, everything was costly except for labor, and with tens of thousands working together, progress would be swift. I see, Li Rue exclaimed, enlightened by the revelation. Chieftain, let us discuss the other matters later. What about my aircraft? Li Wu eagerly inquired, rubbing his hands together. Rest assured, your desires shall not go unmet. What type of aircraft do you wish for? Chieftain, I already possess a helicopter, but now I seek a fighter jet, a bomber, a military transport plane, a reconnaissance aircraft, and an early warning aircraft. Encouraged by Li Rue's nod, Li Wu began to rattle off his extensive list. Stop. How vast is your territory? An early warning aircraft? Do you truly believe you will have use for such? Seeing the ever-growing list of aircraft types Li Wu desired, Li Rue intervened with a bemused expression. Although he was not a military expert, he understood that an early warning aircraft was a specialized aircraft needed for long-range aerial combat, which was unnecessary for the vast expanse of the Jadestone Kingdom. Of course, the primary concern for Li Rue was that if he were to purchase according to Li Wu's detailed list, his finances would likely not endure the strain. Just because it is not needed now does not mean it will not be essential in the future. The future goal of the Li family army is to reach for the stars and the sea. Thus, an early warning aircraft is indispensable. What stars and sea? That's all a matter for the future. We shall address future matters in due time. After all, our funds are limited. Quality resources must be utilized wisely. If we acquire an early warning aircraft, we must reduce the number of other aircraft and even warships. You decide, Li Rue said with a roll of his eyes and a shrug of his shoulders. Very well, we can postpone the acquisition of the early warning aircraft. All right, just wait. Li Rue responded, and in an instant, his consciousness entered the military arms marketplace. System, please recommend a fighter jet that boasts high cost-effectiveness and strong performance. Li Rue instructed as he browsed through the various weapons available in the arms market. In the past, he had relished the experience of selecting weapons himself. akin to shopping in a supermarket. However, his novelty for these weapons had waned, prompting him to seek the system's assistance in recommending suitable options. Host, based on your requirements, I recommend a model codenamed Flying Dragon, a fifth-generation fighter jet. The detailed specifications are as follows. The aircraft has a length of approximately 20 meters, a wingspan of about 13 meters, and a height of roughly 5 meters, with a wing area of around 73 square meters. Its empty weight is approximately 20 tons, with a maximum takeoff weight of about 40 tons, a maximum internal fuel capacity of 15 tons, and a peak flight speed of approximately 2.5 Mach. Its cruising speed, without afterburner, is about 1.8 Mach, with a maximum range of roughly 7,000 kilometers, a combat radius of about 3,000 kilometers, and a takeoff distance of approximately 500 meters. The price is 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. The purchase of this fighter jet will include a basic set of combat weapons and one pilot. The Flying Dragon fighter jet system. This aircraft seems to be unlike any fighter jet belonging to Blue Star, does it not? Li Rue inquired with curiosity once the system concluded its introduction. Host, this aircraft has been meticulously crafted by this system, incorporating the advantages of all fifth-generation jets from Blue Star. Among all fifth-generation aircraft, it stands unrivaled in excellence, possessing not only remarkable performance, but also an equally commendable price of 1 billion. It is truly a remarkable value. Well, 1 billion is indeed reasonable. Let's proceed with the purchase. 100 units, please. Beep. 100 Dragon 5 fighter jets have been successfully acquired for the host and are now stored within the system space, ready for retrieval at any time. Beep. 100 billion Dragon country currency has been deducted from the host bank card. System, please also recommend a bomber and a military transport aircraft. Host, the system recommends the White Phantom, a stealth bomber with a length of 22 meters, a wingspan of 55 meters, an empty weight of 75 tons, and a maximum takeoff weight of 190 tons. Its maximum speed is approximately 300 kilometers per hour, with an effective payload of around 25 tons and a radar cross-section of 0.23 square meters. The price for this aircraft is 80 billion Dragon country currency. Chapter 393. Money spent is money earned. Host, the system recommends the Blue Whale transport aircraft, measuring 78 meters in length, with a wingspan of 68 meters and a height of 20 meters. The empty weight is 165 tons, with a maximum takeoff weight of 398 tons and a maximum payload capacity of 160 tons. Its cruising speed reaches 990 kilometers per hour, and it boasts a maximum range of 6,800 kilometers. The price for this aircraft is 2 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Additionally, the White Ghost stealth bomber, 10 units, and 30 units of the Blue Whale transport aircraft. Upon the system's introduction, Li Rue exhibited no hesitation, mentally communicating with the system. Ding! 10 White Ghost stealth bombers and 30 Blue Whale military transport aircraft have been successfully purchased and are stored in the system space, available for the host to retrieve at any time. Ding! A total of 140 billion Dragon Kingdom coins has been deducted from the host bank card. Alas, another 240 billion gone in an instant. Li Rue lamented aloud. Patriarch, what's wrong? Li Wu, who had been observing Li Rue intently, inquired curiously after hearing him mention the loss of 240 billion. It's nothing. Didn't you want planes? I'll provide them all to you now, Li Rue responded, promptly instructing the system in his mind. Retrieve the aircraft. As soon as Li Rue's command resonated in his mind, an expansive airport, once seemingly endless, suddenly manifested over 100 aircraft of various sizes, accompanied by hundreds of soldiers clad in diverse military uniforms. Among these newly appeared aircraft, 10 massive white planes with a flat profile captured the most attention. Patriarch, are all these aircraft now part of the Li family's military? Li Wu gazed at the array of aircraft with eyes alight, stammering excitedly as he addressed Li Rue. Indeed, all these planes belong to our Li family's military. Li Rue replied with a calm smile. Patriarch, those are stealth bombers. Such aircraft are exclusive to the Eagle Nation across the entire Blue Star. Can it be that our Li family can also possess them? This must be a dream. Li Wu initially laughed heartily, pointing at the White Ghost stealth bombers, his eyes widening in disbelief. You're not dreaming. What others have, our Li family shall certainly possess too. I had originally promised to purchase 200 aircraft for you, but I may have to renege on that. So far, we can only acquire this many fighter jets. No worries, Patriarch. These 10 stealth bombers are worth 100 or 200 attack aircraft. Each one can turn a city into a sea of flames. From this moment onward, our Li family has truly become formidable, Li Wu concluded with unrestrained laughter. Report. Fighter Squadron Leader Li Xiaofei reporting to the Master. Report. Bomber Squadron Leader Li Dahong reporting to the Master. Report. Transport and Flight Squadron. Just as Li Wu indulged in his exuberant laughter, Li Rui shook his head with a smile, while 3 soldiers, donning various military uniforms, jogged towards him from a distance, saluting before addressing him. Greetings, everyone. This is the head of the Li family branch, Li Wu. From now on, you shall heed his commands. Yes, esteemed head of the family. The 3 soldiers saluted once more. Well then, please regroup for now. I shall make arrangements for you shortly. Yes, after saluting, the trio turned and briskly returned to their formation. Chief, the aircraft have been procured. What about the warships? Li Wu responded with a sly grin. Do not fret. The warships will certainly be acquired as well. I believe the Li family army could benefit from an increase in tanks and armored personnel carriers, as this would significantly reduce casualties among our soldiers. Chief, what do you mean? Just wait a moment. Li Rui's consciousness once again entered the system space. The system recommended a heavy tank and armored personnel carrier for me. There's no need to elaborate on the specifications. Purchase 800 tanks and 2,000 armored personnel carriers. Understood, host. The acquisition of 800 heavy tanks has been completed, along with 2,000 armored personnel carriers, which are now stored in the system space and ready for extraction. A total of 300 billion Dragon Country currency has been deducted from your bank card. Deploy the purchased tanks and armored personnel carriers. All tanks and personnel carriers have been successfully deployed. As the system's voice faded, a vast array of tanks and armored vehicles materialized on the vacant ground to Li Rui's right. Chief, how many tanks and armored personnel carriers are there? Li Wu exclaimed, his eyes widening as he pointed at the formidable display of heavy equipment, nearly drooling in awe. 800 heavy tanks and 2,000 armored personnel carriers. Li Rui replied with a gentle smile. 800 heavy tanks? 2,000 armored personnel carriers? Ha! A veritable tide of steel, a true deluge of iron. Chief, with our Li family army's current strength, we need not fear any nation, save for a select few. 1,000 heavy tanks, over 1,000 heavy artillery pieces, 5th-generation stealth fighters, stealth bombers, transport aircraft, drones, and various missiles, truly invincible. Ah, and let us not forget our ultimate weapon, the nuclear submarines. Li Wu chuckled foolishly at this thought. Nuclear submarines? How could I have overlooked such a formidable asset? Although each costs 100 billion, and outfitting it with intercontinental missiles requires over 200 billion, the capability to annihilate a nation with a single vessel makes this investment unparalleled. Thus, one submarine will not suffice. We must secure at least 5 more. With this thought, Li Rui's consciousness once again entered the system. The system purchased 5 oceanic black hole strategic nuclear submarines, fully equipped with intercontinental missiles. The acquisition of 5 oceanic black hole strategic nuclear submarines has been successfully completed and placed into the system space. All strategic nuclear submarines and intercontinental missiles have been procured at a total cost of 160 billion Dragon Country currency, which has been deducted from the host's bank card. Previously, a total of 270 billion was spent, and now an additional 160 billion, totaling 376 billion. Thus, only 100 billion Dragon Country currency remains in Li Rui's account. He calculated silently. Damn it, money spent is truly money. Unspent, it is merely worthless paper, Li Rui muttered through clenched teeth. System, procure 10 Blade C-class cruisers for me. Understood, host. The Blade C-class cruiser has a full load displacement of 13,000 tons, equipped with 128 vertical launch cells, each containing 8 missile slots. The price is 7 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, totaling a deduction of 700 billion from your bank card. Is there still 300 billion remaining? Use it all to purchase various ammunition. Understood, host. All weaponry and ammunition will be deployed. Understood. All weapons and ammunition have been deployed. Patriarch, do you have delightful news to share with me? Li Wu, who had been laughing foolishly, suddenly noticed Li Rui smiling in a similar manner and quickly concealed his grin, his face alight with anticipation. We are invincible. My family is invincible, chuckled Li Rui. Chapter 394. Shall I send you a missile? The Patriarch. Li Wu gazed at Li Rui with eager anticipation. 5 oceanic black hole strategic nuclear submarines and 10 cruisers with a displacement of 13,000 tons. Li Rui replied with a nonchalant smile. Patriarch. Ha. Enough with the laughter. I fear you might laugh yourself into a fit. Aside from the insufficient number of aircraft, I have exceeded all other commitments. Are you satisfied? Absolutely. I am exceedingly pleased, Patriarch. From this point forward, watch me. With these armaments, none of the Li family shall fear anything. Now we simply need to expand our territory, not only within Yushur, but also in Huzhou, where the Li family army can venture forth. Manage these matters as you see fit. Patriarch, why not stay a few more days? Next, allow you to witness the current strength of our Li family army. Are you preparing to take action against those warlords? Indeed, Patriarch. Although we have eliminated a few of the larger warlords, there remain dozens of smaller factions within Yushur, all of which have inflicted harm upon the people of Longhua. If we can deal with them sooner rather than later, the people will suffer less. Very well, proceed according to your plan. I can remain here for a couple more days. Listening to Li Wu, Li Ruwei was reminded of the recent matters concerning the Wang Shoshan family. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. There is not a decent one among these warlords. Eliminating these tumors at the earliest opportunity is indeed a virtuous deed. Excellent, Patriarch. Let us return home and await the spectacle of how I will deal with these pests. Li Ruwei nodded affirmatively and turned to re-enter the specially armored off-road vehicle, subsequently steering it back in the direction they had come from. Patriarch, enjoy your tea. I will make a phone call to collect a debt. Upon returning to the understatedly luxurious grand hall of the Li family residence, Li Wu first poured a cup of hot tea for Li Ruwei, then cheerfully remarked, "Please commence your performance." Li Ruwei, holding the warm tea in his right hand, extended his left palm toward Li Wu. "Ha ha!" Li Wu chuckled heartily, pulling out his phone to make the call. The phone rang for several seconds, and just as Li Wu furrowed his brow, preparing to unleash a torrent of curses, the call was finally answered. "Who are you?" A man's indistinct voice came through the line. "Surely not. General Bandu, what time is it? Still reluctant to rise from your pigsty?" Li Wu retorted with a sarcastic tone. Who the hell are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? Do you wish to die?" The man on the other end of the line shouted furiously. "Bandu, I can call you name. You would assume I'm unaware of your identity, would you? Do you know who I am? My name is Li Wu. Who gave you the audacity to kidnap my sister and extort 5 million from me? Do you think you can do this with your ragtag group of a few thousand?" Although Li Wu's tone remained calm, Bandu on the other end felt a chilling sense of dread. Had these words been uttered by an ordinary individual, they would have elicited nothing more than laughter, followed by scorn directed at the speaker's audacity. Yet, the one who uttered them is none other than Li Wu. Just a few months ago, few recognized the name Li Wu, but today, in the realm of Yushur, his name is known to all. In the span of these brief months, he has vanquished several formidable warlords, instilling a profound sense of dread in a local warlord who commands thousands of troops, leaving him sleepless with anxiety over the prospect of being the next victim. Fortunately, Li Wu has remained dormant for the past 2 months, and just as the warlord was beginning to forget the threat he posed, he received a phone call from someone claiming to be Li Wu, who boldly stated that he had kidnapped his sister. "Li Wu, you say? You are General Li Wu? What proof do you have that you are indeed Li Wu?" 200 kilometers from the Li family mansion, in a vast estate located in Jinghua County, within a spacious and lavishly decorated bedroom, a middle-aged man, not quite standing at 5 feet 7 inches and weighing at least 200 pounds, sat up in shock from an extravagant mattress, his eyes wide with terror. "What proof do I have that I am Li Wu? When the soldiers of my Li family army bring your head before me, you will know precisely who I am," Li Wu replied with a chilling smile. "General Bandu, who is this person? So audacious. He must be unaware of the consequences of speaking to you in such a manner." A sultry voice chimed in from the phone. "Get out. General Bandu, you. Utter another word, and I shall end you. A worthless man who cannot even manage a woman." Li Wu laughed heartily at the exchange over the phone. Yes, General Li Wu, you're indeed correct. Are you truly General Li Wu?" Bandu initially responded with obsequious laughter, although disbelief lingered in his voice. Nevertheless, he had grown increasingly certain of the identity of the person on the other end of the line. The audacity displayed could only belong to Li Wu himself, a man possessing unparalleled psychological fortitude. "Shall I send you a missile? Your estate is located in Jinghua County, correct? Would you care to test that?" No. I believe you are indeed General Li Wu. You mentioned that I kidnapped your sister and extorted 5 million from you? There must be some misunderstanding. Could you please clarify what has transpired? I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory explanation. Upon hearing Li Wu's threat of a missile and the precise location of his estate, beads of cold sweat began to form on Bandu's forehead as he hastily conceded. Just a month ago, A man calling himself Sang Biao kidnapped my sister and demanded 5 million for her release. He claimed to be operating on your behalf in your territory. If I'm not to seek you out, then who else could I turn to? Sang Biao. General Li Wu, this individual indeed operates within my territory, yet he is not under my command. The nature of my relationship with him is something you should comprehend. General Bandu. In a sudden outburst, Bandu exclaimed, hastily attempting to clarify, I am not responsible for this. You accepted his money, thus he falls under your protection. Now, I am eager to witness whether you, General Bandu, can indeed shield him. I am curious to see if my 200,000 troops of the Li family can trample your mere thousands into a pulp. This is a misunderstanding, General Li Wu. It is unequivocally a misunderstanding. Please wait. I shall summon Sang Biao at once. If this scoundrel has truly kidnapped your sister, I will personally deliver his head to you. Upon hearing Li Wu's threat to reduce his troops to mere paste, Bandu hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Li Wu was uncertain of the exact number of soldiers at his disposal, but he was certain it was far fewer than 200,000. However, based on the intelligence he had previously gathered, he estimated that Li Wu commanded at least 70 to 80,000 men, bolstered by formidable heavy tanks and an extensive array of heavy artillery. This overwhelming force left him a mere warlord with only a few thousand soldiers and some light weaponry, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Chapter 395. Who spares my life? Very well, I shall grant you a chance, Li Wu stated before abruptly ending the call. When did the Li army amass 200,000 soldiers? Upon hanging up, Li Rue inquired with a puzzled expression. Clan leader, this is merely bluster to instill fear. Moreover, with the soldiers of the Li army, including the brothers who joined us today, we now number approximately 60,000. Adding the recently integrated defectors, our ranks have surpassed 90,000. Claiming 200,000 is not overly exaggerated, is it? You make a valid point. Li Rue nodded in silent agreement. Clan leader, we bear the righteous cause. And given our strength, it should take merely a few days to sweep through these warlords. Once we consolidate this territory, our sphere of influence could easily triple. Very well, I await your good news. Brother Sang Biao, Pang Xiao, and Brother Dao have all arrived, a man announced as he entered a living room. Addressing the despondent Sang Biao. Bring them in, Sang Biao commanded, his previous despondence instantly replaced by a fierce anger. Yes, the man replied, and exited, returning shortly with 4 others. Brother Sang Biao, they are here, he announced. Without uttering a word, Sang Biao swiftly approached a tall, handsome man with fair skin. What is it you seek from me, Brother Sang Biao? The man asked, fear evident in his voice as Sang Biao drew near. Smack! Sang Biao responded not with words, but with a resounding slap across the man's face. Ah! The handsome man cried out, clutching his face as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Pang Xiao, you worthless eunuch, you have brought me such trouble. If I cannot escape, you shall be the first to perish. Sang Biao shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Pang Xiao. Dazed by the unexpected blow, Pang Xiao clutched his swollen face, utterly bewildered. And you, stop feigning innocence, Sang Biao barked, directing his ire at a disheveled man. You there, change his clothes and get him into the car. Brother Sang Biao, are you letting me go? The disheveled man whimpered, as if awakened by Sang Biao's voice, crawling towards him in desperation. Get away, you soil my trousers. I could shoot you on the spot. Sang Biao kicked the man over in disgust, brushing off his pants. Moments later, Sang Biao, accompanied by Pang Xiao and Brother Dao, entered a car and drove off into the distance. General Bandu. Sang Biao has brought 2 individuals and requests to see you. Let them in. General Bandu. Moments later, Sang Biao, accompanied by Pang Xiao and Dao Ge, entered the reception hall of Banda Manor, led by a soldier. Humph, Sang Biao, I wonder why you were so generous last time. Gifted me tens of millions of Dragon Kingdom currency. So you were waiting for me here? Bandu sneered, glancing at the bowed head of Sang Biao. General Bandu. Who exactly is that person? If this matter can be resolved with money, I am willing to pay any amount, Pang Xiao said earnestly, refraining from arguing in response to Bandu's disdainful snort. What kind of person is he? He is the living embodiment of the king of hell. When I encountered him, I felt like a mouse facing a cat. How dare you, emboldened by sheer audacity, kidnap his sister and demand ransom? You must be seeking death. You should have told me. There was no need for such convolutions. I could have had you eliminated on the spot, Bandu exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with fury as he slammed his hand on the table beside him, rising to angrily point at Sang Biao. As Bandu's words echoed, several soldiers in the hall swiftly raised their AK-47s, rapidly disengaging the safeties and chambering bullets, aiming directly at the heads of Sang Biao and his companions. No, General Bando. Considering the respect I have shown you over the years, please spare my life, Sang Biao pleaded, raising his hands in a tone filled with desperation. At that moment, Sang Biao was utterly bewildered. If he recalled correctly, the girl who had initially been deceived by Pang Xiu came from a humble rural background. First, they had mentioned a formidable force with hundreds of armed personnel, and now they were alluding to a figure so powerful that even Bandu referred to him as the living king of hell. He simply could not fathom how this had transpired. I spare your life. Who spares mine? If you can persuade General Li Wu to let me go, then I shall release you. Otherwise, I will end you, Bandu retorted. General Li Wu. The previously distraught Sang Biao froze in disbelief upon hearing Bandu's words. You don't know General Li Wu, do you? No wonder you dare to kidnap his sister. He commands an army of 70 to 80,000 soldiers, with hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles, and thousands of artillery pieces. Where did you find the audacity? Bandu fumed, drawing a handgun from his waist and swiftly disengaging the safety, firing several shots at Sang Biao's feet. Bang! Bang! Please spare me, General. I certainly know of General Li Wu, but what? Bandu barked. If you keep stalling, I will shoot you dead right now. But that girl, her surname is Wang. General Li Wu's surname is Li. How could she possibly be his sister? Sang Biao stammered, observing the fiery intensity in Bandu's gaze, his body trembling uncontrollably with rage, fearing that Bandu's handgun might discharge and end his life. He hurriedly explained with the utmost urgency. Surname Wang? Are you telling the truth? Bandu paused for a moment, a flicker of delight passing through his eyes as he questioned Sang Biao. If she is indeed the biological sister of General Li Wu, then handling this matter would undoubtedly become troublesome, as it would not be easily resolved. However, if her surname is merely Wang, then General Li Wu's phone call must hold some ulterior motive, thus leaving room for negotiation in this situation. It is true, absolutely true. Pang Xiu, for heaven's sake, speak to me. The person you brought here, what is her surname? You need to hurry and inform Bandu General. Sang Biao reached out and pulled the trembling Pang Xiu, who had curled up in fear from the recent gunshot, and then shouted at him. Yes, her name is Wang Yueying, Pang Xiu replied in a high-pitched voice, his body shaking uncontrollably. Damn it, a grown man speaking like a woman, it's utterly disgusting, Bandu remarked with evident disdain. However, upon hearing Pang Xiu's words, he felt a sense of assurance, as he was now 99% certain that the girl could not possibly be a Li. As long as she was not his biological sister, there would be room for discussion. In the face of a formidable figure like Li Wu, as long as his life was not at stake, everything could be negotiated. With that in mind, he contemplated making a call to Li Wu to test the waters. Chapter 396. I desire everything, General. He is no longer a man. What? Bandu cast a peculiar glance at Pang Xiu. However, at this moment, he had little interest in uncovering the reason behind it. He simply wished to dispatch the formidable Li Wu and return to his life of indulgence, akin to that of a local emperor. Retracting his gaze, Bandu retrieved his phone and dialed Li Wu. General Li Wu, Sang Biao is here with me, and I have clarified the matter. Oh, and how do you intend to address it? General Li Wu, isn't that girl surnamed Wang? Bandu hinted. What are you implying? Who decreed that my sister, Li Wu, cannot bear the surname Wang, as long as I desire it? My sister may carry any surname she wishes. Do I require your approval? No, General Li Wu, this situation is indeed my fault, and I am willing to compensate. Name your price. Seeing Li Wu's demeanor, Bandu chose not to dispute further. He understood that Li Wu had a purpose in confronting him. If he failed to satisfy Li Wu's objectives, the matter would not resolve easily. Thus, he refrained from questioning why Li Wu's sister did not share his surname and cautiously inquired, Bandu, one of your subordinates extorted 500 million from me. My brothers in the Li family army are clamoring to have you ground to dust. However, I recognize that you may not have been aware of this, yet Sang Biao is still one of your men. Therefore, 50 billion. If you compensate me with 50 billion, I can assure my brothers in the Li family army that this matter is merely a misunderstanding. What do you think? 50 billion? General Li Wu, isn't that excessive? Upon hearing that staggering figure, Bandu felt a sharp pain in his heart. 50 billion, a sum that would deplete his lifetime's accumulation of wealth, and even then, it might not suffice. Do you think I'm selling cabbages? You only possess the right to respond with either yes or no. Though Li Wu's tone was flat and devoid of emotion, Bandu sensed an undercurrent of expectation, less an anticipation that he would acquiesce to the 50 billion, but rather a hope that he would refuse. At this moment, Bandu comprehended his predicament. He had only two choices: to either compensate Li Wu with 50 billion or confront the wrath of a warlord far mightier than himself. Neither option was appealing, so, General Li Wu, your troops wish to enter Jinghua County, but they must traverse Ma Ao's territory, where his soldiers number nearly 100,000. Ha, how Navi! Truly, you are too Navi. What am Ma Ao and his 100,000 soldiers? In my eyes, they are merely a herd of swine. You may call Ma Ao now. Does he not claim to be the foremost warlord of the Yushur nation? Let us see if he possesses the audacity to stand against the Li family army. Li Wu declared with unrestrained arrogance. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Bandu fell silent for a long while before grit his teeth and posed a question. Ban had already realized that Li Wu was perhaps driven by motives beyond mere monetary gain. His ambitions were far grander. I want wealth, I want territory, I desire everything. Your men have kidnapped my sister and extorted me. I will wage war against you, and even the head of the Ishiguo cannot reproach my actions. So prepare yourself, for I shall soon come to sever your head from your shoulders. Wait, I possess critical intelligence regarding your Li family army, Ban exclaimed, sensing Li Wu's intention to hang up. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead as anxiety gripped him. He hurriedly interjected, fearing that he might lose the opportunity to convey his message. Ah, what intelligence! If I divulge this information, our matters will be settled. I have previously stated that you lack the standing to negotiate with me. First, reveal your intelligence, and I shall assess its value. At this, fury flickered across Ban's face, and he clenched his teeth, falling into silence. Maoong has convened over 20 warlords recently, aiming to form an alliance specifically to counter your Li family army. However, each individual harbors their own ulterior motives, and this alliance has yet to materialize. General Li Wu, what do you think of this intelligence? Such a development exists? How intriguing, Li Wu replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. Though your Li family army boasts substantial numbers and ample heavy weaponry, if Maoong unites with over 20 warlords, their combined forces could surpass 300,000. Are you not the least bit apprehensive? Ban, you should consider yourself fortunate. This intelligence has altered my perspective. I shall send you a video, and you can decide thereafter. Upon finishing his sentence, Li Wu sent a video, and within 10 seconds, Ban felt his phone vibrate unexpectedly. Upon inspection, it was a friend request notification. Without hesitation, he accepted, and shortly after, the newly added social media account sent a brief video lasting several seconds. Merely glancing at the video's thumbnail, Ban's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly opened the video. A minute later, he shuddered, regaining his composure. General Li Wu, send me your bank card details, and I will transfer the funds to you immediately. Haha, a wise man recognizes the times. You are quite astute. I will send you my bank card shortly, but I have one more request. Speak. I need you to facilitate the alliance between Maoong and those warlords. Why is that? You only need to comply. That is not for you to question. Very well, I shall do my utmost to comply. General Li Wu, I will personally deliver those rascals, Sang Biao and his ilk, to you. How does that sound? Ban inquired, his tone ingratiating. At the Li family estate. Upon hearing Ban's words, Li Wu's gaze shifted towards Li Rue. Patriarch, how do you wish to deal with Sang Biao and his companions? Li Rue raised his head to meet Li Wu's gaze, his brow furrowed in contemplation for over 10 seconds. Leaning back, he casually replied, do not allow them the opportunity to harm the people of Longhua again. Very well, Li Wu responded, reiterating the words that Li Rue had just spoken into the phone. Understood, General Li Wu. I shall ensure they do not see the dawn of tomorrow. Indeed, drag them away and execute them. Understood, General. No, please, I have money. General Bandu, I will give you all my money. Please do not kill me. Sang Biao fell to his knees, weeping bitterly before Bandu. Upon hearing this, Bandu remained silent, merely offering a cold smile before signaling a soldier with a glance. The soldier comprehended immediately, nodding to Bandu before summoning several others, who proceeded to drag Sang Biao and his companions away like lifeless dogs. Sang Biao attempted to utter more, but was met with the brutal impact of a soldier's rifle, but the once resounding cries faded into obscurity, eventually replaced by the faint echoes of gunfire. Bandu then returned his gaze to the phone. Chapter 397. Night Raid, General Li Wu. Have all the matters been settled to your satisfaction? Indeed. You must immediately seek out Maoong, employ whatever means necessary to secure an alliance with them, and ensure it is accomplished by tomorrow at the latest. Do you understand? Understood. I shall attend to it at once. Li Wu acknowledged with a nod and promptly ended the call. Have you finished the call? Yes, clan leader. Circumstances have changed. These warlords are covertly attempting to forge alliances. Initially, I was contemplating how to find a pretext to attack them, but they have conveniently presented themselves. Li Wu nodded in agreement before responding to Li Rue. Given the current strength of our Li family army, do we truly require an excuse to deal with these warlords? We could simply advance and overpower them directly. Li Rue had long pondered this question. With their army's present might, it would be no great challenge to not only subdue these warlords, but also to replace the kingdom of Yuyuguo. Clan leader, this plan was conceived a month ago, when our Li family army had not yet reached such strength. I fear that a large-scale conflict without a reasonable justification might provoke the other warlords of Yuyuguo or even its military. Hence, I sought a valid pretext for action. However, now, with our current strength, even if all the warlords allied with the Yuyuguo military, it would hold negligible impact. If you cannot wait, I can issue the command for a full assault right now. There is no need. We are not pressed for time. Besides, this room feels rather stuffy. I wish to step outside and explore the local customs. Very well, clan leader. I shall arrange for someone to accompany you on a tour of the vicinity. In Chunning County, along the road of Li Village, a striking purple sports car glided forth at a leisurely pace, followed closely by a Land Rover Range Rover. Brother Z, the men below have reported that Li Rue's sports car has exited Li Village. In a well-appointed hotel, Tao Zikuan set down his phone and addressed Tao Z, who was reclining on the sofa with his eyes shut. Li Rui's vehicle. At the mention, Tao Z's eyes flew open, and he inquired back at Tao Zikuan. Indeed, it was driven by a woman. Is it that woman named Yun Lingxian? Tao Z's gaze sparkled with intrigue as he asked, his voice tinged with excitement. It seems so, Brother Z. There were bodyguards in the vehicle behind her, and judging by their prowess, they are not to be underestimated. We may have difficulty taking action. Bodyguards? Not to be underestimated? No matter how skilled they are, can they truly withstand bullets? Immediately dispatch someone to follow them and ascertain their destination. Await an opportune moment to strike, but maintain a safe distance to avoid detection by those bodyguards. Understood, Tao Zikuan replied, picking up his phone once more to make a call. 4 hours later, Brother Z, that woman first went to Chunning County to pick someone up, and then she traveled to Xing City. She did not linger long before departing for the airport with 2 other women, totaling 4 individuals. Hasten to investigate where they are headed. They are purchasing plane tickets. Someone must follow them. The next day, in the Jade Empire, the chieftain declared, we can act now. Mo Ong and over 20 warlords have formed an alliance and have publicly announced their intent to attack us. It is time for us to strike. Early in the morning, Li Wu rushed to Li Rue, who was having breakfast, and excitedly reported, let us proceed. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner I can return home. Very well. I shall give the order now, Li Wu responded, pulling out his phone. Squadron of fighter jets, take off. Target the enemy's armory and barracks. Bomber squadron, take off. Target the barracks. Drone squadron, take off. Target. All ground forces, advance with utmost speed to crush them. By the time Li Wu ceased issuing commands, 2 minutes had elapsed. Chieftain, shall we place a bet? Li Wu, having ended the call, suddenly smiled at Li Rue. What sort of bet? Li Rue inquired, setting down his spoon and wiping his mouth with a napkin before looking up at Li Wu with curiosity. I wager that within 2 days, these warlords will surrender. I won't take that bet, Li Rue replied, rolling his eyes. Why not? Confronted with stealth bombers, few nations on Blue Star possess the spirit to resist, let alone other factions. Certainly, these warlords would not. You make a valid point, Chieftain. In a situation where one can only passively endure strikes without any chance to retaliate, it is likely that very few will hold out against surrender. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, within the luxurious Golden Eagle 5-star hotel, Tao Zikuan returned from the window to his companion Tao Z, who lounged on the sofa with a glass of red wine. Brother Z, we have had no opportunity until now, but they have already checked into the Tianhua Hotel across the street. This is the city center, and with so many people around, it would be unwise to act. Why not strike at night when the crowds have dispersed? Tao Z suggested, downing his wine. That is indeed a clever idea. I shall have someone investigate which room those women are occupying. Very well, go ahead. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 2 in the morning. A shadow clad in black, equipped with a mask, skillfully evaded the surveillance of the Tianhua Hotel and stealthily approached the electrical room. Moments later, the once brightly lit Tianhua Hotel was plunged into darkness. Had this blackout occurred before midnight, it would have incited considerable chaos. However, at this hour, most guests were deep in slumber, and thus, even the abrupt loss of power aroused little disturbance. Only a front desk staff member, flashlight in hand, made their way toward the electrical room just as they arrived. A hand emerged from the shadows, striking the neck of a staff member with a swift blow. The individual crumpled to the ground, rendering the path clear for action. The figure clad in black retrieved a walkie-talkie from their waist, whispering a message. Shortly thereafter, 10 others, similarly attired in black garments and masks, stealthily infiltrated the Tianhua Grand Hotel from the surrounding darkness. Li 10, Li 11 awakened quickly. The power is out. Rise and remain vigilant. In a room on the 5th floor of the Tianhua Grand Hotel, a towering man, approximately 2 meters in height and possessing a robust physique, entered while wielding a flashlight. He called out loudly to 2 equally imposing men who were sound asleep in the bed. Vigilance? The 2 once slumbering giants, startled by the shouts, sprang up like coiled springs. They swiftly flipped out of bed, donned the clothing that lay nearby, and inquired of their boisterous companion, Li 12, what has transpired? Chapter 398. Who are you here to find? The hotel was plunged into darkness, yet the outside world remained unaffected. The hotel has lost power? Let us wait by the landlady's door. Li Shi, please proceed to the front desk and inquire about the situation. Understood. Li Shi rapidly, opening the door and retrieving a flashlight before making his way towards the hotel staircase. Is anyone there? As Li Shi reached the end of the corridor, poised to turn down the stairs, he faintly discerned a multitude of footsteps, not overly loud yet distinctly present. These subtle sounds would have gone unnoticed by an ordinary person, even at this late hour, but Li Shi's keen hearing allowed him to perceive that a considerable group was stealthily ascending the staircase. Contemplating the hotel as sudden and eerie blackout, combined with the approach of a sizable number of individuals in the dark, Li Shi felt a sense of foreboding. Although he could not ascertain their intentions, he prepared himself for the worst. He raised his flashlight towards the direction from which he had come, flickering it rhythmically. Meanwhile, Li Shi, Li Er, and Li San had just gathered at a hotel room door when they noticed rhythmic flashes of light emanating from the darkness at the corridor's end. Upon a brief glance, Li Shi's brow furrowed in concern. Someone is approaching, approximately 10 in number. You two stay here and keep watch. I will assist, he declared, striding swiftly towards the flickering light. What floor are we on? Are you certain it's around 10? Within 20 seconds, Li Shi reached Li Shi's side and quietly inquired. We're on the 4th floor. Judging by the footsteps, it is indeed around 10. Listening carefully, Li Shi remained silent for a few moments before turning back to respond in a hushed tone. Fortunately, they are not numerous. I wonder if they are here for the landlady. Regardless of their intentions towards her, should they dare ascend to the 5th floor, I shall throw them down one by one, Li Shi declared, shedding his outer coat to reveal a thin white tank top beneath. Li Shi nodded in agreement, likewise removing his coat to expose his impressively muscular physique. However, in the enveloping darkness, with no onlookers present, it would have otherwise elicited astonishment. Let's keep our voices low. There are 4 bodyguards. It is best not to alert them unnecessarily. At the corner between the 4th and 5th floors, the lead figure clad in black suddenly halted, gesturing behind him. Once the remaining 9 also came to a standstill, he turned back and quietly instructed them. The 9 figures in black offered no verbal response, merely nodding in silent acknowledgement. Seeing this, the leader turned away, waved his hand forward, and continued down the staircase. Who are you here to find? The lead figure, having stepped onto the 5th floor, was met with a coarse and indifferent voice resonating through the darkened space. Upon hearing the voice that emerged from the shadows, the leader of the cloaked figures, the only visible pupil widening in shock, remained silent. No response? The cold voice echoed once more, followed by a blinding flash of light. Dressed like that, what are your intentions? Before the cloaked man could utter a word, Li Shi extended his enormous hand, seizing the man by the throat, and with a powerful motion, lifted the approximately 175-centimeter tall, 150-pound adult male off the ground with a single hand. Who sent you? What is your purpose? The cloaked figure offered no reply, merely struggling in vain. Still no words? Then perish, Li Shi declared, taking a resolute step forward before abruptly turning to face the staircase, forcefully hurling the cloaked man downwards. The remaining 9 figures, ascending the staircase in darkness, were puzzled by the sudden voice when a beam of flashlight pierced the gloom. They witnessed their leader being hoisted effortlessly by an outstretched arm. Just as they began to suspect they were witnessing a ghost, a colossal figure burst forth from around the corner, lifting the leader high above as if discarding refuse. and sending him crashing down toward his comrades. Uh, uh. In an instant, the 9 men, who had been orderly climbing the stairs, were sent sprawling, toppling over one another with cries of distress echoing through the air. Damn it, that hurts. The leader, using every ounce of strength, managed to roll over, one hand clutching his throat while the other grasped his waist, vociferously lamenting his pain. As he pointed accusingly at the brawny man above, preparing to unleash a torrent of curses, he suddenly felt a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach, unable to restrain himself from vomiting on the spot. Get rid of him, the leader of the cloaked figures commanded, one hand bracing himself against his thigh, bent over and retching, while with the other he pointed at Li Shi, summoning all his strength to hiss the order. At that moment, the previously disoriented 9 cloaked men began to rise clumsily to their feet. Upon hearing their leader's command, fierce determination illuminated their eyes, and they all reached for their waists, drawing forth glimmering short blades. Damn it, do you really intend to kill? Li Shi's gaze glinted with cold resolve as he too reached for his waist, retrieving a baton as thick as a rolling pin. Li Shi, standing beside him, similarly brandished a gleaming baton, emerging from the shadows as the two stood resolutely at the stairwell's entrance. D! Roared the foremost cloaked figure, raising his short blade and lunging directly at Li Shi. You think you can kill someone with such sluggish speed? Go to hell. Li Shi lifted his baton, swinging it with precision to strike the man's wrist. Ah! The cloaked figure howled in agony, the blade clattering to the stairs with a sharp clang as it fell from his hand. Get lost! Standing beside Li Shi, Li Shi let out a furious roar, lifted his leg, and sent the black-clad assailant tumbling down the staircase, just as he had done previously. Over the course of the next minute, the remaining black-clad individuals charged toward the two on the staircase, one after another. However, due to the vast disparity in skill, even armed with weapons, all 10 of the attackers soon lay sprawled on the staircase like beaten dogs. Merely a bunch of worthless thugs, Li Shi remarked disdainfully, illuminating the fallen figures with his flashlight. Just as he finished his contemptuous statement, the leading black man, lying at the bottom of the stairs, struggled to pull out a small walkie-talkie. Everyone, head to the 5th floor for support. Bring your weapons, he weakly uttered before losing consciousness, his eyes rolling back. Despite the distance of several meters between them and the black-clad man, and the faintness of his voice, Li Shi and Li Shi were able to discern his words clearly thanks to their keen hearing. Are there still more? Chapter 399. Will the dead have a chance to speak? A mere group of unsophisticated individuals. Even if many more were to arrive in the stairwell, we hold no fear. Indeed, you speak the truth. We shall remain here and await their approach. Although the skirmish between Li Shi and Li Shi with the dark-clad assailants was brief, the sounds of combat and cries reverberated through the quiet hotel at 2 in the morning, rousing numerous guests across several floors. Those awakened instinctively reached for the light switch, intending to investigate the commotion, only to find the power out. Resigned, they resorted to their mobile phones, activating the flashlight function, and made their way toward the door, guided by the faint glow. Lingxian, wake up! The power is out, and it seems something has occurred outside. Tang Wenxin, lying beside Yin Lingxian, propped herself up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and reached blindly for the bedside switch, hoping to illuminate the room. However, after flicking the switch multiple times with no response, she realized the electricity had indeed failed. She shook the slumbering Yin Lingxian, who was lost in deep sleep. Wenxin, what is the matter? Yin Lingxian was jolted awake, rubbing her eyes and squinting into the darkness, realizing it was still not dawn. Puzzled, she inquired of Tang Wenxin. The hotel has lost power, and there were sounds of fighting outside. Hurry and get your sister and the others awake. Tang Wenxin, in the dim light from her phone, illuminated the still, drowsy face of Yun Lingxian. Sounds of fighting? Surely not. This is the heart of Magic City. Could there truly be wrongdoers? Yin Lingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned. When there are sufficient incentives, why not? What do you mean? Lingxian, your current status is quite significant. With Li Rui's immense wealth, there are those who might wish to abduct you and extort him. What is so strange about that? Given your relationship with Li Rui, it would be all too easy to extort him for billions. If I were a villain, I would be tempted too. Someone wants to kidnap me? Yun Lingxian pointed at herself, a hint of panic in her voice. This is merely conjecture. First, awaken your sister and then inquire with those bodyguards. You shall uncover the truth. Yes, I shall call my sister right away. Yun Lingxian nodded and, illuminated by Tang Wenxin's phone, quickly dressed and made her way to the nearby door. Sister, wake up. Something has happened outside. Yun Lingxian opened the door, flashlight in hand, and called out into the darkness. Something has happened? No sooner had Yun Lingxian spoken than a voice of confusion echoed back from within the room, followed by the glow of another phone light piercing the darkness. In mere moments, Yin Rong emerged from the room with Lu Yin, the four women converging with their phones aglow. Let's open the door and see, Yin Rong suggested, exchanging glances with the others. Indeed, there are 2 bodyguards at our door. We should be safe, Yin Lingxian agreed with a nod. Tang Wenxin and Lu Yin exchanged silent nods of agreement. The 4 of them then approached the door quietly. Madam, are you awake? Just as they neared the door and were about to turn the doorknob, they suddenly heard a rough male voice from outside. Is something happening out there? Upon hearing the unexpected sound, Yin Lingshuan's hand, which was reaching for the doorknob, trembled momentarily. A moment later, realizing that the bodyguards who had accompanied her were outside, her anxious heart instantly relaxed. Someone sabotaged the hotel's power and made their way up here. But we have dealt with the situation, replied the bodyguard. Sensing that the crisis had been averted, Yin Lingxian quickly grasped the doorknob and twisted it forcefully. Li Shi, what exactly is going on? Were those people coming for me? As she opened the door, Yin Lingxian inquired of the burly man standing at the entrance. Madam, I am Li 12. As for the intentions of those individuals, we do not yet know. We must wait for Li Shi and Li 11 to return to clarify, he responded. Upon hearing this, Yin Lingxian smiled awkwardly. Given that all the bodyguards were of similar height and build, with names that were also quite alike, she had mistaken them more than once. Thus, after a brief moment of embarrassment, she regained her composure. At that moment, several hotel room doors on the same floor swung open, and individuals emerged from each room to ascertain the situation. What is going on? Another power outage and shouting? Indeed, it's only 2 o'clock. Can't we get some sleep? Damn it, I was having a wonderful dream about a stunning beauty. Who the hell is making all this noise? If I don't get to spend time with a beauty today, I'll knock out their teeth. Observing the disgruntled men and women, who were illuminating the hallway with their phones and venting their frustrations, Yin Lingxian instinctively shrank her neck. What if those intruders had truly come for her? Would these guests come after her if they found out? Meanwhile, in the opulent suite of the Golden Eagle Hotel, the atmosphere was markedly different from that of Tianhua Hotel. As the lights shone brightly, Brother Z, those 10 individuals have been discovered. They just called for help, Tao Zikuan said, putting down the phone and addressing Tao Z, who was enveloped in smoke. Damn it, what a bunch of useless fools. After all the money I poured into them, 10 of them couldn't handle 4 bodyguards. Tao Z exclaimed, forcefully extinguishing his cigarette, which had only been smoked a third of the way down. The remaining 40 have already gone up. They will surely capture that woman. Well, even if they are skilled, there are only 4 of them. Besides, we have our weapons. I refuse to believe we cannot seize that woman, Tao Z stated. Brother Z, we are in the Magic City. It's best not to use those things. Otherwise, if the higher-ups investigate, we could be in serious trouble, Tao Zikuan cautioned. What is there to fear? It's not as if we are the ones getting our hands dirty. Who can prove those people are my subordinates? Tao Z replied with a cold smile. Although these individuals are financially supported by us, should they be apprehended, it is inevitable that they might divulge our involvement. How foolish. Can the deceased still articulate their truths? Brother Z, are you implying? Tao Zikuan's pupils constricted as he gazed at Tao Z with a hint of astonishment. Once we escort that woman aboard and navigate the vessel into international waters, I shall indulge myself thoroughly before allowing my comrades to partake in the pleasures. We will then depart in a small boat, and, subsequently, bang. Thus, there would be no evidence left behind, right? Upon finishing his sentence, Tao Z erupted into laughter. The kind of woman who can bring about their demise has already done them justice. And considering the substantial sum I have invested in their upkeep, their lives inherently belong to me. To die for my cause is indeed their privilege. Yes, Brother Z, you are correct. It is indeed their honor. Chapter 400. The monster arrives. There were at least 40 individuals present. Li Shuang's ears twitched slightly, and after a moment, he turned to Li Shi, saying, damn it. Once today is over, and I discover who sent these people, I shall make them regret their actions. But that was a matter for later. The question now was, who would strike first? You had the upper hand earlier, so allow me to take the lead, Li Shi declared, twisting his neck, which crackled with a series of sharp sounds. In an instant, he shot forth like a swift arrow. A man in black, having just scaled the corner of the 4th or 5th floor, steadied himself and glanced at the several similarly attired men lying on the ground. Suddenly, he perceived a flash of light, and before he could react, a figure appeared before him. Moments later, he found himself soaring through the air, plunging into darkness. Once again, chaos erupted as dozens of men in black became entangled. Brothers, turn on the lights, grab your weapons, and take him down. With the furious shout of one black-clad man, nearly 30 still-standing figures activated the lights on their bodies, drawing forth their long and short blades, charging towards Lishur. Smash! In this cramped corridor, the 30-odd black-clad men were no different from the previous 10, as Lishur mercilessly wielded his baton, eliciting cries of agony. Damn it! How can he be so formidable? Such monstrous skills. There's no way we can overpower him. What should we do? One of the black-clad men exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Lishur, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming within. What do you suggest? In such a confined space, our numbers mean little, another responded. Let us use our weapons and finish this swiftly. Agreed. As long as we accomplish this task beautifully, the boss will reward us handsomely. Those among the black-clad men who bore weapons reached for their holsters, retrieving dark handguns, while loudly urging their comrades engaged in battle. Gun? Damn it, this is Long Country. Do you dare to use firearms? Lishur heard the shout and felt his pupils constrict in shock. In Long Country, aside from military personnel and law enforcement, very few are legally permitted to carry firearms. These audacious individuals dared to wield guns illegally, truly reckless beyond measure. Yet, the reality unfolded before him, illuminated by the beam of a flashlight. Nearly 10 men in black simultaneously raised their dark handguns, aiming directly at him. Seeking death, Lishur roared, hurling his baton like a dart towards the nearest armed man. The black-clad man cried out in pain as the weapon flew from his grasp. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, echoing in the narrow space. A piercing scream reverberated through the air, followed by a muffled groan. A low, ominous whisper emanated from behind a blood-soaked figure clad in black, riddled with bullet holes. Damn it, is this person a monster? How can he still stand after being shot multiple times in the legs? A figure, armed with a pistol, gazed in terror at Li Shi, whose robust legs were the only visible part of him. Li, take the boss lady and go. The voice, seemingly erupting from the throat of the blood-drenched figure, echoed ominously. Without hesitation, Li Shi, stationed in the corridor on the 5th floor, turned and propelled himself forward like a sharpened sword. He understood that by leaving, his comrades would likely meet a grim fate. Yet, his duty was to protect the boss lady. Faced with these armed assailants, regardless of their skill, victory was not assured. Thus, it was imperative to escort the boss lady to safety before these adversaries could advance. As for his comrades' fates, dying for their boss was an honor they accepted. A pack of rabble, armed yet merely a bunch of clumsy fools. Ascending from here will not be so simple. To hell with you, Li Shi declared, raising the lifeless body of a fallen black-clad man as a shield before him. Then, like a rampaging bull, he charged into the throng of his adversaries. Fire! Fire! Kill him! The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bang! 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 But the barrage failed to impede Li Shi's relentless advance. In the instant he collided with the crowd, he seized the forehead of one gunman with his remaining hand. Subsequently, he sent 7 or 8 others sprawling before he forcefully slammed the captured gunman against the wall. A sound akin to a watermelon bursting echoed through the narrow corridor, and a mist of crimson swiftly engulfed the space. Damn it! The horrific scene left the black-clad assailants momentarily paralyzed. Some even gasped in shock. Yes, a monster! Shoot! Shoot! Hurry! A frantic voice broke the stunned silence, rousing the onlookers. Bang! 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 A pained, guttural sound escaped Li Shi's lips. Despite using the corpses of his fallen foes as a makeshift shield, he was still struck by nearly 10 bullets in that confined space. Fortunately, none of the wounds were fatal. Had they been, he would have perished on the spot. However, he realized escape was no longer an option. Thus, he resolved to make one final stand, buying precious time for the boss lady. To hell with you, Li Shi roared, hurling the bullet-riddled body of a black-clad man toward his foes. As several adversaries were momentarily blinded by the flying corpse, he seized the opportunity to dart away. Bang! Once more, the head of a cloaked figure collided intimately with the unyielding wall, and once again, a scene reminiscent of celestial blossoms was enacted. One of the cloaked figures found his arm ruthlessly torn away by Li Shi. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted once more. Li Shi, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds, let out a painful groan. A roar akin to that of a wild beast reverberated through the air as Li Shi forcefully propelled his right leg backward. Blood gushing from the bullet holes in his thigh, He charged once again toward the cloaked figures. Damn it. This is no mere human. He is a devil. Run. One of the cloaked figures, witnessing the unfolding horror, cried out in terror and turned to flee downstairs. Bang! The fleeing figure collapsed to the ground in response. Who dares to run? You will be next. Should we fail the boss's mission, we will all face dire consequences. Open fire. I refuse to believe anyone can withstand a bullet. Chapter 401. No response. He is dead. Bang. Bang. Once again, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Lee 11. This time, without a corpse to shield him, his body erupted in a flurry of crimson splashes. As he charged forward, the relentless bullets pelted him, gradually halting his advance. His body appeared to lose control, swaying in rhythm with the impact of the incoming fire. Stop! After several tense seconds, a figure clad in black raised his empty handgun and commanded loudly. The other terrified assailants, paralyzed by fear, finally ceased their frantic gunfire. Go check if he's dead, one of the black-clad men cautiously suggested, glancing at the towering giant who remained upright, then swallowing hard. He spoke to a nearby comrade. The second black-clad man, equally apprehensive, swallowed nervously and reluctantly began to approach the motionless giant. Upon reaching a distance of about a meter, he bent down to retrieve a fallen long knife from the ground, then thrust it directly into the giant's abdomen. With a sickening sound of steel piercing flesh, the knife sank 4 to 5 centimeters into the giant's belly. No response. He is dead. The black-clad man, realizing the giant had not reacted to the stab, felt an immediate wave of relief wash over him. With a relaxed demeanor, he turned to report to the man who had previously commanded him. He. The words barely left his mouth when he noticed the gun-wielding figure behind him, wide-eyed and stammering, unable to articulate his horror. The man with the knife instinctively sensed something was amiss and turned to investigate. As he turned, before he could comprehend the situation behind him, a chilling sensation gripped his neck. His vision blurred gradually, and darkness enveloped him. In that fleeting moment before oblivion, he seemed to witness the giant, previously bowed in death. Lifting his head, fire at his head, shoot him in the head. Bang, bang, bang. Blood erupted from the giant's forehead as his massive body collapsed, the long knife clattering to the concrete with a sharp clang. Keep firing. The relentless gunfire resumed, echoing for over 20 seconds before finally subsiding. Go and cut off his head. Yes. I refuse to believe he can survive without his head. Gather the men and pursue him. Inside the luxurious suite of the Golden Eagle Hotel, Tao Zikuan abruptly drew the curtains, his face pale as he approached Tao Z. Brother Z, what could cause such a relentless barrage of gunfire? That woman only has 4 bodyguards with her. How many shots have they fired? They can't possibly have harmed the guests, can they? Damn it. I've raised a bunch of useless fools, Tao Z cursed, his expression equally grim. He had just heard a cacophony of gunfire, over 100 shots resounding in the air. If one were to assume 2 shots per person, that would account for 50 lives. If his subordinates were truly responsible for such a heinous act, even if he silenced them all, escape would be an unlikely endeavor. Never underestimate the capacity of a nation's machinery. When it comes to serious matters, there are no secrets on this land to the state apparatus. Lingxian, what shall we do? What shall we do? They have guns. Are we going to die? In the room, Tang Wenxin spoke with a tremor in her voice, tears welling as she addressed Yun Lingxian. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. With Brother 12 here, we will be safe. Yun Lingxian reassured her, glancing at Li 12, who was busily occupied yet wearing a similarly anxious expression. Sister, it's all my fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked you to come out to play. We're all going to die here. Yin Rong cried, wiping her tears as she lamented to Yun Lingxian. Boss lady, the rope is ready. I will take you down now, Li 12 said, holding a rope made of bed sheets. All right, Brother 12, you lead them down first. No, Lingxian, they are coming for you. You must go first. Yes, sister, you should go first. Sister, don't waste any more time. Hurry. Just then, a sharp sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. The rope was secured. Boss lady, I apologize, Li 12 said, taking a few steps forward, swiftly placing Yun Lingxian under his arm. With one hand holding the rope, he deftly leapt downwards. Hearing Yun Lingxian's terrified scream, Yun Rong, Tang Wenxin, and Lu Yin were startled and rushed to the window to peer down. They saw Yun Lingxian covering her eyes and screaming, while Li 12 looked up at them. They're coming. Li 13, quickly let them down. I will hold them off. Li 10, standing at the door, said gravely upon hearing the commotion outside. Li 13 nodded silently in response. He hurried to the window, swiftly pulling up the rope made from bed sheets. Then he grabbed Yun Rong and tied the rope around her waist. without waiting for her to fully comprehend the situation. He hurled her out the window. Ah, help me. Li Tin twisted the doorknob and flung the door open. Just as he was about to step outside, he hesitated and retreated a step, turning to enter the bathroom nearby. A moment later, he emerged, but now, instead of his baton, he wielded a large marble slab over a meter in length and more than 40 centimeters wide. Quick, in that room, go. Seeing the massive marble slab emerging from the target room, nearly 30 figures clad in black instinctively came to a halt. It's a person. Fire. Bang. Bang. As the gunfire erupted, shards of marble flew in all directions. The quality was commendable. Should another opportunity arise, I would undoubtedly bestow a favorable review upon the proprietor. A chuckle escaped from Lishida as he braced himself against the marble slab and charged directly toward the figure clad in black. Come on, it's your turn. Tang Wenxin, perhaps you should go first. I am frightened, Lu Yin said, glancing at Li Shisan, who was once again pulling up the bedsheet rope. Panic evident in her expression, she shook her head repeatedly before addressing Tang Wenxin. Lu Yin, at a time like this, if we do not descend soon, we shall perish here. You must go first, swiftly. I have a fear of heights, Lu Yin stammered, her eyes fixed on the window, her body trembling uncontrollably. If you wish to survive, then shut your eyes, Li Shisan said with an impassive expression. Before Lu Yin could react, he swiftly secured the bedsheet around her waist. Bang. This is bad. They are kicking down the door. The sound of the relentless kicks synchronized with Lu Yin's terrified scream. Hearing the increasingly forceful blows, Li Shisan's countenance changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Hold on to me." Without awaiting a response from Tang Wenxin, he seized her shoulder and, with remarkable speed, leaped out of the window. Chapter 402. Brazen Abduction in Broad Daylight. Bang. 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 Just as Li Shisan seized Tang Wenxin and leaped out of the window, the door crashed down with a thunderous noise, accompanied by the sound of several gunshots. Damn it, we're on the 5th floor. Are we really jumping down? A disheveled figure in black, with a mask long gone, cursed through gritted teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of utter desperation. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry and see what's happening. Another figure in black snapped, rushing to the window and peering down. Damn it, they're SA rope. They're making a run for it. Fire. Fire. Bang. Bang. The black-clad man shouted, raising his pistol and aiming at the few people below. Boss, be careful. Yun Lingxian and Yun Rong, having just regained their composure from the earlier shock, were urged by Li Shire to run forward. Suddenly, they heard Li Shire's anxious shout from behind. Yun Lingxian and Yun Rong instinctively turned to look, only to see Li Shire lunging towards them with open arms. Muffled groans, accompanied by sounds of pain, resonated in the ears of Yun Lingxian and Yun Rong. Brother Shire, you've been shot? Yun Lingxian exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. It's just a scratch, Li Shire growled, rising to his feet, effortlessly lifting Yun Lingxian and Yun Rong under his arms, and then charging forward like a bull. Fire! Fire! We don't have much time. The constables will be here soon. If we can't catch them, shoot them dead. On the 5th floor of the Tianhua Hotel, the black-clad men emptied their handguns, their eyes filled with terror as they watched the towering figure, riddled with gunshots, still managed to rise and flee with 2 women in tow. In an instant, as the shock on their faces lingered, one of the black-clad men turned to the others and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, several of the remaining black-clad men, armed with pistols, sprinted to the window and began to shoot wildly at the figures below. Go! Li Shisan yanked Lu Yin towards him, skillfully tearing the bedsheet from her waist. And like Li Shire, he tucked Lu Yin and Tang Wenxin under his arms and dashed forward. MMM. A sound of greater agony escaped Li Shisan's lips compared to the earlier muffled groans of Li Shire. Damn it, who are these people? This man has taken at least a dozen bullets and still manages to run with 2 women? This is truly unbelievable. Yet, even if he is strong, with so many wounds, he surely can't run far. Notify the brothers below, get the car, and chase them down. If we can't catch them, then run them over. Who? The sound of increasingly labored breaths escaped Li Shisan's lips. Bang! A mouthful of blood erupted from Li Shisan, and then he buckled at the knees, collapsing heavily to the ground. 2 piercing screams echoed as Tang Wenxin and Lu Yin fell to the ground from beneath Li Shisan's armpit. Li Shire, who was sprinting ahead with Yun Lingxuan and Yun Rong, instinctively halted upon hearing the cries, turning to glance back. Li Shisan, are you all right? Upon seeing Li San on his knees, blood pooling from his mouth as he supported himself with trembling hands, Li Shire's brow furrowed momentarily before his expression returned to a calm demeanor. I can't go on. I've taken at least a dozen bullets. Li Shie. You must ensure the safety of the boss lady. Li San struggled to prop himself up, wiping his bloodied mouth with his sleeve, and spoke flatly. Ah, so much blood. Tang Wenxin, scrambling to her feet, widened her eyes in horror, one hand over her mouth while the other pointed at the bloodied back of Li San, shouting in terror. Lu Yin, following Tang Wenxin's gaze, also screamed, quickly covering her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Anyone wishing to harm the boss lady must first step over my corpse. San, your sacrifice will not be in vain. The boss will avenge you, and our brothers will ensure this group meets a grisly end. With that, Li Shire turned expressionlessly and began to run forward. Wait, Brother Shire, aren't you going to help Brother San? He is injured. Yin Lingshuan, tucked under Li Shire's arm, had witnessed Li San's dire state and, unable to bear it, urgently interjected. The boss lady, San, has taken over a dozen bullets to his back, and one has pierced his neck. He is already beyond saving. The four women screamed in unison. He really has no breath left, Tang Wenxin exclaimed, placing a finger near Li San's nose. And after a few seconds, she cried out again. Hurry, we must go. They'll catch up soon, Li Shire said without looking back and sprinted forward once more. Wait for me. Tang Wenxin and Lu Yin, seeing the situation, instinctively called out, but soon followed Li Shire, leaving behind the lifeless Li San. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded in the heart of the magical city on that deep night. What on earth is happening? A man sitting in his car, waiting at a traffic light, suddenly witnessed a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, sprinting past with 2 women tucked under his arm, leaving him agape in astonishment. Call the police. This is outrageous. How dare they abduct women in broad daylight? In the dead of night? The man, filled with righteous indignation, muttered to himself before pulling out his phone to dial the authorities. Hello, I need to report crime. Someone is abducting women in the streets. Right next to the Tianhua Grand Hotel. Abducting women? Sir, we have received multiple reports indicating that a shooting has occurred inside the Tianhua Grand Hotel. We have dispatched numerous officers to the scene. Please assist in monitoring the assailants who have taken the citizens hostage. A competent female voice emanated from the man's phone. Gunfire? The man's pupils constricted as he realized that the sound he had just heard, which he initially thought to be fireworks, was indeed gunfire. He had been pondering who would have the audacity to set off fireworks in such a bustling metropolis as Magic City, only to discover his own ignorance. As a citizen of this city, it is my duty to maintain peace and order. I shall keep a vigilant eye on the criminals. Thank you. Wait, there is new information. 2 young women are pursuing the assailant. Before the female voice on the phone could finish, the man caught sight of 2 disheveled girls sprinting towards the very assailant in question. 2 girls are chasing the criminal. Is that? Oh no, a car just ran a red light. Just as the man was about to respond, his gaze was suddenly met with 5 or 6 unmarked vans that disregarded the traffic signal, speeding away with alarming haste. Chapter 403. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A tremendous sound reverberated in the man's ears. Staring at the figure soaring dozens of meters away, the man seated in the car, holding his phone, was left utterly astonished. Sir, what were you just saying? A car ran a red light? It flew out. That person flew out. He stammered, extending his neck and pointing towards the distant figure. Boss, let us go. Hurry. Li 12, having rolled several meters before coming to a halt, coughed up blood, bracing himself with his hands. He glanced at the similarly fallen Yin Lingxian on the ground and roared softly. Brother 12, you. Without heeding the sharp pain radiating from her limbs, Yin Lingxian scrambled up, her eyes reddening as she looked at the bloodied Li 12 and began to weep. Just moments prior, that van had crashed into them, and Brother 12 had thrown both her and her sister out. She had witnessed it all. She couldn't comprehend why these men, who only had simple names, would risk their lives to protect her. Was it merely because Li Rue had paid them generously? She was oblivious to the specific reasons. All she knew was that her heart ached profoundly. Damn it, how are you still alive? At that moment, the door of the severely deformed van swung open, and a man in black emerged. He glanced at Li 12, who was half kneeling and continuously spitting blood, and cursed vehemently. Brother 12, please don't die. I'll call Li Rue right now. He will definitely come to save us. Yin Lingxian sobbed, reaching into her pocket to retrieve her phone, dialing Li Rue's number. You little wretch, still trying to call for help? The man in black shouted angrily, striding forward and delivering a kick to Yun Lingxuan's wrist. Ah! Yun Lingxian cried out in pain, losing her grip on the phone, which flew from her hand as she fell once more. Damn it! We went through so much trouble to catch you. Once the boss is done, I will make sure to end your life, the black-clad man sneered, stepping towards the phone that had fallen to the ground, lifting his foot to stomp down heavily. Crack! The previously illuminated phone was instantly shattered into pieces under the force of his boot. In the Li family mansion in the Jadestone Kingdom, the phone screen beside the soundly sleeping Li Rue, which had been dark, suddenly flickered to life before plunging back into darkness. You wretch, see where you can run. The masked man barked as he stepped before Yun Lingxian, reaching for her hair. You dog, how dare you? Just as the man's hand was about to grasp Yun Lingxian, Li 12, who had been prostrating on the ground and spitting blood, pushed himself up with a mighty effort, standing tall and roaring as he charged towards the man in black. The black-clad man turned, only to have his face grasped tightly by a massive hand. Bang! Li Shire's momentum remained unabated as he seized the head of his opponent and forcefully drove it toward the ground, with a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting. The spherical object in Li Shire's grasp shattered into countless fragments. Blood spewed from Li Shire's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing before falling still. Should anyone have been present to observe the large pool of blood beneath him, they would have been alarmed to find it mingled with various internal organs. Brother Shire, wailed Yun Lingxian, tears streaming down her face as she scrambled to Li Shire's side, vigorously shaking his robust form. Moments later, a dozen vehicles flashing red and blue lights came to a halt beside the fallen Li Shire, whose eyes remained tightly shut. What on earth has transpired? Murmured a middle-aged man in uniform, horrified at the scene before him. We succeeded. They've already boarded the ship, Tao Zikuan announced, lifting his gaze to Tao Zi after hanging up his phone. Excellent. Success is paramount. Li Rue, you murdered my father. I shall take your woman. I intend to make her available to all. Tao Zi laughed maniacally. By the way, what was with the barrage of gunfire? Did they harm any of the guests? Have you confirmed this? After several seconds of raucous laughter, Tao Zi abruptly ceased, his brow furrowing as he inquired of Tao Zikuan. And no, they did not kill anyone else. They merely eliminated those 4 bodyguards, Tao Zikuan stammered, his once jovial expression faltering as he hesitated. What? It took over 200 shots to take down 4 bodyguards? Are they fools? Tao Zi exclaimed, incredulity plastered across his face. Brother Zi, those 4 bodyguards are no ordinary individuals. According to my sources, they sustained multiple gunshot wounds and were still capable of retaliating, provided they were not struck in a vital area. This is not something just anyone could achieve. Tao Zikuan replied solemnly. Shot multiple times and still able to fight back? Do you think this is a movie? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. These imbeciles are merely making excuses. Tao Zi retorted impatiently. At first, I too was skeptical, but what? Tao Zi pressed, noticing Tao Zikuan's hesitance. 13 dead, 8 severely injured, and the remaining individuals all bore various wounds. Some had their heads smashed against walls, leaving them unrecognizable. Brother Zi, this was 50 against 4 with firearms involved. Do you truly believe these 4 bodyguards were ordinary men? Tao Zikuan stated gravely. Tao Zi's eyes widened in shock, as if paralyzed by the revelation. He stood frozen in place. Brother Zi, Li Rue is likely far more formidable than he appears. He cannot merely be a wealthy businessman. Our uncle has been searching for us, or else. It is unacceptable. If I inform uncle, my father's vendetta will remain unavenged forever. Absolutely not. We're a few formidable bodyguards. They have all perished now, haven't they? With wealth, one can easily hire several competent bodyguards. This is nothing extraordinary. What significant influence could a family of upstarts, having risen merely over the past 6 months, possibly possess? Even with wealth, a country bumpkin remains just that. Such bodyguards can be found in abundance in the family village. We have seen no fewer than dozens. Brother Zi, are we being too impulsive? Tao Zikuan expressed with a hint of concern. I care not. The blood debt for my father's murder must be avenged. Zikuan, if you are afraid, you may return now. Brother Zi, what are you saying? If I were fearful, would I have accompanied you? We are brothers. Your vengeance is mine as well. Since you are unafraid, I shall not be either. Splendid. Truly a remarkable brother. Have your men take those women to the open sea. For the sake of safety, we shall rendezvous with them in a few days. Understood, Brother Zi. In the kingdom of Jade and Stone, at the Li family mansion. The next day, Early in the morning. Patriarch, rise quickly. There's good news, excellent news. The slumbering Li Rue was roused from his deep sleep by a booming voice. Groggily opening his eyes and turning over to get up. Chapter 404. A Bounty of Talent, what good news? Drowsily donning his clothes and opening the door, Li Rue yawned and inquired of Li Wu. They have surrendered. All more than 20 warlords have capitulated without any significant resistance. Hee, chieftain. Do you not consider this splendid news? So soon? Upon hearing Li Wu's response, Li Rue felt a surge of energy, the previous fatigue vanishing without a trace. Chieftain, you cannot imagine. Our stealth bombers merely conducted a round of bombardment over Mong's territory, and these warlords immediately raised the white flag. Our ground troops faced no opposition. They advanced freely, unchallenged. This battle is almost too easy. Listening to Li Wu's explanation, Li Rue shook his head with a smile. He had long anticipated that these warlords would surrender swiftly. After all, employing the most advanced weaponry from the entirety of Blue Star against warlords armed only with light weaponry bore little difference to wielding a rifle against savages. However, he had not expected them to capitulate so rapidly. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. Come, sit, and tell me how many counties we have received, and what the population count is. Taking several steps to the sofa, he turned and leaned back, raising his gaze to Li Wu. Hey, chieftain. This time we are projected to seize over 50 counties, with a population exceeding 10 million. From today onwards, in the kingdom of Yushur, our territory will be the second largest, and our population the second most, with our strength being unparalleled. Li Wu Shukalat, joining Li Rue at the sofa to report the news. Over 10 million? Adding to the population we already govern, does it exceed 20 million? Li Rue's eyes twinkled with anticipation. This was significant as it pertained to the system's rewards. Li Rue was eagerly looking forward to it. Each substantial increase in the population under the Li family's administration had historically yielded bountiful rewards from the system. At this moment, I truly cannot say, as there are still over a dozen counties pending acceptance, which requires some time for calculation. Very well, Li Rue replied, slightly disappointed as he nodded. Ding. Detection of the population under the host family's management surpassing 10 million. The system rewards a talent gift package. The talent gift package must be deployed within 48 hours. Otherwise, the system will reclaim it. The host is advised to check promptly. As Li Rue felt a pang of disappointment regarding Li Wu's reply, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. A talent gift package? Li Wu perked up once more, instinctively straightening his posture and murmuring softly. It was unexpected for the system to emit a reward notification just after mentioning the unresolved counties. This implied that the 30-plus counties already accepted by the Li family must have a combined population exceeding 5 million, thus triggering the system's reward. System, what exactly is the talent gift package? Li Rue inquired curiously within his mind. This talent gift package includes the top 100 talents across 100 industries. As soon as Li Rue's inquiry fell, the system promptly provided a succinct explanation. 100 industries? The most elite talents? Which specific industries are included? The 100 industries encompass artificial intelligence, precision manufacturing, biomedicine, and so forth. All right, I understand now. After more than a minute, noticing that the system showed no intention of halting, Li Rue hastily called for a stop. Although the system had yet to conclude its introduction, Li Rue had acquired a general understanding. Overall, the majority of these 100 industries are cutting-edge sectors. Host, may I inquire if the talent package is ready for deployment? Upon hearing Li Rue's command, the system ceased its exposition and immediately posed a question to him. Deploy it, Li Rue responded, and his consciousness exited the system space. Li Wu, do you want me to send talents your way? Once his consciousness returned to the real world, Li Rue cheerfully asked Li Wu. Send talents? Absolutely, Chief. Right now, I lack nothing but talent. Our territory is truly in need of revitalization. I am eager to acquire capable individuals. Chief, what talents do you have? How many? Li Wu inquired eagerly, his face radiating anticipation. There are top-tier talents from various fields, totaling 10,000. They will be arriving shortly. Please make arrangements for their reception. Li Rue replied with a beaming smile, picking up a purple clay teapot from the coffee table before him to pour himself a cup of warm tea, which he drank in one go. Top-tier talents? 10,000? Huh. With these talents, our Li family's territory will surely flourish. I will go arrange for their reception right away. Li Wu exclaimed excitedly, rising to his feet and swiftly making his way toward the door. Wait, don't forget, I haven't eaten yet. Watching Li Wu rush off to make arrangements, Li Rue shook his head with a smile. Then, as if recalling something, he stretched his neck and called out to Li Wu's retreating figure. Remember, Chief. Got it. Li Wu waved his hand without looking back. Sigh, Li Wu. You may lack nothing, but I am in dire need of funds. Li Rue murmured to himself with a deep sigh, feeling a twinge of melancholy as he watched Li Wu disappear from view. Although this 10,000 elite talents were precisely what Li Wu needed, the thought of his nearly empty bank account weighed heavily on Li Rue's mind. How much money is enough? He pondered aloud as he took out his phone, intending to check his bank balance. Ling Xian's call? At 2 a.m. Unlocking his phone, Li Rue immediately noticed the missed call notification. His heart leaped with joy upon seeing the caller ID labeled as wife, believing that Yun Ling Xian must be calling him out of longing. However, that momentary delight dissipated as quickly as it had come, replaced by a sense of foreboding due to the late hour of the call. Perhaps she accidentally dialed while sleeping? Li Rue consoled himself with this thought. After speaking, Li Rue furrowed his brows as he dialed Yun Ling Xian's number, subsequently pressing the green call button. The number you have dialed is powered off. Please try again later. The monotonous beeping echoed in his ears, tightening his heart with an unsettling premonition that grew increasingly intense. Nothing will go awry. Ling Xian is in the bustling metropolis, accompanied by 4 elite biohuman bodyguards. There's no way anything could happen, he reassured himself. His brow knitted in concern. He was well aware of the prowess of the elite biohuman bodyguards, capable of simultaneously handling 30 adult men in unarmed combat. In real combat scenarios, their capabilities would extend even further. Without firearms and against fewer than 100 adversaries, Yun Ling Xian would face no threat whatsoever. In such a cosmopolitan city as the metropolis, Li Rue could scarcely believe anyone would dare to assemble 100 individuals for a large-scale brawl. As for firearms, that thought had not even crossed his mind. In his more than 20 years of experience, very few, aside from official personnel, possessed them in the Dragon Kingdom. And none would dare to use them, right? I should call Yun Rong. She must be with Ling Xian, he pondered, despite his ongoing self-reassurance, a lingering worry gnawing at him. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke to himself again. He opened his phone contacts, located Yun Rong's number, and dialed without hesitation. After several tense seconds, he hung up the phone. Still not reachable? Something has definitely happened, Li Rue exclaimed, rising abruptly with a face full of anxiety. Chapter 405. Assembling the fleet. What to do? What to do? The location. Check the phone's location. Li Rue anxiously paced back and forth for over 10 seconds before abruptly halting and calling out loudly. He bent down to retrieve the phone he had placed on the tea table and dialed again. Boss, I was just about to call you. There's been an incident. The phone rang once before it was answered, and Zhao Yi's frantic voice came through. What do you mean? Li Rue demanded, his foreboding intuition heightened. What happened? Speak clearly. Boss, all 14 of Li's men are dead, and the boss's wife along with her sister have been taken hostage. What? What did you say? How could this be possible? Who could possibly kill Li's men? This is inconceivable. Boss, they use guns. Guns? Huh. Li Rue murmured, his breathing growing increasingly labored. Where are they? Have you located them? After 30 seconds, his breathing began to steady, and through gritted teeth, he calmly inquired into the phone. Boss, we can't locate the boss's wife's phone, but we have tracked Tang Wenxin's phone. It is moving rapidly over the sea. The location is approximately 140 nautical miles from Modu, heading towards Japan's Shenzhen. I suspect they intend to reach international waters. International waters? Yes, boss. In international waters, there is no enforcement authority without United Nations authorization. These individuals surely have ulterior motives for abducting the boss's wife to the open sea. I have calculated that, at their current speed, it will take roughly 34 hours to reach international waters. During this time, the boss's wife should remain safe. I understand. From now on, monitor their location in real time and report to me immediately. Also, investigate who is behind this. I want them dead. I want them dead. A roar erupted from Li Rue, as if it had been forced from his throat. Understood, boss. After hanging up on Zhao Yi, Li Rue's expression darkened as he dialed Li Wu. Patriarch, I have arranged breakfast for you. It will be delivered shortly. Gather the fleet. I must board. Target, Shenzhen, Japan. Shenzhen, Japan. Patriarch, our fleet is approximately 4,000 kilometers away, and our presence there may. Li Wu hesitated to finish his sentence. Li Wu, this is an order. Yes. At Li Rue's authoritative tone, Li Wu, who had been hesitant moments ago, immediately complied. Fleet, set sail at full speed. How long will it take to reach the destination? Patriarch, at full speed, It will take about 2.5 days to cover over 4,000 kilometers. 2.5 days? 60 hours? Yes. Can be any faster? Patriarch, this is the fastest speed achievable. Prepare the helicopter. Embark immediately. On the expansive and boundless sea, a gentle breeze caressed the surface, creating ripples that danced gracefully upon the water. A luxurious yacht, approximately 50 meters in length, sliced through the waves with brisk speed across the azure waters. Inside the vessel, in a lavishly decorated karaoke room, a young man with a wounded visage entered, clutching a pink phone. He approached a burly man with a scruffy beard who was singing boisterously. "Whose call is it?" The bearded man inquired, furrowing his brow and halting his raucous serenade. "It's a contact saved as sister-in-law," the young man replied. "Why should I be bothered with such trifling calls? Are you looking for a beating?" The burly man retorted, visibly displeased. "Hey, Brother Liang, I actually have an idea and wish to seek your opinion," the injured young man said with a playful grin, undeterred by the man's displeasure. "What mischievous scheme are you concocting?" "Your grin is rather lewd," the burly man shot back, casting a sideways glance at the young man. "Last night, we exerted ourselves greatly and lost many brothers. Now that the mission is complete, everyone desires a bit of leisure, don't you think?" the young man said, biting his lip and gazing expectantly at the bearded man. "Are you implying that you have your sights set on those 4 women? Those are the boss's targets. Are you courting death?" the burly man exclaimed, eyes widening in alarm. "Brother Liang, the boss's target is merely the woman named Yun Lingxian." He never mentioned the other 3 as objectives, so the young man continued. "The other 3 women are quite attractive. Can you truly resist?" Caught off guard by the young man's words, the burly man paused. The boss had indeed only designated Yun Lingxian as the target. The allure of the other 3 women had not been mentioned. As he contemplated their enticing forms, a stirring desire began to awaken within him. "How about this? You go first, and once you are finished, we brothers can take our turn," the young man suggested, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous smile. "Well, Brother Liang, fine. Damn it, I nearly had my head smashed in yesterday, and I have a mountain of pin-up frustration to release. Let us take advantage of those women today," he said with a chuckle. "All right, you've got my word. I'll summon them over right away, and you can prepare for an enjoyable time." With that, the young man, still grinning, turned and exited the karaoke room. Meanwhile, in one of the yacht's guest rooms for women, Yun Lingxian, Yun Rong, Tang Wenxin, and Lu Yin sat huddled together, distressed. "What should we do? They have taken us out to sea. Are they going to kill us and throw us overboard to feed the sharks?" Yun Yuan cried out, her face streaked with tears and snot. Wailing, Lu Yin, already in tears, began to sob even more upon hearing Yun Yuan's dreadful speculation. "Sister, everything will be all right. They are coming for me. They surely intend to use me to blackmail Li Rue for money. As long as Li Rue pays the ransom, they will release us," Yun Lingxuan reassured Yun Yuan, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Upon hearing Yun Lingxuan's words, Yun Yuan, Lu Yin, and Tang Wenxin glanced up at her before lowering their heads once more, continuing to weep sorrowfully. "What are you crying for? Soon, you will be in for a thrilling experience." A boisterous and arrogant laughter, accompanied by the sound of a door opening, echoed in the ears of the distressed young women. Chapter 406. Name your price. What do you intend to do? The 4 women, upon hearing the voice, turned in unison to gaze at the young man who had pushed the door open. Observing the lascivious grin on his face, they huddled together in terror. After a moment, Yun Lingxian, suppressing her fear, bravely confronted him. "What do I want? I desire her, and she cannot escape either." He laughed wickedly, pointing at Yun Rong, Tang Wenxin, and Lu Yin. "No, please, Sobi. For heaven's sake, save some strength, as you 3 will have to serve our 30 or so brothers later." With these words, the injured young man stepped toward Yun Lingxian and the others. Simultaneously, 3 burly men entered from outside the door. "No, don't touch me. Stay away from me. Sobia, get away." As the young man approached, Tang Wenxin, overwhelmed with dread, began to cry and curse. She had clearly heard his words and realized the grim fate that awaited her. The once resilient girl crumbled, flailing her legs in panic, cursing loudly. "Wretched girl, I haven't even laid a hand on you yet. It seems you are eager, so let me indulge you first," the young man sneered, stepping closer to Tang Wenxin and reaching for her hair. "Oh, that hurts." As he yanked her hair, Tang Wenxin cried out in pain, involuntarily rising to her feet. "Let go of me. Release me." Seeing Tang Wenxin being pulled by her hair, Yun Lingxian stood up anxiously, shaking the young man's arm vigorously in a desperate attempt to make him relent while shouting at him. "Oomph, If it weren't for you being the boss's target, I would have had my way with you first. Don't cause trouble here. Don't blame me for being unkind. Get lost. With that, the young man shoved Yun Lingxian to the ground. Ah! Yun Lingxian cried out in pain as she felt the impact on her backside. What are you still standing there for? If you don't put in some effort now, you'll be at the end of the line later. The young man smirked coldly at Yun Lingxian on the ground, then turned to the three muscular men who had just entered, urging them with a roll of his eyes. Not a chance. I'm burning with desire. I must be at the front of the line. One of the burly men declared, striding toward Lu Yan, seizing her in a panic and lifting her up. Beautiful lady, come along quietly with me. Otherwise, I may resort to force, and it wouldn't be pleasant for you. Another burly man said, rubbing his hands as he approached Yunrong. Get away. Yunrong, eyes closed and head cradled, screamed loudly. Damn it. If you refuse my hospitality, you'll face consequences. Cursing, the burly man grabbed Yunrong by the hair and yanked her upwards. Let go of my sister. Witnessing Yunrong being seized by the burly man, Yun Lingshuan's eyes reddened, and she shouted loudly as she charged towards the man holding Yunrong. You wish to intervene? As Yun Lingxian took a few steps forward, she was abruptly halted by another burly man idly standing by. With a lewd grin, he addressed her. Are you here for me? Name your price. How much will it take to set us free? Facing the man who blocked her path with a mockingly cheerful expression, Yun Lingxian, realizing that brute force could no longer save her friend and sister, hastily wiped the tears streaming down her cheeks with her sleeve. After taking a deep breath and glancing at the few men within the room, she turned to the injured young man and inquired, Money? The laughter erupted from the four men present, unabashedly slapping their thighs as they guffawed. Ha! This little girl actually wants us to name a price? Ha ha ha. I'll give you 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins if you let us go. Ignoring their raucous laughter, Yun Lingxian extended a delicate finger, pure as jade, and addressed the still chortling young man. Ha ha. 10 million, she says 10 million. The young man, with a wounded face, pointed at Yun Lingxian, laughing uncontrollably. 20 million Dragon Kingdom coins, and if you agree, I can transfer the funds to your card right now, Yun Lingxian said with unwavering determination, raising 2 fingers again. 20 million. Are you serious? The young man's laughter faltered as he began to realize that this woman might be genuine. His mocking grin slowly faded as he regarded Yun Lingxian with a serious demeanor. After a tense silence of about 10 seconds, he finally asked, Return my bank card, and I can transfer the money to you immediately. Noting Yun Lingshuan's earnestness, the injured young man scrutinized her closely. After 30 seconds of silence, he commanded, Follow me. And with a wave of his hand, he released Tang Wenxin and turned toward the exit. The other 2 burly men exchanged glances and simultaneously let go of Yu Rong and Lu Yan. Bang, bang, bang. Liang Ge, I've brought the people. Can we come in now? Come in, came the response from within the room, and the young man pushed the door open. Liang Ge, I've brought the people, he said, stepping aside. Everyone inside, a voice from outside urged. Subsequently, 4 stunning women were pushed into the karaoke room. 4? Why'd you bring all 4 of them? She's the boss's target. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The previously jovial man with stubble saw that 4 women had entered instead of the expected 3. Upon recognizing Yun Lingshuan's face, his expression soured, and he frowned, displeased. As he questioned the young man, Liang Ge, what exactly is the background of this woman? Do you know? A young man stepped forward, positioning himself beside the rugged man with stubble, and then leaned in to whisper, Is this truly your inquiry? Upon hearing this, the rugged man furrowed his brow and cast an annoyed glare at the young man before responding. Liang, the woman claims that if we release them, she will offer us 20 million Longwu coins. The young man leaned in once more to whisper, What? 20 million Longwu coins? The rugged man widened his eyes, rising in astonishment as he repeated the figure. It is absolutely true, Liang. I do not perceive her as dishonest. Who exactly is this woman? Surely you must know. In response to this, the rugged man fell silent, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Lingxian before lowering his head, lost in contemplation. Chapter 407. Husband. I am terrified, Liang Ge. 20 million Longwu currency. You take the lion's share and distribute some to our brothers, what you think? As he spoke, the young man raised his eyebrows, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he gazed at the rugged man with stubble. Without responding to the young man's words, the stubble man stood up abruptly and strode toward Yun Lingxian. 20 million Longwu currency? Yes, if you release us, I can immediately provide you with 20 million Longwu currency. With Yun Lingshuan's affirmation, the stubbled man narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms while his hand absently rubbed his stubble, lost in thought. No, if I release you, I fear I may have money, but no life to spend it. Humph. I nearly lost my mind. This amount divided among the brothers would yield little for each. Not worth it. After a few seconds, the stubbled man raised his head, smirking coldly at Yun Lingxian before declaring, "Bring her back to me. Do not delay the good fortune of the brothers." With that, he turned to resume his seat on the sofa. "Wait, 50 million. I can give you 50 million Longbo currency." The stubbled man, who had taken a step back, halted at the sound of her voice. After a moment's pause, he lifted his foot and approached the sofa once more. 100 million. Give me my bank card, and I could transfer the money to you right now. Yun Lingxian exclaimed anxiously, observing the stubbled man remain unfazed. "Do you truly possess 100 million? The stubbled man, who was about to sit down, instantly turned around, striding back to Yun Lingxian with urgency in his breath, his eyes wide as he inquired, "Indeed, are you not aware of my boyfriend's status? 100 million is nothing at all. As long as you release us, any amount is manageable," Yun Lingxian replied confidently. "Haha, your boyfriend is indeed generous. Go fetch your bank card, bring a computer as well, and ensure no one else is aware." Fixating on Yun Lingxian for a few seconds, the stubbled man then chuckled at her before instructing the young man beside him. "Of course, Liangge, I shall retrieve it at once." The young man smiled broadly, opened the door, and swiftly exited. Minutes later, the young man rushed back into the karaoke room, breathless. "Liangge, I have the items," he announced, tossing a pink card holder to the stubbled man. He then placed a computer bag on the coffee table in front of the sofa and opened the bag to reveal a laptop. "I have brought everything. Here is my bank card," he said, raising the pink card holder in his right hand and a green bank card in his left, directing his words toward Yun Lingxian. Upon seeing this, Yun Lingxian did not hesitate. She stepped forward, accepting the card holder and the green bank card, then took a few steps to sit in front of the laptop, beginning her operations. After 2 minutes, Yun Lingxian stood up and handed the green bank card to the stubbled man. "The money has been transferred. When do you plan to release us?" she asked, finally speaking up as the stubbled man accepted the bank card. "Release you? What did I ever say I would let you go? Haha, 100 million. I have never seen so much money in my entire life, haha." The burly man with stubble clutched a green bank card in one hand while raising his phone with the other, glancing at a notification confirming the arrival of 100 million in his bank account. He erupted into uncontrollable laughter, declaring, "You lack integrity." Yun Lingxuan's face flushed with anger as she pointed at the man, retorting, "When have I ever agreed to anything with you? Even if I had, now that the money is in my account, I can change my mind. What can you do about it?" Observing her distressed demeanor, the burly man smirked coldly, expressing disdain. "I want the money, and I desire the beauty as well. I feel invigorated now. Indulging in these lovely ladies will surely be more pleasurable." He leered at Yun Rong and the others, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. Desperate to protect her friends and sister, Yun Lingxian reluctantly proposed, "I can offer you more money, as long as you do not harm us. You can set the price." The burly man paused, surprise etched on his face. "More money? Do you have any left in your account?" "I have none, but my boyfriend does. If I ask him, he will surely send you more," she replied. "You want to make a call?" "Yes, let me contact my boyfriend and have him transfer the money to you." The man's brow furrowed in contemplation. "We are in the vast ocean. Are you afraid of any unforeseen circumstances? It's merely a phone call, and you could receive a fortune you could never earn in a lifetime. Why not, Brother Liang?" Before the burly man could respond, a younger man beside him brightened at Yun Lingxuan's words, swallowing hard as he urged, "Each of you could receive 100 million. With that, you could revel anywhere and enjoy all the beauties you desire. I am not demanding your release. I simply need to make a call." "Fine, do it now," the burly man exclaimed, unable to resist the allure of wealth, slapping his thigh in frustration. As the helicopter whipped up a fierce wind, tousling Li Rui's hair, he disembarked, bending slightly to avoid the rotor blades under the guidance of Li Wu. "Patriarch, let us proceed to the command center." Li Rui nodded silently, his expression darkened. "Report." Fleet Commander Li Changhua reporting to the Patriarch. A middle-aged man in a white military uniform approached briskly, saluting. "Li Changhua, what instructions do you have for me?" "Order the fleet to advance toward the target immediately at maximum speed." "Understood." In mere moments, the 10 massive white ships, previously stationary several kilometers apart, began to move slowly. As time progressed, the colossal white destroyer accelerated, leaving behind long, sweeping trails of white upon the vast, boundless ocean. Within the command room of the vessel, Li Rui reclined in a black leather chair, his countenance dark and his brows furrowed in deep thought. Behind him, Li Wu observed Li Rui's troubled expression and, despite his inclination to inquire about the matter, ultimately chose to remain silent. Boss, there's a call for you, boss, a call for you. Just as Li Rui was lost in contemplation, pondering the identity of the person who had kidnapped Yun Lingxian, he was suddenly jolted by the familiar sound of his phone ringing. His expression momentarily froze before he swiftly retrieved his phone to check the incoming call. As he gazed at the unfamiliar number, his brow knitted tightly in confusion. Usually, he would dismiss such calls without a second thought. Yet at this moment, after a brief hesitation, he opted to answer. Hubby, I'm so scared. Whoa. As soon as the call connected, that all too familiar voice resonated in Li Rui's ears. Chapter 408. A Brazen Conspiracy Lingxian. Li Rui exclaimed with fervor, rising to his feet. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yun Lingxian was overcome with emotion, weeping uncontrollably. Lingxian, do not cry. Please tell me, what is your current situation? I will come to rescue you. Husband, I am fine for now. We are at sea. Enough with the trivialities. I will end you if you continue to speak nonsense. Before Yun Lingxian could finish her sentence, Li Rui heard a threatening voice interject. Lingxian, hand the phone to him. I wish to speak with him. In an instant, Li Rui realized the voice belonged to the captor of Yun Lingxian and the others. To protect her from harm, he urged her to hand the phone over, intent on conversing directly with the man to ascertain his motives. All right, Yun Lingxian replied, stifling her sobs and speaking softly. You wish to speak with me? What is your purpose? Li Rui wasted no time and directly inquired upon hearing the male voice. Indeed, your woman has agreed. If we receive a call from you, you will provide us with 500 million Dragon Kingdom dollars. Upon hearing the man's demand for money, and only 500 million at that, Li Rui was taken aback. He mused inwardly that anyone capable of orchestrating such an elaborate scheme to abduct his beloved would not merely make such a modest request. It became evident to him that this individual was not the mastermind. With this realization, Li Rui silently resolved his course of action. Very well, 500 million I can provide, but I can offer you even more, 1 billion, 5 billion, 100 billion. Would you be interested? The man gasped, and then silence enveloped the call. You must be aware of my identity. Such sums are trivial to me. As long as you guarantee my woman's safety, I will transfer 200 million Dragon Kingdom dollars into your account every hour. Should more than 24 hours pass, I will add another billion. After 48 hours, an additional 2 billion. After 60 hours, I will grant you a one-time payment of 10 billion. In just 60 hours, you will receive 250 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars. With such wealth, where could you not go? The pleasures of the world would be at your fingertips, and any beauty you desire would be yours for the taking. What do you think of my proposal? Are you serious? The man on the other end inquired eagerly as soon as Li Rui finished speaking. Listening to the man's breathing grow increasingly rapid, a cold smile appeared on Li Rui's lips. He was confident that anyone with sense would recognize his ploy for delay. Yet how many could resist the allure of such immense wealth? At the very least, this man, who had brazenly demanded money from him, would undoubtedly succumb to temptation. Thus, it was a blatant conspiracy. Even with the knowledge that Li Rui was stalling for time, he could not refuse. Provide me with your bank account number, and I shall arrange for 200 million Dragon Kingdom dollars to be transferred to you immediately. All right, as long as you can truly deliver as promised. I can assure the safety of these women. Now, please provide me with your bank card number. My bank card number is 45586. After the person on the other end of the line finished relaying the bank card number, Li Rui glanced back at Li Wu, signaling him to transfer the funds. Currently, he was utterly destitute. He could not muster even 250 billion, let alone 5 billion. Li Wu, who had been eavesdropping on Li Rui's conversation, immediately understood, nodded, and began operating his phone. A minute later, Li Wu lifted his head and nodded at Li Rui. The money has been sent, 200 million long kingdom currency. I have received the funds. Rest assured, as long as I am here, these women will not encounter any harm. Should anyone dare to touch a single hair on them, I will be the first to take action. I require a call with my women every hour. Once I confirm their safety, you shall receive another 200 million long kingdom currency. All right, as long as you keep your word, your women will be safe. I wish to speak to my women a bit more. Please hand the phone to her. Very well, husband. The voice of Yun Lingxian, filled with sobs, reached Li Rui's ears. I will do everything in my power to rescue you. Trust me. After offering a few words of comfort to Yun Lingxian, Li Rui reluctantly gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. On a luxurious cruise ship within the KTV room, Brother Liang. Those women have been sent back to their rooms. Brother Liang. Who is this person? He transferred 200 million Long Kingdom currency in just 1 hour? Does he possess such wealth? A young man with injuries on his face pushed the door open, entering with an excited expression, quickly approaching the rugged man with stubble, inquiring curiously. Ha ha, you need not know. Just understand that this sum is trivial to him. The rugged man with stubble replied joyfully, laughing heartily. Brother Liang, in 3 days, you will receive 250 billion Long Kingdom currency. Rest assured, your share will not be overlooked. Brother Liang, your share will not be forgotten either. But this matter must remain between us. It cannot be disclosed to others, especially not to the boss, where you know the consequences. Understood. This matter will remain confidential to those present in this room. The rugged man nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Brother Liang, the boss mentioned that he will board the ship in 2 days to meet us. However, he also stated that if we ensure the safety of those women for 60 hours, we will receive an additional 10 billion. This is a substantial sum. Once the boss boards the ship, we will surely lose that 10 billion. What should we do? The young man, who had initially been filled with joy, suddenly recalled the boss mentioned by the rugged man. Remembering the boss's earlier instructions, he frowned, looking troubled as he questioned the rugged man. Why are you so foolish? Do you not understand this place? The vast expanse of the ocean, getting lost within its boundless depths, is that not a rather ordinary occurrence? You mean? Ha. The young man's eyes twinkled mischievously as he broke into a sly grin. With this sum of money, once we return to the Dragon Country, we can reunite with our families and then embark on our journey to emigrate. Even if the boss were to discover this matter later, he would be powerless against us. Indeed, with this wealth in our possession, why should we continue to toil for others? Hif. By the way, Liang, that person is clearly stalling. Do you think he will be able to find us? After chuckling for several seconds, a flicker of concern crossed the young man's mind, prompting him to voice his apprehension to the bearded giant beside him. We have been at sea for quite some time. Even if he were to report us now, he could not possibly catch up. It won't be long before we reach international waters, and at that point, even the Dragon Country would have no jurisdiction. As long as that individual is not a deity, there should be no unforeseen complications. Chapter 409. Are you serious while I am joking? Chief, Fleet Commander Li Changhua has a matter to discuss with you. In the command room of the cruiser, Li Rue opened his eyes upon hearing the voice. His thumbs, which had been continuously rotating as they rested in his hands, abruptly ceased their motion. What is it? Chief, in 1 hour we will pass through the Strait of Malacca, and we need to notify the neighboring nations in advance. However, we have not received any assurances from the Blue Star United Nations, so we cannot report it. Yes, Chief. If we wish to reach our destination swiftly, the Strait of Malacca is an unavoidable route. Failure to notify the surrounding nations may provoke an attack. I do not care what methods you employ. I have but one demand. We must arrive at our destination within 60 hours. Everything else is unimportant. Understood, Chief. May the fleet enter a state of war? Yes. Any target that dares to impede the fleet may be annihilated. Yes, sir. Li Rue saluted in response. Li Changhua then turned and walked to a distant control panel, picking up a radio and commanding in a loud voice. The fleet is to enter a state of war. Raise the battle flags. All shipborne weaponry is to be put on alert. Yes, came the vigorous response. Before long, on the azure surface of the sea, 10 colossal white ships, initially resembling a dragon in motion, each raised a black flag adorned with dragon motifs. Prominently displayed upon this black flag was a large red character for Li. Mr. President, I have important matters to report. A man burst into a spacious office, rushing towards an elderly gentleman who, wearing spectacles, was examining documents. What is it? The elder pushed up his glasses, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the newcomer. There is a fleet intending to pass through the Strait of Malacca, but they have not reported in. Mr. President, how should we handle this? A fleet? Which nation does it belong to? I do not know. They are not flying any national flag, only a black flag. What? No national flag? And they haven't reported? They must be pirates. Is this something that requires my attention? Is our military merely idling? We should sink them all. Mr. President, this might be a bit inappropriate. What is inappropriate about it? Their failure to report is a provocation against us. We must respond bravely to any adversary that dares challenge us. Mr. President, they possess 10 vessels. And so, the elder rose, fixing his piercing gaze upon the man, his eyes reflecting a hint of fury. These 10 vessels are all cruisers, each with a displacement of approximately 13,000 tons. Moreover, Their shape resembles that of our nation's most advanced destroyers, albeit with a larger tonnage. It may be impossible for us to sink these 10 vessels. I bid you farewell. How could you not have informed me sooner? Notify all departments to grant passage. No one is permitted to attack this fleet, and violators shall face a military tribunal. The Strait of Malacca, as the most bustling maritime passage on Blue Star, sees countless cargo ships traversing its waters at every moment. At this juncture, on the deck of a colossal cargo vessel measuring over 200 meters in length, stand a young man, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, with a slightly stout build. He holds a smartphone in his hand, slowly rotating his body while continuously speaking into the device. Brothers, please show your support with a like and a follow. Today, we shall navigate through the Strait of Malacca. I have made a significant financial investment in international roaming data to bring you this live broadcast, so I kindly ask for your support. The live stream currently boasts over 1,000 viewers. If you could like and share, we can gather more people. I will soon showcase a vessel even larger than the one I am on, a magnificent behemoth measuring over 400 meters in length. Are you eager to see it? Once we reach 1,500 viewers, I will head to the stern of the ship to capture footage of this colossal cargo vessel. With that, the slightly stout young man jogs towards the rear of the ship. Just look at the size of this behemoth. This massive cargo ship measures 420 meters in length. For those who may not grasp the enormity of such a vessel, it equates to the height of a 140-story building. Have you all gained some insight? Indeed, I have gained new perspectives. Watching your live stream has truly opened my eyes. Brother, acquiring such a vessel must come at a considerable cost. Perhaps 50 million would not suffice? 50 million for such a ship? Dream on. I believe you would need at least 500 million. You talk nonsense day in and day out. Brother, I will offer 600 million. Help me make arrangements. I wish to purchase one as well as they gaze at the colossal ship over 1,000 meters away. Various discussions flood the live stream's comment section. 600 million? Fine, send me 600 million, and I can procure not just cargo ships, but a warship for you. The stout young man rolls his eyes at the comments in the live stream, boasting. I thought their exaggerations were impressive, but you are the true master of bravado, even suggesting warships. Why not buy me a Type 55? All right, 1 billion. Who will send me 1 billion? And I shall sell them a ship. We seek to see the goods. As long as you have them, we are certainly interested. Yes, we demand to see the goods. All right, I shall show you the goods. Here they come. The stout young man chuckles heartily, turning his back to the enormous cargo vessel, bantering with the viewers in the live stream. Brother, your ability to speak nonsense with a straight face is growing stronger. Not even a blush appears on your face. Brother, you have changed. You weren't like this before. Oh, how you have changed. Brother, as he gazed at the lively chat in the streaming room, the pleasantly plump young man chuckled heartily. Having spent countless years traversing the vast ocean, he and his fellow crew members often found themselves in a state of ennui. Thus, he embarked on a journey into live streaming, not only to earn a little extra income, but, more importantly, to engage in lighthearted banter with his online companions back home. Even when his earnings merely sufficed to cover his data expenses, he remained unperturbed. Hey, Brother Fat, look behind you, exclaimed one viewer. My goodness, Brother Fat, are you serious? I was just joking. Another chimed in, laughter lacing their words. Wait for me, Brother Fat. I'll sell my father's house right away. 10 million, right? You must wait for me. I want to buy a ship. While the smile on his face lingered, the young man suddenly noticed a shift in the chat room's messages. After a few seconds of serious contemplation, he found himself utterly astounded, pondering. These viewers are remarkably skilled in their theatrics. Hundreds of them, all playing along. With that thought, the initial shock melted away, replaced by a knowing smile that suggested he had seen through their ruse. Brother Fat, you are truly impressive, he exclaimed. Isn't that banner inscribed with the character Forley? Indeed, it is the character Forley. Goodness, are we family members this extraordinary? 666, absolutely astounding. 10 entire vessels. What colossal warships. How magnificent. As he observed the increasingly nonsensical comments in the chat room, the young man began to sense that something was amiss. Gradually, he turned around to see what lay behind him. Chapter 410. The tumultuous waves of the internet. Oh my goodness, this is a slightly plump man, clutching his phone in one hand and pointing with the other at the colossal warships slowly revealing themselves from behind the giant cargo ship. Stammered in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Although these warships, in comparison to the earlier massive freighter, might not seem particularly grandiose in size, they're indeed warships. Their sheer magnitude rivals that of the Dragon Kingdom's Type 55 vessels, if not exceeding them. What is even more astonishing is the sudden emergence of a full 10 ships. For context, the Dragon Kingdom possesses only 8 Type 55 vessels. Brother Pang, you are well informed. Could these warships belong to our Dragon Kingdom? He inquired. I recognize our naval vessels, yet I have never even laid eyes on a model such as this. Indeed, it appears to be slightly larger than the Type 55, and I have not heard of our kingdom possessing such a model. Brother Pang, are you daft? You're gaping with your mouth open, drooling, snapping back to reality. The slightly plump youth wiped the corner of his mouth, glancing at the live stream subtitles. Brothers, I am truly dumbfounded. I have never witnessed a warship like this. If it were from our Dragon Kingdom, it might not fully resemble one, as it does not display our national flag, but rather a black banner. Yet, the inscriptions upon it are in our own characters. It is most peculiar. Might this be a secret force of our Dragon Kingdom? I suspect it could be. Across the entire blue planet, only 2 nations possess the capability to construct such warships. Brother Pang, turn your phone towards the fleet. I wish to see more. It is incredibly impressive. I have yet to satiate my curiosity. Yes, Brother Pang, swiftly direct your phone at the fleet. I want to record this. I intend to share it on social media and forums. Hurry, the fleet is moving swiftly. If you don't capture it now, it will be gone. The viewers in a live stream urged him anxiously. Seeing this, the slightly plump youth complied, adjusting his phone's camera to focus on the massive white warships that were now sailing parallel to the cargo ship. After 5 or 6 minutes, when only a tiny black dot of the 10 white warships was visible, the slightly plump youth bid farewell to the viewers in the live stream and promptly ended the broadcast. He needed to edit the video of the live stream as swiftly as possible and publish it. He was confident that this video would propel him to viral fame. As he hastily edited and published the video of the 10 white warships, hundreds of others in the Dragon Kingdom were engaged in similar endeavors, each posting their edited videos on short video platforms. Within mere minutes, the release of these hundreds of videos stirred a tremendous commotion across the Dragon Kingdom's internet. As day turned to night, time flowed like a swift current, and darkness enveloped the scene. The ink-black sea roiled violently, stretching endlessly like a slumbering behemoth unfurling its massive form, while waves crashed against the white warships, producing a thunderous roar. Even though the warship boasted excellent sound insulation, the keen-eared Li Rue could still hear everything with crystal clarity, whether it was the crashing waves that kept him awake or his concern for Yun Lingxian. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. Lingxian, I shall never leave you again, he suddenly murmured, reaching for the switch beside him. As the light flickered on, he abruptly sat up, gritting his teeth and speaking to himself. No matter who it is, once I uncover the truth, I will ensure that you pay 100-fold for your actions. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he uttered the chilling words once more. Silence enveloped the room again, and Li Rue sat in a daze on the bed for over half an hour before picking up his phone to make call. After confirming Yun Lingshuan's safety in a brief conversation, he instructed Li Yi, who was seated on the sofa, to complete a money transfer. Li Rue then quickly got up, dressed, and stepped outside, aware that in his current state, sleep was out of the question. Li Qinghua, how far are we from the target? How much longer? He called out as he pushed open the command room door of the ship about 7 or 8 minutes later. Patriarch? What brings you here at this hour? It's nearly dawn. Why aren't you asleep? Li Qinghua, who was seated on a black leather sofa, examining a maritime map spread out on the table, turned in surprise upon hearing the voice behind him. Unable to sleep. Tell me, how long until we arrive? Li Rue approached Li Qinghua, took a seat across from him on the sofa, and inquired. We're approximately 3,000 kilometers from our destination. We should take about 45 hours more. 45 hours, understood, Li Rue replied, closing his eyes and reclining against the black leather sofa. Patriarch, you needn't worry about me. You haven't slept in a day. You should rest, Li Rue said, still with his eyes shut, gesturing dismissively at Li Qinghua. Very well, Patriarch. I shall sleep nearby. Should anything arise, you can call me at any time. Li Qinghua conceded, knowing that urging Li Rue to rest would be futile. Li Rue nodded, his eyes still tightly closed. An hour passed before Li Rue suddenly opened his eyes and retrieved his phone to dial again. The call connected shortly, and a clear female voice resonated from the device. Li Rue, Lingxian has fallen asleep. Tang Wenxin, it's me. Are you all still safe? For now, yes. Please take care of Lingxian. She is quite timid. Li Rue, you overestimate me. You make it sound as if I possess great courage. I am nearly frightened to death myself. It won't be long before I rescue you. You shall be safe. Your words instill confidence. Yet I am curious as to how you plan to save us. We are adrift in the vast ocean. No matter how wealthy you are, what can you truly do? Unless you can summon the Navy, which is evidently an impossibility. Sigh. Trust me, everything is possible. After exchanging a few more words with Tang Wenxin, Li Rui hung up the phone upon hearing the insistent notification from his device. Ding. A notification indicated that the population managed under the host family had surpassed 15 million, granting a reward of 200 billion Longwa coins, which has now been deposited into the host's bank account. The host is advised to check. After disconnecting the call, Li Rui was preparing to continue his feigned slumber when the system's prompt echoed in his mind. 200 billion? With his eyes wide open and an expression of astonishment, he whispered the amount to himself. Moments later, Li Rui resumed his expressionless demeanor and closed his eyes once more. Chapter 411. Today, I will sink you. He understood that the Li family army had fully taken over the territories of those warlords, triggering the system's rewards. Under normal circumstances, receiving 200 billion would certainly allay him, but at this moment, he found himself devoid of such enthusiasm. Li Chenghua, how far are we from our destination? How much longer will it take? Chief, we are still 1,000 kilometers away from the target. Approximately 15 hours to go. He replied softly, closing his eyes once more. Chief, you have not slept for 2 days and nights. Perhaps you should take a short rest? No need. Shall I have someone prepare some breakfast for you? No need. Chief, please wake up. In a daze, Li Rui heard a familiar voice calling out. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld the faces of Li Wu and Li Chenghua. It dawned on him that he had dozed off. How long have I slept? Where are we now? Li Rui asked, rubbing his eyes and looking up at Li Wu. Chief, it is now 3 in the afternoon. You have slept for 9 hours. We have already passed North Bay. According to the real-time coordinates provided by Zhao Yi, we are approximately 400 kilometers from the target vessel, with a journey of 6 hours remaining. 6 more hours? By the way, Ling Xian. Chief, rest assured, we have confirmed the lady's safety every hour. Good. That is reassuring. Li Rui sighed in relief. Chief, we have something to report. Just as Li Rui was relaxing, Li Wu's voice rang out again. What is it? Li Rui inquired with curiosity. There is a fishing vessel from Long Country being pursued by a Coast Guard ship from Japan. We seek your instruction. Chief, should we assist? What? A fishing vessel from Long Country is being chased by a Japanese Coast Guard ship? Li Rui exclaimed, rising to his feet to address Li Wu. Li Wu straightened up and nodded in confirmation. Is this within Japanese waters? Li Rui furrowed his brow, pointing ahead as he asked Li Wu. No, this is international waters. Then why is the Japanese Coast Guard pursuing the fishing vessel from Long Country? The reason is still unclear, Li Wu replied, shaking his head. Let's take a look. With that, Li Rui stood and walked towards the bridge. At the bridge, Li Rui picked up a military telescope and peered through the glass of the warship towards the distant sea. What came into view was a fishing vessel, approximately 60 to 70 meters long, painted a dark brown, with veteran written in white paint on its sides. Raising the telescope slightly, Li Rui discerned a white military police ship, about 100 meters long, following closely behind, inscribed with Japanese characters. Damn it, you bastards! My mood is already quite foul. If you seek death, I shall sink you today. Lowering the telescope, Li Rui cursed vehemently. As Li Rui vehemently cursed, aboard the fishing vessel veteran, a man in his 30s, with dark skin and a resolute countenance, anxiously addressed another man, approximately 40 years of age. Squad leader, our fishing boat cannot match the speed of the enemy's military and police vessels. It is only a matter of time before we are caught. What should we do? Damn it. These scoundrels, this is international waters. They have no authority to board and inspect our vessel without the United Nations authorization. This is a fishing boat of the Dragon Nation, and in international waters, it belongs to our territory. How can we allow the Japanese to inspect it at will? We must not let them board, he declared fiercely. Indeed, the squad leader is right. Even though we have retired, we are still soldiers of the Dragon Nation. We cannot permit the Japanese to set foot on our territory again. This ship represents our land. Thus, we must not allow them to board for inspection, even at the cost of our lives. A 27 or 28-year-old man gritted his teeth and asserted, Squad leader, if we cannot escape, let's not run. We will turn back and confront them, another suggested. Yes, we may lack firearms, but we still have our vessel. Even if we cannot sink their military and police ship, we must make them understand that we are not to be trifled with. Let's turn back, squad leader enough. Silence. The middle-aged man with a crew cut, around 40, suddenly raised his hand and shouted, Wang Ning, throw all the trawl nets overboard to lighten the load. Zhang Lang, dump all the ice and seafood from the freezer into the sea. Lin, put the pedal to the metal and head towards Dragon Nation waters. Fong Ziming, contact the Dragon National Maritime Administration immediately. After issuing a series of commands, the middle-aged man paused. Squad leader, even if we discard all the trawl nets and ice, we will still not outrun the enemy's ship. It is merely a matter of time before we are caught. If we cannot escape, it would be better to confront them head-on. Indeed, squad leader, contacting the Dragon National Maritime Administration now is merely a distant solution to an immediate problem. We should seize this opportunity to confront the enemy. We never had the chance to fight them when we were soldiers, but now we do. So let us do it decisively. Is everyone planning to rebel? Are my words no longer effective? The middle-aged man glared at the crew, realizing the chaos surrounding him. Each of you has a wife, children, and parents. What will happen to them if you die? As the shouting subsided in response to his furious outburst, he continued, "What are you all still standing around for?" Noticing that while others had fallen silent, they remained motionless, he bellowed again. Upon hearing their names called, the individuals swiftly acknowledged and hurried in different directions to follow the orders. Squad leader, come quickly. There's something happening up ahead. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a crew cut suddenly heard a loud shout from behind. What is it? Squad leader, there are numerous warships ahead. The middle-aged man gasped in astonishment and swiftly turned to run towards the fishing boat's control station. He reached out to take the binoculars handed to him by another man and raised his eyes to gaze into the distance. Goodness, is this the upgraded version of the Type 55? He exclaimed in disbelief as he beheld 10 colossal ships through the lenses. Why is the black flag? And the characters of the Dragon Nation? This is too strange, truly perplexing, he murmured to himself, lowering the binoculars. Squad leader, we are saved. Let us quickly request assistance from the warships. Chapter 412. Who dares to claim we are weak? Could this be the secret fleet of the Dragon Kingdom? Immediately contact the warship and inquire whether it belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. The middle-aged man with a crew cut murmured to himself, then, with a look of perplexity, instructed a man seated at the control panel. Understood, the man at the control panel replied, promptly picking up a nearby intercom. Greetings, warship ahead. This is the veteran fishing vessel. May I ask if you belong to the Dragon Kingdom? Chief, upon hearing the voice from the intercom, Li Wu, who stood beside Li Rue, turned his head to look at Li Rue. Give it to me, Li Rue said, extending his hand. A soldier at the communication equipment immediately passed the intercom to Li Rue. This is the 001 Blade C-Class cruiser. We do not belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Taking the intercom and placing it against his face, Li Rue gazed at the horizon, speaking in a calm tone. A gasp emerged from the intercom, and from the sounds, Li Rue detected both surprise and disappointment. But I am of the dragon lineage. I relish the line. Chop the enemy's head with a great knife. Li Rue suddenly chuckled coldly, uttering a perplexing remark. Order all artillery to target that Japanese military police vessel. Should the Japanese dare to approach our fleet within 500 meters, without waiting for further instructions, sink it immediately. Convey this order to the Japanese as well. Yes. The order was given for all artillery to be aimed at the Japanese military police vessel. As the messenger communicated this command via intercom, 10 white giants on the Azure Sea turned their bow-mounted cannons. In a moment, they aligned in unison, targeting the Japanese military police vessel several kilometers away. Japanese military police vessel ahead. You have entered our fleet's defense zone. I command you to turn around immediately and leave our safety zone. Should you advance another 500 meters, you will be sunk. As the communications soldier adjusted several buttons, the messenger picked up the intercom once more, issuing a stern warning. A foreign tongue echoed within the communication device, one that Li Rue could not comprehend. They inquired about our nationality and why we do not display our flag. This is international waters. We have no authority to expel them. They also mentioned that a fleet of American aircraft carriers is not far from here. Observing the bewilderment on Li Rue's face, Li Wu, fluent in Japanese, began to explain. An American aircraft carrier fleet? Let's serve them a little appetizer. Order the 001 Blade C-Class cruiser to open fire. Upon hearing Li Wu's explanation, Li Rue initially chuckled coldly, then straightened his posture, his expression devoid of emotion, as he commanded, at Li Rue's order. Both Li Wu and Li Changhua were momentarily stunned. Fire, Li Rue commanded, turning to glare at Li Wu and Li Changhua, reiterating his order. Understood. Li Wu and Li Changhua exchanged glances, and Li Changhua quickly responded. In accordance with the chieftain's command, fire upon the military police vessel ahead. He instructed a soldier seated at the controls. As he gave his command, Li Changhua discreetly winked to the soldier. Initially puzzled, the soldier soon grasped the situation and discreetly nodded in acknowledgement. The soldier then turned back, flipping several switches before pressing down on a large red button. Boom, 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 boom. With the press of the red button, an ear-splitting barrage of cannon fire erupted within mere seconds. Through the glass, Li Rue observed the surrounding area of the Japanese military police vessel erupting in a series of towering splashes. Understanding the implications, Li Rue turned to glance at Li Wu and Li Changhua. Chieftain, let us give them a fright. If these invaders dare utter another word or come any closer, we shall obliterate them, Li Wu remarked, offering a sheepish smile upon catching Li Rue's gaze. Listening to Li Wu, Li Rue remained silent, scanning the two men once more before turning away with a stoic expression. He understood that directly sinking the Japanese military vessel was not the most prudent course of action, neither for himself nor for the Dragon Nation. Hence he refrained from criticizing Li Wu and Li Changhua for their modified orders. Meanwhile, aboard the old fishing vessel, the atmosphere was electric. Wow, that was incredible. Did we really just do that? Exclaimed a crew member. Sergeant, did you see that? Dozens of shells. My goodness. Who would dare claim we only engage in verbal battles? This is absolutely exhilarating. By the way, did anyone record that? Hurry and send it to me. No. With all that was happening, who had the presence of mind to film? Another replied. Right? What a missed opportunity. To have such an exhilarating scene go uncaptured is infuriating. Amidst the chorus of astonished exclamations and complaints, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut finally snapped back to reality. This fleet, claiming not to be a vessel of the Dragon Nation, yet comprised of its people, was astonishingly formidable. They had genuinely fired live rounds at the Japanese military police vessel. Though it was merely a warning, the sheer audacity was enough to leave him bewildered. Such a powerful fleet could only be rivaled by the hegemon of Blue Star, the Eagle Country. By the way, Sergeant, I recall we have surveillance cameras on the fishing boat. Did you activate them? Yes. The middle-aged man replied instinctively after a brief moment of shock at the inquiry. The heavens do not forsake those in need. With video evidence, let us see who dares to call us soft in the future. I will use the footage to silence those fools. Class leader. The military and police vessel from the land of the rising sun has fled. The man with the buzz cut immediately turned his gaze towards the stern of the ship upon hearing this. My name is Li Zhuangyan. I am Li Zhuangyan. I am Li Zhuangyan. My surname is Li. My surname is Li. A maniacal laughter resounded across the cerulean waters. Crack! You scoundrel! Do you have any idea that I have searched for you for over 10 hours at sea? I asked you where you were, and you had the audacity to tell me that the positioning system had failed. If I hadn't spotted the lights of the ship, I would never have found you today. Lu Yang, do you believe I could shoot you dead right now? In a lavishly decorated and spacious hall, Tao Zi held a sleek, polished black pistol firmly against the forehead of a burly man kneeling before him, his face adorned with stubble, and he furiously berated him. Boss, I am wronged. The positioning system indeed malfunctioned, and there was nothing I could do about it. Chapter 413. I belong to him forever bang. You cur. Should I discover that there are other reasons, I will toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Tao Zi delivered a fierce kick to the chest of the bearded man, his expression menacing as he spoke. Remember, you are merely a dog that I keep. Do not forget your place. After coldly uttering these words, Tao Zi turned and strode towards a nearby sofa. Yes, indeed, I am the dog kept by the boss. How dare I deceive you? The bearded man grimaced in pain, scrambling to his feet, disregarding the agony coursing through his body, and crawled swiftly to Tao Zi's feet, adopting a fawning expression. Begone. Tao Zi let out a cold laugh before shouting angrily. Upon hearing his command, the bearded man immediately scurried away like a dog, pressing his forehead firmly to the ground. Boss, I have inspected it. The positioning system is indeed malfunctioning. The cause is currently unknown and will require time to investigate. Just then, a robust man clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses and standing approximately 6 feet tall, approached Tao Zi and bent down to report in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Tao Zi glanced at the bearded man sprawled on the ground before nodding indifferently. The sturdy suited man, seeing that Tao Zi had no further instructions, took a few steps back and resumed his position behind him. Get up. Hearing Tao Zi's voice, the bearded man cautiously lifted his head. Are your ears deaf? Why are you still not standing? Yes. In a flurry, he stood upright, glanced at Tao Zi, and quickly lowered his gaze once more. Go fetch those women for me, Tao Zi commanded, retrieving a cigar from his pocket and deftly toying with it in his hand. Yes, boss, I will go at once. The bearded man replied, hastily turning to exit through the door. Leon, did the boss scold you? As the bearded man stepped out of the opulent hall, he immediately heard a voice inquiring from behind him. Go to hell. Who do you think you're scaring? The bearded man, startled, turned to see a young man with a bruised face, and his temper flared. Calm down, Leon, I'm just concerned for you. The young man said with a look of grievance. Concerned for me? I think you're more worried about the money. The bearded man retorted with a cold smile. Ha! Leon, what are you saying? We are in this together. I am merely showing concern for you. If the boss finds out about this, none of us will have a good ending, especially if the young man's smile grew increasingly frosty as he spoke. Damn it, I underestimated you. I truly wonder if you were born this audacious or if money has emboldened you. Ha! Men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. With so much money at stake, it is quite worth risking my worthless life, the young man said, his face adorned with a forced smile. How much do you want? Upon hearing this, the burly man narrowed his eyes and spoke. I will deal with Liangzi and his 2 companions, offering each 200 million. The remaining amount will be divided equally. 250 billion minus 6 billion leaves us with 122 billion each. Huh, your appetite is quite substantial. Are you certain you can dominate me? Brother Liang, you possess a firearm, and I am certainly no match for you. Yet, you are also no match for the 4 men brought by the boss. Care to test that? Very well, I accept your terms, but the funds are not as plentiful. 60 hours have yet to pass, and we are still half an hour short. The final 100 billion has not been transferred. With the boss present, for safety's sake, we cannot claim this money, so we shall split it. Each will receive only 72 billion. 72 billion? Upon hearing this figure, the young man frowned. 72 billion it is. This amount is sufficient for me to live lavishly for a lifetime, he said, his brow relaxing into a subtle smile moments later. Whether I can live lavishly for a lifetime remains to be seen. Until I return to the Dragon Country, everything is mere speculation. You must accompany me to bring those women out. Brother Liang, as you say, please go ahead. What? Are you afraid I will use an unlicensed firearm? Do you not trust me? Huh, not at all. Brother Liang, please, after you. The young man bent slightly, gesturing for the burly man to lead. Oomph. The burly man scoffed, stepping forward. What do you intend to do? Seeing the 2 men enter and approach, Tang Wenxin stood up, positioning herself protectively in front of Yun Lingxian. Everyone rise. We are to meet our boss. Your boss. Who is he? What does he want? Yun Lingxian stood, gritting her teeth as she questioned them. You will know once you meet him. Hurry. Do not compel me to resort to violence. You. Yun Lingxian, infuriated, pointed at the burly man, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization lit up Yun Lingxian's eyes, and her furious expression shifted. You took so much money. Does your boss know? As soon as her words fell, the burly man's pupils contracted. Truly, greed had clouded his judgment, leading him to forget that these women might disclose this matter. Ha! Speaking of which, I have indeed protected you for nearly 60 hours during this time. You have not suffered scratch. The burly man's earlier impatience vanished, replaced by a congenial smile as he addressed Yun Lingxian. To be frank, my boss has enmity with your boyfriend, but I cannot disclose his identity. Even if I did, you would not recognize him. Seeing that Yun Lingxian remained unmoved by his words, the burly man gritted his teeth and continued. He has a grudge against Li Rue? Hearing this, Yun Lingxian exchanged glances with Tang Wenxin, Yun Rong, and Lu Yin before whispering to one another. You cannot escape this. Let us go. Listening to the words of the rugged man, Yun Lingxian lowered her head in contemplation for a moment. Then, she raised her head, gritted her teeth, and her expression turned resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. Let us proceed. Since evasion is futile, I shall no longer hide. I require a knife. She took a few steps forward, and just as she was about to pass by the rugged man, she halted, turned to him, and spoke softly. What do you need a knife for? The rugged man was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion. My partner's name is Li Rue. I am his woman, and I shall forever belong to him. Yun Lingxian replied in a calm voice. Upon hearing her words, the rugged man paused, and a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. Here, he said, reaching for his waist, and he produced a small dagger, extending it towards Yun Lingxian. Chief, we're now only about 10 kilometers away from the target vessel. With the darkness enveloping us, the ship's lights are rather conspicuous. To avoid alerting them, it is advisable for the Special Operations Team to approach stealthily in a small boat. Once we have secured control over the individuals aboard, we can then board the ship. Chapter 414. Want to die? It's not that easy. Well, you go ahead and arrange it. Shortly thereafter, the colossal vessel released 3 speedboats. 30 soldiers clad in black combat uniforms ascended to the boats using ropes, silently navigating toward their objective under the cover of darkness. Brother Liang, if you kill them, the boss won't spare you. Heeding the whispered warning from behind, the rugged man instinctively halted his hand as it reached for his waist. He glanced back at the young man, then quickly turned to observe the 4 women walking ahead. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately withdrew his hand from behind his back. What do you suggest? If this woman informs the boss, we will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. As he continued forward without turning his head, he murmured, We have been blinded by money. We are now in a precarious situation, forced to proceed step by step. Why don't we simply seize the boss's small boat and return to Long Country under the cover of night? We could take our families and vanish. Even if the Tao family is formidable, what could they do to us then? The rugged man suddenly came to a halt, turning back to the young man with scars on his face, speaking through clenched teeth. There are guards on that boat. If we act unexpectedly, the opportunity is substantial. Lu Liang, what are you doing? The boss is already growing impatient. At that moment, a booming voice echoed from a distance down the corridor of the luxurious yacht. The abrupt shout caused the 2 men, burdened by guilt, to tremble, their eyes betraying their panic and fear. They're coming. Brother Z. I can't shake the feeling that Lu Liang is behaving oddly. Tao Zikuan, reclining on the black leather sofa, suddenly sat upright and addressed Tao Z. Oh, what seems off? Tao Z inquired, his lips curling into an intrigued smile. I can't quite